At first, Magistrate Chen didn't think much of the grain thresher, even after seeing Zhang's well-assembled machine. He hadn't tested it himself, and he knew that anyone would boast about their inventions. But who truly understood the technology? They were just people seeking fame and praise. It wasn't until officials in the workshop built a crooked thresher and tested it with unripe green rice that they truly saw its benefits, saving time and effort and increasing efficiency. Magistrate Chen was amazed. At this moment, the governor personally came to investigate the thresher in Chongxian County and started promoting it, pushing it to its peak popularity. Everyone who could afford it ordered one from the officials, especially landlords or wealthy merchants with large farms. The high demand made the iron parts and skilled workers scarce. Some people without connections couldn't get the machines, even if they paid in full. The thresher became extremely popular, selling for up to 20 taels each. However, few people knew that the thresher actually came from Mountain Village, and that the news was probably kept secret. Fortunately, Zhang's family sold most of their threshers through relatives. Besides Mountain Village and Boss, others had to pay over 10 taels for the same machine. But in a short time, people would notice that the threshers made in Mountain Village, marked with Zhang's family symbol, were better in quality than those from the officials. They even came with maintenance oil, made by Jiang himself. This oil was extracted from minerals, not many in number, but enough to last over 10 years for 100 threshers. Before harvesting rice, people would perform a ritual to honor the sickle, thanking the gods and wishing for good weather and a bountiful harvest. This was a community event where families brought offerings to the ancestral hall for worship. Only after the ritual could they go to the fields to work. Jiang Chang'an watched this with curiosity. It showed the power of faith. People need some belief to get through life. When the incense burned halfway, Hong Liheng finished his blessing, and the villagers eagerly shouted, "Start the sickle." Everyone then raised their sickles and rushed into the fields, eager to begin the harvest. Because the elderly already sensed that it would rain in a few days, possibly a heavy storm. Today, the Jiang family didn't do any unnecessary work. Everyone focused on harvesting in the fields. The school also officially granted a 50-day break for farming, showing respect for agriculture, which is a regulation from the court. Jiang Chang'an's family of 4 each carried a sickle, and Jiang II pushed a large wheelbarrow with a grain thresher on it. Mrs. Yao carried 2 baskets, and Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Jiabao walked at the back. At the fork in the road, Jiang II headed in a different direction, not toward their own fields. Jiang Chang'an understood immediately. Her father was kind-hearted despite his blunt words. Even if he didn't like his mother, he still cared about his father. "Father, should we help Grandpa and Grandma harvest first?" "Well, why let the old folks work until the end of time? A heavy rain is coming soon, and that would ruin the crops," Jiang II replied stubbornly, but he was determined to help without hesitation. Jiang Chang'an and Jiang Jiabao exchanged glances and secretly giggled. It didn't matter. They only had 5 acres of land, and finishing in a day or 2 is easy. Meanwhile, the elders at home suddenly had an additional 10 acres of land from the clan, but only 2 people to work it. They couldn't finish it quickly. Thinking this way, when the family reached the field, others had the same idea. The older members of the main household were already there, busy helping the 2 elders. Soon, the 3rd household arrived late. They didn't want to come initially, but since they didn't have a grain thresher and only had 2 acres of land, it was tiring to do it alone. They decided to join everyone, just like when they weren't divided into different households. They didn't need to be the main workers, but could still finish their work. Although their land seemed less profitable, the elders had 10 acres to harvest. Even if they didn't share the grain, at least the children could eat at the main house, right? It wasn't a loss, and it was quite good, hee. "Parents, we also want to help," said Jiang III bravely, carrying a sickle, followed by 4 family members like little soldiers. They looked proud and happy, secretly planning their next move. Although Jiang the Old had saw through his son's intentions, he was pleased to see the family working together in harmony. A family should be united like this. Stop talking so much. Once you're here, start working. The main household and the 3rd household will harvest rice, while I and the second household will transport and thresh the grain, then carry the harvested grain back to dry. There is a rocky field at the village entrance used as a grain drying yard. In previous years, everyone used mats to dry their grains, but this year, Jiang Chang'an changed the method and turned it into a cemented flat area. Jiang's family naturally received a piece of land, and theirs was the only one that didn't require paying for the flooring. Others had to pay, or they wouldn't have priority. Now, once they harvest the grains, they can move them there to dry. Today is just right. Drying for a couple of days will make the grains dry enough, and they can store them for a long time without getting moldy. Jiang's family was working hard when they saw some villagers coming over voluntarily to help. Each family sent 1 or 2 people. "Old Uncle Jiang, we're here to help. Can we also borrow your grain thresher and drying yard?" Some family members stayed home to cut rice, while extra people went to help Jiang's family, so they could use the thresher. Jiang's fields are also dry now. Early on, one family cleared a spot to set up the thresher. Now, Jiang's second son is stepping on the thresher's lever, turning the rollers, and the rice grains are falling into the grain bucket with a swish. After a few turns, all the rice in his hand is threshed cleanly. Compared to before, when they had to beat the rice for half a day without getting it fully clean, the thresher saves time and effort. When more help arrives, old Jiang is naturally happy. Many outsiders come to help, so he asks Jiang's second son to go home and bring over 2 more threshers. However, these 2 threshers are actually meant for Jiang's younger sister-in-law. Recently, everyone has been busy, and the harvest in town is a day or 2 later than in their mountain village. Old Jiang plans to wait until their family has finished harvesting, then bring the threshers over to help with the harvest, just like they did in previous years. Jiang's younger sister-in-law often brings gifts back to her family, and since they don't have good things to give in return, helping out is the right thing to do. Jiang's family has about 20 acres of land. This year, with the threshers and sickles, plus many villagers helping out, they finished the summer harvest in just 2 days. The grains are dried and stored, while the rice stalks are left in the fields to dry. Once dry, they will be gathered to feed the oxen during winter. In town, the Jiang family's daughter-in-law and 5th son wake up before dawn to go to the fields, even bringing their 4-year-old child along. They're energetic and eager, always leading the team. The Jiang family owns about 600 or 700 acres of land, but they only have a few dozen people to work it. So, they hired 5 long-term workers, each managing around 100 acres. During harvest time, they usually hire 10 or so short-term workers to help. This year, it was especially hard to find temporary workers because most people either worked for the grain threshing machine owner or went to work for landlords who had the machine. The machine made work easier and much faster, so farmers increased their harvests and wages naturally went up. Plus, it wasn't tiring and workers earned more, so they preferred working for those who had the machine. Anyway, this year the farm only hired 5 or 6 temporary workers because they had no connections. They paid dozens of silver coins to the government to rent a threshing machine, but after many days, they saw nothing. It said the machine might only arrive during the autumn harvest or next year, and by then, the yellow flowers will have withered. How much grain will they lose? The elderly couple on the farm was so worried they kept talking about summer harvest, trying to get everyone in the family to help. But those who didn't usually work weren't happy, like Jiang's sisters-in-law and children. Seeing the 5th household being so active, some people started to dislike them, saying, "Look, the flatterer is just trying to please the old couple again." Sister-in-law Tian, too, gave sister-in-law Tian 3 a look with disdain. But she couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. What's wrong with Jiang's flatterer? The old couple genuinely liked her, and she often received many benefits. Even her family back home gained a lot. No other household received such treatment. Of course, her family was not poor, and they didn't care for small favors. Only Jiang, who was poor, was grateful and thankful. If Jiang doesn't flatter the Tian family, how would she get grain and cloth? Jiang never does business that loses money. For example, her husband, Tian Wulong, was considered hopeless by everyone, but now Wulong was doing better in school. The teacher said he might become a scholar next year, and soon Jiang would be a scholar's wife. She was also pretty and knew how to make her husband work hard and study for years, winning her the favor of her in-laws. Everyone praised Tian Wulong's good luck, marrying a beautiful and capable wife who was very supportive of him. Whenever her sisters-in-law argued, people thought Jiang was being bullied, as she was very good at pretending to be innocent. Sister-in-law Tian 3 had been taken advantage of many times and no longer wanted to bother with Jiang, who was clever and scheming. The Tian family will be fooled someday, and Jiang's family will become richer. Just wait and see. They're just a bunch of ingrates, sister-in-law Tian 2 said angrily, always finding fault with Jiang. Sister third Tian looked up at the sky helplessly, but it wasn't that bad. The Jiang family wasn't the greedy type, and Jiang always knew how to behave properly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be loved so much by the old couple. By the way, when will the Jiang family come to help? Giving some grain isn't a big deal. If a dozen people from the Jiang family come to help, it would make things easier. It's still morning now, and going outside is unbearably hot. Sweating all over, and then working again later. How can anyone stand that? Honestly, which in-law family can match Jiang's? Every year, they focus on harvesting their own fields, worried that their daughter might go hungry at Tian's or that her in-laws might treat her badly. Even the eldest sister-in-law's family can't do much. Daughters who marry out are like water poured away. It's better if there's some benefit. Few families truly care about their married-out daughters, whether they are poor or rich. Tian's second sister-in-law, from a family with 4 or 5 brothers, has never seen them come to help. When there's a chance to get something cheap, they run faster than anyone. The wealthy family of the eldest sister-in-law just lifts a hand to help, but they've never done anything substantial for Tian's family, nor do they care about the summer harvest of their in-laws. Sister third Tian and sister fourth Tian are in similar situations. No need to mention it. They definitely won't help Tian's family. How could they come so soon? Everyone's situation is about the same this year. Their family must be busy too, with no time to care about Tian's affairs, Sister second Tian said with disdain. Tian's family can't even afford a threshing machine, let alone the poor Jiang family. But at the same time, she hopes Jiang will come to help with the summer harvest. After all, she can work less. They haven't worked much in years. Marrying into Tian's family was supposed to be for a good life, not to work all the time. If she wanted to work, she could just stay at her own family. No need to come here and suffer Tian second's frustration. Maybe they really won't come. I heard that the Jiang family had a big argument and already split up. Jiang might not even know. Sister fourth Tian suddenly whispered. What? They split up? Sister third Tian exclaimed in surprise, causing the people ahead to look back. She quickly covered her mouth. Are the 2 old Jiangs still alive? As the saying goes, parents shouldn't split up while alive. Otherwise, they'll be seen as unfilial and looked down upon, damaging their reputation. What kind of feud could cause a family to break into pieces? No wonder the 3 brothers from Jiang seemed strange before. They must not have gotten along well. Jiang's little aunt was also worried. She didn't know her brothers had split up, nor did she know Jiang was busy making pottery or building houses. When building a house, they only invite friends and family to celebrate when the main beam is put in place. Old man Jiang also plans to do the same. Otherwise, the relatives might think he's borrowing money. Jiang's younger sister is just worried that the weather might turn bad soon, and the summer harvest at her parents' place might also be delayed. She knows her brothers are lazy and indifferent, and she's afraid her parents will worry herself into old age. Don't worry. Once we've finished our harvest, we'll go help my parents on the other side. Tian Wulong knows what his wife is thinking. She has always been a good and understanding woman, but others say she's scheming, which she finds ridiculous. Jiang's younger sister silently looks at her husband. Will they finish their rice harvest? Their harvest might not be finished yet. Right now, they just hope the moldy rice is less. They also don't have enough time to harvest everything. Is this man truly foolish or pretending? But he cares about her, so she must respond kindly and comfort him. Men are like children sometimes. All right, then I'll leave it to you, my dear. Will definitely help my parents when the time comes. Maybe my father can make some wooden toys for our little boy, she says. It seems her father only has that to offer. Zhang's younger sister feels helpless. Tian Wulong immediately feels energized, eager to finish harvesting their rice quickly and rush to help his mother-in-law. They've never helped out before, but today they are determined to do so. Old man Tian suddenly thinks his son is quite naive, but he's glad his daughter-in-law is willing to comfort him. His patience is rare, and thanks to her encouragement over the years, his son's studies have improved. At this moment, a large group of people is coming toward them from afar. Hey, do you think that's our relatives? Old Master Tian isn't sure. In previous years, relatives came on foot. But now, there are 2 ox carts approaching. On them are not only people, but also a threshing machine. And about 4 or 5 large pushcarts. Father? Mother? Older brother, second brother, third brother. Zhang's younger sister recognizes them immediately. Her parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, and nephews and nieces. She's overjoyed but also feels a twinge of sadness. The Jiang family arrived, but this time they came in a rather grand way. 2 ox carts loaded with farming tools, elders, and children, followed by 5 strange large wool carts pushed by a few uncles and aunts. The person driving the first ox cart was old Jiang, borrowing it from Lord Shen's family because they had a threshing machine. Their family had harvested most of their rice in just 2 days, so the ox cart was extra. The second ox cart was driven by Chang and Jiang, since the other family members didn't know how to drive. The adults who could drive had gone ahead pushing their carts. Seeing her family, little Jiang hurried over, her eyes turning red with emotion. Father, mother, why are you here? Have you finished harvesting the rice? It might rain heavily in a few days. Little Jiang was worried that her parents were too focused on her and that they might delay the harvest at home. She didn't know what had happened in the Jiang family, even though their homes were not far apart. Old Jiang was feeling better now and had even helped with some of the harvest. He was in good spirits and smiled happily when he saw his daughter. Our rice has been harvested, dried, and stored. Don't worry. How come it's so fast this year? Could it be a poor harvest? Little Jiang was anxious, preparing for the worst, always worried. Haha, of course, because we have a threshing machine and neighbors helped out. That's why it's so quick. Things have changed a lot at home. After we finish harvesting, you can go back and see for yourself. Yes, a threshing machine. Old Jiang's words surprised everyone in the field. How could the Jiang family have a threshing machine? Or 2. Even their own Tian family didn't have one. Each costs 20 taels of silver. Father, mother, older brother. Tian Wulong pulled his son along, trying to catch up, but he was still a bit slower than little Jiang. Grandpa, grandma, uncle, cousin. Tian Xiaolang and relatives from the maternal side were very familiar, even closer than their own family members. Though they didn't often meet, they were now excitedly rushing over to greet each other. The children of the Jiang family jumped down from the ox carts and immediately started playing with their little cousins, chatting happily as if they had endless things to say. Dear relatives, you've come. Come home and sit down for some tea first. Old Tian and his wife hurried over to greet them, their happiness obvious in their tone. This was like the Jiang family bringing warmth and help to the Tian family in their time of need. How could anyone not feel happy? Hi, we're here to help with the harvest. What kind of tea do you want? We're visiting family. Our family doesn't play those fake tricks. We're in a hurry to gather the crops. I don't know if your threshing machine is enough. I brought 2 machines, hoping they can help. Old man Jiang nodded proudly, waving his hand. In previous years, their family was very poor, only able to send a couple of woven baskets they made themselves to their relatives. Now, he proudly shows off 2 threshing machines worth 40 taels of silver. He feels very proud, more than ever before. Wow, this isn't just helping. It's a big help. But, uncle, where did you get this threshing machine? Did you borrow it? Surely not bought, right? Old Farmer Tian looked at the machine with envy. He had seen others use similar machines and they worked well. But Zhang's family shouldn't have that much money, so old Farmer Tian was very curious. He knew old man Jiang was a carpenter and did some business outside, so he had many contacts. This time, where did Jiang's family get such a powerful tool? Oh, this threshing machine was made by my granddaughter and her teacher. It's nothing special. Since we made a few, I thought I'd bring two over for Xiaoxi to try. Uncle, my little C is delicate and weak.
She's not good at much.
Shouldn't she have better farming tools? So she won't hold us back, old man Jiang said, pretending to his sparse beard like scholar song. Everyone, including old farmer Tian and the others, was stunned. They thought, what nonsense is this old man talking about? Jiang's granddaughter made the threshing machine? Which granddaughter? The silly one?
Haha.
Everyone's eyes turned to the little girl, and they suddenly noticed her eyes weren't as dull as before. And she was still driving the ox cart? What's going on? Did the ox go crazy? Or did Jiang's family go crazy? Giving a silly child the task of driving the cart? Strangely, she made it all the way safely. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiang Chang'an with curious eyes, but didn't dare ask anything too bold. But Jiang's little sister-in-law was family, so she asked directly, full of disbelief, Dad, you say the threshing machine was made by our family? By our niece? Which niece? It can't be Chang'an, right? Can a fool like Chang'an really make a threshing machine? With a teacher in the family, Jiang only has Chang'an studying. But how could a simpleton like Chang'an make a threshing machine? It's hard to believe. Of course, Jiang Xiaogu had no intention of rejecting her niece. She simply couldn't believe it. Wow. Why can't it be used? The officials in the government office are all using their blueprints to make threshing machines. Anyway, our family has been using it quite well, and we've sold 100 of them. Besides, Chang'an has been learning carpentry with me since she was young. It's normal for her to make a threshing machine, right? Plus, there's even Mr. Song's contribution in the design. Hey, you must have been really shocked, huh? So, never underestimate anyone. Things change over time after all. Really? Chang'an made the threshing machine? Jiang Xiaogu looked at Jiang Chang'an with a hazy mind and still couldn't believe it. Jiang Chang'an shyly smiled, but didn't say much.
Oh.
I just remembered, this year during the county's literary exam, 2 top students from the mountain school took the first places, and one of them was a girl named Jiang. Could that be Chang'an? Tian Wulong exclaimed, thinking it was very possible that the person who developed the threshing machine was the top scorer. Those are just false titles. We haven't even passed the official exam to become a scholar, so Chang'an still has a lot of work to do. Come on, let's hurry to harvest. Once we're done, we can go back to build a house, then fire pottery, make bricks, and craft carts. There's a lot to do at home. Since your summer harvest is urgent, finish that first. Doing good deeds should be known to the owner, so they remember the kindness, and relationships will become closer. Old Mr. Jiang boasted while trying to build rapport. Everyone was speechless. Could they be more exaggerated? It sounded like a fairy tale. Exactly. Little sister, I even paused my sugar water business for your summer harvest. Your brother is doing this for you, right? Old third Jiang always seized opportunities to show off and didn't hesitate to join the bragging, pushing a wooden cart over to Jiang Xiaogu. Everyone then realized that the popular sugar water in Chang'an County was actually a business run by Jiang's third household. Tian Town is close to the county seat, so news travels fast. The Tian family sisters-in-law had admired the sugar water for a long time, but had never tasted it. Now they found out it was made by Jiang's family, but Jiang Xiaogu wasn't interested in the sugar water. She was curious about the carts her brothers were pushing. Third brother, what are these carts for? Are they made by our father or Chang'an? There are 5 carts at once, more stable than a unicycle, and quite impressive. So, what are these carts used for? Of course, the car was made by Chang'an. Don't be fooled by its plain appearance. It can move across fields, carry heavy loads, and can be easily pushed by just one person. It's commonly called an off-road vehicle. It's even more convenient than our family's ox cart. Our rice is so heavy that one person can only carry 1 basket, but this car can hold 3 baskets. One person can push it home easily. No wonder we finish harvesting rice so quickly. Old third Jiang proudly lifts his head, and people who don't know might think he made the car himself. Jiang Chang'an looks surprised and turns to his third uncle. That's quite a modern idea. He knows about off-road vehicles. Could he be from another world? Of course, that's impossible. Old third Jiang must act proud. After good harvest seasons, everyone in their family tends to lose a few pounds. But this year, with the threshing machine and the big wool cart, work is much easier. No one gets exhausted, and no one loses weight. Come on, dear brother-in-law, you all should try it. It's very useful. Old third Jiang gestures for the brothers from the Tian family to come forward and push the cart. They are here to help, and since the tools are handed to them, they naturally accept. The Tian brothers step up to take over the cart. It's quite easy to push, they say. Even people like us who don't often do farm work can push it steadily. Everyone is suddenly impressed with Jiang Chang'an. They chat happily as they walk toward the fields, and the scene is lively. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts into their conversation. Oh, fifth sister-in-law, your family has really made a lot of money. You were just worried about your own family earlier. Now that the Jiang family has risen, they immediately repay you. You're truly lucky. But third brother, in the future, if your family has any trouble, make sure to tell fifth sister-in-law right away, so she doesn't worry. Sister-in-law Tian speaks with a sarcastic tone. Her family used to be similar to Zhang's, but now that Zhang's family has suddenly become rich, her status has dropped to the bottom. But Jiang shouldn't be too happy too soon. The wealth of the Jiang family might not have much to do with her, the married daughter. Otherwise, why wouldn't they tell Jiang directly about everything? Her words are clearly meant to stir trouble. Jiang's young sister-in-law's face darkens, and she instinctively wants to retort. But Jiang's third sister-in-law, Jiang Shi, is faster. She nods repeatedly at sister-in-law Tian and says, "That's right. Our youngest sister must be loved and pampered. Look, those 2 threshing machines are a gift for her, and so are the 5 carts. My mother-in-law said that when we were young, our family was just average, and when my sister-in-law got married, she didn't have a proper dowry. Indeed, she feels a bit guilty now. These items can be considered as gifts for her sister-in-law to add to her beauty." These words were of course mentioned when they were at the Jiang family's house. The elderly in the Jiang family didn't want to argue with a younger person like sister-in-law Tian, and Jiang's third son, being a man, also didn't want to argue with a woman. But Jiang's wife was not worried about this. Everyone was equal, so why not speak up? She felt no injustice. Now, not only sister-in-law Tian felt jealous, but the entire Tian family was surprised. Dear-in-laws, isn't this a bit too modest? And Jiang's wife has been married into the Tian family for many years. Oh, as parents, we always try to do our best for our children. It's just our love as parents, nothing special. Yes, parents naturally care for their children, and children's respect for their parents is also expected. Sister-in-law Jiang was about to cry again after hearing this. She felt she was the luckiest person, having such loving parents and marrying someone she liked. Of course, her success was mainly thanks to her little niece. Sister-in-law Jiang lovingly stroked Jiang Chang'an's small head. It was definitely right to buy fabric for her clothes before. Our Chang'an is becoming more and more promising. Haha, Auntie, Jiang Chang'an said shyly, it will be even more promising in the future. He hadn't spoken about his previous hopes openly, feeling shy. This loving side made the 2 elders of the Tian family feel very pleased. The Jiang family had always been harmonious and loving, which earned them respect. That's why the Tian elders liked Jiang's daughter-in-law so much. They didn't pay much attention to sister-in-law Tian and let her feel jealous if she wanted. But actually, because of Jiang's success, the jealousy wasn't just from sister-in-law Tian. Even sister-in-law Tian's older sister kept glancing over. That was a threshing machine, worth 20 taels each. Selling 100 machines would bring in 2,000 taels. Even if the Jiang family shared profits with others, they would still earn at least 1,000 taels. And this business could continue long-term. The Jiang family was truly becoming wealthy. Soon, everyone arrived at the field. The farm workers from the Tian family had already started working. Now, the main family members, Jiang family, and the threshing machine arrived. Finally, Zhang's second son distributed sickles to the Tian family, making the scene even more lively. The excitement in the fields reached its peak. But the Zhang family only helped the Tian family for one day. With the threshing machine, the Tian family could hire more workers later, so manual labor was no longer valuable. Of course, the Tian family didn't want the Zhang family to do hard work. While it was still early, they prepared a table full of food to host the Zhang family. Both sides got along very harmoniously. At dusk, the Zhang family finally returned to the village in an ox cart. Under the big tree at the village entrance, Li Shushan stood quietly with his arms crossed, clearly waiting for a long time. "Shushan, are you waiting for Chang'an? Come on, get in the cart. Let's go home and have fun." Li Shushan, who looked clean and gentle, had the demeanor of a young master, making old man Jiang smile happily when he saw him. "Grandpa Jiang, I have something to discuss with Chang'an. I'll visit the Jiang family later." Li Shushan signaled Chang'an to get off the cart and informed old man Jiang. All right, you two be busy then." It was the first time old man Jiang saw children acting so secretively. He found it amusing but also knew these two were smart children, so he didn't worry too much. However, old second Jiang frowned. Boys and girls of 7 shouldn't sit so close. Even if they are siblings, isn't this too intimate? It's almost like they're inseparable. But children in the countryside are different. One shouldn't expect too much. Only after the 2 ox carts disappeared into the distance did Chang'an speak up. "How? Are you ready? Are we leaving now?" "Yes, we're leaving tomorrow. What do you think?" Indeed, they were about to start a new journey. Chang'an nodded without hesitation. They had agreed long ago. There was no reason to regret now. "All right, shall we first look into your background?"
Yes.
In the past, time didn't allow it, and Li Shushan had never visited his parents' original home. This time, he wanted to see it properly. What kind of people were those two? On a summer night, there was no wind, and the weather was very stuffy, making people sweat and feel uncomfortable. Countless mosquitoes buzzed around, adding to the annoyance. Fortunately, the Jiang family had sugar water, and the main house's corridor was scented with mugwort to repel mosquitoes. These simple days were actually quite nice, peaceful, and comfortable. After dinner, the Jiang family quickly spread out straw mats and sat under the corridor to digest and cool off. The adults talked about a good harvest, while the children read and studied by candlelight. The children worked hard, and the adults felt proud. This warm, diligent scene made old man Jiang sigh. If you 3 brothers had been this serious about studying back then, maybe you could have become scholars. Old second Jiang rolled his eyes immediately. "Dad, studying requires talent. You probably forgot to plant that seed in us back then, right?" Back then, all 3 brothers had studied hard because no one wanted to keep working in the fields day after day, facing oppression from their clan. They all wanted to turn their lives around and sing a new song. However, some things cannot be achieved just through hard work. They come from humble farm origins, without good teachers and limited learning resources. It's not an exaggeration to say that knowing a few characters is already impressive. Moreover, the teachers in the private school act as if they're doing them a great favor, only teaching the basic lessons as if students don't need to pay large fees for schooling. In such a selfish and indifferent environment, how can one possibly pass the imperial exam to become a scholar? Old man Jiang was so angry, he widened his eyes. "I didn't teach you? Then how could your children learn it?" He was ready to scold them. "Well, that's because they follow their mother's way. Jiang has never become a scholar, and most of it is just rivalry and scheming among themselves. They're all petty and selfish, not the kind to study seriously." Old second Jiang was serious. He felt that Jiang Chang'an simply followed Yao's example, with a quick mind and a good understanding of reading. Old man Jiang was speechless from the rebuke. Just then, Jiang's third wife, Jiang, brought in a big basin of ice sugar water, finally making the night's feast at the Jiang household reach its peak. Old man Jiang took the first bowl of ice sugar water from Jiang and sighed again. Life is getting better. It's hard to even imagine before. Old second Jiang agreed with this view. He still felt it was unreal. Jiang family had suddenly become rich overnight. Since Chang'an scored first in the exams, then cleverly saved his father, went into the mountains to gather herbs, learned woodworking and pottery, apprenticed with a master, and even made a threshing machine. These are all things ordinary families couldn't do. But the second daughter of the second household could. She single-handedly turned a difficult situation around, saved the family from collapse, and even made it stronger. This is something most people could never achieve in a lifetime. Old second Jiang was worried that these good things might just be a dream. When he woke up, the dream would shatter, and reality would return. So, old second Jiang took this hard-won opportunity very seriously. He wanted to protect the foundation his daughter had laid. People say life has its ups and downs. Do you think our family has really risen now? Father, shouldn't we carefully plan and stabilize the Jiang family? Old second Jiang's words made old man Jiang very happy. He wondered if he was talking about everyone in the family, the main household, the second household, and the third household. Did the second son forgive his brothers? This still depends on Chang'an. Don't underestimate her just because she's young. She learned a lot from Master Song, the wise scholar, and has a broad view. Just a little help from her will benefit our Jiang family greatly. Old man Jiang stroked his beard, nodded and nodded, like a scholar reading aloud, explaining his ideas one after another. He deeply admired and respected Mr.
Song.
Suddenly, Jiang Chang'an took charge, and both old brother Jiang and third brother Jiang became nervous. The future of the Jiang family was uncertain. They wondered if their young niece had included them in her plans. They hoped she wouldn't forget about them. They knew they had made mistakes, truly. They promised to protect the Jiang family from now on. Could they have another chance? Jiang Chang'an was called out, finally put down his book, and became serious. Let me share my plans with everyone. Come and listen. Right now, the second branch earns enough money for daily life, but life is long, and we need to think ahead. First, we should build a proper house. Meanwhile, we'll develop 3 businesses: woodworking, pottery, and brickmaking as steady, long-term trades. We can pay with silver or labor. The second branch will watch over the kiln, the third branch will handle bricks, and the main house will work with Grandpa on woodworking. I will keep some blueprints for common furniture and farming tools for Grandpa to study and follow. Once we have profitable businesses, food is still the most important for life. So we should buy some farmland or clear new land, even on the mountains. We can plant fruit or raise chickens and ducks on the hills. These are good ideas. Grandma and the women in the family can handle these tasks. If they're too busy, we can hire some workers. It would be best if villagers are willing to exchange work. If the third branch wants to continue the sugar water business, they can rent a shop in the town and develop more snacks, like cold desserts. We can also display our pottery and brick samples to attract customers. Gradually, we should expand and grow our business. This needs strong support and authority, or else others might steal our value. Brothers, study hard. Sisters, take good care of the family. The adults work outside and you handle the daily life at home. As for me, starting tomorrow, I will go out to train and see if I can build my own influence or secretly do some big deals to strengthen our Jiang family. Later, we won't need to fear small town officers or county magistrates. Oh, I will go out with Li Shushan. He's better at martial arts than I am, so don't worry about us. Jiang Chang'an explained a lot in detail. At first, everyone was excited to listen, but by the end, they were all worried. Linger, you want to go out? Where? I'll go with you, Mrs. Yao asked anxiously. She had traveled and gained experience, so she believed she could help. And Jiang Chang'an was a child under 8 years old. Where could he go to build his career? Probably not the county town, right? So, only 2 children going far away? How could people not worry? Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Don't ask where I'm going, and you can't come with me. When the school holiday ends, we'll come back. By then, I promise I will live confidently and proudly under the sun. No one will dare to spy on us. No one will dare to bully us. When the time comes, we will have servants to take care of our family, and no one can harm us. If he couldn't do this, what kind of expert was he? This was Jiang Chang'an's determination and goal. His words made Mrs. Yao's eyes fill with tears. Wasn't this her biggest wish in life? To be open and honest, to live happily, regardless of servants. The Jiang family was stunned. Where could they develop influence? Do big business? Just 2 children? Wasn't that too naive? But then they thought again. Everything Jiang Chang'an had was earned by himself. It was visible to everyone. If they stumbled or got hurt, they could help or support him. But if he went far away, family members wouldn't be able to help. Chang'an, do you think the martial world is reliable? Those fights and conflicts, are they something ordinary families can get involved in? Isn't it only in stories? Only in storytellers' tales?
I know, Grandpa.
The most important thing is power, but power also needs strength and money to support and defend it. The 3 must work together for a better future. When I return from my adventures, I will study hard and take the imperial exams. I want Grandpa to become a high-ranking official. Jiang Chang'an looked serious and earnest. Though his words were imaginative, they made the Jiang family believe in him naturally. Did Master Song say that? Did he allow you to go out and train? Old Mr. Jiang asked nervously. If Master Song agreed, he might feel more at ease.
I know. Don't worry about me.
Just take good care of the family. If anyone dares to come and trouble us, fight back hard. If you cannot fight, you can ask Mister for help. Ultimately, saving your life is the most important thing. As long as you are alive, there is still hope to plan and improve. Of course, the elders of the Jiang family should understand this best, but since she has to travel far, Jiang Chang'an can't help but worry about her family. She can't help but say a few more words.
Got it, good child.
Don't worry about home. We will take good care of the family and wait for your return. Not only old man Jiang, but others also feel sad. Sending a child far away to work and grow is hard for everyone, even for the selfish Uncle Jiang. But they're just ordinary people. Jiang Chang'an's hopes and plans for the future are beyond their reach. What can they do? They can only watch her slowly walk, then run, then fly away. Before leaving on her journey, Jiang Chang'an arranged everything at home. That evening, Mrs. Yao came to sleep with her youngest daughter. She didn't speak much, just held the little girl tightly and started crying. Mrs. Yao has no connection with her mother. She doesn't even know what her mother looks like, and she has never felt her father's love. Before meeting Jiang's second young master, she had never received help from others, and kindness was rare for her. The wise monks often say that a person's luck is fixed. There's only so much. If you use it up early, the rest of your life will be unlucky. Now, Mrs. Yao believes this. She has lived through hardships without love, endured many trials, all to meet Jiang's second young master and have 2 lovely children with him. Her eldest son is obedient, and her youngest daughter, only 8 years old, has to go out into the world to make a living, to show everyone that she is Jiang Chang'an's mother, Yao. What she needs now is not just the ability to cut her bangs short, so everyone knows she is Jiang Yao, Jiang's second young master's wife, and the mother of Jiang Bao and Jiang Chang'an. This identity and appearance. Even if she were stunningly beautiful, no one would dare insult or bully her, because she has the confidence and strength to stand firm. Her daughter understands her and fights for her dignity and safety. With such a daughter, what more could she ask for? That's enough. Even if Jiang Chang'an has this intention, it doesn't really matter whether she goes or stays. Mrs. Yao just wants her children to stay safe and close, so she can love and cherish them. Linger, can't we just stay out of the world's troubles? You can study hard with Master Song. Take the imperial exam slowly, and then you can protect your mother. Before gaining power, the Jiang family didn't need to be very wealthy. In the martial world, swords and shadows are everywhere, and people's hearts are often dangerous. My mother once traveled all the way from the capital city, wandering like a beggar. In the end, she was betrayed and left in a graveyard. Of course, she didn't die completely, otherwise, Jiang Laodi wouldn't have found her and brought her back. This was the first time Yao Shi had spoken about these things to anyone. It was like reopening a sore, swollen wound. She didn't find her past shameful, but rather frightening. So she wanted to tell her daughter everything clearly to stop her from going on her journey. Jiang Chang'an curled up in Yao Shi's arms. She felt very warm, but surprisingly, she didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she was curious, so this is what a mother's embrace feels like. It was really warm. It also smelled nice, and her heart felt a little sour and full. Jiang Chang'an gently held Yao Shi's hand and patted it softly to comfort her. I know the tricks of the martial world. The stories in the books have already told me.
Mom, don't worry.
I know what to do. Anyway, I have free time, so I might as well use it to improve myself. Who knows what hardships might happen in the future? We should prepare good weapons and face difficulties head-on, instead of being swept away by the tide of history. Besides, these things are not a burden to me. I can do my best, and if I can't, I will avoid the danger and protect myself. Just like you, Mom. Smart, right? If Yao Shi wasn't smart, she would have died long before the third episode. Yao Shi sighed helplessly and started talking about the rules and taboos she knew about traveling in the martial world. In the end, she handed all her savings to Jiang Chang'an, but she refused again. So, she simply packed a small bag for her daughter. But what Yao Shi called simple was actually a big bundle. It contained 7 or 8 new embroidered dresses, shoes and socks, 3 pairs of embroidered shoes, because traveling in the martial world wears out shoes quickly. There was salt, dried food, gourds of water and flatbread, an oil paper umbrella, rice, flour. Some items were hardly needed, but Jiang Chang'an didn't argue or complain about the trouble. She appreciated her caring mother, who sewed her clothes tightly before she left, worried she might be delayed. The feeling of being cared for was quite comforting. No matter how reluctant or worried the Jiang family was, the next morning, at dawn, Jiang Chang'an carried a large bundle on her back. She stepped out of the Jiang family courtyard without looking back and waved goodbye to her family behind her. In the courtyard, Yao Shi didn't cry, but Jiang Laodi couldn't hold back and started crying. Still, the child wanted to fly away. Even knowing the road ahead might be stormy, he couldn't be stopped. The child didn't even want them to see him off. At the village entrance, Li Shushan carried a small bundle containing only 2 sets of clothes. He leaned against a post, waiting there early. Jiang Chang'an also didn't see Song Fuzi's figure. Did you tell the teacher everything? Jiang Chang'an, carrying a larger bundle than herself, walked slowly over. She was curious how Li Shushan explained things to Song Fuzi. The old man trusted only the 2 children to travel far? Seeing Jiang Chang'an's big bundle, Li Shushan's eyes twitched. You look like you're moving or escaping. Did you bring pots and bowls too? Otherwise, what could be inside such a big bundle? They were going to explore the world. When fighting, people usually drew swords. Did she have to show her cooking pots? I brought not only pots and bowls, but also firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Isn't that essential for traveling and living on the road? Don't you understand? If they missed her in and had to camp outside, would she still want to eat? Jiang Chang'an also carried a tent made from an old mosquito net, enough to settle down anywhere. Li Shushan shrugged. If you have space, you can be stubborn. How did you tell the teacher? Did he give any special instructions? Of course, I told the truth. The teacher told us to stay safe, be careful, and act within our ability. He originally wanted to send 2 people with us, but I refused. First, because the teacher's safety needs to be protected, and second, because we have secrets. It's better not to let more people know about the darker side. Jiang Chang'an nodded and agreed with Li Shushan. They were originally going to build their own strength and had to conquer it themselves. They couldn't rely on others. The teacher's helpers weren't suitable. Master Shin Shirkong, the senior brother, wasn't fit for the martial world because his skills were average. He was more suited to studying for exams. The 2 slowly left the village, not rushing into the dangerous martial world, but seeming more like leisurely outings. Around the corner, Shin Shirkong watched them go quietly, not with envy, but with determination. The teacher said everyone has their own path. He was better suited to studying seriously because he had a good background and a comfortable life. He didn't need to venture out. So, he decided to use his time to study well. The teacher even arranged special lessons for him. Exploring the martial world couldn't rely only on legs. Since they left late, Old Bull's cart had already left, and since they didn't have family to send them, they had to walk to the town. There were more carts in the town. They took a bullock cart from the town to the county seat, heading straight to the horse market. Are you buying a horse-drawn cart or a horse? The two stood in front of the shop where Jiang Chang'an had bought cattle before, watching as the owner separated the horses from the cattle in the pen. The shopkeeper was feeding the horses when she suddenly saw Jiang Chang'an's figure. She was startled, thinking, could she be here to return the cattle? Of course, a horse-drawn cart. Carriages are too bumpy and slow, the young man said. Most men like fast horses that seem to fly, but carts are bulky and slow. You'll be traveling a long way, exposed to the wind, sun, frost, and rain. Riding horses for a long time can also hurt your thighs, right? Look at your delicate skin, and you don't ride often.
Can you handle it?
Otherwise, wounds might get infected, pus might flow, and you could end up sick or limping. Jiang Chang'an preferred the cart, saying it didn't need to be in the sun or rain. That was a smarter choice for the long run. Li Shushan's face turned red from embarrassment. He felt like she was implying he wasn't delicate and he could talk about thighs and other things casually. Why ask if you've already decided? Was he trying to look foolish? Li Shushan felt annoyed. Isn't this just exchanging opinions? Why are you blushing and getting so angry? Was he on his period or something? Jiang Chang'an blinked and looked at Li Shushan from head to toe with curiosity. I'm ashamed for you. Can a girl say such bold words about thighs? She said, feeling it was improper. Jiang Chang'an froze. Can't even talk about thighs? Why can't I say thighs? Are you an antique? Do you eat big chicken legs? Or pig trotters? You flatter me, but do you know what musk is made of? I don't believe you've never eaten tiger whip. Isn't fatty beef fragrant? What's wrong? What's wrong with a cow? The shopkeeper, always worried, overheard the word cow and looked upset. Shopkeeper, we didn't say cow's buttocks. You heard wrong. We want to buy a horse-drawn cart. Show us your best cart. Jiang Chang'an quickly changed her words to something more explicit, but the shopkeeper didn't seem surprised. So it was Li Shushan who was overthinking. It's not just about returning the cattle. The shopkeeper secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt happy. So you want to buy a cart? Why are only you two children here? Have the adults agreed? The shopkeeper had seen how capable the two children were and didn't underestimate them. The adults are busy.
We can handle this ourselves.
All right, come with me. You've come to the right place. I just brought in a few horses from the grasslands, and I'm sure they'll suit your needs. There are several styles of carriages available. Feel free to choose whatever you like. The prices definitely won't be too high for you. The shop owner led Jiang Chang'an into the courtyard while explaining his business. Li Shushan followed behind, glaring at Jiang Chang'an's back, almost ready to poke a hole in it. Who has ever eaten tiger whip? Does he need to eat that? As a top expert in internal skills, does he need such things? What a joke. That annoying little demon. Does she even realize what she just said? Suddenly, Jiang Chang'an turned around and directly looked Li Shushan in the eyes, startling him so much that he quickly looked away awkwardly. Why are you just standing there? Come and pick a horse, Jiang Chang'an beckoned. She didn't really understand horses, but Li Shushan was very familiar with them. You're so capable. You choose yourself, Li Shushan snorted softly. But before Jiang Chang'an could speak, he added, anyway, we're just here to see war horses. It's about the same, right? This remark shocked the shop owner greatly. Young man, you shouldn't say that. All these horses come from legitimate sources, officially obtained, with red contracts. Li Shushan knew the shop owner had followed proper procedures. However, the horses themselves had questionable origins, perhaps sold secretly by officials from the frontier stables, and with the approval of higher-ranking generals. It's like digging their own graves. Such things had happened in his past life. Later, that general was defeated and directly sacrificed by the enemy, and his family was wiped out. Of course, if others could sell such horses, they could use them too. After all, these horses hadn't been branded yet. Li Shushan said no more. He only wanted the shop owner to know that he not only understood horses, but also knew their background. How dare he try to deceive these two children? The answer was obviously no. The shop owner didn't bother to explain further, but let Jiang Chang'an choose a horse. Young girl, you can pick any of these horses. They won't interfere with your use. I'll give you the cheapest one. Jiang Chang'an looked around and confirmed that all these horses were strong, energetic, with sharp eyes. They seemed well-trained, not timid horses. Then I'll take that one, she said, pointing at a large black horse. It was just her taste. Its coat was shiny and black all over, with no visible wounds. The look in its eyes was curious, which she found interesting. The shop owner nodded secretly and then led Jiang Chang'an to the other side. This horse is really good. Before we take it away, let the servant feed it well.
Let's go choose a carriage now.
There are 3 styles that suit your needs. Look at this one. The wood used is ordinary but sturdy. It can last over 10 years with normal use and costs 20 taels. This one uses high-quality materials, with carved decorations and good fabric for the curtains. The wheels are wider to reduce bumps. It costs 50 taels. This last one has ordinary wood and no carvings, but many parts are reinforced with iron, making it very durable. It costs 35 taels. After the shop owner finished explaining, Jiang Chang'an was stunned. Could such a broken-down carriage really sell for 20 to 50 taels? That's so expensive. Do you think you can sell it at that price? She wondered if she was being scammed. Miss, this is the best price I can offer. It's a whole number, and if someone else comes to buy, they might have to pay a few more silver coins. This carriage was made by an old carpenter with a full mortise and tenon structure, no ropes holding it together. Jiang Chang'an was speechless. Could carpenters still use ropes to fix things? What kind of old carpenter was this? Was it like her grandfather's half-baked work? Shall we go back? Jiang Chang'an grabbed Li Shushan's sleeve. Why bother with influence? Isn't it better to just make furniture and tools? The shop owner hurriedly stopped her, thinking she found the price too high. No, I can give you a saddle worth 2 taels and the sturdiest, most durable horse rope. That should be enough, right? Jiang Chang'an blinked innocently. Could it really be like that? She was just joking. Then, I'll choose the carriage that costs 35 taels. Using her system, Jiang Chang'an checked. The 35-tael carriage was the best built, with no major flaws, but she still planned to make some adjustments later. And how much is the horse? Li Shushan ignored Jiang Chang'an's teasing and just wanted to buy the carriage quickly and leave for the capital. 120 taels. It could have sold for 150, but since you're kids, I don't want others to say I'm cheating you. Who knew Li Shushan was so knowledgeable? Anyway, the shop owner was making good money overall. Li Shushan nodded at Jiang Chang'an. The price was reasonable. All right, let's pay now. Please handle the paperwork and load the carriage. We'll set off immediately. Jiang Chang'an took out 200 taels of silver notes and handed them to the shopkeeper. This money was stolen from Zhang San's house earlier, just enough to buy a carriage. The money was spent quickly, and Jiang Chang'an sighed. Compared to Jiang Chang'an's pain over spending, the shopkeeper was all smiles because he had made a profit. After buying the carriage, it was already noon, but they didn't stop to eat. Instead, they bought steamed buns and roasted chicken and continued on their journey. The summer sun was blazing, the sky clear and blue. The sunlight heated the ground, and steam rose like clouds, making people feel like they might dry out. It was the busy harvest season, so most people were working in the fields. The main road was quite empty. It was rare to see a carriage coming from the opposite direction, and occasionally, horses sped past them from behind. At such times, Li Shushan looked very unhappy. Carriages really wasted time, and the main road was paved with blue stones, full of bumps and holes, making the ride very bumpy. If Jiang Chang'an wasn't immune to motion sickness, she might have vomited the roasted chicken she ate earlier. The rough country dirt roads were better than this, unexpectedly. However, dirt roads, although flat, would turn muddy and difficult to travel after rain, especially with cargo. So, the paved stone road was necessary, but such basic conditions were quite rare. The carriage had traveled less than 100 miles, and Jiang Chang'an was exhausted, feeling weak, as if she might die. You know, why didn't I become emperor? If I were emperor, I would build roads and bridges boldly. The first priority would be infrastructure. As the saying goes, to get rich, first build roads. Only with good roads can travel easily, improve management, facilitate trade, boost the economy, and make the country strong. Jiang Chang'an was in pain. Inside the carriage, there was only a straw mat. She was lying on the hard board, almost bouncing like a bean. In the hot weather, she couldn't even add another blanket, or she might catch fire from the heat. It was too hot, stuffy, and scorching with no breeze. This harsh environment made Jiang Chang'an speak without hesitation. Li Shushan sat on the edge of the carriage, driving casually. He wasn't affected by the heat because he used his internal energy to relax. So I said riding horses is better. You insisted on riding in the carriage. It turned out that riding in a carriage was uncomfortable and even frustrating enough to make someone want to rebel. Who would have thought that a little monster had such big ambitions, wanting to be emperor? TSK. But which emperor didn't start out with big ambitions? Most had limited abilities, and just managing to hold a city was already good. Building and expanding was something they didn't even think about. Jiang Chang'an rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Those horse riders are sweating like they're running through fire, dusty and filthy. Compared to that, a carriage is better. Basically, the technology of this era is too poor, and the supplies are too low. If I get the chance, I want to pave roads all over to Song and make shock-absorbing wheels. Jiang Chang'an kept talking excitedly, almost revealing everything about herself.
Just go ahead and do it if you want, she said.
Her ideas might seem wild to Li Shushan, but she was used to that kind of environment, right? Whether Jiang Chang'an was pursuing her old dreams or trying to make things easier for herself in the future, Li Shushan wanted to support her. Are you still talking?
Sigh.
Jiang Chang'an sighed again. She had already said she wasn't an emperor. Building infrastructure needs money and resources, which isn't easy at all. Do you want to rest for a while? Let me drive. Li Shushan looked happy doing the driving. Maybe the wind along the road is better? Jiang Chang'an felt a bit restless. If you're bored, you can sit in front of the carriage. It's sunny anyway, and you can enjoy the scenery along the way. If I remember correctly, there's a big waterfall nearby. The water from high mountains flows down like the Milky Way falling from the sky. Look, the upper part of that big river is the waterfall. We can see it from afar. Li Shushan pointed to the river not far down the road. Really? Jiang Chang'an quickly got up and sat on the edge of the carriage, looking in the direction Li Shushan pointed. She hadn't seen the waterfall yet, only a large river. The water was green but turbulent, rushing fast. The river is so rich in water. I wonder how many lives it has nurtured. What's it called? The fields by the river were busy with farmers working hard. Red River, Li Shushan said softly, smiling, expecting Jiang Chang'an to be surprised. Jiang Chang'an looked out and used her system to scan. Could there be minerals in this river? Why would a clear, green river be called Red River otherwise? She scanned further and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my! There seem to be 3 bodies in the river? Could this river have been stained red with blood before?" Jiang Chang'an suddenly stood up quickly, almost falling from the carriage because she was in such a hurry.
What?
Li Shushan was startled. I asked you to enjoy the beautiful scenery, waterfalls, mountains, and rivers. Why can Jiang Chang'an see several bodies? Has her eyes been blessed? Is she now able to see spirits? From the clothes, it looks like 3 women, 1 adult, and 3 children around 10 years old. They are tied together. Hurry. I don't know if they are dead yet. They were washed away by the water, but not very fast. Quickly, drive the carriage over there. We must stop them. At this moment, Jiang Chang'an pointed to a spot for Li Shushan. Life is precious. Li Shushan didn't hesitate and whipped the horse to make it go faster. Then he thought, can you do this alone? Since they are women, Li Shushan felt uncomfortable making a move. Even though he is still a child now, his past life's lessons made him cautious. Pulling him out is no problem. You should call someone and ask a doctor to come quickly. At least, someone needs to confirm they are innocent. Otherwise, if they are falsely accused of murder, it would be terrible. Remember, Stories about farmers and snakes are not just tales. They happen in real life too. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan shared the same idea. They both were cautious, which was good. As the carriage approached the river, the three submerged bodies hadn't yet reached their position. Jiang Chang'an didn't even take off her shoes and immediately shouted around. From far away, she called out loudly, "Help! Someone help! Someone's fallen into the water." After shouting, Jiang Chang'an jumped into the river with a splash. She activated her system to monitor the movements of the three people, calculated their positions, and then quickly dove toward the estimated contact point. "Help! Someone help! Someone's fallen into the water." Li Shushan continued shouting. Soon, he attracted the nearby farmers working in the fields. It was busy farming season, and many people by the river meant that falling into the water was quite possible. Where? Little brother, who fell in. They all lived near the river and were good swimmers. Several strong men hurriedly asked, worried that one of the people in the water might be their family member. "Over there. I don't know who they are. I only saw several shadows floating and sinking, then they just sank. It's very dangerous. My companion can swim, so he jumped in to save them." Li Shushan quickly pointed out the location where Jiang Chang'an was. However, amidst the rushing water, no one could see anything. Still, it didn't stop many villagers from jumping into the water like dumplings to help. A few shadows were seen in the water, and the more people who helped, the better. Just as the villagers swam a short distance away, a small head suddenly appeared in the fast-flowing river. It was Jiang Chang'an. "Jianglinger, are you okay? Is anything wrong?" No one knew how Jiang Chang'an managed it, but she held her breath underwater for too long, so long that Li Shushan started to feel worried. He wished he had gone into the water from the start. The idea that men and women shouldn't swim together was nonsense. If anyone dared to force him into marriage, he would just deal with it directly. He kept forgetting lessons. He shouldn't let Jiang Chang'an be in danger. If something happened to her, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Li Shushan was anxious and upset, but when he saw Jiang Chang'an's head surface in the river, he finally relaxed a little.
"I'm fine."
Jiang Chang'an spat out the water from her mouth and swam with all her strength toward the shore. She moved so fast, like a fish in water. The villagers were stunned when they saw Jiang Chang'an. How could she be just a young girl? She went into the river to save someone? But, young girl, where is the person who fell into the water? Could she have failed to save them, and they were swept away by the current? "I tied them around my waist." Hurry. Help pull the person onto the shore," Jiang Chang'an said. Then, she suddenly surged past many villagers in the water. Even the strongest swimmers among them were left far behind in just a moment. Everyone was amazed. Was this girl a really good swimmer? If it weren't for the whirlpool she created around herself, they might not believe she had actually tied the person around her waist. From the shore, people could see more clearly and could vaguely make out a few figures. Oh my God! Who fell into the water? Nobody knows. They've lost consciousness. Did they drown?
Wow.
That's impossible. Most of us in the countryside can swim. But their clothes look like they belong to a woman, said a woman. Not many women knew how to swim. Soon, the area around the river was crowded with men and women of all ages, all talking anxiously. Those whose families weren't nearby felt especially worried. With the help of the villagers from Xiahe village, Jiang Chang'an managed to pull all the people tied around her waist onto the shore. Oh my God! For people, they look unfamiliar. Not from our village. They seem to be a mother and her daughters. Did they get caught in a pig cage? Otherwise, how could the daughters' hands and feet all be tied? Yes, a mother and her 3 daughters, all their hands and feet tied with ropes, then attached to the mother's waist. It can't be. If they had been thrown into a pig cage, the news would have spread to nearby villages long ago. Everyone would have known about it. These days, killing people arbitrarily is not allowed. Even if someone is very wicked, the authorities must punish them. Throwing someone into a pig cage requires official approval, and the news must be spread before it can happen. Ordinary people know these rules, so this possibility is unlikely. Maybe they came from another county? Red River is a canal that flows through many places. Hey, isn't that woman from Huang's family in Sanwon village? Someone suddenly recognized the mother and daughters.
What?
From Sanwon village? That's just a few villages upstream from here. Yes, from Lu Xiaocai's family in Sanwon village. Xiaocai's wife, Huang Xiangxiu, is the daughter of the town's Huang Xiaocai. She married Lu Xiaocai, his proud student. They grew up together, a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Many envied them back then. It seems this woman really knows Xiaocai's wife, and she speaks confidently. From what you say, this person really looks like Huang's family. Another villager recognized her. Then why is she like this now? Yes, she looks like she jumped into the river herself, and she took her 3 children with her? Yes. Surely no one dares to kill 4 people secretly, right? Oh my, she seemed so happy. Why would she commit suicide? But look at the mother and daughters. Each as thin as sticks. They don't look happy at all. Well, that was before. After Xiaocai died 3 years ago, life hasn't been easy for the 4 women. Huang Xiangxiu couldn't have children, and Lu Xiaocai probably took a concubine. Just taking a concubine and then jumping into the river to end her life. That's too jealous. Not necessarily. Look at how thin she is, almost like a piece of paper. People might not even recognize her. Huang Xiangxiu used to be very beautiful. Now, looking at her, she must have been through a lot and can't go on living. But she shouldn't have taken her children with her. The children are so innocent. They still have a bright future. Yeah, maybe the Lu family couldn't accept them. I heard that Lu Xiaocai's daughter isn't very bright. Everyone pitifully discussed the story of the 4 people lying on the ground. Coincidentally, a doctor was nearby. As soon as he pulled someone out of the water, he ran over to check their pulse. After a moment, he shook his head. It's too late. They just passed away. There's no hope. Help. She's dead. All of them are dead? This is terrible. Jiang Chang'an was also stunned. Did she just pull out a few bodies? Their bodies still felt soft. No, aren't you going to do any first aid? Is traditional medicine so ineffective? The doctor either doesn't know how or is too afraid, worried about propriety between genders. The doctor was also surprised.
No briefing, no pulse, no arteat. They're dead.
How can I save them? He actually understood Jiang Chang'an's frustration. After all, she had just managed to pull them ashore, but couldn't save anyone. Anyone would feel upset. Jiang Chang'an stopped talking and quickly moved forward. She started with the smallest child, placing her ear on the child's chest to listen for a heartbeat, but she was just pretending. A system scan showed that among the 4, the oldest child still had faint breathing, but no heartbeat. The middle child had a little heartbeat but no breathing. Both the smallest child and the mother had no signs of life. Jiang Chang'an didn't want to give up. She started with the oldest child, turned him upside down to squeeze out water from his stomach, then pressed on his chest to perform heart massage. Young lady, what's the use of this? The doctor looked confused. The person was clearly dead, so how could pressing on the chest help? He had never heard of such a strange method. Li Shushen, however, saw some signs. The royal manual mentioned this, but no one used it. He didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to do so. Drowning victims usually still have some air. My companion is doing CPR. Isn't this a method used in the Imperial Hospital? Li Shushen answered for Jiang Chang'an. The doctor was surprised. Using the Imperial Hospital's method? Who were these 2 children? Curious, he carefully observed Jiang Chang'an's technique. Following a steady rhythm, Jiang Chang'an kept pressing until she was exhausted and sweating. The oldest child's face gradually turned better, and his breathing became smooth. When she listened on his chest again, she finally heard a heartbeat.
He's saved. Doctor, check again. Wow.
She brought someone back from the dead? That's amazing. No wonder it's the Imperial Hospital's method. If the child hadn't spoken earlier, they would have thought it was some magic. The doctor hurried to treat the person. Sure enough, the person now had a pulse and heartbeat. Amazing. He pressed on the person's pressure point to wake him up. Meanwhile, Jiang Chang'an didn't dare delay. The young girl had stopped breathing because her airway was blocked by an object. Jiang Chang'an opened her mouth and nose, clearing out whatever she could. For what she couldn't remove, she inserted a straw and used her mouth to out the obstruction, not caring about getting dirty. People around looked surprised, but Li Shushan frowned, feeling that Jiang Chang'an had no real reason to sacrifice herself for a stranger. Being overly emotional would only slow her down. However, Jiang Chang'an believed she should respect life, and only love and kindness could guide people onto the right path. This was the true and lasting way. After removing the foreign object, Jiang Chang'an gave the girl artificial respiration, commonly called rescue breathing. "What's this method called?" the doctor asked again. At this moment, the older child had woken up and could sit up, watching Jiang Chang'an's actions with a blank look. Li Shushan's face darkened, almost grinding his teeth. It was already disgusting enough to air from someone's throat. Now she was kissing her? But he didn't want to cause misunderstandings about Jiang Chang'an, so he explained, it should be artificial respiration. The girl still has a faint heartbeat, but she isn't breathing, so she needs to be given air. He only knew the general idea. He wouldn't actually perform it himself. Jiang Chang'an wasn't very skilled either, but since she had a system that could see through things, she decided to try. After giving several breaths, the person on the ground finally coughed and started to breathe on her own.
Wow.
She's alive again. That's amazing. The villagers cheered excitedly, marveling at the miracle they had witnessed today. Jiang Chang'an felt happy, not because of the praise, but because she had saved 2 lives. She felt a deep sense of pride. There are 2 more, but they seem to have no pulse or heartbeat. They need CPR and artificial respiration at the same time. Doctor, try the method I just showed you on the children and I will try it on the adults. This way, the doctor wouldn't have to worry about avoiding suspicion. Use these gestures. These 2 methods can usually save someone who suddenly collapses or appears to be in a fake death state. Jiang Chang'an instructed the doctor on emergency techniques, explaining how much force to use and how long to do it. She demonstrated while speaking, but after 15 minutes, the mother and daughter on the ground still showed no signs of improvement. Their faces turned increasingly blue, and their bodies grew stiff. "Is this not working?" the doctor asked anxiously, sweating profusely. He couldn't create miracles himself, and Jiang Chang'an's efforts also seemed futile. He felt a bit disappointed. No need to save them anymore. They are gone. Let them go, the older daughter suddenly spoke. Her voice was hoarse, cold, and emotionless. A girl about 10 years old from a farming family already understood many social rules. How did she manage to speak so coldly that others stopped trying to save her mother? Or had she gone through such hardships that she developed a hard heart? Of course, she saw her mother desperately wanting to die and felt her mother's determination for her and her sisters to die. But she didn't want to die. People often say that as long as you are alive, there is hope. She wanted to live and wait for hope. "Hey, little girl, how can you be so unkind? That's your mother, right? If they don't save her, she will die. From now on, you'll have no mother," an auntie scolded, pointing at the girl, furious and wishing she could shake her awake. The girl, however, remained indifferent. Yes, she had no conscience. But the people nearby pulled the auntie back. "Enough, enough. Her mother is just the same. She's with a few children, heading to death." Who was right or wrong in this situation? They weren't involved and didn't understand the full story, so they had no right to judge. No matter how much the crowd talked, the girl didn't speak after that. She looked steadily at her mother lying on the ground, as if trying to burn her pale face into her memory. Her younger sister only knew how to cry, tears streaming down her face without making a sound, which made people feel very sad. There was a death in this area, and the villagers immediately informed the village chief. After confirming the victim's identity, the chief quickly sent people to notify her family. The family arrived soon. The villagers who went to inform them told the Liu family that the Huang mother and daughter had fallen into the river. They had been pulled out and were being rescued, but the situation was unclear. the family came in a carriage. A wealthy-looking woman first got off, the wife of Lu, Huang's mother-in-law. Then came Lu the scholar. Because he wore a long gown, unlike the farmer's short clothes, he looked refined and middle-aged. After getting off, Lu the scholar turned around and helped a pregnant young woman out of the carriage carefully, worried she might hurt herself. Is this the Lu family? They looked nothing like the Huang family. Lu the scholar and his two companions were dressed in fine clothes, like masters, while Huang's mother and sisters looked pale and thin, like servants. The onlookers automatically made way for this family. But after they passed, whispers started, and of course, they weren't kind words. Lu Xiaozai, a person capable of causing his wife and children to die, is nothing more than a beast dressed in clothes, no matter how good-looking he appears. Especially the old woman looks mean, and the pregnant woman still acts flirtatiously. Lu's wife does not believe Huang Shi will jump into the river. She starts shouting and cursing from a distance, money grubber. During busy farming season, she doesn't help in the fields and dares to jump into the river to cause trouble. I think she just wants to be lazy. Don't save them. I want to see if they really want to die. An old hen that can't lay eggs, can't carry things, and only causes trouble for my Lu family. This time, I will beat you to death. However, after cursing, Lu's wife did not hear Huang Shi begging for mercy, as usual. Instead, the crowd around her pointed and stared more. Lu's wife's heart skipped a beat. She quickly went forward and saw Huang Shi lying on the ground with Lu Xiaosan, the silly boy, motionless beside her. Angrily, Lu's wife pushed Lu to the ground and then kicked Huang Shi on the ground. Traitor, pretending again? Get up. Get up and go back to the fields. But that kick was blocked by Jiang Chang'an, who not only stopped it but also fought back. Lu's wife immediately cried out in pain, feeling her leg might break. You little brat, what are you doing? I'm just disciplining my daughter-in-law. What does it have to do with you?
Get lost.
Before she finished speaking, a shoe flew over and hit her hard in the mouth, knocking her head to the side.
Ow. Ugh.
Lu's wife let out a scream. Her face quickly turned red and swollen, her teeth fell out, and blood flowed from her mouth, showing how severe the slap was. If you can't speak, then there's no need for you to exist, Li Shushin said coldly, with his hands behind his back, his face icy enough to drip water. Jiang Chang'an looked at him confidently, but silently picked up the small black shoe that had fallen and handed it back to Li Shushin. Everyone was shocked. This young master was really fierce. But, well, the old woman deserved it. She was dead, yet she kept hitting and scolding. She scolded her daughter-in-law and even insulted the little doctor, who spoiled her. Lu's wife, after being hit, wanted to make a scene, but when she saw Li Shushin's cold gaze, she shrank back instinctively and dared not speak. Mother, what happened? Dainiu and Erniu, what are you doing? Lu Xiaokai finally arrived. It was less than 100 meters, yet this couple managed to walk 1,000 meters away. And he didn't care at all about Huang, lying on the ground. Was it because her peaceful face made them feel no guilt? At this moment, Lu Denyo suddenly laughed sarcastically. As you see, my mother and I can't go on. We're going to jump into the river. Just as you wish, my mother, the troublemaker, is dead, freeing up space for your precious little one. My foolish younger sister is dead too, so she won't trouble you anymore. She then suddenly looked fierce, glaring at Lu Xiaokai and the others with a fierce expression, as if she wanted to bite them. Lu Xiaokai and the others were all very shocked. Huang, dead? Really dead? Lu Xiaokai staggered a few steps, wanting to go forward and check, but at this moment his concubine behind him called out, "Oh dear, husband, I have a stomach ache." Denyo scared me. Her voice was soft and gentle, perfectly controlled, making any man feel like he could fall in love. Lu Xiaokai turned back to care for his beauty, as if the person on the ground wasn't his wife of over 10 years. This scene made all the women present feel cold inside. This is men's bad nature, seeing new love, ignoring old love. Jiang Chang'an, with his quick temper, finally couldn't hold back. You really are shameless, woman. fighting over a ghost in front of the dead, showing no respect or dignity for your elders. What do you rely on? Your unborn girl, or your supposed beauty? Remember, Lu Xiaokai and Huang were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. That was true equality. Now, what you have is just Huang's worn-out secondhand goods. Is she still valuable to you? And materially, without Huang, can he still meet your needs? Even in bed, does he still have the strength to make you truly enjoy? You have taken 4 lives, and what have you gained? Lu Xiaokai, right? With your behavior, you're not fit to be called a scholar. You lack basic manners and shame. You're just a scumbag, living a wasteful life. And are you sure that the little girl in that girl's belly is really yours? You old gossip, you've caused trouble for years. Even after people have died, you still hit and scold. Do you think this woman hates you so much that she might come looking for you tonight? Jiang Chang'an pointed at the family of 3 and scolded loudly. She overheard some of the villagers' conversations. At first, she tried to stay out of it, since it was other people's family affairs and outsiders usually don't understand. But seeing how the family behaved in front of the deceased, she decided to let her fiery temper out for a day. People's humanity is truly disgusting. She simply spoke nonsense according to her own logic because Jiang Chang'an just wanted to curse. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such mature words to come from a young girl, but it resonated with the women present. Exactly, this family really isn't good. They forced the mother and children to die and didn't show any remorse. Their hearts are too dark. Back then, the Huang family brought a lot of dowry when they married in, and they had a proper wedding. They even had 3 children. It shouldn't have ended like this. At that time, no man from the nearby village didn't respect Mr. Liu. Sigh, it's because the Huang family has no one left. They're not bullying orphans and widows. Such evil. They're worse than animals. The Liu family was immediately surrounded and scolded, making the mother and son gradually unable to lift their heads. Only the pregnant concubine glared with wide eyes, pretending to be innocent, as if saying, "I won't admit it. But what can you do to me?" At this moment, another group of people arrived. Lu Xiu's village chief and villagers, all panting heavily. Have the Huang family women been found? The village chief asked anxiously. They're over there. They're dead, a quick-witted villager replied immediately. The village chief staggered, deeply shocked. Dead? All of them? This was serious for lives lost. How would they explain this to the authorities?
No, sir.
The eldest and youngest children didn't make it, people said, showing no fear even though there were casualties. The village chief stomped his foot in grief and regret, saying sadly, "Sigh. It's too late now." Huang and her daughter jumped into the river at the cliff. Some villagers saw it from across the fields, but they were too far away to help in time. We organized people to search along the way, hoping kind-hearted people could save them, but unfortunately, only 2 people died. Such evil. Village chief, why did Huang tie her daughter and jump together? The child was so innocent, someone asked. Huang's life had no hope, but her children were girls. Once they married, it would be better. In a society that favors boys over girls, rural girls often face similar treatment. So, they just endure it, believing that once married, they can take control of their lives. Lu Daniu also looked at the village chief, wanting to understand why their mother, who had once been kind and gentle, ended up cruelly forcing her and her sisters to go to their deaths.
Sigh.
Because Lu's second wife and Lu's wife wanted to sell the 3 girls into the Red Mansion. The people there came to pick them up. Huang's probably didn't want her daughters to suffer. The village chief sighed. Huang, being proud and cultured, would never let her children go into the mansion, as it would shame the Huang family name. Although the Huang family no longer existed, she believed that reputation was more important than life.
Wow.
That grandmother was really ruthless. She was the one who wanted to marry Huang, right? Now she's treating them so badly. The villagers gasped. Treating the daughters-in-law badly is one thing, but not sparing her own granddaughters. She's really heartless. Lu's wife was furious. She waved her hands and stepped back. Nonsense. I didn't do that. I only sent them to work as servants in a wealthy household. When Scholar Huang fell ill, he spent all our Lu family's money. Shouldn't they pay off the debt? Besides, maids in big households have a much better life than girls from poor rural families. Lu's wife lost her dentures, and her mouth kept moving, talking nonstop. You're talking nonsense. Scholar Huang didn't give a single coin to your family. He sold his property to pay the debt. When he died, it was probably better for your Lu family. People are never satisfied. They want more. We were just there to pick people up, but it's obvious they're enforcers from the city's Red Mansion. You, wife, still dare to argue? The village chief wished he could slap her a few times to make her face swell evenly. Lu's wife glanced at her concubine, so it was her who had deceived her? But her granddaughter was just a girl. Whether she became a servant or it was all the same to her. So, she kept silent, worried it might affect her future grandson. But Lu's wife didn't believe Jiang Chang'an's words. The concubine was pregnant with a girl, which made her think that Scholar Lu wasn't very capable, perhaps too refined. The best ending would be to make the wife of her beloved grandson die of anger. So that's how it was. Lu Dania broke down crying. She said, "No matter how hard or tired we are, we four mothers have endured for many years. It's impossible that mother suddenly wanted to die. She was truly desperate. There was no way out. It's you. It's your Lu family that killed my mother and sister. Village chief, I want to sue them. I want them to pay with their lives." Lu Daniu hated the Lu family very much and desperately begged the village chief for help. She had no intention of continuing anymore since she was already considered dead. It was that young girl who saved her life and helped her understand the truth so she could die peacefully. "Big girl, what are you talking about? Your mother drowned herself, and your sister was also harmed by your mother. You and Ernie survived by luck, so you should live well," Lu Xiaozai said sternly, with a dangerous tone that was hard to miss, showing he didn't care about his daughter's life or death. Everyone saw once again how cold and unfeeling this man was, as if he had no limits. You're not the direct culprit, but you're indirectly responsible for causing harm. Lu Xiaozai, since your family has caused this tragedy, I guess the private school can't stay open, someone said. Anyway, no one was going to attend the school anymore, so everyone saw through it. The village chief was honest and fair. He supported Daniu and wanted to keep the village's good customs, not letting the Lu family ruin them. Village chief. Lu Xiaozai suddenly became anxious. Without the private school, wouldn't he have to farm? That young wife also became worried. Without the school, she couldn't be a scholar's wife anymore. Village chief, we. Her tempting tone gave the village chief goosebumps. Was a scholar a pervert? He liked this kind of shy woman, which seemed improper. Shut up. What right do you have to speak, man? The village chief looked sternly. As Lu Xiaozai said, the Lu family didn't directly harm the Huang family women. Huang herself jumped into the river, so they had no way to blame the Lu family. But at least they should use public opinion to help Daniu and her sister get fair treatment, or they might not survive. Big girl, tell the uncle your thoughts. For example, give a proper burial for your mother, and the Lu family should give you and your sister some dowry. Don't sell you off, the village chief explained carefully, worried she might not understand. However, Daniu had long lost faith in the Lu family. Suddenly, she had an idea. She turned to Jiang Chang'an, because Lu's wife had reminded her that she had no relatives to rely on, but she could have a master. Village chief, please arrange for the Lu family to bury my mother. Then, I want to give myself to my lifesaver without taking a single coin, Daniu said, pointing at Jiang Chang'an and kneeling down. The village chief was surprised. Her lifesaver was just a young girl? Was there a mistake? I will also sell myself to my lifesaver. Ernie looked eagerly at Jiang Chang'an and kneeled down with her sister. You are children of the Lu family. Your family raised you so well, you should repay them. Who is this savior?
Bah.
Just someone who easily tricks others. Besides, the two girls could at least be sold for dozens of taels. If they sell themselves, the Lu family will have nothing left. Mrs. Jiang naturally disagrees with this. Lu Xiaozai also frowns. Selling daughters indeed harms his reputation. He wouldn't dare do it before, but what if the private school can't stay open? What's the point of reputation then? Money seems more practical. However, the village chief ignores Mrs. Liu and asks clearly, was it that young girl who saved you? Before Liu Daniu can answer, the doctor responds, yes, it was the little divine doctor who pulled them out of the river. At first, all four were about to die. The little divine doctor used artificial respiration and heart massage to save two of them. As for the other adult, maybe they wanted to die and the younger girl didn't want to survive, so she wasn't saved. The doctor learned some first aid skills and, thinking about the possible causes of death, feels at peace now. He also admires how effective Jiang Chang'an's rescue was. Yes, it's amazing. The older girl had no heartbeat and the younger girl wasn't breathing. The little divine doctor managed to save them. Jiang Chang'an is suddenly praised as a hero by the villagers, and she can't help but smile wryly. It's not that exaggerated. It's just medical skills. If the method and timing are right, anyone can do it. I am about to leave for a long journey, just passing through here, so I don't plan to take servants with me. If it were in Lichang County, she could take the people home, but this place is far away. She can't exactly carry people on the road, right? Mississippi Liu Daniu hurriedly crawls forward, knowing she's a burden. Now, no one even wants her for free. After feeling anxious, her once cold eyes lose their brightness.
Master.
Liu Erniu softly prays. Jiang Chang'an feels truly inconvenient and looks at Li Shushan. But Li Shushan snorts lightly and ignores her. Because this is a gentle-hearted little demon of the first rank, just waiting for him to oppose her, so she can find an excuse to persuade herself. The village chief felt pity for Liu Daniu and her sister. When they were young, Yu Shui was adorable, polite, well-educated, and cultured, making her more outstanding than most children in the village. Everyone loved her. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. Liu's wife strongly disapproved after Huang gave birth to two daughters, often criticizing and nagging her. When Huang was pregnant with her third child, the family spent a lot to nourish her, but she still gave birth to a girl who was also slow and couldn't do basic daily tasks. From then on, the Liu family hated Huang and her three daughters. With Huang's teacher, Mr. Huang, around, Liu's son didn't dare to be too harsh. But after Mr. Huang died, conflicts in the family worsened, leading to violence. Huang died and the little girl also died. The hatred between Liu Daniu's sisters and the Liu family became irreparable. She wanted to escape from the Liu family, which was a good choice. Staying there would only lead to her being sold by the concubine or Liu's wife someday. Liu's son was too distracted by the concubine's gentle ways to be reliable. Now, thanks to Huang's filial piety and the public opinion, they managed to send Liu Daniu and her sister away in time. Otherwise, the Liu family had the power to sell them, and no one could stop it. They were sold into the Red Mansion, treated like toys, trampled on, with no dignity, better to die cleanly. Following the young girl might still offer some hope. The village chief pondered how Jiang Chang'an might speak. When the focus returned to Jiang Chang'an, everyone realized that the other main characters were only two children. The person who saved the people from drowning and revived the dead was a LY 7 or 8 years old. Of course, the young master was also extraordinary. A gentle gesture that could knock out Liu's wife's teeth wasn't something anyone could do unless he had inner strength. So, these two children were not ordinary. No wonder they dared to go far alone. The village chief bravely stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Chang'an. Young lady, do the right thing and give these two children a chance to survive. The Dania sisters are educated, diligent, and can do any work. Being servants is fine, but if they enter the Red Mansion, they'll never have a chance to turn things around. Benefactor, please take us in. I am willing to serve you. Liu Daniu kowtowed to Jiang Chang'an. Liu Erniu followed suit. Master, please take us in. I am willing to serve you. Her soft, sweet words touched Jiang Chang'an's soft spot. This gentle girl was a bit different from her two older cousins. However, you must think carefully. My family also farms the land and works very hard every day. It is tough, and I cannot guarantee you a wealthy life in the future. At least for now, the Jiang family is just able to meet basic needs. Jiang Chang'an's words did not change Lu Dania's mind. As long as she can leave that home and not be sold into the Red Mansion, it doesn't matter who she follows. But she knows the young girl in front of her is extraordinary. She can pull her mother and daughter out of the river alone, save someone who has just died, travel alone far away, see through the true nature of a concubine, and criticize her openly. This shows she is strong, smart, and kind. As long as she is with such a person, it doesn't matter where they go or what they eat. I'm not afraid of hardship. I hope the kind person will take me in, Lu Daniu said firmly, feeling hopeful about the future, if she could become Jiang Chang'an's servant. No, they still have parents. They can't sell themselves without permission. Unless you pay 100 taels of silver, there's no room for discussion, Lu's wife boldly interrupted, no longer caring about her reputation. This made the village chief furious. He suddenly turned around and glared at Lu Xiaocai. Lu Xiaocai, you've already pushed your wife and one daughter to the brink. Do you want to wipe out your family completely? Do you even want to keep your last bit of dignity? If so, our village must consider whether it can still accommodate your family, he threatened. Lu Xiaocai, having damaged his reputation, knew he could be expelled from the village even without committing a crime. His indulgence of concubines and neglect of his wife, if reported to the authorities, might ruin his reputation as a scholar. He understood this well, so he pulled his mother back and pretended to be kind, trying to save the situation. Daniu, why are you acting like this? Your mother couldn't bear it and left. Your father will take good care of you in the future. Lu Daniu almost sneered. When was the last time her father spoke to her kindly? Of course, I know my father will take care of us, but we can't repay the kindness of saving our lives. The benefactor saved me and my sister's lives and also kept my mother and younger sister from losing their lives. If we don't serve the benefactor in return, how can the Lu family repay this great kindness? Did we give silver? As stingy and mean as Lu's wife was, would she be willing? Lu Daniu sneered. No way. Sure enough, Lu's wife immediately refused. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and write the sale contract. Does anyone have pen, ink, paper, and inkstone? The village chief looked around, eager to get it done quickly. I have some. Jiang Chang'an signaled to Li Shushan, who lazily walked toward the carriage. The village chief also went along and directly signed the contract on the carriage. He then waved to Lu Xiaocai and the two girls, Dinyo and Ernyo, telling them to come over and put their fingerprints. There's no ink pad. Lu Xiaocai frowned at the last moment. He really didn't want to do this. He felt uncomfortable, as if he had lost something important, which made him sad. But they were just two daughters. Why should he feel so upset? Lu Dinyo was even more ruthless. She squeezed the bleeding wound from earlier and pressed her finger onto the paper. The extra blood dripped onto the blank sheet, but she didn't frown at all. Maybe her heart was already numb and couldn't feel pain anymore. She didn't mind losing this little blood. Lu Xiaocai looked angry as he wiped the blood from his eldest daughter's hand and pressed her fingerprint onto the paper. Next was Lu Ernyo. Finally, everything was settled. Lu's wife was over there scolding and saying she wouldn't bury Huang's body. The village chief sarcastically mocked Lu Xiaocai, saying, "You brought this on yourself. Who will save you in the future?" Lu Xiaocai reluctantly asked someone to carry Huang's body and Lu Xiao Mei away. Lu Dinyo watched coldly as those people left. When she saw her mother being carried away, tears fell from her eyes, and she felt very sad. Do you want to go see them off for the last time? Jiang Chang'an still had some time before she had to leave. No need. Miss, let's go. Lu Dinyo shook her head and stepped behind Jiang Chang'an. Once, her mother also had servants. Lu Dinyo understood some small rules. Seeing her sister like this, Lu Ernyo could only look away. She was young and didn't remember pain, but she felt very nervous about leaving home. Fortunately, her sister was always there. Then let's go. I have some clothes in the carriage.
You can change into them.
They might not fit well, but I'll buy you new ones when we get to the next town. And I'm not a young lady.
My name is Jiang Chang'an. Just call me that.
Yes, thank you. Miss Lu Dinyo helped her sister onto the carriage. Jiang Chang'an sighed and went inside the carriage to get clothes for the girls. After they changed, the carriage finally set off again, and the people around had already dispersed. They still had work to do, after all. Li Shushen was driving the carriage, and Jiang Chang'an sat outside, giving the sisters a moment of privacy inside. Until the curtain was drawn, blocking out everything outside, muffled sobs and restrained crying could finally be heard inside the carriage. Jiang Chang'an sighed again. She felt very upset inside, probably because it was her first time witnessing such things. She desperately wanted to help, but the result was still disappointing, and she felt very frustrated. People often hope for a perfect ending to their stories, but life usually ends in tragedy, especially in ancient times with feudal societies, and even more so in peaceful modern days. Stop feeling sad. The weather is too hot, and it will rain soon. We need to hurry to the next town. After speaking, Li Shushen waved the whip and drove the cart, not giving Jiang Chang'an a chance to feel sad. The cart traveled along the river for a while, crossed a bridge, and gradually passed the village where the Lu family lived. They were heading toward the next county. The Lu sisters were not familiar with the area. Lu Ernia lifted the curtain to look outside and became curious. Miss, where are we going? To the city. Oh, miss, is our family in the city? Now that Jiang Chang'an was her master and her lady, she changed how she addressed her. Lu Erniu stuck out her tongue, more lively than her more sensible sister. Seeing this, Jiang Chang'an finally relaxed a bit. No, our home is in Layan Town, Lai County, on the mountain village. We are going to the city to handle some matters. You call yourselves Dainiu and Nyo, right? How old are you this year? The sales contract only listed their names and origins, with no ages. Yes, I am 10 years old and my sister is 12. Dainiu and Nyo are just our nicknames. Our real names are Lu. We don't have real names. Miss, can you help us choose one? Lu Dainiu quickly interrupted Nyo, seeming unwilling to mention her old name again. Jiang Chang'an was silent. Was this girl trying to forget her past completely? Or was she showing loyalty to her master? It was hard to tell. Both girls were over 10 years old, older than her by 2 or 3 years, but their heights didn't show it. Firstly, Lu Xiu's parents were not tall, and it was likely that a few years of hardship had affected their growth. The sisters' lives were not as comfortable as Zhang's, even compared to a simple-minded girl. So, Zhang thought her family was kind and good. As for choosing names, I'm not very good at it. How about you call yourselves Lu? After the willow tree. Beautiful as a tree, with thousands of hanging green silk. Sister is Lu Yu, and sister is Lu Si. Willow trees are common, but you probably don't know their secrets. They are deciduous trees or shrubs with flexible branches, suitable for weaving, and their wood is excellent for making furniture. Willows are very resilient and are one of the 28 constellations. They are beautiful to look at and often used for shade. The willow tree is the most charming and carefree tree, and it has been a favorite subject of poets for hundreds of years. When it comes to knowledge about wood, Jiang Chang'an can talk nonstop. Li Shushen shakes his head and laughs. The little demon is so worried about these two sisters that he is working himself to the bone, almost to the point of ruining his lips. He insists on making simple words sound noble and elegant. However, the sisters Lu Yu and Lu Si listen very carefully. At first, they think, our young master is very knowledgeable. Later, they realize that he has put a lot of effort into choosing their names. Thank you, Miss Lu Yu. Thank you, Miss Lu Si. Your name is so beautiful. It's much nicer than their original names and full of meaning. The young lady is truly talented. The sisters feel lucky to have such a kind and gentle master. But soon, Lu Yu and Lu Si discover that their young master is not only gentle and kind, but also has a dangerous side. Because their delay caused them to miss the next town, and even a village, they are caught in a heavy rainstorm in the wilderness. Stop the carriage. The rain is too heavy, and we can't see the road clearly. Let's tie the horses to this wooden post. Jiang Chang'an said before the rain started pouring.
Huh?
Miss, isn't there a big tree over there? We can hide from the rain under it, Lu Si suggested. The wind was so strong that she was worried the carriage might be blown away if they didn't tie it to the tree. Hiding under a tree is dangerous. Lightning might strike it, Jiang Chang'an replied. Oh, I see, Lu Si nodded. After Li Shushan tied the horses and the carriage, the heavy rain began to fall behind them, hitting the carriage with loud splashes, like knocking on a door, showing how fierce the storm was. The wind howled, and the rain poured down. Soon, thunder roared so loudly that it seemed as if the earth itself was trembling. Now, not only Lu Si was scared, but Lu Yu also shivered and curled up. The sisters leaned on each other for warmth. At the carriage door, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan stood on opposite sides, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Of course, Jiang Chang'an could see directly. But the storm was so heavy that the whole world was gray and blurry, making it hard to see far. Nothing bad should happen, right? The storm was fierce, but the carriage was heavy and sturdy. It wouldn't be blown away by a tornado. As for thunder, Jiang Chang'an quietly placed a lightning rod on the roof and stuffed cotton into the horses' ears, so they wouldn't be scared by the loud thunder. Chang'an planned everything carefully, but somehow forgot about her enemies. Who could believe that? Their 2 children were just kids, yet they faced so many pursuers. Someone's coming, about a dozen people. Li Shushan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with strong killing intent, startling Lu Yu and her sister. Clearly, only someone formidable could threaten Lady Lu. Maybe they aren't after us, they thought. Their biggest enemy was Magistrate Chen, and the troublemaker Zhang San probably couldn't gather so many skilled fighters. But was it really Magistrate Chen? They had just left the county's border and were in such a rush. It seemed like someone hated them deeply. No, they were probably under Li Shushan's control, unable to swallow their anger. They desperately wanted to turn the tide of the situation. Magistrate Chen had been too comfortable for too long. Li Shushan directly shattered Jiang Chang'an's hope of luck. If it's not someone named Chun, then it's my opponent. They're not good people. Stay in the carriage. I'll go out and fight. But it's never that simple. The world is like this. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan are just 2 children. They've never done anything evil, only fought back when others bullied them. Or maybe they accidentally touched someone's interests, and those in power immediately sent people to eliminate them. In this world, profit comes first. There's no emotion, no law. Only the strong matter. Jiang Chang'an had experienced this cruelty before, so he was not afraid. Outside the carriage, heavy rain poured, wind howled, thunder roared. Li Shushan drew his sword from the carriage door, pushed it open, and stepped outside, standing on the carriage's edge. But the rain instantly soaked him through. Yet Li Shushan remained still, his eyes sharp, waiting for enemies to approach. Miss, what's going on? When they saw Li Shushan draw his sword, a cold, sharp aura swept over, making Lu Si and her sister shrink in fear. Was that a very sharp iron sword? Not a wooden toy sword for children. Why would an 8-year-old boy like Li Shushan have such a weapon? And were they really being chased? The lives of the young masters and misses were different from what they imagined. The children of landowners usually just studied, maybe travel far for experience, like a kind of learning journey. But now, they were caught up in such dangerous sword fights. Was this a wealthy landowner's life? Or was it a treacherous world of martial arts? Don't be afraid. Each of you has a dagger to protect yourselves. But unless it's absolutely necessary, do not fight back, or you might hurt yourselves. Leave the rest to us. Now lie down and stay still to avoid being shot by arrows, Jiang Chang'an said, then stepped out of the carriage, holding a dagger in her hand. In her past life, Jiang Chang'an lacked parental protection. She trained in martial arts and learned a few skills, but real fighting only happened this one time. She must be very careful and serious, or she might die. If she dies again, she probably won't get a second chance to come back. Jiang Chang'an's eyes were firm. But as soon as she stepped out of the carriage, she was soaked by the heavy rain. Everything in the rain was blurry and hard to see clearly. Luckily, she had her system. What are you doing? I told you to stay put, Li Shushan said, very unhappy. He wanted to push Jiang Chang'an back. Did she not know her own strength? Why did she run out to fight the guards? Li Shushan had already planned that he would handle the dangerous fighting. Jiang Chang'an was responsible for business. The rain is too heavy, and I can't see clearly. There are more than 10 enemies. I'm worried you can't handle them all, Jiang Chang'an said sincerely. The conditions were bad, and many things could go wrong. How could she feel safe letting Li Shushan face danger alone? Li Shushan always said he was good at fighting, but she wanted to see it first. What if he wasn't? Could it lead to irreversible consequences? They were out here to train, not just to do business. They also had to compete for the position of Ghost Master of the 100 Ghost Guards. If they couldn't pass today's test, what future was there? Li Shushan didn't know Jiang Chang'an had so many thoughts. He only knew she cared about him. For the first time, in a moment of great danger, someone cared for him wholeheartedly. This made Li Shushan feel soft inside. This little demon was dangerous. She always touched and stirred his heart in subtle ways. Then you just watch carefully. I will show you how I take down those guards without leaving a single trace, Li Shushan said. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 men in black clothes with swords surrounded their carriage from all sides. They moved very quickly. Their black clothes and masks hid their faces, and their cold eyes showed no emotion. They stepped through puddles, and their chilling, deadly aura was even colder than the rain. When the assassins saw Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an outside the carriage, they showed no curiosity and didn't slow down. They charged straight at them, moving like robots. They pressed a switch and kept moving until their master pressed the pause button. Such a skilled assassin is not something an ordinary person can train, not even Commissioner Chin, unless it's someone directly under him.
Kill.
Li Shu's thin lips parted slightly, and the small figure shot out at a very fast speed. Of course, speed is essential, as enemies attack from all sides. They must be stopped to prevent danger to Jiang at least to hold back most of them. The fight was about to begin. In the heavy rain, blades flashed and swords clashed. Jiang Chang'an had no time to watch the battle because 4 or 5 enemies attacked her at once. Jiang Chang'an focused fully on fighting, tightening her nerves. The rain and wet ground were obstacles, but with her system scanning, her vision was several times better than theirs. She could see many flaws in her opponents. Jiang Chang'an didn't hold back. She struck first with a sharp dagger, slicing through skin and even bones with swift, precise cuts. However, as long as her enemies didn't fall, they kept attacking like emotionless robots, unaware of pain, and they wouldn't cry out even if hurt. In the heavy rain, only flashes of blades and swords could be seen. Li Shu's moves were also quick, fierce, and accurate because he was worried about Jiang Chang'an. He glanced around and thought, wow. No wonder she's a little demon. Her moves are flawless. This made Li Shu less anxious, but with his battle experience, whether fighting alone or in groups, he was more confident. Jiang Chang'an, however, was different. While injuring others, she narrowly dodged attacks and fought 5 experts at once, which was quite exhausting. She was injured easily. The feeling of a blade slicing through flesh was followed by pain. Jiang Chang'an gritted her teeth and endured it, fighting even more fiercely to retaliate against those who hurt her. Li Shu saw Jiang Chang'an was hurt and became anxious. He quickly took down all the black-clad enemies and then rushed over to help her. Soon, all the black-clad enemies were defeated, and the fight was over. The heavy rain continued to fall, as if trying to wash away the blood and sins on the ground. Tie them all up. I want to see who dares to try to kill me. What did I do to offend him? Jiang Chang'an said through clenched teeth, holding her bleeding arm. Li Shu hurried over. Are you okay? Where are you hurt?
Let me see.
Those dead soldiers were not as important as Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an sniffed and was about to retort, You're not a doctor. What are you looking at? When suddenly a flash of silver shot straight at Li Shu. Using her system scan, she exclaimed, Oh my! Hidden weapon.
Dodge.
Jiang Chang'an pushed away Li Shushan in front of her and instinctively blocked him. Fortunately, She used an invisibility tool from the system to carefully remove the hidden weapon. With a soft sound, the sword fell into the dirt, its tail trembling slightly. Li Shushan was startled and immediately became furious. He swung his sword backhand, and the blade shot through the rain like lightning, piercing the person who had been shooting hidden weapons and pinning him to the ground. The man tilted his neck and died instantly. "Why did you kill him? You haven't even asked about their identities," Jiang Chang'an said, her wound tearing open wider from the effort. She was in pain and tears welled up in her eyes. Luckily, it was pouring rain, so Li Shushan didn't notice. Suddenly, the assassins exchanged glances and sneered at Jiang Chang'an's words. It was impossible to get useful information from them now. The group quickly bit into poison pills hidden in their teeth, and within moments, all of them died, faster than the man who had been pinned to the ground. Seeing the person on the ground no longer moving, Jiang Chang'an was anxious. "Did something happen to them?"
she asked.
"No need to look. Those people were already controlled by poison and were loyal killers. Once their mission failed, death was their only fate. It's the rule of the ghostly sect. If I'm right, these people are assassins from the ghostly sect, and they don't even know who hired them," Li Shushan explained. She realized that questioning them would be pointless. In her past life, Li Shushan had hired members of the ghostly sect and been chased by them before. Jiang Chang'an was silent, feeling that life was just like this. Pitiful? Cruel? No, because they were killers. While enjoying the benefits of being a killer, they constantly took innocent lives. Their final fate was always death. Jiang Chang'an looked at the corpses on the ground, her expression cold and serious. "What should we do with all these bodies?" Most of these people hadn't been killed by them, they had committed suicide. But others had come prepared, and they didn't know how to explain this to the authorities later. "Go to the carriage first, and tend to your wounds and wet clothes. I'll handle the rest. No more meddling this time, understand?" Li Shushan's face was grim. He decided to finish things quickly and then check Jiang Chang'an's injuries. Jiang Chang'an used her system to scan the surroundings. When she found nothing unusual, she nodded. "Thank you," she said, then turned and climbed into the carriage. Until Jiang Chang'an's figure was no longer visible, Li Shushan took out a small medicine bottle from his chest. He unscrewed the lid and dripped a drop onto the corpses. Just one drop. Even if rain washed away the medicine, the corpses on the ground visibly decayed at a fast rate. After walking around the corpses, the first one had already disappeared. He turned and headed toward the carriage, seeing Jiang Chang'an's stunned expression. "Is this acid too powerful? Just one drop? And the corpse is gone? What is this? Is the lid tight? Won't it spill on you?" With Li Shushan's small frame, half a drop might make him disappear from this world. Jiang Chang'an was still very worried and scared. The poison was too strong. "Fool, this is corpse-dissolving water." Li Shushan didn't explain much to Jiang Chang'an. As the name suggests, it only dissolves corpses. She thought he was afraid, but he was worried about other things. His way of thinking was really unusual. "Hurry and change your clothes. What are you staring at? Do you want to bleed to death because you didn't treat your wound?" Seeing her like that made him angry. "A wound?" "Yes, a wound."
"Boo-hoo."
"Oh, it hurts so much."
"Boo-hoo."
Jiang Chang'an threw down the curtain of the carriage. Her previously held back strength finally broke, and she started crying. "Miss, are you hurt? Where is it?" Lui was very worried about Jiang Chang'an. The two sisters only dared to sit up after Jiang Chang'an climbed into the carriage. Inside, even with their ears covered, they could still hear the terrifying sound of swords clashing and gunfire. "So, the girl is hurt?"
"Ah."
"Such a big wound, and it's still bleeding. Do you have medicine? Do you need to stop the bleeding first?"
Lucy panicked.
This wound was even bigger than a pig slaughtering wound. "Will the girl die?" "Miss, boo-hoo, you won't be hurt. You're a good person." "You can't get hurt," Lucy also cried. "Boo-hoo, my arm hurts so much." It was too painful. Why do humans have to feel pain? Is it created by some twisted divine being? "Miss, change into dry clothes first or you'll catch a cold." Catching a cold can be deadly, especially for children. Many village children who caught colds didn't survive. The three young girls in the carriage hurriedly got busy. They had never experienced this before and didn't know which urgent matters to handle first. Outside the carriage, Li Shushen heard the chaos inside and felt anxious. "Stop, everyone. Let me see." When the car door was pushed open with a clanging sound, Li Shushen entered, and a few people were still struggling without knowing what to do. Jiang Chang'an was in terrible pain, and Lu Si held her wound, which was covered in blood, feeling helpless. Lu Yi was trying to loosen Jiang Chang'an's clothes but hadn't succeeded yet. Li Shushen's face was dark with anger. "Move aside," he ordered in a low voice. Lu Yu and Lu Si were startled and quickly stepped back, hiding in the corner, wishing they could disappear. "Li Shushen, it hurts so much, really hurts so much. Why does it hurt so badly? I don't want this arm anymore, it's too painful." Jiang Chang'an was in so much pain she ignored her appearance, tears streaming down like rain outside, and she started to ramble incoherently. "Who told you to be so brave?" Li Shushen's tone was firm, but his expression showed concern. He wished he could take her pain himself. With such a serious wound, he could stab her a few more times without issue. So frustrating. Li Shushen pulled Jiang Chang'an's arm and loosened her sleeve, then used water from a gourd to clean the wound.
Ow.
"It hurts so much."
So painful, so painful.
Jiang Chang'an wanted to pull her hand back, but Li Shushen held her down. "Don't move. The medicine will help. Don't you want your arm?" After rinsing with water, he dried the wound with clean gauze. "Sniff, I don't want it anymore. Here, take it. Take it." Jiang Chang'an realized for the first time that pain could control her mind. Her thoughts were a complete mess. Okay, it's fine now. Be good, it's okay. The medicine will help. Don't move. No more bleeding. Look, isn't it not hurting anymore? It's cool too." Li Shushen's movements were very gentle, and he showed rare tenderness and patience today, giving Jiang Chang'an comfort. "Not hurting anymore?" Jiang Chang'an tried hard to stay alert and slowly felt her pain lessen.
Huh?
"It's really not that painful anymore?" Had the pain been paused? The wound went from pain to numbness, and it was indeed cool. "Your medicine is really good, huh? It worked so fast, just like that corpse-dissolving water." The little crybaby finally stopped crying, and Li Shushen quietly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing her in pain was even more painful than being injured himself. What a nightmare. The secret medicine from the palace, all prepared by the teacher. What Li Shushen mentioned were the corpse-dissolving water and the hemostatic medicine. Jiang Chang'an had seen and experienced their effects firsthand, and they were truly effective. This increased her confidence in ancient medical skills. The wound no longer hurts, and the bleeding has stopped. However, I wonder what side effects this powerful medicine might have. It's a drug that numbs the nerves, which could easily make someone feel confused or dull. But if I had to choose between pain and side effects, Jiang Chang'an would choose the hemostatic medicine without hesitation. Now I just hope that the medicine with the royal mark isn't too harmful. Outside, the thunder has stopped, and the wind is gradually calming down, but the rain continues. The four of us are stuck in a small, damp carriage, yet everyone is unusually busy. At the bottom of the carriage is a storage box, which holds Jiang Chang'an's large bundle. She opens the upper door and searches inside. After a while, she takes out a towel, a blanket, and some steamed buns and bread, things for eating and using, busy and lively, though some items are actually taken from her space. For example, the buns and bread are kept in her space, so they won't spoil. Lu Yu and her sister wipe the damp corners of the carriage with cloths, then lay a dry blanket on the floor. The three young girls buzz around like bees, busy and lively, but Jiang Chang'an's clothes are still dripping wet. Li Shushen can't stand it anymore. "Don't you want to change out of your wet clothes first? Are you trying to catch a cold?" He's very confused. Are small chores more important than health? Children are fragile, and a cold can be deadly. But Jiang Chang'an acts as if it's nothing. "First, tidy up the carriage. Even if you change clothes, they'll get dirty again. You don't need to work, so why not change first?"
And
If you're stubborn here, how can I change? There's a saying that men and women are different. Don't think that just because she looks like a child, she can be looked at however he wants. Jiang Chang'an snorts angrily. She's feeling unwell, and that makes her irritable. Then hurry up and change. Li Shushan glares at her. He cares about her, and he's right. Then he turns and steps out of the carriage, his face dark. He feels very unhappy. Who was the one crying and clutching him just now? Now she's just throwing him aside. Humph. Women.
hey,
Jiang Chang'an's hand, which was about to stop him, pauses midair. It's not so bad to go out in the rain. She just wants Li Shushan to turn around. Is that too much? This quick temper of hers. She's used to her own way. Miss, change quickly. I'll help you. Liu reaches out to help Jiang Chang'an take off her wet clothes. Her wound has already been bandaged. Without the bloody injury, Liu is no longer afraid. She handles it carefully and gently, worried about hurting her new master. Jiang Chang'an is also afraid of pain, so she lets Liu help. Lu Si waits nearby with clean clothes, ready to assist. The three of them quickly finish their preparations. Jiang Chang'an eagerly called Li Shushan to come in, saying, "It's ready, come quickly." After all, it was still raining outside and she felt cold after changing clothes, not to mention Li Shushan, who was wet. Jiang Chang'an had also prepared dry clothes for him, but when Li Shushan entered the carriage, his clothes were surprisingly dry.
how come your clothes are dry?
Did he have some special space? Using inner strength to dry them. Is there a problem? Not only his clothes, but Li Shushan's hair was also dry. The roof of the carriage is wide, and as long as there is no wind, the rain can't reach there. Li Shushan's space kept him warm and dry. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. Inner strength really is useful, like an air conditioner, able to heat or cool. "I'm going to practice now," he said. "After 10 or 20 years of training, I should improve a bit. Then I won't be afraid of heat or cold." Li Shushan found this amusing. "Even 100 years of training won't give you this effect. Hand me my clothes. Aren't you dry now? Why change clothes? Are you wasting inner strength? Clothes are dirty, smelly, and blood-stained. Can I change? All right, you have a point." Jiang Chang'an handed him the clothes and turned away. But Li Shushan got out of the carriage to change. "Fine." Jiang Chang'an picked up some steamed buns and buns, sharing them with her sisters. "Eat up, this is how we'll get through tonight." Being away from home was tough, but luckily she had prepared a lot. Now they had some ready-to-eat food, even if cold. "Thank you, miss. But hasn't young master eaten yet?" Sometimes, Louis was quite polite. "Leave some for him. Let's eat first. We're hungry." Jiang Chang'an gave each of them a bun and a steamed bun. They were children and should be able to eat enough, especially since she hadn't prepared much. The sisters were indeed hungry. They hadn't eaten anything since morning. Later, their mother took them to jump into the river, and then they hurried with Jiang Chang'an. Even if they were hungry, they were sensible and didn't dare to complain. Now, their stomachs were growling loudly. After Jiang Chang'an agreed, they eagerly took the buns and steamed buns and started eating. "Miss, are we sleeping outside tonight? Will there be wolves?" Lucy was scared, but it didn't slow her eating. She devoured a plain bun as if it were a delicacy. Luyu was more refined, savoring the hard-earned bun slowly. Jiang Chang'an saw at a glance that their life at the Lu family must have been tough. Otherwise, they wouldn't cherish a simple bun so much. At this moment, Li Shushan came back in. Jiang Chang'an ate, while sharing her food with him. "Don't be afraid. This young master is very skilled. Even a wolf pack isn't his match." Li Shushan raised an eyebrow. "Is he now a bodyguard? We really need to wait here. Someone should come tomorrow to settle things, and then we can see which faction sent those loyal guards. Those people probably came to collect the bodies, but they didn't even see the dead guards' corpses. They must be very disappointed." Li Shushan smiled coldly, looking very charmingly sinister, causing Lu Yu and her sister to instinctively move to the corner. "You're right. We'll wait here until dawn, and the weather clears. It's a good chance to get some rest." When Jiang Chang'an said this, he was already drowsy, exhausted, and fell asleep, only eating half a steamed bun. After traveling a lot today, crossing the river to save people, experiencing dangerous battles, and getting hurt, any strong person would be exhausted. Li Shushan paused, full of pity for Jiang Chang'an. He took the steamed bun from Jiang's hand, ate it in one bite, then gently laid Jiang down so he could sleep peacefully. His movements were so gentle that Lu Yu and her sister were frightened. Suddenly, Li Shushan's eyes turned sharp. You probably see it too. She's a kind-hearted fool, which is why she wants to follow her. But I only have one condition. Absolute loyalty. Only to her. If not, the consequences are more than you can handle, understand? Understood. 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 Lu Yu and her sister nodded desperately, their hearts pounding fast, trembling with fear. This young master is much scarier than their grandmother or concubine. Unfortunately, they had no way out now.
Go rest.
Starting tomorrow, learn to drive a cart. Servants should act like servants. They can't keep serving the lady forever. The sisters shrank back into the corner, closing their eyes to rest, trying to hide their presence. They had a peaceful night, and by morning, the rain had stopped. The air was especially fresh, and birds chirped happily. Jiang Chang'an woke naturally, a brave fool who didn't even dream. He slowly got up, stretched lazily, and saw Lu Yu and her sister still sleeping, probably exhausted, while Li Shushan was nowhere to be seen. Liu Yu, Lu Si, wake up, he gently nudged them. Actually, there was no bed. Jiang just lightly pushed them. Lu Yu was startled, suddenly opening her eyes, and saw Jiang Chang'an looking at them kindly. Miss, is it very late? Yesterday, I decided to serve the young lady properly, but she and her companions woke up later than the master. Lu Si, wake up. Lu Yu felt a bit nervous inside.
Huh?
Is it dawn? Lu Si was still groggy. It's bright now, hurry up. Prince Shushan didn't know where he went, and they needed to get up quickly. He might even hit someone?
No rush.
We still need to have breakfast here. Because Li Shushan was already carrying 2 wild chickens back. But Lu Yu felt even more anxious. The young lady wanted to eat, and wasn't her job to prepare the meal? Miss, what do you want to eat? I'll go cook, Lu Yu said. She saw a small pot and rice in the carriage trunk. Maybe she could make porridge? Just make chicken porridge. Jiang Chang'an got out of the carriage and looked around. There are some dry branches and leaves over there. They look like they're dried out. Go pick some. Lu Yu, holding the pot, also got off the carriage. Hearing Jiang Chang'an's plan, she quickly put down the pot and pulled her sister to gather firewood. Over there, Li Shushan finally returned with the chickens, already plucked and cleaned of innards. What are you doing with the pot? Just roast 2 chickens, and that's enough. Jiang Chang'an disagreed. No rush. We're not in a hurry. Because they were waiting for someone. Let's cook chicken porridge. It's nutritious and gentle on the stomach. Li Shushan didn't argue. Such small matters, Jiang Chang'an was happy to handle. Li Shushan took the pot to fetch water. Jiang Chang'an dug at the fire pit, bringing along a small shovel. With many hands, they worked for about half an hour. The porridge finally gave off a fragrant smell, making everyone swallow their saliva. When the porridge was soft and cooked through, Jiang Chang'an divided it out. Indeed, a good day starts with good food. By the time they finished breakfast, the travelers arrived late. Everyone was surprised by Jiang Chang'an's team and their actions. On this wild mountain road, only 4 children were cooking and eating. The smell was quite tempting, but the bones were chewed until they were crispy, like monsters gnawing on human skulls. Quite creepy. The visitors were a team of patrol officers from another county, because this area was already part of a different jurisdiction. Young master and young ladies, where is your family master? One of them asked, looking very surprised and cautious. Our family's master is at home. Jiang Chang'an replied very sincerely, as if the question was silly. How could they ask such an obvious thing? When did you arrive here? Did you see a group of bandits passing through? Jiang Chang'an almost jumped in surprise, her face changing drastically. Bandits? Where? Where? She only saw guards, so where did the bandits come from? The constables looked at each other in confusion. This didn't match the news they received. Our officials received a report that some children were killed nearby by bandits. Those bandits are actually prisoners who escaped from jail just 2 days ago. Each one was a notorious murderer known across the martial world, doing all kinds of evil. They were supposed to be executed after autumn, but suddenly they escaped. It's good that you're safe. Hurry and leave here to avoid those villains. The constables seemed to be telling the truth, so they didn't know about the existence of the deadly guards. And there was another group of villains waiting for them? Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan looked at each other, realizing that the conspiracy against them was one trap after another. Those people truly underestimated them. Let's leave quickly. Yes. The four packed up their pots and bowls without even washing them and put them into the cart. Li Shushan drove the horse carriage, which shook as they moved on. The constables shook their heads and continued their patrol, hoping no other children had been harmed. Strangely, Jiang Chang'an and the others traveled smoothly to another county town, without encountering any roadblock or bandits. It was truly astonishing. Shushan, you drive the cart to buy food and supplies. I want to craft some things, Jiang Chang'an said as soon as they entered the town. She fully realized that her martial skills were quite poor compared to the experts in this martial world, like a beginner. More tests awaited them, and if their skills weren't enough, they would need better weapons. Li Shushan raised an eyebrow. He thought the little foodie would go for a big meal first, but instead, she was so serious. That was rare.
You don't need to be so tense.
I'm here too. Plus, we don't know how others will attack, so we shouldn't split our forces and give the enemy a chance. His concern was valid, so Jiang Chang'an stopped insisting. Let's go eat first. Have a good meal. We'll book a private room. I'll sketch out the plans and then split the parts to craft. That sounds good. Li Shushan hurried to buy a carriage and headed to the biggest restaurant. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, he booked a private room and ordered a table full of dishes. Lucy felt a bit nervous. The young lady looked quite simple. Did she have money? She ate so much in one meal. Was she planning to sell herself or use her as collateral? What are you going to craft? Of course, it's a crossbow. After a fierce struggle, I finally realized how inexperienced I am, so I can only focus on improving the weapon. Crossbows are indeed good, but their range is not very far, and their power is not strong enough. They are actually not better than bows and arrows. In the market, ordinary blacksmiths might not dare to make them, and civilian manufacturing of weapons is forbidden. While waiting for the dishes, Jiang Chang'an was drawing plans, and Li Shushan shared his experience, worried that Jiang Chang'an might go down the wrong path. Jiang Chang'an smiled confidently. My crossbow is definitely different. Although it's a small version, it has a long range, great power, and can fire multiple arrows in a row. 20 or 30 at a time is no problem. This kind of weapon, the crossbow, was designed by the first empress. It was a new, advanced weapon for the army. Compared to bows and arrows, it didn't require much strength to shoot far, and it could fire 3 bolts in quick succession. Back then, the empress's victory was largely thanks to her crossbow units. Today, the Army and Palace Guards crossbow teams are still the strongest military force in the Great Song Dynasty. A crossbow that fires 3 bolts at once is a top-secret weapon in the Empire. Ordinary blacksmiths are not allowed or capable of making them. Now, Jiang Chang'an claimed she could make a crossbow that fires 30 bolts in a row. This shocked Li Shushan greatly. He listened carefully, making sure no one else was around, then said, weapons like that are not allowed to be made by civilians. You should make the parts separately, so the shopkeepers won't know what they're for. This might cost more. He continued, the Empire only has a few crossbows that can fire 3 bolts at once, costing about 100 taels each. So, there aren't many crossbowmen in the court, since they can't afford to supply many. A single crossbow needs regular training, and its lifespan is only a few years before it wears out. Even the court can't maintain a large army of crossbow units for long. Jiang Chang'an was very confident. How could her creations be so expensive? There must be a flaw in her design. She said she was making ordinary crossbows, mechanical ones, hidden weapons, and large war crossbows that could break city gates with one shot. No matter which type, They wouldn't cost more than 10 or 15 taels. While writing, Jiang Chang'an reduced the cost of her crossbows by 10 times, thinking it was normal, unaware that she had said something shocking. Li Shushan felt secretly pleased. What could he do? The treasure of the Great Song dynasty was just a worthless item in Jiang Chang'an's eyes, while the royal family still treated it like a divine weapon. You must not speak about this casually, and the well-made crossbow should not be shown openly, or you might become too popular and have your good days end. Li Shushan said this to Lu Yu and her sister. Of course, he knew that Jiang Chang'an wouldn't be so foolish. But Lu Yu and her sister's minds were entirely on the food. They had never seen such a variety of dishes before, and just looking at them made their mouths water. Would the young lady really let them eat together? In the past, at the Lu family, they could only watch as meat and vegetables were served. Now, with so many delicious dishes, and the owner letting them eat freely, it was truly ironic. As for what the young ladies were talking about, the sisters didn't understand and certainly wouldn't listen unless called upon. Jiang Chang'an quickly sketched her design and then started her work. Li Shushan sat beside her, eating while watching her work, occasionally feeding her a bite to save time. Jiang Chang'an was designing a mechanical crossbow, a device that could be made from a large piece of iron in one step, but she was planning to assemble it from many small parts. If the parts were spread out, no one would understand what she was doing. If she had more money, the blacksmiths would probably be willing to help her build it. Jiang Chang'an drew quickly, and soon a thick layer of sketches piled up beside her. It was surprising that such a small crossbow required so many parts. Without a sharp mind, it wouldn't be possible to program it. Li Shushan admired Jiang Chang'an very much. Lu Yu and Lu Si also realized how clever their young lady was and felt relieved. At least they wouldn't be left behind to pay debts. They weren't afraid, but the shopkeepers were. After the food was served, someone was stationed at the door of their private room, worried that some children might try to eat and run. Luckily, Li Shushan's questions cleared things up. It's rare for 4 children to eat at a restaurant like this, and when Li Shushan and the others arrived, they drew attention. They looked unfamiliar, and if not for the carriage being used as collateral, the restaurant owner might not have dared to serve them. They finished eating quickly, and Lu Yu and Lu Si packed up the leftovers, white rice and shiny vegetables, a rare sight for farmers who rarely see such food all year. They couldn't waste food, especially since they might have to spend the night in the wilderness again. That would be their dinner tonight. Lu Yu had already started planning their journey. Jiang Chang'an finished her drawings and divided the sketches into 5 parts, planning to send them to 5 blacksmith shops to build the parts. Let's go. A few people packed up their belongings and left. As soon as they opened the door to the private room, they saw the shop assistant smiling very politely and warmly. Guest, have you eaten? I will lead you to settle the bill. How much? Let me see the menu. They didn't dine for free, but they also didn't want to pay too much. In their travels, they had to be careful with their money. Jiang Chang'an reached out to look at the menu, which surprised the shop assistant. The restaurant definitely had a menu, but most people didn't know or need it. They didn't expect a child to point it out. The menu is with the shopkeeper. Follow me, said the shop assistant, finally relieved. Does this mean they aren't here to eat for free? Of course, Jiang Chang'an paid the bill. They only ate and didn't drink alcohol, so it didn't cost much. After settling the bill, the second shop assistant brought out their carriage and returned it to them. Just as Jiang Chang'an and the others stepped out of the restaurant, a tail followed behind. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan exchanged a glance, but ignored the people. They weren't sure if these were the escaped prisoners. Anyway, Jiang Chang'an urgently needed a powerful weapon to ensure his safety. Jiang Chang'an asked around at the blacksmith shops, confusing the group following him. Were they going to buy weapons? But the sharpest thing at the blacksmith was only a pig slaughtering knife. When Jiang Chang'an headed to the next blacksmith shop, the followers immediately went inside to find out what was happening. The shop owner couldn't refuse to speak because a sword was clearly held against his neck. But even when the followers saw the custom drawings Jiang Chang'an brought, they couldn't understand what they were for. Did she say what she wanted to make? Asked someone. The drawings showed many thin iron needles, about 300, with different shapes of thin iron sheets. The customer said they were for fixing shoes, someone replied. But the needles for fixing shoes are clearly hooked, and the shop owner didn't understand either. Still, if there's money to be made, he would do it, as long as it wasn't illegal. Two big men didn't believe this. They look like arrows. Are they making hidden weapons?
Possible.
Only master-level craftsmen can make hidden weapons. They're just kids. What could they be making? That's true. Even if they had hidden weapons, they wouldn't be a match for all of us. There were also 3 young girls. Do you think we can play with them and then kill them? The 2 big men left the blacksmith shop, planning how to deal with the 4 children. They didn't cause trouble for the shop owner. The shop owner didn't hear their conversation, but Li Shushan did. It was those escapees I was worried about. I think they will attack when we leave the city. Li Shushan's eyes were cold as he rode the carriage through the market. There's a blacksmith shop nearby. Let's go inside quickly. We can also test the power of my hidden weapons on them. Since the enemies had already arrived at the door, Jiang Chang'an wouldn't be polite. Now, even Lu Yu no longer feared the violence and fighting. The more high-class society people were, the more dangerous and exciting their lives. Li Shushan had already prepared them mentally. As long as they could survive and reach the end, their future achievements wouldn't be bad. For this reason, Lu Yu and her sister had secretly made up their minds to risk everything. They were just trying to survive, so they could live like normal people someday. Only by living properly could they have the right to pursue happiness. After assigning the blacksmiths to make the weapons, Jiang Chang'an took her sisters shopping to buy daily necessities. They had experience camping outdoors, so they prepared a lot. They bought so many things that their cart was full. Li Shushan almost lost his mind. They didn't even bring as much as people fleeing in panic. It looked like a noble girl going on a spring outing, wanting to move her whole family. But they were about to go on a long journey and face a tough fight. Did those girls really think the escapees weren't a threat? Haha, that's perfect. Those people didn't see them as real opponents either. Jiang Chang'an's confidence came from her mechanical bow and crossbow. After buying supplies, Jiang went back to pick up the accessories ordered from 5 blacksmith shops. Li Shushan rode the carriage out of the city. If nothing unusual happened, they would reach the next town soon. Inside the carriage, Jiang Chang'an had a pile of complicated, messy parts in front of her. But she assembled and operated them smoothly. She designed all these parts so she knew exactly where each piece went. Lu Yu and her sister watched eagerly, thinking their young lady was very impressive and cool. "Miss, how long did it take you to learn all this?" Lu Si asked with admiration. What kind of family would let a girl learn skills like this? Unlike their Lu family, where girls were just a burden and looked down on by their father, grandmother, and even their mother. Lu Si suddenly became curious about Jiang's family. Jiang Chang'an smiled softly. She said, "I've learned a lot of skills over the years. My grandfather is a carpenter, a descendant of Master Lu Ban, the 101st generation. I've been around him since I was little, watching and learning. With natural talent, I picked it up easily." "Really? But aren't these all metal parts, not wood?" "The accessories are all made of metal. So how does the girl's hidden weapon relate to woodworking?" Lu Si was even more confused. "That's the cleverness of my grandfather. The principle of the mech is the same. Some parts can be made of wood, some of metal, and some are a combination of both. Mastering one skill can lead to many uses." "Oh, that's so hard. You know so much, girl." During their chat, Jiang Chang'an had already assembled the small crossbow. It was about the size of a grown-up's palm, but quite heavy. "Girl, can this hidden weapon really kill someone?" It looked quite ordinary. "It depends on where you aim. If you target the head, eyes, or heart, dangerous places, you can seriously hurt or kill the person. Since no one here performs surgery, if a big iron needle is stuck into flesh and bone, do you think they'll survive?" Jiang Chang'an finished speaking, loaded the arrow, adjusted the setting, and pulled the trigger. There was a sharp whoosh as it cut through the air. Then, with a loud thud, the iron arrow struck the pillar of the carriage, almost knocking off the top.
Wow.
That's terrifying. Such a small bow and crossbow are so powerful. Lu Si and her sister stared in shock. This is the lowest setting. In dangerous situations, you can switch to the highest. Killing someone is better than dying yourself. We're not evil, just defending ourselves, Jiang Chang'an explained, but she was also convincing herself. Got it, girl. They couldn't protect their master perfectly, but at least they shouldn't let her worry. Lu Yuxin took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and finally tremblingly took the tiny crossbow. This is for self-defense. Don't let outsiders see it, or it could bring danger. Remember that. Okay. They knew how precious this thing was, so they wouldn't tell anyone. Even when using it, they had to be sneaky. Otherwise, how could it be called a hidden weapon? Jiang Chang'an always produces items in large quantities. This time, she made 10 crossbows. The rest of the weapons she quickly threw into her space when no one was paying attention. The carriage left the city, traveled along the official road, passed through villages, and finally entered the wilderness. Here they come. Outside the carriage, Li Shushan noticed something suspicious in the woods and immediately warned everyone. The carriage was near a cliff, with a deep drop below and mountains and trees covering the top, making it the perfect place for an ambush. Jiang Chang'an's heart tightened. She used her certification system to scan around and found a trap, 4 people following their carriage and 6 more on the mountain. They had prepared big trees and large rocks, which could fall and crush them at any moment. Jiang Chang'an frowned, quickly thinking of a plan. She didn't expect the official road to be so dangerous, but they couldn't avoid it. They had to go through. Stay in the carriage and don't move. I'll handle this, Li Shushan said calmly, already planning how to respond. Since Li Shushan seemed confident, Jiang Chang'an didn't want to cause trouble, so she told him to be careful. We'll guard the carriage. If the enemies try to attack, we'll shoot sharp arrows, aiming carefully. We can't waste our iron arrows. They're expensive. Jiang Chang'an also felt distressed. The traps and hidden weapons were good, but once someone was killed, they couldn't recover the arrows from their bodies, right? Lu Yu and Lu Si nodded, their teeth clenched in determination. They were ready to fight, but those enemies were bad people. Despite the stumbling, they raised their bows and crossbows, aiming at the approaching enemies. For big men, each riding a horse and holding a sword, looked fierce and aggressive. The 4 men wore strange clothes. Their horses neighed loudly as they surrounded the carriage, whipping their reins as if trying to trap the carriage and horses, like a band of bandits. Nice little guy, you know how to stop your carriage yourself.
Haha.
One dark-clad man laughed loudly. He rode past the carriage from the inside, then turned his horse to block their path, eyes full of excitement and madness. Another man in red rode past from the outside, his eyes also shining with a bloodthirsty light. Hee, they can feel the scent of death from you. After all, you're a villain who has slaughtered over 100 people.
Bah.
I also kill outsiders. You, dog, are a butcher who kills your own wife and children, and you even don't spare your own parents. Truly, you are a real demon, aren't you? The tall man in black looked at him with contempt.
Haha.
So what?
They deserve to die.
I am just doing what heaven commands. Besides, I haven't eaten meat in a long time because I've been locked up. Hey, little ghost, give me the small thing in the carriage. How about I let you go? The man in red greedily looked at the carriage, as if he could see the person inside through the curtain. What are you saying, you dog? The little ghost can be killed by you, but the girl in the carriage must stay with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The man in blue behind the carriage was immediately unhappy.
Haha.
I forgot about you, pervert. Those girls are only 8 or 9 years old. They can't even chew properly. I don't know what you find so appealing. You're really twisted. The tall man in black mocked and scolded, as if the children were already their spoils of war, being divided like loot. Humph. Don't celebrate too early. It is said that the little ghost is skilled, and maybe there are hidden weapons inside the carriage, said the man in green cautiously. In his opinion, these big men were just fools who had exposed all their cards. Do they think they haven't been caught yet?
Haha.
Are you a coward? Are you afraid? The tall man in black laughed loudly, his face trembling with the flesh. Haha, he's just afraid. When he killed people before, he was careless and failed. Now he's running away with us, just because he can't let go of his childhood sweetheart. The man in blue had heard the green-clad man's story and admired him secretly, but he mocked him aloud.
Bah.
Do you think a person who has been in prison still waits for a girl? Dream on. The man in red also mocked the green-clad man for not seeing reality. Enough, everyone stop talking. Anyway, if we kill these little ghosts, we will be free. The horses and silver on us will be ours. Finally, the tall man in black made the decision. So, you came to kill us? Why are you here? Li Shushan leaned against the side of the carriage, looking carefree and dismissive, not taking these sudden bandits seriously. The tall man then realized that not only Li Shushan but also the little girls inside the carriage hadn't made a sound. They weren't scared by their so-called battle achievements at all.
Bah.
So what? Thinking you're some kind of king at such a young age? Blocking others' way means you deserve to die. Don't waste time with him, kill him. After saying that, the two big men in front raised their butcher knives and fiercely attacked Li Shushan.
Jiangling.
I am in front, you are behind. Li Shushan didn't look back and shouted towards the carriage, thinking Jiang Chang'an must have a good understanding with him. The 4 people on the official road were not a threat. Li Shushan was more worried about the 6 people hiding on the hillside, in case they threw dangerous things to hit their carriage. Understood, young ladies. Be brave, protect yourselves, and defend your dignity. Knowing these people were not good, what were they waiting for? Jiang Chang'an could have defeated both men alone, but she wanted to train her sisters. Learn to use what you have, protect yourself, be independent, and not rely on others. As the saying goes, when the mountain collapses, lean on people, but only your strength can help you survive. Yes, young lady. Lu Yu clenched her teeth, trying to steady her bow and arrow, aiming at the man in green because these people wanted to harm them. Lu Yu was only 12 years old, with a body that looked only 10. If they dared to target such children, those people were truly monsters. They didn't want to die, they had just escaped death, so they could only let others die instead. Jiang Chang'an had already pulled the trigger on the man in blue, aiming at his chest and heart. Such a lecherous person, who knew how many young girls he had harmed. Now it was time to act for justice. Whoosh thud. The arrow shot through the air with a brief sound, finally stopping after piercing flesh and bone. Jiang Chang'an's arrow hit the bullseye, causing the man in blue to freeze on the spot. He looked at his chest in disbelief. He had been shot? Such a powerful hidden weapon. She could feel the coldness from the arrow spreading from her arrowhead into his heart, flowing through his limbs. Clang! The villain's knife fell from his hand, and he collapsed straight down. The green-clad man beside him was startled. He had heard of children using hidden weapons, but he never expected them to be so powerful. In his shock, he saw several small hidden weapons flying rapidly towards him. Looking carefully, he saw a young girl trembling with a bow aimed directly at him. He was terrified and fell to the ground with a thud, just avoiding those arrows. But the next wave of attacks was aimed at him again. The green-clad man quickly rolled and crawled to the right to dodge, but one arrow still hit his leg.
Ah!
Although the wound was small, the pain was sharp and piercing. The green-clad man panicked and tried to retreat beyond the range of the bow and arrow, but his foot slipped, and he tumbled down the hillside.
Ah!
A series of sharp screams echoed, growing fainter as they disappeared into the distance. Did I hit him? Louis was unsure whether to cry or laugh. Did she just kill someone? She had only shot 6 arrows twice. It's okay, sister. He fell down the hill by himself. It has nothing to do with us, Lucy said, not attacking but more excited than her sister. Next time, she also wanted to shoot arrows. Louis stared blankly at Jiang Chang'an, as if asking how she did.
Good job.
You protected yourself and your sister, Jiang Chang'an said. He had used some arrows, and after the fight, he hoped to pick some back up. In the future, they could make some special arrow shafts with sword feathers, so even if they hit someone, they could recover the arrows. Meanwhile, Li Shushan's technique was much more brutal. He couldn't leave the carriage, worried that dangerous creatures from the mountain might come down and threaten it. So he stood steadily at the edge of the carriage. When others attacked, he fought back cutting off anyone who reached out with their hands or legs. He didn't make direct contact, but used his sword energy to cut through bodies and limbs from a distance. The black-clad and red-clad men were shocked. This kid's skill was so deep and mysterious. Could it be that the secret forces released some fierce villains to deal with him? They thought the mysterious person might come back to eliminate the evidence, but who would have guessed that in the end, a few children had defeated them? These children were real monsters, and what were these so-called villains compared to them? But the big men realized too late. Their eyes quickly lost their usual color, and their lives ended. Li Shushan's sword hadn't even been stained. He easily killed both men, and the bandits behind the carriage were also dead. Only then did he look up toward the mountain. There, the scene was also filled with flashing blades, but the large stones and broken trees Jiang Chang'an mentioned hadn't been rolled down. Jiang Chang'an stuck his head up and looked. There's a one-armed hero fighting those people, but I don't know if they're friends or enemies. Normally, their activity was limited to the mountain village. They didn't know anyone outside and couldn't be sent by their teacher, who clearly told them to train themselves.
Li Shushan frowned.
A one-armed hero? He had never heard of such a person before. Neither in his past life, nor now. We should move the carriage first to avoid falling debris from the mountain, he said. Stop. Li Shushan pushed the carriage away a little distance. How about now? He asked Jiang Chang'an, who could see through things better than his internal strength. Jiang Chang'an understood Li Shushan's meaning. He carefully scanned the surroundings with his system. After finding no danger, he nodded. It's safe. Then stay here and wait. I'll go see what's going on. Whether this person was helping them or trying to attack and kill them, as long as they were the target, they couldn't escape. It was better to face it directly. Li Shushan used light skills and quickly disappeared with a few jumps. Lu Yu and Lu Si were stunned again. Miss, young master, how can he fly? Was he a bird? But Li Shushan's posture was even more impressive than a bird, right? Lu Yu immediately felt envious. Jiang Chang'an also felt jealous. Flying must be wonderful, right? That's light skill. Able to walk on eaves and walls, like a water strider skimming the water, or an eagle spreading its wings. Wow, young master, you're amazing. Miss, can you do it too? Lu Si thought their young master and Miss might be like immortals, both powerful and kind. Jiang Chang'an felt a bit sad. I can't, but I am learning. My teacher said it takes at least 10 years to master. Li Shushan's skill was already beyond great, deep and profound. Sigh, everyone who is reborn gets some benefits, so just accept it. Li Shushan didn't stay long. The battle on the mountain was over, and the victor was the one-armed hero, who was also covered in bloody, mangled limbs.
Li Shushan frowned.
This kind of fighting style only appeared on the battlefield. Was this man in the military? Which faction did he belong to? The man was dressed in black, very tall but not muscular, slim and lean, looking under 40. His hair was completely white, and his face was full of weariness. One sleeve of his shirt was waving as he moved. His sword was heavy and long, still dripping with blood. His fierce, murderous gaze hadn't softened. Maybe he saw Li Shushan appear. This man's build gave Li Shushan a strange sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. His face was unfamiliar. This was a real person, not wearing a mask.
Li Shushan's brows furrowed batigally.
The man saw Li Shushan and also frowned. Their frowns were exactly the same, at the same angle. One had a big face, the other a small face. Neither of them noticed this. They only felt a familiar connection from each other, which made their brows tighten even more. Both stared at each other cautiously, neither speaking first. Yamashita's Jiang Chang'an took a quick look and saw two men on the mountain, one big and one small, staring at each other. Their stance and resemblance were very similar. It was almost like a larger version and a smaller version of the same person. Could these two be related? Because they were too far apart, Jiang Chang'an couldn't see the men's faces clearly even with a system scan, so he had to ask someone to come down. Shu Shun, please come down with the hero. We want to thank him properly. Jiang Chang'an took the lead. She showed kindness, hoping that the man was on their side and would stay neutral. Otherwise, facing a skilled fighter could cause big trouble. No need. I'm just here to complete a task. The tall man finally shot a cold look at Li Shushan and turned to leave. Wait, Li Shushan called out to stop him. He only wanted to prevent him from leaving without reason. If this person just walked away, he would feel strangely disappointed and regretful.
What?
The man turned back, his tone very cold, with no warmth in his eyes. His task was to kill those 10 escaped prisoners. He had already taken the payment, and he didn't want to get involved in anything else. Why those prisoners wanted to chase after some children wasn't his concern, and killing children wasn't part of his job. He wouldn't harm children or women. Those were his bottom line. She wants to thank you. Li Shushan could only say this, as he had nothing else to say to the man, only using Jiang Chang'an's words as an excuse. I said no need. I'm not helping you, the man replied. Was that not clear enough? Did they really think he would protect them closely? No way. He was just a stranger. To the children, he was a potential threat. In this world, there weren't many good people, just cunning and profit-driven villains. She said she wants to thank you, Li Shushan insisted stubbornly, pursing his lips. His persistent, innocent look made the tall man feel a bit dazed. He looked at Li Shushan, but his eyes seemed to see through him into some beautiful memory, softening the usually cold expression of the man. He opened his mouth, hesitated to refuse, but as he looked at Li Shushan more, he felt that the boy's features resembled someone else. If their child was still alive, he might be about the same age now. But that thought only brought sadness. The children were gone, after all. Fate brought us together. Until we meet again, the man said, then vanished in a flash. Li Shushan's face grew colder. Humph.
Who cared about him? What was so good about him?
What is there to thank the little demon? Everyone says it's not for them. If they're not useful, they just get eliminated together. Maybe they just find it troublesome? How can such a cold person have any kindness? Li Shushan looked again in the direction where the person disappeared. After confirming they had left, he used light skills to return to Jiang Chang'an's side. Did they leave? Of course, she didn't expect a master to be impressed by their thanks. Not leaving just to stay and eat? Li Shushan looked annoyed. No, I was worried you couldn't fight them.
I was just trying to buy time.
What do you think? You can tell I've figured it out? With the danger gone, Jiang Chang'an was in a good mood and started joking. Li Shushan glared at her irritably. He could sense something strange. He felt that the killer was friendly. Do you believe that? Li Shushan continued riding the carriage along the official road, ignoring the remains and broken limbs behind him. That's the world of martial arts, brutal and bloody. The carriage moved further away, until several kilometers later, they only saw other carriages or horses passing by from the opposite direction. Those people looked worried, probably because something had happened in the city. But even bigger things were waiting ahead, an eerie slaughterhouse. Surprised or not, Li Shushan's lips curled into a cruel smile. They hurried along the road and finally reached Laifu County before the city closed. At this moment, the city gates were heavily guarded. The guards checked everyone carefully and strictly, probably because of the escaped prisoners. Both the entering and leaving lines were very long. Jiang Chang'an and the others were at the back of the line. The guards examined all the carriages carefully. The cargo had to be unloaded and checked one by one. Even the young ladies and noble women inside the carriages had to get off for inspection. Most importantly, everyone needed a travel permit. The queue at the city gate was long and noisy. Many common people cursed loudly. The young ladies, however, were haughty and commanding the guards to let them in. But they were all coldly refused by the guards. This shows how dangerous the escaped prisoners were. Any one of them could harm innocent people. Even the county magistrate didn't dare take responsibility for this. Jiang Chang'an, having been stuck in the carriage for too long, decided to get out and stretch. Miss, it's so lively here. Lu Si and Lu Yu had never seen such a scene. They looked around curiously, enjoying the excitement. They could even eat steamed buns if they got hungry. Life here was quite comfortable, if only there hadn't been all the fighting earlier. Jiang Chang'an looked around and probably guessed what was happening. It seems something has happened in the city. Travelers are all stopped here. There are so many people, so it looks lively. When they heard about the trouble, Lu Si and Lu Yu immediately shrank their necks, almost revealing themselves. Could it be that they were involved in the crime? Of course, no one would want to hurt the escaped prisoners, especially not 4 children. As for the lively scene Jiang Chang'an mentioned, it might still be ahead. While they watched others were also watching them, especially those with ill intentions. Seeing that they only had 4 children, their eyes showed surprise and greed, wanting to or steal.
Ha!
Let those people fall the children, so they remember. Otherwise, they might think all children are weak and easy to bully. Jiang Chang'an was eager to act. After all, they were here to train. If nothing had happened, what was there to practice? Perhaps others noticed Jiang Chang'an's eager attitude, and suddenly, teasing voices rang out. Hey, look, behind us, there are 4 kids about our age. They don't seem to have any adults with them. Their own group had at least 1 adult driving the cart, so the young boys and girls were curious about Jiang Chang'an's team. In front of Jiang Chang'an, there were 6 young boys and girls, about 10 years old, dressed uniformly, looking like students from a school. They also stood outside the cart, and the driver was an old man. Hearing someone talking about them, Jiang Chang'an smiled at the young boy, greeting him kindly. The boy felt a bit embarrassed by Jiang Chang'an's confident attitude and nodded, scratching his head. After all, he was talking about others behind their backs. Unexpectedly, the girl next to him covered her mouth and giggled. Senior Kong, what are you laughing at? We're students. They're probably from the countryside, farmers, you know? The boy driving the cart looked quite handsome. Yeah, probably never been far from home, never even seen the city gates, another girl quickly agreed. Why are they eating on the main road? That's so rude. It's not clean, and it's not proper behavior. They don't seem like educated people, another girl commented seriously. Such hurtful words being spoken openly made Lu Si and Lu Yu feel ashamed. Their faces turned red, and they hesitated, withdrawing the half-eaten buns. Is it really so uncivilized? Why can't they eat on the road? When they're busy farming, who isn't eating in the fields? Lu Yu and Lu Si first felt how humble farmers with land and produce could be, making them feel ashamed of themselves. Jiang Chang'an was surprised and opened his mouth wide. Are these people just bored? We eat our own bread without stealing or robbing, so why does it matter to you? How does it affect the city's appearance? The city was already quite run down, wasn't it? Senior brother, why are they gossiping behind people's backs and criticizing strangers? The gentlemen in the city seem different from what the teacher told us, Jiang Chang'an asked innocently. Leaning on the cart, Li Shushan coldly sneered. There are many pretenders among scholars, pretending to be good but not. Don't be so naive. You think everyone in the academy is perfect? They're just wearing fancy clothes to hide their true nature. Li Shushan's mouth suddenly seemed to have no gate, spouting sharp, mocking words that were both harsh and biting. Jiang Chang'an was speechless. She shouldn't have asked this sharp-tongued person. Otherwise, she might get into trouble. In the end, Jiang Chang'an agreed and nodded. Senior brother, you're right. Let's eat our bread and ignore the worldly gossip. She took out a bread and bit into it fiercely, glaring provocatively at the girls. You all? Senior Kong. Look, they're bullying us. A few girls angrily stomped their feet and pouted at the senior boy nearby. Senior Kong felt even more awkward. It's your own fault for provoking them. They really don't want others to interfere. But that boy driving the cart was too aggressive. Girls should know how to yield. The young man didn't know what to say and looked to his 2 companions for help. However, they glanced around, clearly not planning to get involved. Another person stared fixedly at Li Shushan but didn't speak. Senior Kong sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's our turn now. Let's go. The group ahead reluctantly entered the city, and the girls shot a fierce glare at Jiang Chang'an. Little girl.
Hey.
Why do they only glare at me and not at you? Jiang Chang'an said defiantly. Do I really have to develop 6-pack abs to scare them? One of the boys ahead stumbled, trying to hold back his laughter, quickly walking forward to avoid bursting out laughing. The girls seemed to hear this too, covering their faces and running away in small steps. What did I say? Can I talk about abs? Isn't that every woman's dream? Girl, aren't you supposed to have a big chest? Our neighbor, Granny, says that a girl with a large bust is better for having children. Lucy quickly shares her experience, worried that her girl might take the wrong path. You're right. White skin, beautiful face, long legs, a full chest, a slim waist, and a big hips. These are the tools to attract men. And for women, the best tool is 8-pack abs. Remember these secrets, and you'll have no trouble in the world. Jiang Chang'an whispers these silly words into the ears of the two sisters, joking around. Lu Yu blushes shyly, but Lucy nods seriously, believing everything the girl says. She thinks these are the true principles. Seeing those spoiled young ladies who mock others, she feels confident she can defeat them with just a few words. However, Li Shushan's face darkened. For the first time, he saw the shameless side of this little troublemaker, acting like a second-rate troublemaker, far from her intelligent and talented reputation. It was hard to accept. Hurry up and leave. We're waiting for mushrooms to grow. Jiang Chang'an shrinks back. Quick, let's go. The dark-faced god is about to lose his temper, he says. Lu Yu and her sisters secretly smile, feeling much better after the uncomfortable feeling of being laughed at just now. Until they entered the city, Li Shushan looked back at the group walking away. The 10th prince, the younger brother of the crown prince, the youngest son of the empress, just a minor figure. It's surprising to meet someone from the royal family so soon. This person is probably her mother's half-brother. He should call him uncle, but who cares? When Jiang Chang'an and the others entered the city, the lanterns were just lighting up. But the city was under strict guard, and there were no street vendors selling things, only hurried pedestrians. Find the best inn and stay for a night. I feel like I've never slept on a real bed in my life, she says. Actually, it's only been a day or two without a proper bed, maybe because she's too tired and uncomfortable, so she has that feeling. Look, that tallest, brightest building is the best inn, they say. They're not short of money, so Li Shushan doesn't oppose. But behind them, a few mice are following, making it hard to sleep well tonight. Jiang Chang'an also notices this, so they decide to stay at the best inn, hoping it will be safer. The 4 children go out, and it's normal to be watched by bad people, but to avoid trouble, they try to reduce opportunities for troublemakers. They arrive at the front of Yulian, and a clerk immediately comes forward to attract business. Recently, the county town has been under strict security. Many passers-by couldn't leave the town in time, so they had to stay overnight. Maybe tonight, all the rooms in the inn will be full, and the owner will be very happy and give rewards. The young waiter is especially friendly. Dear guests, would you like a quick snack or a room? Even though they are just 4 children, the waiter doesn't underestimate them. After all, they have a carriage, and choosing a top-quality room is no problem. We want both. Brother Shower, please arrange everything for us, Jiang Chang'an said generously, giving the waiter a silver coin as a tip. His manner was old-fashioned, as if he had been in the martial world for a long time. But no one in the martial world had ever heard of such a person. The people following behind began to think carefully. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the tip, and he became even more enthusiastic. All right, please follow me, guests. However, when he saw the people behind Jiang Chang'an, his eyes shrank slightly, and his earlier joy faded a little. He led Jiang Chang'an and the children into the inn quietly. The inn was lively, with many guests eating in the hall, making a lot of noise. When Jiang Chang'an reached the counter, he saw the students from the academy they had met at the city gate. Those young men and women also saw Jiang Chang'an and his group and turned away angrily, as if standing with them was shameful. Jiang Chang'an shrugged. Different goals, different paths. Why bother with these people? Dear guests, how would you like to stay? Perhaps I can give some advice. We can open a room with an inner chamber, connected rooms. We will deliver all your meals and supplies directly to you. You can rest well and avoid exhaustion, the waiter kindly suggested, glancing casually toward a spot in the hall. The innkeeper, hearing this, realized what was happening. Haha, our young brother is right. You four children can stay in one good room, which is safer and more convenient for separating men and women. Of course, the inn had night guards, but often they couldn't prevent everything. Even the county magistrate couldn't find clues. They couldn't do much about those people. If anything happened to the guests in their inn, the reputation would be ruined. Yes, both the innkeeper and the waiter knew those people. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shuwen exchanged glances, surprised at how arrogant those people had become. All right, follow the innkeeper's arrangements. Bring some good food, hot water, and also feed the horses. Jiang Chang'an urgently needed a hot bath. She was almost smelling bad. Running around the world made her feel helpless and uncomfortable. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, I will arrange everything properly. Young master, please take the guest to the guest room." Then he handed the key to the shop assistant.
All right, please follow me, guest.
The shop assistant led Jiang Chang into the room and quietly whispered, "Be careful at night," before going to arrange hot water and food. The four of them entered the room. Lucy couldn't wait to ask, "Miss, what do you think about that young shop assistant and the boss? They seem so secretive. She looked like a thief. Didn't they tell us to be careful at night? Maybe there will be thieves," Jiang Chang'an honestly said. "Too much protection isn't good. It's better for the two young girls to know the truth so they can grow up slowly."
Wow,
Lucy exclaimed, and even Lu Yu looked a little scared. Thieves? Some thieves not only steal money and people but also hurt others. These stories she heard from her grandfather when she was young. Don't be afraid. We have bows and arrows. Anyone daring to steal from us will be shot into a beehive, Jiang Chang'an said confidently. You're right, Miss. Lucy nodded firmly. Bows and arrows really made her feel safe, so she planned to sleep holding one. The room was a fine one, with a big bed inside, perfect for Jiang Chang'an and her two servants to sleep on. Outside, there was a small bed for Li Shushan, so he could stay awake and guard. But things turned out to be more than Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan expected. Initially, only 3 people were following them, but that night, dozens of people arrived. The thieves' targets weren't just Jiang Chang'an and her group, they also aimed at 6 young men and women next door and other goods. Their methods were very sneaky. At midnight, the thieves bribed the cook to add sleeping poison to many guests' food. It wasn't just a quick knockout. They used a combination of poison and perfume, a rare double trick. Even the shop owner and assistants were affected. Almost everyone in the inn fainted, except for Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an's group. Jiang Chang'an used her system to scan the food and found it was poisoned. She didn't eat it, but swallowed the steamed buns they brought with tears in her eyes. When the thieves thought they had all fallen for the trap and tried to strengthen the sleeping gas in their rooms, Li Shushan blocked the pipe delivering the gas and pushed it back with his inner strength. The people outside the door choked on the smoke and suddenly fell silent. They must have fainted. Li Shushan's move was really clever. Jiang Chang'an almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today, Laifu County is on high alert with tight security. But these bandits chose to attack tonight, likely because they saw a good opportunity after confirming it was profitable. Are we really that important? She wondered if her life was worth so much. Jiang Chang'an didn't quite believe it. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan stayed behind the door, one holding a bow and arrow, the other with a sword, keeping watch. Meanwhile, the sisters Lu Yu, unable to fight, hid under the table, also holding bows and arrows for defense. Li Shushan smiled mysteriously, who said the bandits are after us. The targets of the assassins and escapees are clear, they are coming straight for them. But these bandits had a different goal. Their main force wasn't focused on attacking them. Listen, the noise from the next room is even louder than in this one.
So who are they?
Jiang Chang'an pointed to the next room. Only one bandit was there, acting very casually, probably thinking they wouldn't resist. But what about the next room? There were about 20 people packed inside, leaving no space even for the old carriage driver. The 10th prince of the emperor's youngest son, the younger brother of the crown prince, the nephew of the prime minister, and a disciple of the great scholar Yun. Yet, he's just a minor figure. In her previous life, Li Shushan never met Zhao Yuntin during her youth. Instead, She encountered the one-eyed, crazy, brutal 10th prince later, someone even the emperor avoided. They were all abandoned children of heaven, with very similar personalities. The 10th prince's cruelty was obvious and openly displayed, as he had the right to be capricious. But her own ferocity and bloodthirstiness were hidden, because she could only rely on herself. It is said that the 10th prince was ambushed during his travels, blinded in one eye, in Laifu County, Wuzhou Prefecture. So, tonight's event was actually an assassination targeting the 10th prince, planned long in advance. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. Could she really meet a prince just by stepping outside? Are there princes everywhere now? This wasn't the capital city. A prince? Shouldn't this kind of person stay in the palace, enjoying wealth and luxury? Born a winner. Why do they work so hard? And why didn't he have personal guards or bodyguards? Jiang Chang'an looked around carefully, but she couldn't find anyone else who was fully alert. Only that old man seemed skilled, but the situation was dangerous. Li Shushan chuckled sarcastically. Of course, it's for survival. Still, he's just a minor figure. If he doesn't work hard, how can he succeed? But he probably has secret guards, and they've been reassigned. After all, the people who can hurt you are often those close to you. Otherwise, how could they transfer the secret guards around the 10th prince? When they were at the city gate, Li Shushan didn't notice any guards around the prince.
Yes.
There is only one throne, but many princes. Besides the one who will sit on it, the others are probably unnecessary for the future emperor. Since ancient times, the struggle for the throne among royal sons has been very bloody and cruel. Jiang Chang'an sighed. And what about this prince? He felt a bit sorry for him. Those young boys and girls are only about 10 years old, still too young to even bloom, yet they face such harsh fate. How cruel. Yes, nearby, swords and blades flashed, and the situation of the 10th prince looked grim. He only had the skills of an old man, and he and the two young boys were only average fighters. But the other side had more than 20 people, and 3 villains had kidnapped 3 young girls from nearby, using them as hostages. The 10th prince's side immediately became cautious. If the 10th prince were cold and ruthless, he wouldn't care about others' lives. So, this prince still has some conscience. I just hope he has no grudges with Li Shushan. If it's from their past lives, then Jiang Chang'an can't help either. After all, Li Shushan is more important to her. Soon, crying sounds came from nearby, as the girl who had been shouting was slapped into a pig-faced mess by the bandits. Poor girl, that delicate face of hers was wasted.
Why?
Do you want to save them? I have no real grudge against this person, but you should know that saving him would ruin the plans of another prince. Are you now choosing sides? Supporting the 10th prince? This person. Li Shushan suddenly stopped and whispered into Jiang Chang'an's ear. He will go blind tonight and will have no chance at the throne. He will become a very violent person. This means their initial choice to support him was doomed to fail. Without the merit of the dragon, he would be disliked and punished by future emperors. Is that worth it? Of course, Li Shushan wasn't afraid. He just disliked trouble and ultimately left Jiang Chang'an to decide. You think too much. I don't know him. Can I show sympathy and help him? And since you and I appeared, many things have already changed from their original course, right? Their rebirth didn't just change their own situations. The butterfly effect triggered a chain of changes. That's understandable. Who else would be vying for the final throne but the 10th prince? Li Shushan shrugged. As long as you're happy. He didn't mind. The more chaotic the royal family, the happier he was. Let's work together. I will shoot the kidnappers. Our front is full of enemies. You use your strength to break down the wooden window and trap some of them. Jiang Chang'an pointed to the opposite side, his gaze becoming sharp.
Li Shushan's Motwisha.
He only had internal energy, not brute strength. Sorry about that, but he still nodded in agreement. Girls, hide under the bed and use your bows to protect yourselves, Jiang Chang'an advised Lu Yu and Lu Si. The two sisters were confused but followed Jiang Chang'an's instructions. They no longer looked scared or worried and quickly hid under the bed. Go, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Chang'an whispered. He set his bow to level 3, aimed, and pulled the trigger. 3 sharp swords shot through the air at high speed, piercing through the wooden wall quietly. In the next moment, they each stabbed into the foreheads of 3 kidnappers who were holding hostages. Yes, the kidnappers, without hatred or resentment, had turned the 3 young girls into disfigured messes in just moments, showing they didn't care about human life. Who else could they be but villains? They were killers, assassins, robbers, guilty of their crimes. It's not that Jiang Chang'an was overly kind, but killing must have a valid reason. People shouldn't kill innocents without reason. Isn't having a moral bottom line important? At this moment, Li Shushan's sword cut through the wooden wall in unison. He kicked and leapt over the debris, causing the heavy wooden board to fall forcefully onto some people. The sudden accident broke the tense atmosphere in the room. Both sides were stunned by Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan's unexpected appearance. Oops. Sorry, I missed. Sorry to bother you. Please continue, Jiang Chang'an said calmly as he stepped onto the fallen wall, pinning the people underneath. Li Shushan used his internal energy to assist, while Jiang Chang'an simply aimed his bow at the nearby robbers, not intending to disturb others or retreat. It was more like watching a show, 2 children standing there casually watching the chaos unfold. Is it you? Senior Brother Kong exclaimed in surprise when he saw the people at the city gate. They were the ones he had met earlier. They had even had a small disagreement before. Who would have thought that at such a dangerous moment, these 2 would be willing to help us? I am so surprised. Oh, it's you guys? We are really lucky to meet again. We are both victims of human traffickers. Those kidnappers are so terrible. Let's fight them together, or we might never get a chance to see our families again. The teacher said that human traffickers are very cruel. They sell young girls into brothels and young boys into entertainment venues, forcing them to perform and work against their will. In the end, they work hard to make money, but it all goes to the traffickers. Wow, that's so sad. If you don't want me to have a good life, then don't expect to have one yourself. Jiang Chang'an giggled and pretended to be crazy, acting silly. Senior Brother Kong was speechless. Child, things are not exactly as you think. You already killed someone, so how can you chase them away? Are you a corpse reanimator? Who has that skill? Of course, the robbers didn't listen to Jiang Chang'an and retreated. They exchanged glances, showing they were well-trained and in sync. They immediately attacked from both sides. Since Jiang Chang'an had a bow and crossbow that could shoot from far away and pierce through walls, the robbers' knives were probably not faster than her bow. So, their main targets were Jiang Chang'an, Li Shushan, and the old man. Of course, their ultimate goal was the 10th prince. The 2 sides quickly fought again, but this time the victory was overwhelming. Jiang Chang'an's crossbow could fire rapidly, shooting down many enemies in just a few breaths. After Li Shushan dealt with the people hiding under the wooden boards, he stayed beside Jiang Chang'an to protect her, preventing anyone from getting close or hurting her. With no hostages to control them, the old man's attacks became more aggressive. In no time, the villains were defeated. The room was filled with corpses and blood, the smell so bad it made people gag. The young ladies looked stunned, unable to breathe properly, and fainted. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt, and everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. But just then, one of the robbers closest to the 10th prince was still alive. He suddenly lunged at the prince. "Your Highness!" Everyone shouted in alarm. The old man immediately turned to fight back, stabbing the robber's heart with his sword. The 10th prince also managed to block the robber's right-handed sword attack with his own sword. But who would have thought that the robber's left hand still held hidden weapons, several silver needles aimed directly at the prince's eyes from close range. "Your Highness?" Senior Brother Kong cried out in horror, rushing forward, but it was too late. Prince Ten himself only managed to flinch slightly and widen his eyes. Finally, the villain's face showed a triumphant smile. As long as he blinded the target, even if he died, his mission would be complete. But at this moment, a thin sword suddenly appeared in front of Prince Ten's eyes. The clear sound of several small chimes rang out as it skillfully blocked a few silver needles. The person wielding the sword was none other than Li Shushan. Since he wanted to save someone, he would do so thoroughly. If Prince Ten was hurt, their rescue would be pointless, and no one would remember their kindness. The villain was stunned by the sudden turn of events, coughing up old blood, then collapsing straight down, dead, without closing his eyes. Phew, that was close. Senior Kong was so frightened he collapsed. If something happened to Prince Ten, he wouldn't want to live anymore. Prince Ten held his breath, and his raised hair finally relaxed. He looked steadily at Li Shushan. This young man was really skilled. Thank you, brother, for saving me. He then sincerely bowed to Li Shushan in gratitude. It's not necessary. I was just testing my skills, Li Shushan said proudly, turning away as if he didn't care about the thanks. Jiang Chang'an almost wanted to give him a thumbs up. This brother was impressive. He didn't even think much of the prince. People who didn't know might think he was a royal ancestor. Prince Ten slightly pursed his lips, but didn't mind Li Shushan's rudeness. His years of traveling and studying had exposed him to many things. People like Li Shushan were already quite good. May I ask how to address you too? I am Yinting. Today, I am grateful for your rescue. In the future, I hope to visit and thank you in person. Prince Ten bowed again, very politely. Li Shushan's impressive skills and Jiang Chang'an's archery looked ordinary to him. Naturally, the prince was curious and wanted to get to know them. Jiang Chang'an waved repeatedly. No need, no need. We're not really doing this for you, but for our own business. Senior brother, let's get to work. Jiang Chang'an didn't want to get involved with the prince early on, so he decided to go earn some quick money instead. Ladies, come over quickly to take the job, Jiang Chang'an said as he started rummaging through the assassins' clothes, taking their money and calling his little team members. Living like a brothel madam calling clients. Oh no, more like robbers, with very professional methods of killing and looting. There were too many assassins so they could make a small profit, but of course, they had to call in their team. Lu Yu and Lu Si heard Jiang Chang'an's voice and hurriedly crawled out from under the bed. Miss, is it done? Almost finished with the last step. Collect all the silver and valuables from these dead people. They won't need them anymore. It's like doing a good deed for them. By the way, you won't try to compete with us, right? Suddenly, Jiang Chang'an asked the 10th prince with a worried look. The 10th prince hesitated, unsure how to respond, but when he saw Lu Yu and Lu Si holding bows and crossbows, he had another idea. We won't compete with the young lady, and we want to do some business with her. The bows and crossbows she has are good. I wonder if she wants to sell them. We can discuss a fair price. Since she liked money, whether real or pretend, this could be a good way to get close. A few powerful bows and crossbows are priceless. The 10th prince wasn't sure who Jiang Chang'an was, but she didn't seem simple. He knew he shouldn't get involved with such a powerful group, but he also shouldn't defend them. He had his own judgment. Oh, you want to buy bows and crossbows? That's fine, but I've never sold them to outsiders before. The price is hard to decide. She only had a few in her space, but giving one to a prince for protection was possible. 1,000 taels? The 10th prince asked cautiously. In the capital, he could afford 10,000 taels, but outside studying, he didn't have that much money. That's too expensive? Royal bows and crossbows only cost about 100 taels. Just give me 300 or 500, and we'll call it even. Jiang Chang'an said this to show she knew a lot, implying she had backing, so others shouldn't underestimate her. Okay, 500 taels. 500 taels. Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up. She was just saying it casually. She didn't expect the 10th prince to agree. She had 10 bows and crossbows, costing less than 100 taels in total. Selling just one could earn her 400 taels. Wow. That's a lot of money. It just goes to show that skills are valuable in any era.
Tisiash.
She was a skilled craftsman. Getting rich was no longer a dream. Jiang Chang'an smiled proudly. But she saw that Li Shushan didn't want to dig into the dead's belongings. Humph, what a fuss. Although it was out of necessity, there was money to be made. Even Lu Yu and Lu Si's attention was drawn away by the 10th prince. They kept glancing, not very focused on collecting money. It made sense. If they heard correctly, the person in front of them was the 10th prince, discussed by the young lady and the young man, and they even heard someone call him His Highness during the crisis. The gap between royalty and commoners is as high as the sky. Today, they actually saw a living prince. It was truly rare. The prince was dressed in white and looked very handsome and noble. He was gentler and more polite than Lord Shushan. Look at that, a grand prince, being so courteous to the young ladies. The 10th prince was polite, but Jiang Chang'an couldn't flatter him too much, or she might reveal her true intentions. Although they had just heard the word His Highness, who knew if he had chosen the character Tianxia as his courtesy name? So Jiang Chang'an waved the money pouch in her hand and said, "Wait a moment. I'll finish collecting the money on the ground first." It was picked up from the ground. Why not take it? Jiang Chang'an moved among the bodies, busy collecting, and she really found a lot of silver. But she only wanted the silver. She didn't care about anything else, even if it was valuable. Don't ask why. She simply didn't want it. "Senior brother, have you collected the money from the first group of people?" Jiang Chang'an suddenly remembered the first batch of dead soldiers. Those highly skilled fighters probably earned a lot, right? They must have had a lot of money on them. Then she saw Li Shushan's face darken, and he replied irritably, "What do you think? Dead soldiers are like pets. You don't think their masters give them high monthly wages, do you? Even if they did, they go on dangerous missions every time, risking their lives. Who would be foolish enough to carry all their belongings with them? So, do those dead soldiers have money?" Li Shushan rolled his eyes and was quite rude to Jiang Chang'an, acting like a fake senior brother. Jiang Chang'an pouted, very unhappy. Who knows what the situation with ancient dead soldiers was? Anyway, modern professional assassins are very rich. What about the second group? They're not dead soldiers. They were escapees, and one of the conditions for release was that they each had a horse. Maybe there was a reward involved? Unfortunately, those horses ran away during their confrontation. Li Shushan sighed helplessly. "We were in a hurry to get moving then. It's normal for beginners to lack experience. Just keep practicing and gain more skills. Don't you agree, junior sister?" Jiang Chang'an nodded happily. Senior brother is right. Next time, I'll remember to prioritize money. Everything else is just clouds. That's all she could do. If she kept talking, Li Shushan wouldn't cooperate with her playful attitude anymore. The 10th prince and Kong Yu and others were confused by the group of 4 people in front of them. What kind of identities did these people have? They were being chased by dead soldiers and other killers. They probably weren't ordinary people, but they also seemed very desperate for money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be collecting the belongings of the dead. They had advanced weapons, which made them look like young members of a hermit family practicing their skills. Gong Yu thought about this and exchanged glances with the 10th prince. They needed this kind of strength, and this faction probably hadn't been influenced by others, right? However, the 10th prince didn't say much. He asked twice for the person's name, but they refused to give it, clearly not wanting to make friends. The reason for saving them might just be a sense of morality. It doesn't matter. People with fate will naturally come together. Calculated relationships are not reliable. Even though the 10th prince is still young, he sees through this clearly. His years of experience haven't been wasted. Finally, they finished tidying up. The group transferred all the money they found into Jiang Chang'an's money pouch, making his once empty purse now full. Feeling like we suddenly got rich overnight. If we do a few more deals like this, we can relax for the rest of our lives. So, I must especially thank Brother Yun. You brought us business and did business with us. Thanks for your support. Come, I'll assemble a new bow and crossbow for you, with 30 original arrows. After speaking, Jiang Chang'an called the others to his room because the next door was too messy. At that moment, several figures suddenly jumped out and knelt before the 10th prince. The Imperial Guard only arrived now, but it was too late. The 10th prince waved to the people, clearly telling them to wait for the old man's orders and to handle the chaos in the room, wrapping things up. Outside the guest room, Jiang Chang'an poured out a bag of parts. Looking roughly, there were at least 100 iron pieces. Could the power of this farm be so great? To everyone, the crossbow looked very complicated, but Jiang Chang'an moved very quickly. He almost didn't need to think. He knew where each piece went just by feeling. Everyone watched intently. In the clicking sounds of the parts, it didn't take long before Jiang Chang'an finished assembling the crossbow.
Huh?
That's it? Before they could get bored, it was over? Especially the 10th prince and others, who had just seen the machinery for the first time, they looked very excited. But the excitement was like a shooting star, bright but fleeting, leaving them eager for more. They knew this was someone else's secret technique, so they couldn't force it.
Try it.
Here are the basic operations. And the routine maintenance. Jiang Chang'an carefully explained all the precautions for using the crossbow to the 10th prince, his customer. The 10th prince's subordinates were quite capable. Not long after testing the crossbow, the owner and staff were awakened. Someone was sent to report to the officials. The 10th prince was sensible and didn't involve Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan in the matter. Soon, Jiang Chang'an and his group were arranged to stay in a guest room by the owner. Until Jiang Chang'an left, Kong Yu only then asked the 10th prince with confusion, "Your Highness, should we let them go like that?" He didn't even ask for their names. Those two children are truly clever. Otherwise, what do you suggest? Even if you investigate such a person, it would be fake. What's the point? Fate brings people together from afar, and comfort in companionship creates bonds. Forcing and scheming only backfire. The 10th prince was playing happily with the bow and crossbow in his hands. By the way, Brother Z, please keep my identity a secret. Only Kong Yu knew the 10th prince's true identity. This prince, a childhood companion and fellow student, was also a brother from the same school. Li Zi was just a good friend from Bailu Academy, not knowing the prince's identity, especially since several female classmates, due to their fainting spells, still didn't know who he really was. Everyone thought Kong Yu was the main character, the most noble person, because his father was a high-ranking official. This was also a deliberate effort by the 10th prince to hide his true status. Li Zi had played with the two for a long time. They were all smart people and had already noticed some clues in small details, but he hadn't pointed them out. He suspected Yunting's identity was not simple either, but he didn't expect that Yunting's family name was Zhao. Zhao Yuntin, the 10th son of the emperor, a legitimate heir. Li Zi's heart was filled with excitement, and he couldn't calm down for a moment. He bowed deeply to the 10th prince, saying, "Please rest assured, Your Highness, I understand. Just act normally, without being too deliberate or overly flattering, like those few people just now." Because the 10th prince's identity was exposed, their feelings became more genuine. Soon after, the Dark Guards brought in a large number of soldiers who stormed into the inn, including the magistrate of Laifu County. The magistrate looked disheveled, wearing his official hat crooked, with bloodshot eyes and blisters on his lips, obviously exhausted from recent stress and lack of rest. Since the number of death row prisoners in the government office suddenly increased, and then they all escaped, the magistrate knew someone was plotting against him. Trouble was brewing again. He was stubborn and straightforward, with no friends in official circles, only many people giving him trouble. His persistence was quite tough. He worried that the escaped prisoners might cause chaos in the martial world, ruining his reputation and possibly stripping him of his official position. Then, he received news that those prisoners had all been killed in a bloody fight. Very brutal. He only needed to go collect the bodies. The magistrate finally let out a big sigh of relief, planning to sleep well that night. But soon after returning to the city, a military order suddenly appeared at the government office. Not only the government office, but even the guards at the station were called in, showing that a big figure had appeared in Fulu County. Otherwise, how could there be an order to mobilize troops? Late at night, it's unclear which troublemaker is causing chaos again. The county magistrate arrived at the inn and saw 3 young men being protected by an old man and secret guards. The troublemakers had already fallen to the ground, cold and still. Oh, so it's another case of collecting bodies? The magistrate suddenly felt like he was not a noble official working in the government office, but a funeral attendant in a mortuary. When 2 groups meet, they naturally exchange greetings. The 3 young men politely bow to the magistrate. "Your Honor, we're staying at this inn." These violent men suddenly broke in, trying to steal and harm us. Kong Yu explained everything eagerly, and the other two nodded along, acting as if Kong Yu was the main figure. But the magistrate saw, at a glance, that the quiet young man in the middle was actually more important. Good, I understand. Sorry for the disturbance. It was my mistake in management. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a proper explanation. It was late, so the young men were advised to rest. In fact, the circle of scholars was not very large. Their clothing clearly showed they were students from Bailu Academy. The magistrate had seen them a few times, but didn't remember their names. Because the three didn't stand out much at Bailu Academy, it was surprising they were hiding their true identities. Now, they had no intention of revealing who they really were, which was even better. The magistrate didn't need to flatter them, and he felt quite pleased. He hurriedly sent the young men away and arranged for someone to wake the other guests in the rooms, checking for any injuries or property damage. Jiang Chang'an was in another room, holding sweet porridge as a late-night snack. He opened a system and scanned everything, watching with great interest. Unfortunately, he wasn't at home, or he'd be drinking cold porridge, which would be even more enjoyable. Jiang Chang'an felt a bit regretful. Don't eat too much. Take a walk and then go to sleep, Li Shushan said as he snatched Jiang Chang'an's bowl, just as she was about to eat her third serving. Jiang Chang'an's hand froze in midair, unable to believe such a villain existed, snatching her bowl while she was eating happily. Could he be more ruthless? Lu Yu and Lu Si saw this and quickly ate up all the porridge in their bowls, then wiped their mouths with the back of their hands. Jiang Chang'an noticed that Li Shushan's face looked even colder. It seemed she had touched a nerve. Since leaving the mountain village, he had no close friends around and had let himself go completely. His temper is extremely picky, with a hint of indifference, cruelty, and world-weariness. He is indifferent to many things but also cannot stand to see certain things. He can look down on everyone from above, not even paying attention to princes, yet he is willing to go to great lengths to help his junior sister. He is extreme, stubborn, and shows signs of near madness. I wonder how much suffering he has endured to become like this. So, just let him be. Such a person needs to be pampered and coaxed. Maybe he is doing it for his own good. He really shouldn't eat too much at night. Jiang Chang'an gently pats her half-full stomach, sighs regretfully, and resigns herself, saying, "Everyone, wash up and go to bed. Anyway, the matter has settled, and it is already midnight, the best time for a good sleep." The next morning, Jiang Chang'an wakes up only when the sun is high. The sisters Lu Yu are no longer in the inner room, but are practicing horse stance outside. Li Shushan is sitting at the table reading a book carefully, but as soon as the sisters move improperly, a peanut flies over and hits them. Jiang Chang'an quickly gets up and asks, "What are you doing? Is it really necessary to be so serious?" The sisters are about 10 years old. Is it a bit late for them to start practicing martial arts? She herself has some foundation, thanks to Master Song's teaching and her previous life's techniques, so learning is easier for her. But Lu Yu and Lu Si mostly just farmed in the past. They asked for it themselves. Li Shushan calmly puts down the book and walks over to Jiang Chang'an. Lu Yu's sisters immediately nod. "Yes, yes, miss. We want to become stronger, so we asked the young master for guidance. Because they are servants, their master cannot protect them forever. If they want to stay with the young lady in the future, they must become strong. Strong enough to protect her and useful to her, then they can stand by her side. Weak and fragile girls are just burdens. The young lady never allows useless people around her." Li Shushan has been subtly teaching them these common-sense principles, otherwise, how could two village girls know? Yes, Jiang Chang'an never cared about these things. Let Li Shushan plan for her. Jiang Chang'an doesn't know about this. Since the two young girls are eager to improve, she certainly won't stop them. "Oh, why do you wake so early? I feel like I slept too long." She feels she has slept a very long and restful sleep, and all her fatigue has disappeared. Since Jiang Chang'an's crossing, this has been the most peaceful and comfortable sleep she has ever had, but she feels something strange. She is in the martial world. Sleeping so soundly doesn't seem right, does it? Maybe I was too tired yesterday, Li Shushan said casually. Behind Jiang Chang'an, who couldn't see, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Really? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's a good thing, so Jiang Chang'an didn't dwell on it anymore. Lu Yu and Lu Si didn't understand why, but they felt a cold danger approaching and woke up early. Then, inexplicably, they started practicing martial arts. Come sit here. I'll help you braid your hair. You're just a girl, but you have no sense of style at all. People might think you're a beggar. Yes, Jiang Chang'an didn't know how to style traditional hair buns from ancient times, but if she just tied a simple ponytail, her short fuzzy hair would stand up in no time. Jiang Chang'an was too active and busy all day, so her hair kept flying up. Lu Yu and Lu Si's hair braiding was quite basic. They were good at braiding their own hair, but they rarely braided others' hair and were a bit clumsy. Today, Jiang Chang'an was surprised. Can you braid hair too? She thought if someone can kill, they should be able to braid hair.
What kind of talent is that?
She had never seen it before. The two of them seemed to be completely opposite. Just try it and you'll see, Li Shushan said. He had just learned from reading books, so it should be easy. Jiang Chang'an didn't want her hair to look like a chicken coop, so she asked politely, Master, please make me look pretty, but don't hurt me. Was this a polite request? Li Shushan didn't want to argue further and simply started braiding her hair. His movements were gentle, and he didn't hurt Jiang Chang'an's scalp. First, he braided the left side, then the right side. The short hair that couldn't be tied was skillfully woven into the braids. Soon, two delicate floral double buns appeared. Li Shushan took a red ribbon he had prepared and fixed them in place. Done, he said happily, clearly satisfied with his work. Jiang Chang'an took out a small mirror from her sleeve and looked at herself.
Wow.
Who is this adorable little girl? People say clothes make the person, and Jiang Chang'an was amazed by her reflection. This girl looked really good, clever, cute, and delicate, though not very fair-skinned. Of course, she's from my family. Now go wash up and eat, Li Shushan urged her to wash her face. Thank you, master. From now on, I will rely on you. This hairstyle, Jiang Chang'an guarantees she won't mess it up even while sleeping in bed. When Jiang Chang'an and her companions went downstairs to check out, the lobby on the first floor was lively and noisy. Some people were talking about what happened at the inn last night. They described how they narrowly avoided the black and white impermanence and how the magistrate was very powerful, catching all the bandits in one go, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. But the louder discussion was about a revenge killing on the official road. A group of vicious escaped prisoners was quickly found by their enemies after fleeing. They were cut open, dismembered, and their blood stained the surrounding grass and trees, making the scene look very tragic. The first person who saw the scene nearly fainted from shock. That person was still lying in the medical clinic now. It shows that revenge can be dangerous and people shouldn't be too arrogant, or they might end up with a bad ending. People's imaginations are endless. Even small things can be exaggerated into huge, dramatic stories. Yes, murder is a serious matter, even if those involved deserved it. Jiang Chang'an and her friends quietly left the inn. You might not believe it, but these two big events were actually caused by her and Li Shushan. To keep their future peaceful, they could only be silent heroes. But just as they stepped outside, they saw the 10th prince and his companions standing there. 3 young men, each leading a horse, probably waiting for the carriage for 3 young ladies. Seeing Jiang Chang'an come out, Kong Yu's eyes lit up. He smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Miss, what a coincidence. Are you heading somewhere now? The 10th prince believed in going with the flow, but he liked the young girl in front of him. She was very skilled with mechanical armor, confident but not arrogant, and looked very delicate and cute. Maybe she liked joking around? The inn only had one main door. Jiang Chang'an didn't know if it was just a coincidence, but starting the day with a smiling face from others made anyone happy. She also responded with a cheerful smile. Oh, what a coincidence. Are you leaving now too? The 10th prince obviously wasn't waiting just for himself. He was probably waiting for the girls who had been fussing around all morning. The girls, still pale and fragile after last night's shock, had no servants to help them. They could only support each other, leaning on one another, or they might faint again. When they saw Jiang Chang'an, their bodies visibly trembled, and their breathing quickened as they gently gasped, afraid to disturb her. She was a little troublemaker, the kind who kills without hesitation. Those big men had almost all been shot in the forehead by her sharp arrows, blood splattering on their faces. Even now, they could still feel the warmth and feel sick. That scene was a bloody on earth, yet that girl remained calm and composed. How strange she was. What kind of person could be so twisted? Why did they think she was just an ordinary village girl and mock her? Luckily, the little devil was in a good mood then and didn't bother to argue with them. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to stand in the sunlight now. Jiang Chang'an saw this scene too, but as an adult, she didn't bother with the frightened children. Lu Si and Lu Yu were very angry. They glared at the girl sharply. What does it matter if the girl is a fairy-like young lady? She didn't even thank her savior and looked at him with strange eyes. It was obvious. Anyone could see it. The 10th prince and Li Zi didn't say anything, their expressions calm as they looked away. These girls were caused by Kong Yu, a noble son from the capital. It was his reputation that was at stake, so it had nothing to do with her.
Kong Yu frowned.
Junior sister Zhou, junior sister Yi, junior sister Yu, this girl is your savior. Why don't you thank her properly? Zhou Yurong was the daughter of Zhou Tongji from Wuzhou Prefecture, a noble young lady. That's why she could associate with a noble son, like Kong Yu from the capital. Yi Kaihong was just a daughter of a minor official in the government office, her father in charge of household registration and taxes, and very wealthy. The most ordinary was Yu Yu, whose father was also a minor official, managing the workshop and forging tools. All of them were daughters of officials, so they should have some social experience. But instead, Yu was so timid that she dared to run around everywhere. They didn't know what she was thinking, and their families couldn't be at ease. However, Kong Yu's words made Zhou Yurong remember last night's scene. She had been splattered with blood. The blood of the bandit Jiang Chang'an had shot dead to save her. She rolled her eyes and fainted straight away. Senior sister Yurong? Yi Kaihong and Yu Yu hurriedly scrambled to support her, but they didn't have enough strength and ended up letting Zhou Yurong fall to the ground. Senior Kong, what should we do? The two young girls were about to cry.
Kong Yu was speechless.
Women are too troublesome, he thought. Like the brave and capable young lady across the way, such confident girls are very rare. Kong Yu apologized to Jiang Chang'an with regret. Sorry about that. Jiang Chang'an waved his hand to stop him. It's okay. You all take your time. We need to hurry, so we'll be leaving now. Just then, their carriage was pulled out by Li Shushan. Jiang Chang'an called the two maids and climbed into the carriage. When passing by the 10th prince, they could still hear him say a quick apology. Young lady, you really shouldn't have saved them. Good intentions don't always bring good results. They probably think you're the murderer now. All on the carriage, Lu Si still looked upset. Yes, if we're not careful, the young lady could get hurt. In such dangerous situations, why did she save those people? Lu Yu was thinking about Jiang Chang'an's intentions. The young lady is kind, but not blindly so. Also, those girls had mocked them at the city gate, showing their poor character. Jiang Chang'an sighed. Her first instinct is always to feel sympathy for others, such a vivid life, in the prime of youth. And when you encounter danger, you must act. You saw it too, it's the 10th prince. If he makes a mistake, after the royal investigation, do you think they will have no opinion of us? If they don't enter the court in the future, it's fine. But once they do, the phrase not saving in times of need could be used against them by others. What would the emperor, who might destroy his own son, think then? Don't underestimate the power of the emperor in this era. Everyone's future depends on the emperor's words. It's better if the 10th prince dies, but Li Shushan only said he lost an eye. Haha, a commoner like herself is unharmed, but the prince now has a flaw. Who can stay balanced in their heart? Would they be in a bad mood and cause trouble for themselves? So, how could they just stand by and do nothing? That's the martial world. Many things are dangerous, but you can't just ignore them. Of course, our main goal is to stay true to our original kindness. When conditions allow, forming good relationships through kindness can often bring us good luck. Lu Yu and her sister nodded vaguely, thinking that the young lady was right. If she weren't kind, they might already be dead and rotting. Thinking of this, the sisters suddenly remembered their mother and sister, and their mood sank quickly. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and learn how to drive the cart, Li Shushan said impatiently, whipping the horse as he stepped down from the carriage. Lu Yu and her sister shivered suddenly. Ah, right. They are not dead. They want to learn more things to repay the girl's life-saving kindness. So, they must live well.
Here we come, miss.
Will you teach us how to drive the carriage? Young Master Shushan is too cold. When you get close, your mind gets tangled, and you can't learn anything. But the gentle and patient girl is different. She can learn quickly. Okay, Li Shushan, you go inside and rest first. You probably didn't sleep well all night, because he was busy guarding the night watch. Yes, don't get lost. As a man, he really finds it hard to be around 3 young girls. Oh, I'll try my best. By the way, why isn't there a compass? Navigation is one thing, but the official roads between towns are almost just one main road. If we had a compass, we wouldn't get lost. You just need to make one, Li Shushan said and walked past her into the carriage. It sounds like a small gadget. It shouldn't be too hard for a little monster, right? Jiang Chang'an thought about it and agreed. All right, I'll make one at the next town. The carriage moved steadily. When they left the town, there were pedestrians ahead and behind, so Jiang Chang'an wasn't worried about getting lost. She focused on teaching the Lu Yu sisters how to drive the carriage, which made the passing passers-by look at them with surprise. It's impressive enough that young girls can drive carriages, but to teach others too. Truly remarkable. Jiang Chang'an said they were in a hurry, but their carriage was swaying slowly on the official road, and others kept overtaking them. Even the 10th prince and his group eventually caught up. The 10th prince and his companions looked at the carriage ahead and recognized it immediately. When they drove closer, they asked, "Miss, are you also headed to the government city?" Because the official road in front only leads to the government city, and Jiang Chang'an was teaching her maid to drive the carriage. The girl's skills are truly many. When they met the 10th prince's group again, it was just as Jiang Chang'an expected. Young Master Yun, I am Jiang Chang'an. We are indeed going to the government city. Nice to see you again. The circle is small, but the world is big. Meeting like this is truly fate. The 10th prince didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to become so easy to talk to. He became interested, as anyone would be curious about Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan, these prodigies. It's truly fate. Miss Jiang, would you mind if we travel together? Anyway, those girls had already entered the carriage, so they wouldn't disturb them. Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up. How broad is the network of information of a prince? She could ask him about the outside world and learn things that Li Shushan might have missed. He still often recommends his own new products. He doesn't know how strong a prince's purchasing power is, but he can definitely bring advertising benefits to himself. Between people, some connect through feelings, while others connect through interests. Prince Zhao Yunting, of a noble prince, obviously belongs to the latter because he doesn't need the former. Jiang Chang'an sat on the side of the carriage, swinging her small feet, feeling quite relaxed and chatty. It's a great luck to meet you, Brother Yun. Since you often stay in the capital city, you should know the good food and fun places there, right? The 10th prince raised an eyebrow. Are you going there to play? He didn't believe it, but he said, I recently entered Bailu Academy with Kongyu, so I'm not very familiar with Kangwu Prefecture. You should ask Li Zi. Li Zi, who was called upon, stepped forward at once, finally having a chance to show his skills. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of the 10th prince. Yes, my family has lived in the capital for several generations. Several generations of officials from their family held important positions, though not as high as county magistrates or prefects, but their influence might be even greater. So, they knew many things that others shouldn't know. What could others do to them? However, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan were surprised. Within Kangwu Prefecture, She had never heard of a famous mechanic, and even master woodcarver Qin Jiangxi's skills were only average. People in the city knew that Qin Jiangxi's temper was even more famous than his craftsmanship. Anyway, he was well known for his personality. Li Zi then explained, "The most famous things in Kangwu Prefecture, besides Bailu Academy, are Master Qin Jiangxi's woodcarving, Sun's brocade weaving, Luyuan Tower snails, Gui's triple flower brew, Lu's black tea, and the red pottery from the Yu family." Wow, that's quite a list. Jiang Chang'an rubbed her chin, feeling a bit tempted to gather everything in one go. She and Li Shushan weren't just trying to expand their business. They aimed for popular items. Otherwise, even if their products were excellent, ancient people might not recognize their value. All of these, except for the snails, are tribute items. Can tribute items not be famous? They are enough to attract this mysterious young girl, right? But Li Zi felt something strange. He noticed that the girl's eyes didn't seem very friendly. Did he say something wrong? Is there really so many interesting things in the big city? It's really different from our countryside. Jiang Chang'an started talking about herself, revealing some personal details to build a connection. Of course, she also learned about Li Zi and the other young women's identities. Along the way, Jiang Chang'an talked with several young masters about their backgrounds, skills, and knowledge. He impressed them so much that they thought he was just good at mechanics, but in fact, he had a broad view, wide experience, and deep learning. Unless it rained, the young masters kept talking to Jiang Chang'an, even during meals and bedtime, and they all felt reluctant to part. After a few days, they arrived at the city residence. Li Zi warmly invited Jiang Chang'an to stay at his house. "My home is quite large. Let me host Jiang girl and brotherly properly." Can you believe it? The teachers at the academy couldn't explain certain lessons, but Jiang Chang'an explained them clearly, and Li Zi understood instantly and remembered well. Why isn't his teacher like Jiang Chang'an? Passing the exams to become a scholar or a jiren wouldn't be hard then. In the end, Li Zi was the most eager to become close friends with Jiang Chang'an. Such a friend was rare and precious. No, we plan to stay at the best inn and enjoy ourselves." Jiang Chang'an quickly waved his hand. But Li Shushan looked a bit impatient. Jiang Chang'an could see that he was preoccupied with his family background, perhaps feeling a bit nervous about returning home. Li Shushan was born in the city, where his father and mother once lived. What was that home like? Li Zi also understood that they might have something to discuss, so he didn't press further. "All right, but if you need any help, just come to me. I live at number 1 Li Fong on Beifu Street. My father is Li Zhupao." Jiang Chang'an chuckled warmly, showing his loyalty. "Thank you, brother Li, Yun and Kong, see you again." He leaned out of the carriage window and waved to them. He looked as friendly as the girl they met earlier, just like a neighbor's sister, with no sign of her being a skilled martial artist. This harmonious scene surprised Lu Yu and Lu Si, breaking their previous low opinion of young ladies. It turned out that girls could be as talented and knowledgeable as young ladies, even mingling with scholars and princes, surpassing the high-status daughters of officials. They felt proud and excited, thinking they had a remarkable master. However, their young masters didn't seem very happy, so the sisters wisely stayed quietly focusing on their chores. At the largest inn in the city of Chang'an, they worked farm chores. As they practiced driving the carriage, they learned quickly, especially Lu Si, who could now steer steadily like an experienced driver. Jiang Chang'an sat down and looked at the very worried Li Shushan. She finally thought of comforting him. "Don't worry. Things are already at their worst. I will be with you for the rest." Li Shushan sat with his legs crossed, lazily blinking his eyes. "Really? I thought you were busy making friends with others." Jiang Chang'an's social skills were very smooth. Several young men were all fooled by her, even the wise 10th prince. Jiang Chang'an patted Li Shushan's shoulder. "Brother, I work so hard for you. If we don't check the market, how can we start a good business and make money?" Li Shushan rolled his eyes. "I don't believe you at all." Jiang Chang'an really moved into the biggest and most luxurious inn in Kangwu Prefecture. Of course, it was expensive, but the environment was very good. Everything was clean, tidy, and complete, with thoughtful service. That night, Jiang Chang'an used her system to scan. Therein was located in the city center. Based on clues from Li Zi, she drew a rough map of Kangwu Prefecture. The mountain village was several days away from Kangwu, so the chances of the former Sun family member returning home were low, and they rarely took Li Shushan there. Li Shushan couldn't quite remember where Qian Sunshire lived. Jiang Chang'an pointed at the map and analyzed. According to Li Zi, the Liu family's old house is here. The famous brocade weaving in the city is from the Sun family, which is where Qian Xiaotao married into. The Sun family is close to the Liu family's house. Should we go check it out now? Li Shushan finally realized that Jiang Chang'an had been talking for days, making friends and chatting endlessly, mostly for his sake. He was touched. If we just go near there, maybe I'll recognize the way. If Qian Xiaotao still lived there, that would be great. They changed into black night clothes. Jiang Chang'an warned Liu Yu and the sisters to be alert while sleeping. Then she and Li Shushan quietly left the inn. Of course, they didn't take the main road. Li Shushan held Jiang Chang'an and flew over rooftops at high speed. In the blink of an eye, their shadowy figures disappeared, like two agile flying cats. The city was brightly lit at night. It was still early, and there was no curfew, so the streets were lively. But Jiang Chang'an couldn't see the street scene clearly because Li Shushan was too fast. Soon, they arrived at the Sun family's territory. Sun's brocade weaving is very famous, but it is not the forging technique and business controlled by the main branch of the Sun family. They are just a branch that produces one part of the process. Originally, the younger Sun family was not as good as the older Sun family, but thanks to Qian Xiaotao's secret learning and her own experience, she managed to improve the original techniques of the older Sun family. In the end, she took over the business within the clan that belonged to the older Sun family, making her family prosperous for many years. However, they never expected that one day their secrets would be exposed. Entering the Sun family's territory, Li Shushan led Jiang Chang'an and precisely found the location of the younger Sun family. At this moment, inside the house, two people are talking about this matter. It is the wife of the younger Sun family, Qian Xiaotao, but she is actually a 50-year-old woman. However, the person serving her is a young man because her father had long passed away. The young man was taken in by her as a husband's servant. The family's financial power is all in the hands of the wife, and even her younger brother's family has no choice but to accept her authority. Madam, today the main house is causing trouble again. The wife is crying her heart out, insisting they take you to court. The man speaking is short and has a very charming tone, sounding like an untrustworthy person. Of course, he is not doing anything proper. His restless hands are making the old lady comfortable.
What?
Are they afraid I will die and no one will take care of you? The wife's tone is dismissive, not taking the matter seriously, confident she will not be harmed. Of course, they hope to get your favor and believe you will be fine. They are just mocking that family for overestimating themselves. The young man endures his disgust and works even harder to serve the old lady because her methods come from a wealthy family background, which is very frightening. The main house cannot even compare, let alone someone as lowly as himself. Sun Qian's family does not laugh arrogantly. The main house is not the real threat. What worries her is the letter from her daughter about Li Shushan, that little brat. If she had known the main family intended to wipe out her family, why would Li Shushan have been born? Why let her daughter sacrifice her happiness to marry such a distant widower? Now, she can't even help her brother from her natal family. The main branch of the Sun family won't let me be harmed. This is why Qian Sun's family is so confident, and another reason is her backing, the Liu family. That is a high-ranking official in the capital. The Sun family is just a merchant, and merchants dare not compete with officials. Of course, the Sun family's weaving skills are mostly in the hands of the lady. Sun cannot afford to lose her, unless they want to give up the weaving business altogether. That's perfect. Lady Sun can go solo, and the day she becomes the richest person in the city will come soon. The young man kept flattering her, just for the small reward money Lady Sun had. But Lady Sun didn't get carried away. She was just a performer, and if he had any sense, he wouldn't be doing women's chores. The cotton weaving business isn't easy to run. The Sun family's reputation can't be easily broken, and she wouldn't be weaving perfect brocade alone. That process was also learned secretly from the main family. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan listened carefully. They knew they shouldn't watch such things. They were inappropriate for children, even though they weren't children inside. What should we do? Li Shushan's idea was the most important. Even if he had to kill the old woman in the house, Jiang Chang'an supported him. Some people have no conscience. They only want to take everything, building success and pleasure on others' suffering. Like Lady Sun, who climbed over the main family of the Sun clan, even killing to get ahead. To her, a few lives might be worth less than a few silver coins. Li Shushan's eyes turned cold. I want to destroy what she cares about most, then make her take me to find her home. Jiang Chang'an rested her chin on her hand. Her most valued thing is the weaving technique. Then we'll improve the Sun family's weaving skills and beat the whole family. Sorry, Sun family weaving. They protected criminals for business, but that doesn't mean the main Sun lineage is necessarily at fault. They have their own stance. Still, Jiang Chang'an had her own plans. She aimed to weaken Lady Sun, rebuild the main family's strength, and also make up for the girl baby swapped out because of Li Shushan. She didn't even know if that little girl was still alive. Anyway, the eldest son was dead, but her death was caused by the youngest son's obsession with Li Landlord. Everything was a tangled mess. If the main Sun family couldn't stand firm, Jiang Chang'an planned to go solo, overthrow the entire Sun family, and defeat their weaving business. Li Shushan wasn't surprised that Jiang Chang'an might also be interested in weaving. Maybe she was after the loom? Alright, let's go see the main Sun family first. Are they worth nurturing? Wait, Jiang Chang'an stopped Li Shushan. She wasn't willing to leave quietly. She wouldn't let that old woman be too carefree. Humph. She would give her a memorable scene. Come on, break that pillar. Then we'll leave. Jiang Chang'an pointed to a corner of the house. That was the core of the entire building. Li Shushan raised an eyebrow. Was the little demon protesting on his behalf? Very well. He then struck the pillar with a palm strike and turned to leave. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded behind him as the house collapsed, burying the young men and women inside. Well done. Jiang Chang'an felt very satisfied, feeling happy and refreshed. Evil people should face their consequences. Yes, you did well too, Li Shushan said, his gloomy mood gone. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan hid around the corner of the roof, watching the ruins and broken walls. Inside, Sun Qianshi and her lover were struggling and crying out, but they found it boring. What's the point of watching such cruel scenes? The villains got their punishment, but the lives lost can never be brought back. For example, grandmother's son and Li Shushan's mother. The main courtyard's loud noise quickly attracted the servants and Sun Qianshi's younger son. The younger son, in his 20s, had a wife and a concubine. Sun Qianshi only arranged a concubine for him. Now, Sun's younger brother, dressed in rags, ran over with his new concubine. He saw the house collapse and his mother's painful moans, but didn't move to help her. He seemed unwilling to save his mother, showing no concern. He was more like the household servants, muttering curiously, "What did that young lover take? It's so strong it made the house fall. My mother really kept secrets. I'll find that medicine later and let my wife feel what it's like." Calling a concubine wife shows that the Sun family isn't very strict about rules, just like how Sun Qianshi's young lover calls her madam, all for vanity. Sun's younger brother hugged his wife, his big hand wandering over her body, enjoying himself. The concubine quickly understood what he meant, weakly leaning into him and purring, "You're so bad, sir." He was so cruel, watching his mother in danger and doing nothing. Such a man can't be trusted. It's better to find a time to run away with the money. Sir can be even worse. Come on, let's go back to the house, so you can see for yourself. Hey, you servants, dig well. Hurry and bring the old madam out, or if something happens, the master will beat you all to death. Sun's younger brother ordered, then staggered back with his wife. Jiang Chang'an watched silently. I feel like, even without us acting, the Sun family won't last much longer. The old man indulged in greed and pleasure, but how long can his body last? Sun Xiaodi, as the root and continuation of the Sun family, was cold and ruthless, and he didn't seem very smart either. When asking for help, he even threatened. Without supervision, he was so sure that his servant wouldn't betray him, taking the opportunity to kill his mother. His mother, who supported the family, died. He wouldn't think he could stand tall now, would he? He looked incapable. In fact, shortly after Madame Qian died, this person was robbed of the family estate by his concubine, the main wife left with the children, and he soon died alone in the wilderness. Li Shushan hadn't seen this himself, only heard it from his subordinates. So, such a person truly doesn't deserve to be killed by himself. Disgusting. Let's go. Let's visit the main house of the Sun family. Jiang Chang'an could tell that Li Shushan wasn't very willing. Probably, the main house didn't like him. If it weren't to hide Li Shushan, the eldest grandson's child wouldn't have been switched. Does the Sun family think that way? But in fact, what does this have to do with Li Shushan? He's also a victim. In Jiang Chang'an's view, the main house of the Sun family isn't worth helping, but he still needs to settle these causal relationships to free Li Shushan's mind. When facing the Sun family, he could be free of psychological burden. People who are too straightforward and honest often suffer losses, but only this way can they go on for a long time, because it's the right path. The two jumped down from the roof and walked along the alley toward the main house of the Sun family. Halfway there, they passed by an old man about 50 years old. The old man was dressed in strange but neat black clothes, his hair combed meticulously, holding a lantern in one hand and a large wooden bucket in the other. The bucket was covered, but Jiang Chang'an still smelled a scent of tung oil. He was curious and wanted to say something, but Li Shushan suddenly stopped and turned to look at the old man. What's wrong? Does he know that person? Sun Ping, Li Shushan whispered, causing the old man ahead to stiffen for a moment. The person from the Sun main house? Such coincidence? Jiang Chang'an found it hard to believe. Sun's father, my fake grandfather, Li Shushan said calmly, his voice even. Just then, the person ahead heard him and turned sharply, looking against the light at Li Shushan.
What?
You? What did you just say? In the dim alley, two seemingly clever children, one calling him a fake grandfather. Could he be? Sun Ping's body trembled. Recalling his memory, he vaguely recognized the two small faces overlapping. Li Shushan? How could he be here? It felt like running into a ghost. Sun Ping had been watching the second household for several days and had never heard that Qian Xiaotao's daughter had returned. Also, Li Shushan was not the child of his former son-in-law. His master said he had long since become independent from the Li family. So now, why was he here? Sun Ping had only met Li Shushan twice. He used to think this boy was his daughter's orphan, and he felt quite sorry for him. But now he realized that this boy was not his daughter's child at all. It was because someone gave him an identity that his granddaughter and daughter were replaced. Sun Ping felt mixed emotions. He knew he shouldn't blame an innocent child, but he couldn't help feeling disgusted by him. Are you Li Shushan? Sun Ping asked again to confirm. I am, Li Shushan replied honestly, meeting Sun Ping's gaze without any hesitation. He hadn't done anything wrong, as Jiang Chang'an had said. Sun Ping didn't know what to say. His mouth moved, but no words came out. Finally, he muttered, What are you doing here? Don't you know Mrs. Qian wants to kill you? It was one thing for him to be far away in the mountain village, where young Sun couldn't hurt Li Shushan and Mrs. Qian couldn't either. There was at least a master to protect him. But in the city, Mrs. Qian had been running her schemes for years. It was too easy for her to kill a child there. Sun Ping didn't know about the feud between Li Shushan and Mrs. Qian, but he knew how cruel Mrs. Qian was. Once she found Li Shushan, she wouldn't show mercy. He couldn't help feeling worried for Li Shushan. Perhaps they were both victims far from home. I know, but she can't hurt me, Li Shushan said calmly. But in Sun Ping's eyes, what could a child do? He felt angry and thought, good intentions go unrewarded. Fine, do as you like, he said, feeling helpless. Anyway, he was still here. Sun Ping looked deeply at Li Shushan, then turned and walked away alone. You're not planning to burn down the Sun family, are you? Li Shushan saw through Sun Ping's intentions. The old man's determination was too obvious. He even had his funeral clothes ready, looking like he was heading to his death. Sun Ping stiffened but kept walking forward without turning back. I can ruin the Sun family and help your main house improve weaving skills, surpassing Sun's brocade.
How about that?
Wasn't that what Sun Ping wanted? To avenge his daughter by punishing Mrs. Qian, who had caused him so much suffering, and to restore his dignity? What did you say? Sun Ping suddenly turned around, thinking Li Shushan might be dreaming or had some powerful backing or influence. This is not a place for talking. Come with me, he said. Everything that needed to be said has been said. How to choose is entirely up to Sun Ping's own thoughts. Li Shushan didn't wait for a response and turned to leave. Jiang Chang'an followed closely. Sun Ping stared blankly at Li Shushan's back until the two children quickly disappeared around the corner. Only then did he lift his foot to follow. If there were other paths, who would want to die? If he died, his family would surely suffer. He wanted to see what Li Shushan was up to. They had no grudges or enemies. He couldn't harm himself, and as an adult, was he afraid of two small children? Sun Ping still felt a bit nervous. If Li Shushan wanted revenge on Aunt Qian, that was one thing. But wanting to replace the Sun family's weaving business, did he even understand what he was saying? Li Shushan took the person directly to the inn where he stayed. Sun Ping carried a bucket of oil and walked a long way, almost ruining his hands. The two children didn't know how to hire a carriage or where they were being taken. Seeing the bustling city again, the flickering lights woke Sun Ping up a lot. He finally realized his mistake. He used his life to revenge Aunt Qian. Was that admitting his life was worth less than hers? It was unnecessary. He still had family. Feeling scared, Sun Ping finally arrived at the largest inn in the city. He was surprised again these two children could afford to stay here. Why then hire a carriage? Were they trying to turn their short legs into wheels? When they went upstairs into the room, there were only two maids inside. Sun Ping couldn't help asking, "Where is your master?" "Grandpa, sit down. We don't have an adult with us, but don't worry. We're very capable and can't be bullied by bad people," they replied. Jiang Chang'an asked Sun Ping to sit at the table and poured him tea himself. Sun Ping was speechless. How brave were these children's parents? Sending two kids far away? Nowadays, bad people aren't just fighters. The worst is people's hearts. Everyone who saw their team thought it was strange. Li Shushan didn't care about Sun Ping's surprise but went straight to the main point. Don't be alarmed. The Sun family isn't going to become powerful. Now, let's talk about Sun's weaving. Is it enough to produce better fabric than Sun's weaving to take over their market? The Sun family protected Aunt Qian for many years, letting her do all sorts of bad things. They just wanted to steal your family's techniques and improve on them, making the Sun family even more advanced. Isn't that right? This was an insider secret that Li Shushan had known in his past life. Now he was just confirming it with Sun Ping. This made Sun Ping take Li Shushan more seriously. He realized that Li Shushan knew so much because he must have prepared in advance. That's about it. The Sun family's cotton weaving has been famous for many years, and there's a reason for that. First, their raw materials are the best silk. Second, their silk processing techniques are top secret. If not done properly, the silk can't be spun out. The silk the Sun family extracts is soft and shiny. Finally, there's the weaving. Our family inherited the traditional methods passed down from our ancestors. We can only produce the first layer of brocade with an old spinning machine. But Madame Qian stole our skills. Not only can she spin that first layer of brocade faster, but she also adds a simple jacquard pattern, making her designs more eye-catching than ours. The main branch of our family uses that layer of brocade to weave new, beautiful patterns, which became very popular. It pushed the Sun family's brocade to new heights and even made it a tribute to the court. Yes, just a tribute to the court, not an imperial palace tribute. That leaves room for improvement. Jiang Chang'an rested her chin in her hand and thought, "Does the Sun family have a backing?" she asked. Weaving brocade can improve, but it needs someone to protect it. Otherwise, Sun Ping alone couldn't manage everything. At most, he could produce. Of course. They give a 10% profit to the current prefect each year. This was also a way to bypass Madame Qian. Madame Qian's family was from Lu Mansion in the capital, and they probably had connections with the prefect. So the Sun family directly bypassed local forces and connected with the prefect, then entered the court through him. Therefore, Madame Qian is the most important informant for the Sun family. Their main branch has become dispensable, vulnerable to bullying. Since that's the case, let's work with Li Zi. Grandpa, what do you think of the Li family of the main officials? Jiang Chang'an vaguely remembered that Li Zi said his family had several generations of officials. Official positions are inherited. What does that mean? It's much more impressive than a prefect. A prefect might come and go, but the main official stays. His influence probably extends throughout the entire prefect's office and even into Kangwu Prefecture. Sun Ping was shocked. Who exactly was this girl? She knew Li Zi? Don't you come from Changshan village in Chang County? How do you know Li Zi? It turned out they shared the same surname, Li. Could Li Shushan be connected to Li Zi's family? Sun Ping looked at Li Shushan.
Huh.
We don't know Li Zi personally, but we just met his son. Giving him money shouldn't be a problem, right? It's a big deal. Jiang Chang'an was very confident, of course, assuming that Lord Li was reliable. But even if he wasn't, Li Shushan could probably make him trustworthy. Possible, Li Shushan said. He wasn't very familiar with Lord Li, but his ideas matched Jiang Chang'an's. If we have Lord Li as support, that would be best. He comes from the biggest family in Kangwu Prefecture, and there's no change in their status. He's more reliable than the governor, as long as Lord Li is willing to stand against the governor. Sun, who had been in business for many years, also had his own insights. Grandpa, don't worry. We'll find a way. Right now, let's focus on observing the brocade woven by the Sun family, then decide on our new product. Only by comparing products can Jiang Chang'an understand what level she needed to reach. Sun raised his sleeve to show his clothing. Look, this is Sun Paper's brocade. The colors are bright, the fabric is soft, and most importantly, it has a layer of embossed design. He was quite proud when talking about it because it was a skill passed down from his ancestors, including one of his own techniques, though it had been replaced by Madame Qian. Jiang Chang'an looked carefully. Honestly, she thought, the fabric's quality is just average. The weaving isn't tight enough, which makes it soft, but it might not be very durable. Also, the colors aren't uniform or authentic. Pure black shouldn't look like this. She believed she could make the brocade tighter, stronger, and more durable with pure, deep black color. She could also dye it in dark shades, and the embroidery could be more diverse, like clouds, bamboo, and other patterns, rather than stiff, blocky shapes. Really? Sun almost jumped up. Jiang Chang'an spoke confidently, clearly understanding brocade weaving, which made him very excited. Of course. Leave the craftsmanship to me. Grandpa, you just focus on production and ensuring raw material supplies. If Kangwu Prefecture can't get good silk, we can look to Jiangnan. Price isn't an issue. After all, our products will only become more valuable. Jiang Chang'an quickly had many ideas flash through her mind. She knew she had to plan carefully. It wasn't till late at night that Jiang Chang'an finished her simple plan. Her logical thinking was very strong, and her professional knowledge of textiles was deep. She spoke so convincingly that Sun was momentarily stunned. In this world, there really were prodigies, and she had the luck to meet one. What luck! She didn't know if Jiang Chang'an could ultimately weave beautiful fabrics, but this girl was definitely eloquent. Sun, holding Weo, walked home with uneven steps, pacing back and forth, unable to sleep all night. The next morning, they received news that the main house of Madame Qian had collapsed, burying the elderly woman and her young companion underneath. It wasn't until dawn that the servants dug them out. The people were still at the medical clinic. They hadn't died, but were badly injured. Sun Ping immediately thought of the fact that yesterday, Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an had come from that direction. Surely, those two kids were responsible. Sun Ping couldn't sit still and hadn't even eaten breakfast. He hurriedly headed to the inn. Suddenly, he felt that Jiang Chang'an and the others were very reliable and might really be able to defeat the Sun family's weaving business. In this way, he could finally vent his long-standing anger. "Old man, where are you going? Are you shameless enough to visit that old troublemaker?" Madam Sun, you sure, was so angry she gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Sun Ping apart. The family's traditional craft had been stolen by Madam Qian, and they suspected her, but without proof, they couldn't do anything. Even the death of her daughter was caused by that old troublemaker. You sure couldn't swallow this grievance. She reported everywhere, but found no justice, and she almost gave up her life out of depression. The Sun family had never been peaceful since. But Sun Ping, the old man, remained silent. Was he still trying to flatter that old troublemaker? Sun Ping's face was glowing with vitality, sweeping away the gloom of these days. "I'm going to make Madam Qian so angry she'll die." Without looking back, he left the house. His family was left feeling confused. Was this old man crazy? "Shunner, go and see what's going on," you sure said, feeling disappointed in Sun Ping but still worried about her husband. She quickly told her son to follow and check the situation. Sun Ping went straight to the inn to find Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan, but they had already left early in the morning, obviously to find Li Zi. North Fu Street was easy to find, just in the second alley of the main street of Kangwu Prefecture. The Li family's residence was even easier to locate, not because it was grand or large, but because they lived at number 1. However, Li Zi was not at home. The old doorman politely told them, "Our young master's gone to school and won't return until the afternoon. Where are you two distinguished guests looking for him? Do you have urgent matters? Would you like to leave a message or ask me to call him back?" Was the Li family's doorman really that well-mannered? Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan were only about 7 or 8 years old. How could they have any important connection with a teenage Li Zi? Ordinary people probably wouldn't pay attention to them, but this old man treated 2 ordinary children with kindness, politeness, and respect. Jiang Chang'an was immediately impressed. But isn't the academy on holiday now? Look at how eager Li Zi is to study. He seems determined to become the top scholar. "My name is Jiang Chang'an. This is Li Shushan. We have traveled with Brother Li for a few days, and now I have something to discuss with him. Since Brother Li is not at home, please kindly inform him when he returns. We are staying at the Central City Inn. Thank you for your help." Jiang Chang'an also behaved politely, bowing with a somewhat clumsy but adorable manner. Anyone who saw her would find her very likable. Who could be unfriendly to her? The innkeeper was kind and friendly, just about to respond when a cheerful voice came from behind. "Fubo, who are these young friends?" The innkeeper, Fubo, looked and recognized the speaker, not their family's master, Li Zhupao, but who else could it be? "Master, this is Jiang Chang'an and Miss Jiang, and Li Shushan and young Master Li. They came to see our young master, but he left early for the academy." Li Zhupao's eyes lit up. "Haha, so these are niece Jiang and nephew Li Xian. Z mentioned you last night. Thank you so much for saving him. Otherwise, our child might have been in serious danger. Are you here to see Z? Is there something urgent? You can tell me first, and perhaps we can sit inside and talk." When talking about these children, Li Zhupao initially seemed a bit indifferent, focusing more on the 10th prince. But now, after seeing Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan in person, their delicate looks were impressive enough, but their aura and temperament were even more remarkable, better than the 10th prince. Having seen many people, Li Zhupao felt he couldn't be mistaken. Jiang Chang'an's eyes brightened. They originally aimed to connect with Li Zhupao through Z. Now was the perfect opportunity. "Uncle Li, please don't mind. We actually came to find you. Sorry for bothering you." Jiang Chang'an followed his lead and agreed immediately. Li Zhupao was secretly surprised. The little girl was only 8 years old, yet she communicated effortlessly with an experienced official like him, completely unafraid. "Ha ha ha, very good. Please come in. Let's have a good chat. I am very curious about both of you. I will do whatever I can to help." Li Zhupao led them into his courtyard. Jiang Chang'an didn't expect Li Zhupao to be so easy to talk to. She wondered how Zi had spoken about her to him. Perhaps he saw some benefit in them. Recognizing their value made cooperation smooth. Following Li Zhupao into the main hall, Jiang Chang'an received respectful treatment fitting of a noble. It was clear that Li Zhupao was open-minded and capable. After Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan sat down, he directly said, "We want to replace the Sun family's brocade weaving and take over the market in Kangwu Prefecture and the court's offerings. Does Uncle Li have any interest? It is said that behind Sun's brocade weaving is the magistrate. Does Uncle Li dare to challenge that?" Jiang Chang'an played with his teacup calmly, as if discussing a minor matter. This statement stunned the experienced Li Zhupao, who was shocked by his boldness. Although Sun's brocade weaving only rose suddenly 10 years ago and received court patronage, their craftsmanship has been passed down for 100 years. How could they be so easily replaced? While South River silk is famous, it still cannot surpass Sun's brocade weaving in status. So, does Jiang Chang'an really understand what he is saying? Of course, Jiang Chang'an knew. "Don't worry about the production and technology, Uncle Li. We will handle that ourselves. We only want to use the Li family's reputation as a backing. If possible, the Li family can also promote and sell it. But we currently don't have finished products. I need 3 days. When the time comes, Uncle Li can decide then. I don't mind you laughing at me, but the reason for making brocade weaving and replacing Sun's is personal revenge. This involves my senior brother Li Shushan's background, which I cannot speak of in detail. It might even involve the Liu family in the capital. Does Uncle Li have any concerns?" "That's roughly the situation," Jiang Chang'an said honestly, without hiding anything. Li Zhupao finally understood. They were doing business second, but the real goal was to strike back at Sun's, and it might involve the power in the capital. But he, Li, as the local boss of Kangwu Prefecture, the magistrate should show courtesy, and even the prince wants to bring him under control. What is he afraid of? Haha, niece, you have great courage. Since you are my son's lifesaver, and you've brought this business opportunity to me, how can I refuse? Li Zhupao understood the situation clearly and didn't want to leave suspense or play tricks. He agreed on the spot because the Li family had the strength to handle everything. Making money is secondary. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan are mysterious and formidable. He wants to pave the way for his son. To do that, they must build alliances and break out of Kangwu Prefecture to reach the capital's core. Li Zhupao's quick agreement surprised Jiang Chang'an but also made him admire him greatly. A big shot is a big shot. This was like child's play to him. "That's great, Uncle Li. We'll go back and prepare now. I'll handle the technology. Sun Ping's family will buy raw materials and produce, and the Li family will handle sales. The 3 of us will share equally. How does that sound?" To be honest, Jiang Chang'an made the most profit because her costs were low, but the key was her skills. After all, who gave her that strength? Li Zhupao only then realized there was also a Sun family involved. He said, "All right, since niece Jiang has her reasons, I trust her. Our Li family will follow her lead." Their relationship was based on connections. Business was secondary. Once they found a reliable supporter and agreed on the deal, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan left. When they returned to the inn, they saw Sun Ping sitting there anxiously with his son. "Chang'an, Shushan, you're finally back. Where did you go?" If not for the 2 maids in the guest room, Sun Ping would have thought he had a dream last night without seeing these 2 children. "Grandpa, let's go upstairs to talk," Jiang Chang'an said. The main hall was crowded and noisy, not a good place for talking. Sun Ping chuckled, thinking how sweet the little girl was. Someone might think she was his own daughter. As for Li Shushan, the person who called him grandpa for years, he kept his mouth tightly shut, never calling him that. His uncle's son had already told his father what happened. Seeing Li Shushan, Sun Ping felt complicated, but Li Shushan was very aloof, so there was no need to greet each other, which avoided awkwardness. In the guest room, the sisters Liu were studying. After practicing martial arts, they read books or did embroidery, busy with their tasks. When they saw Jiang Chang'an bringing guests back, they immediately helped serve tea and water, acting like maids and helping out. We went to Li Zhupao's house. He agreed to partner up. I'll handle the technology. Your Sun family will buy raw materials and handle production, and the Li family will take care of sales. The profits will be split equally among the three families. Jiang Chang'an explained the situation to Sun Ping again. All right, Chang'an, you decide. But I don't know how much to produce, and raw materials will cost quite a bit. Plus, labor. Our Sun family has a workshop, but it's not very big. Seeing that Jiang Chang'an's sample was accepted and the partnership was confirmed, Sun Ping felt more at ease. He then shared their main problem. They didn't have enough money. It's okay, everyone will contribute together. You just keep track of the accounts, and the profits will be split among the three families. Jiang Chang'an talked with the Sun father and son for a long time before sending them off. When she returned, she started drawing plans, one for the weaving machine and another for brocade weaving. There is a powerful system. Jiang Chang'an has a mechanics certificate, so making a few textile machines is very easy, almost like not needing to think, just follow the drawings. Soon, he finished drawing the plans, which surprised Lu Yu and Lu Si very much and made them more confident in their master's skill. Li Shushan looked at Jiang Chang'an's drawings and pointed to the parts diagram, confidently saying, "These iron parts are very difficult. Ordinary blacksmiths probably can't make them, unless you do it yourself, or you need to find the government's workshop. This is in the Jiang family village on the mountain, and no one would agree to let Jiang Chang'an work inside someone else's blacksmith shop for fear of losing their skills. Having connections in the government could help with making the parts, but it's expensive, and there's a risk of technology leaks." While Jiang Chang'an was drawing and thinking, he said, "If I remember correctly, Yu Yu's father is the head of the government's workshop. Are we blackmailing him for help? But that young girl looks very scared, and not everyone is as clear-cut as Li Shuzhen in holding grudges." This puts Jiang Chang'an in a difficult position. Suddenly, Li Shushan thought, "You? I think my fake grandmother's surname is Yu. Maybe it's related to the head of the workshop? Really? Once we finish the drawings, we can give them to Sun Ping. Some simple iron and wood parts can be made in the market. The more difficult iron parts should be made in the government workshop. If Sun Ping can't do it, we can ask Li Shuzhen. Usually, people don't have the drawings, so they can't assemble these parts." Jiang Chang'an ordered 10 sets of textile machines and silk spinning machines. Later, as long as they buy silkworm silk, they can produce brocade. "Okay, when do you think we can finish? They still have other things to do." Jiang Chang'an understood Li Shuzhen's meaning. "It will be soon. After lunch, we'll deliver the items to Sun Ping, and then we can go find Auntie Qian." Jiang Chang'an had heard about Auntie Qian from Sun Ping. She was injured, but what does that matter to them? As long as she's alive and useful, that's enough. Li Shuzhen wanted to find his birthplace, and only Auntie Qian could guide him. In his past life, he only learned about his origins when he was in the capital. At that time, he had no time or chance to visit that place. The emperor had already checked, and there was no record of his parents. Going there would be pointless. But now, things are different. Li Shuzhen has time, so he wants to find his roots. What kind of place is it? Could he find clues about his parents there? Jiang Chang'an and Li Shuzhen followed their plan. When they arrived at the Sun family, Madame Yu, who was pretending to be a grandmother, saw Li Shuzhen with hatred. She became hysterical, acting as if Li Shuzhen was her daughter's murderer. Madame Yu was indeed the sister of the head of the household, but how could she be willing to help Li Shuzhen? Women are often not rational, which made Jiang Chang'an very angry and also very worried about Li Shuzhen, who didn't say a word in her defense. He didn't need to argue with a weak person, but he still felt uncomfortable inside. So Jiang Chang'an threw down the blueprint and left, refusing to stay. The opportunity was only given to the Sun family once. If they didn't seize it well, they could lose everything and give it to others. "Let's go. Let's find Aunt Qian," Jiang Chang'an said angrily, pulling Li Shuzhen out of the Sun family. Li Shuzhen found it funny. She wasn't even angry. This little troublemaker had a strong temper. How hadn't she seen through human nature yet? "Don't be upset. You've done very well. We can't control how others feel, Li Shushan said calmly, already letting go of her worries. You're right. But tell me, how do you think Aunt Qian will feel when she sees us? Jiang Chang'an suddenly looked a bit hopeful. For someone as skilled in martial arts and with deep internal strength as Li Shushan, along with Jiang Chang'an who could see through things, entering the Sun family felt like stepping into an empty land. The Sun family servants weren't many. After all, it wasn't a very wealthy or noble household. Jiang Chang'an opened the system and looked around. He could see where Aunt Qian lived, avoiding the crowd, leading Li Shushan to her house. The house had collapsed. Everyone thought it was bad luck or an accident. Only Aunt Qian knew it was caused by someone deliberately. The only enemies she had made in her life were a few families. After being injured by the falling house, Aunt Qian was very scared. She sent everyone she could trust to guard her house, including her unpopular daughter-in-law, who was called to serve her all day. They thought this would stop their enemies from taking revenge.
Ha! How naive.
At the door of Aunt Qian's house, 2 women were guarding, and inside, her maids and her daughter-in-law were serving her. That made 5 people in total. But when they reached the yard, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan didn't need to hide anymore. They walked in openly and confidently. Li Shushan flicked her finger, and before the 2 women at the gate could react, she threw a small stone that held them in place and pressed on their acupoints to make them silent. The 2 women at the gate immediately froze like statues, unable to speak, only their eyes moving with fear. I really envy them. No, it's jealousy. Such skills are too convenient, and Jiang Chang'an is always impressive whenever I see him. Li Shushan smiles slightly. I can be useful to you. What is mine becomes yours. What is there for you to envy? The 2 suddenly push open the door, and the loud noise immediately draws scolding from the people inside. No manners. Don't you know the old lady needs peace to recover? Then, the scolding maid glances sharply and sees that the people entering are 2 strangers, while the 2 old women at the door stand still like stone statues, unaware of what's happening. Suddenly, she screams in shock, "You!" But before she can finish, a stone thrown by Li Shushan stops her. As they go deeper inside, no one is spared until they reach Madame Qian's bed. Madame Qian's arm is broken by a falling beam. She was resting with her eyes closed, leaning on the headboard, enjoying a leg massage from her daughter-in-law. When she hears the noise, she suddenly opens her eyes and sees Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan rushing in.
You, Li Shushan.
Madame Qian shrinks back into her bed. Compared to Sun Ping's unfamiliarity, Madame Qian quickly recognizes Li Shushan because he looks exactly like her mother. She is very familiar with Li Shushan's mother, having watched her grow up. It seems you're not very surprised. You should know my purpose for coming today, Li Shushan says, tossing a stone in his hand. When he grabs a stone, he throws it casually, and not a single one misses or falls to the ground. He appears very carefree and mysterious, looking difficult to provoke. The letter from Little Sun's wife described Li Shushan as very frightening. Madame Qian was initially doubtful, but after last night's house collapse and the powerful aura Li Shushan exudes, she became convinced. What do you want to do? Madame Qian tries to stay calm, but her voice trembles because Li Shushan looks so evil. However, what answers her is a small stone shot by Li Shushan, which directly hits the bedpost, causing it to immediately. It looks like a gentle touch, but the bed seems about to collapse. Madame Qian is so scared she can't breathe, and her daughter-in-law faints from fright, shrinking into the corner of the bed to reduce her presence. Asking questions on purpose. That's pointless. Have you forgotten what you've done? Probably, you've done many bad things and can't remember exactly which one. Otherwise, I can help you recall. Do you think he's giving you a chance just because he asks? The answer is of course no. Li Shushan's stone directly hit Qian Posi's acupoint. In the next moment, pain spread all over Qian Posi's body, worse than the pain from her broken arm. She couldn't help but scream out loud. Ah, do you remember?
Who do you think I am?
What am I going to do? Didn't you think you'd see me today? It shouldn't be like this. Looks like I need to make a deeper impression, Li Shushan said. Then he threw another stone. Qian Posi twitched from the pain. trembling all over. There are only a few people at home. She knew that no matter how loudly she shouted, it wouldn't help. No one could save her. Do you want to know something? I will tell you everything I know. Please show mercy. I'm not trying to hurt you. It's the Liu family in the capital. I had to do this, or they wouldn't leave me alone. I'm just a servant. Qian Posey didn't dare to argue and begged tearfully. No, actually, it's not the Liu family who is after me, but the Marquis of Jinan's residence, specifically the lady of the Yang family, Mrs. Chen. But none of that matters. I just want to know, who are my parents? Where did they live before? Where are they now? You take me to find them now. Otherwise, I can destroy the things you care about most, making you feel worse than death. Do you want to try? This is the real Li Shushan, evil and cruel. Qian Posey panted heavily, nodding repeatedly. She had seen too many people and knew Li Shushan wasn't joking. She closed her eyes, hoping her daughter-in-law would come to help her. But then she saw the stone Li Shushan threw and immediately stopped her thoughts. She shivered as she crawled up, staggering out to the outer courtyard, where she met the household cleaners. Prepare the carriage. I want to go out and lie down, Qian Posey urged the servant. The servant looked confused, but didn't dare ask more. This old lady ran outside in her underclothes, followed by 2 children. Maybe she was crazy? But what did it have to do with him? Soon, the carriage was brought by the servant. Qian Posey climbed in on her own, curling up in the corner. After Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an also got on the carriage, she ordered, "Go to Zhuangzi village." Li Shushan sat silently against the carriage, closing his eyes to rest, but the tightness of his lips showed everyone he was unhappy. Qian Posey's mind raced quickly, trying to think of excuses to avoid questions. Your mother was the eldest daughter of the Liu family, but they say she is an unlucky person. She was abandoned at her ancestral home and later sent to Zhuangzi. When she reached marriageable age, the family said she should be betrothed to a helpless person. The hunter I chose was over 30, but very handsome. After marriage, the couple's relationship was very good, and soon you were born. The family said the young lady couldn't keep the child and ordered the child to be sent away. When your mother came to find you, she fell off a cliff herself. We didn't harm her. That's how it was. Although we had harmful thoughts about you, we never succeeded. I do not deserve to die. Li Shushan knew that even the Marquis of Jinan's household wanted to harm him. Madame Qian thought it was not right to hide this from him, or the consequences would be worse. There are causes and effects for every grievance and debt. If he had the ability, he should go to the Liu and Yang households, not bother with someone like him. She is not the main culprit. Some people are just that thick-skinned. Even if they kill someone, they think it's not their fault. Li Shushan's muscles tensed up, and he restrained himself from crushing Madame Qian. Jiang Chang'an sighed and told Madame Qian, "Go to his house first, then go to the place where Shushan's wife fell off the cliff." But where did Li Dai go? His wife and children suddenly disappeared. Is this man going crazy? But where are they? Could he find no clues at all? Madame Qian's eyes flickered, and she said reluctantly, "I told him the child was sick, and on the way to the clinic, they were robbed by bandits. The young lady disappeared, and the child
died.
Later, he just vanished. He was probably looking for the young lady, right? That part is unknown. At that time, Madame Qian was also injured quite badly, and there was a charred dead baby as proof. Naturally, Li Diao believed her. To take Li Shushan away, Madame Qian prepared a lot of things before acting. She really cooperated with the bandits. After giving her instructions, more than an hour passed, and they finally arrived at the hunter's home. It was a remote mountain village, deeper inside Liu's village, and the hunter's house was perched on a hillside, a standalone 3-room thatched cottage. But the thatched cottage showed signs of recent cleaning, as if someone had just moved in. The 3-room thatched cottage was quite dilapidated. Old daily tools like baskets and ropes hung on the wall outside, faintly showing signs of daily life, and one could imagine the warmth of this home in the past. The house had been simply tidied up, and the weeds in the yard had been cut and laid out to dry. A small path led to the house. This is Li Shushan's home. Jiang Chang'an used his system to scan and found no one inside. Li Shushan looked at the house silently, not moving forward, lost in thought. Why is no one living here? Granny Qian muttered. When she went to Lu's village for errands, she occasionally checked the Li family but never saw any signs of residence. The weeds in the yard were taller than the house. Could it be that Hunter Li has returned? Granny Qian felt more anxious. One Li Shushan was enough to threaten her life. Now another Li Hunter? If Li Hunter knew she had deceived him and harmed his wife and children, she couldn't imagine the tall man, who could hunt tigers, tearing her apart. Should we go in and look? No one's inside. Jiang Chang'an also wondered if Li's father had returned. He was more excited than Li Shushan. Li Shushan turned to look at Jiang Chang'an, as if gaining courage, and then stepped into the yard. So, this is his home? It's really broken. Madame Chen had humiliated a princess so badly. It seemed she had already decided her fate. Otherwise, how could she not tolerate the princess's son? Was she just afraid that he might seek revenge someday?
Ha!
Just wait and see. In his past life, Li Shushan had impersonated a princess and caused the Yang family's downfall. His revenge in this life would be even more precise and brutal. Li Shushan's eyes turned cold. You'd better not report my presence, or just say you killed me. He looked at Granny Qian with a deadly stare, making her tremble and nod repeatedly. Yes, yes, that was best. At least she could briefly explain herself to her master. When Li Shushan went to take revenge on the Lu and Yang families who would care about her. But just as Li Shushan was about to push open the door, he suddenly stopped and turned sharply toward the entrance. Jiang Chang'an also turned around in confusion, then saw a tall figure silently appear there.
Ah, Li Eritrea.
Seeing the visitor, Granny Qian was startled and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Chang'an's eyes lit up.
Oh.
Isn't that? He shook Li Shushan's arm excitedly. Is that your dad?
Li Shushan frowned.
Could it really be him? The man who had escaped from prison?
But
is he his father? The person he had searched for all his life but never found? The man at the door had white hair and looked at them with a dazed expression, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard or seen. What did you just say? Yes, the sudden appearance of the dead child was hard to believe. Maybe it was just a dream? Jiang Chang'an directly pulled Qian Posey forward and said, You tell him. It's their own fault, and they must face the consequences. Qian Posey trembled and dared not look directly into Li Er's eyes. When she first found this man to be Lu's husband, she thought he was old and poor, living alone outside the village, possibly mentally ill. Would life be better after Lu married him? Certainly not. It would be full of hardships. The Lu family said she couldn't marry well or look good, so Qian Posey searched for a long time before finding someone like Li Er who met their needs. But no one expected that this quiet, landless man, who was very good at hunting, even big tigers couldn't match him, would turn out to be so capable. It was a young wife and an older husband who knew how to care for her. Lu was spoiled and happy during those days. If not for them having a son, perhaps their life could have gone on like that forever. It's all fate, no one to blame. Li Er, this is your son Li Shushan. I've brought him back. I didn't mean to deceive you. It was all the Lu family's idea. I'm just a servant. I had to help. Who asked you to have a son? The Lu family told me to steal your son. Yunyang ran out to find her son and fell off the cliff. That's not my fault. It really isn't my fault. Please forgive me. Please let me go, Qian Posey begged as she knelt down. What did you say? Li Er was shocked and grabbed her neck, his face turning dark and terrifying. Yunyang fell off the cliff? Didn't you say she went missing? That bandits took her. She had also said the child was dead, but now she appeared again. What is going on? Li Er's grip tightened, his face twisted with rage. The Lu family said Yunyang couldn't have children, so I was told to steal your son. Later, Yunyang came out to find her son, but because it was rainy and the road was slippery, she fell off the cliff. I was afraid you'd be angry, so I said she was missing and that the child was dead. Qian Posi's face turned red as she struggled to tell the truth. You deserve to die. Where is Yunyang? Take me to her now. Li Er used great strength to stop himself from strangling her. But he shifted position and, with a quick squeeze, crushed her shoulder blades. Please let me go. I will take you there. I didn't do it on purpose. I was forced. The old woman kept begging for mercy as Li Er pushed her forward. No, Jiang Chang'an was surprised and pointed at Li Shushan. There's also a son here? Have you given up on him? As soon as he heard the name Yunyang, Li Er didn't even look at Li Shushan again. However, no one paid attention to Jiang Chang'an. Even Li Shushan followed with a serious face, and of course, he pulled Jiang Chang'an along. All right, now the most important person is indeed Yunyang. As for Li Shushan, the suddenly appearing son, Li Er might not believe him because, at first glance, Li Shushan doesn't look anything like Li Er. But Li Shushan knew that their body shapes were similar. No wonder when he first saw this man, he felt a sense of familiarity. It turned out that this figure was his future self when he grew up. He also felt an inexplicable closeness to this man, but it was all because of blood ties. So, what if it was? Others didn't bother to look at him, and he was no longer at an age where he needed a father. Li Er's house was built on a corner of the mountain, accessible only by a narrow, winding path that led outside. It passed through a very dangerous cliff trail, where even carts couldn't go. Not far from home, below the cliff were scattered rocks, a flowing river, and some bushes. Just here, said the old woman, pointing at the cliff. It was about 6 or 7 zhang deep. If someone fell, they would almost be shattered to pieces, with not even bones left. Li Er trembled as he looked at the place. He had been here countless times, but didn't know his wife was below that cliff. How helpless she must have felt back then. Li Er grabbed the old woman and jumped down in one leap. Immediately, the entire mountain echoed with the old woman's terrified screams. Jiang Chang'an watched from behind, stunned. He wondered if he would be okay. Li Shushan pursed his lips, his eyes calm, unsure what he thought of this new father. He's very skilled. Let's go down too. It was obvious that Li Er carried the old woman, and with a slight tiptoe on the bushes, he landed steadily on the ground. Jiang Chang'an nodded. So he was also an expert. Since Li Shushan often flew around with him, he wasn't afraid. Li Shushan embraced Jiang Chang'an and also jumped down. He saw Li Er had already let go of the old woman and was frantically searching below. He manually pushed aside the bushes, carefully searching inch by inch. Soon, his large hands became bloody. He seemed to feel no pain at all, with a calm and sorrowful face, tirelessly pushing aside the thorny bushes with great care, as if afraid of disturbing his loved one. Where are you? Your husband is here coming home. The man whispered softly. Jiang Chang'an covered her mouth, almost crying out loud. Oh my! She no longer blamed this man for his cold attitude toward Li Shushan. He simply loved his wife more. At least their son was still alive, but his wife didn't know where she was. Li Shushan also broke down, his eyes clouded with emotion, silently searching on the other side. Jiang Chang'an used her system to scan thoroughly, but there was not a single bone nearby. She tugged at Li Shushan's sleeve. Nothing. 7 or 8 years had passed. Perhaps she had long turned to dust. Li Shushan believed in Jiang Chang'an's abilities, so he stopped and walked over to Li Er, grabbing him. She's not here. Maybe she was rescued by someone. Let's go downstream to look. Li Er's eyes regained some focus. What did you say? Hope rose and then faded, making his expression look even more hopeless. We'll look downstream. She's not here, Li Shushan repeated calmly. He didn't understand the feelings of a new father. In both this life and the last, he never truly cared for anyone. The people around him came and went, all driven by schemes and tricks. It's just the natural order. Li Shushan never paid much attention. Gradually, Li Er's eyes regained some sparkle. You're right. I'll go downstream to look. With that, he used his light skills and flew along the river. Searching along the river was the right idea, but hope was slim. Still, If Madame Li was alive, this was the easiest way to find her. Let's go and chase after her, Lier said. His state was on the verge of breaking down, and no one was watching. Very unsafe. A highly skilled madman, just imagine how much damage he could do. Who knew what he might do next? Please search along the way, Li Shushan asked Jiang Chang'an. She had the ability to see through things. There was nothing she couldn't find unless it was truly gone. Auntie Qian, recall her features, clothing, jewelry, appearance. Without a target, how could they find her? They had never seen Madame Li before. Jiang Chang'an wanted to gather some clues. Auntie Qian's legs were still weak. Yunyang wore a blue dress made of fine fabric, with a jade hairpin on her head. She looks just like him, she pointed at Li Shushan. A black beauty mark still grew at the corner of her mouth, which was why she had a sad fate. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan exchanged a glance. A beauty mark is a sign of a good life. If it disappears, perhaps everything else, like the hairpin and clothes, would also be gone. Let's go, Li Shushan said, pulling Jiang Chang'an along as they searched downstream by the river, but their speed was not as fast as Lier's. Jiang Chang'an needed to scan for clues. They couldn't miss any small detail. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me, Granny Qian called, limping behind them. She had already broken her arm when the house collapsed on her, then her shoulder was crushed by Lier, and when she jumped off the cliff, she was thrown to the ground. Now, Granny Qian only had a slim chance to survive. If these two children didn't help her, and it got dark, in this remote countryside with no one around and possibly wild animals, her chances were very slim. Humph, if you want to live, fight for it yourself, Li Shushan snorted coldly and walked away decisively. When Lin Yang fell earlier, did Granny Qian rescue her? Maybe it was Granny Qian who pushed her down. Li Shushan thought that she had already been kind enough not to kill her on the spot. They searched along the river and passed a small village. They went into the village to ask around, but everyone shook their heads, saying they had never seen anything unusual. It was only then that the villagers learned that the wife of the hunter family in the mountain had fallen off a cliff years ago. Everyone started talking about it. Since they couldn't find her in the village, Jiang Chang'an continued along the river. Suddenly, he found a jade hairpin in the water. There's a hairpin over there. The water was deep, so it hadn't been taken by anyone else. I'll go down and get it, Jiang Chang'an said, but before he could act, Li Shushan jumped into the river eagerly and dived toward the spot Jiang Chang'an indicated. Soon he surfaced and said, "Found it." Li Shushan didn't stay long in the water and handed the jade hairpin directly to Jiang Chang'an. It has a character, Yu. Could it be the jade of Mistress Yu? Now they had proof that someone had been here, and there was still hope for her survival. Both were very excited. Let's go further downstream and keep looking. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan followed the clues, but Lier was already nowhere to be seen, and they didn't know where he was headed. After passing the small village, the river suddenly curved into the mountains. The terrain was difficult and unsuitable for human habitation, so no one was around. As it grew darker, Li Shushan suggested, "Shall we head back?" He had lost hope. The deep mountain forest at night was very dangerous. There were fierce animals and small poisonous insects. If I were alone, Li Shushan wouldn't mind, but there is also Jiang Chang'an, who looks very tired, even carrying her all the way. Maybe it's because she's used her special sight too much. Li Shushan notices this and feels worried. This little demon is very loyal and willing to risk everything for him, which would move anyone. All right, let's go over there. I think I see some faint fireworks. Maybe there's a house? Because it's too far, Jiang Chang'an can't see clearly. She's very tired now and just wants to sleep. Even if they can't find anyone there, they might be able to stay overnight. Li Shushan nods, carrying her, using light skills, and flies toward the place Jiang Chang'an mentioned. As they get closer, Jiang Chang'an is surprised. There really is a house. They're eating. There's an old woman and a young girl? In the deep mountains, living alone with two women, that seems pretty unlikely. Maybe they're magical creatures? Jiang Chang'an is suspicious. Does this world really have monsters and demons? You're a little demon yourself. Are you afraid of them? Li Shushan finds this funny. There's a protective array around their yard. Ordinary people and beasts can't get in, so it's very safe. But Jiang Chang'an looks around, really? She can't see any array with her special sight. Everything looks clear to her.
Can you break it?
I think I can walk in. Then go ahead. I'll watch from the side. I happen to know how to handle this kind of multi-layered array. They move like no one is around. Jiang Chang'an avoids obstacles easily, and they arrive at the door of someone else's house without stopping. Inside the thatched cottage, the atmosphere is warm. The old woman and the beautiful girl are eating. The old woman keeps putting her favorite dishes into the girl's bowl, and the girl eats happily. She smiles happily at the old woman, occasionally helping her with food, but half of the food drops on the table, and her face is covered with dirt and stains. It's obvious that this girl has some mental challenges, but it's nobody's business. They are happy, and suddenly intruding ends the warm scene. Jiang Chang'an suddenly realizes she probably shouldn't have come here. Who are you? The old woman frowns at the two children who suddenly burst in. She puts down her chopsticks and quickly shields the girl behind her. Although the visitors are two young children, they manage to pass through her deadly trap, indicating they are not ordinary children and must be treated with caution. Jiang Chang'an quickly cupped her hands in greeting, but before she could speak, Li Shushan stepped forward and instinctively called out, "Mother." The beautiful young woman had a charming beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Her delicate features resembled the current emperor by about 5 or 6 points and looked about 7 or 8 points like herself. When Li Shushan first saw this woman, a strange feeling of fullness and sourness filled his heart. This woman seemed kind and gentle, capable of softening his heart. She must be his mother. Tears slipped down her cheeks, without him noticing. Mother? What a coincidence! Jiang Chang'an tilted her head and looked at the beautiful woman. Indeed, Li Shushan looked very much like her, and he also had a beauty mark at the corner of his mouth, matching the description given by Auntie Qian. Baby? The beautiful woman looked at Li Shushan with confused eyes. Perhaps because of their deep mother-son connection, she called him baby? Mother! Tears burst forth. Li Shushan stepped forward a few more steps but hesitated to get any closer, afraid this was just a dream that would shatter at any moment. The mother he had thought about for 2 lifetimes might suddenly disappear. What nonsense are you talking about? The old woman scolded sharply, thinking Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an were just trying to deceive her to get medicine. However, the beautiful woman behind her pushed aside the old woman's body and happily ran toward Li Shushan with a bright smile on her face. Baby, Auntie, and Jade Girl's baby. Jade Girl boasted to the old woman behind her, then walked up to Li Shushan and suddenly kissed his face fiercely. Baby, your mother's good boy. Come home with your mother to eat. After saying this, she hugged Li Shushan into her arms like a big doll. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. This mother's love was so full and overflowing that Li Shushan probably laughed and cried at the same time. What's going on?
Who are you?
The old woman was worried about Li Shushan but didn't dare to separate them, afraid of hurting Jade Girl. Grandma, we're here to find someone. Jiang Chang'an also entered the house and explained everything from the beginning to the old woman. It was clear that the old woman cared deeply for Jade Girl and was probably trustworthy. After hearing this, the old woman remained silent. She had indeed found Jade Girl by the river at the foot of the mountain. At that time, Jade Girl had suffered a serious head injury. If her medical skills hadn't been so good, she might have died. Even so, after waking up, Jade Girl's intelligence was reduced, and she behaved like a 3-year-old child. I have memory confusion and can't remember many things, only that my name is Yunyang. It matches her given name Lu Yunyang. When I first woke up, I kept crying and asking to find my baby. All the information matches what Jiang Chang'an told me, but the old woman didn't seem very happy. Yunyang has been here with her for many years, but now she has become someone else's mother. Is she going to leave? Meanwhile, Yunyang is feeding Li Shushan, but her movements are very clumsy. Mother, I've grown up now. I can eat by myself. Li Shushan suddenly finds himself in trouble. Most of the rice on his chopsticks falls onto the table, and the chopsticks with only a few grains of rice almost poke into his nose. Money lady, Lu family, De Chun family, Marquis of Junnan's residence. They all wait for him to turn a good princess into a fool. Li Shushan secretly vows to repay them 10 or 100 times over. But as long as he is alive, that's enough. Now he also has a mother, and Li Shushan doesn't dislike that at all. Instead, he patiently teaches Yunyang.
Wow.
The baby has grown up. So amazing. Yunyang looks at Li Shushan with shining eyes and claps her hands. Jiang Chang'an finds this surprisingly cute and funny. Such a mother seems pretty good, just a role reversal. But what's wrong with that? Grandmother, what about Aunt Yu? Jiang Chang'an wants to ask about Yunyang, but he's unsure if this serious grandmother is willing to tell him. I found her by the river. It took me a lot of precious medicine to save her, but she hit her head badly and couldn't be cured. As for you two children, why are you out here in the middle of the night? Aren't these two children the strange ones?
This is a deep mountain forest.
Not only around the house, but on the small road, she has set up formations and barriers. Unless they are martial arts masters, no one can break into her territory. The old woman is very confident in her skills. We heard the news not long ago, so we followed the river to find her. We planned to go back, but accidentally came here. We just wanted to stay overnight, then we found Aunt Yu. It's so easy to recognize her, right?
They really look alike.
Oh, Uncle Air doesn't know where he went to find someone. Unexpectedly, the old woman snorted. Humph, let him find her. A grown man can't even protect his wife and children. The old woman has heard from Jiang Chang'an that Li Shushan was raised by enemies. If it weren't for a powerful teacher, he might be in much worse shape now. Fortunately, he learned many skills and led his fellow apprentice sister alone to find this place. It was not easy, and he was much better than his father. Jiang Chang'an kept quiet. She shouldn't comment on adult matters, but it was already late, so it wasn't suitable to go out looking for people. The old woman also saw Jiang Chang'an was tired. Come and eat. Tonight, you can sleep here. We'll talk about everything tomorrow. Rest assured, I am just an old woman and don't want anything from you two children, she added with a kind smile. Jiang Chang'an didn't realize how rare her kindness was because she was a famous poison doctor in the martial world.
Thank you, Granny.
I am really hungry, Jiang Chang'an said. After a tiring day, she promised herself to store food in her space next time. Li Shushan looked at Jiang Chang'an with regret. You've worked hard. It was all for his sake, making the little monster run around. How could she have suffered like this? In the future, she would repay them well, whether Jiang Chang'an or the old woman. Jiang Chang'an smiled but said nothing. That night, Jiang Chang'an and the old woman slept in the same bed, while Yunyang held onto Li Shushan tightly, as if afraid someone might run away. Maybe she remembered something, because her eyes showed real panic, not pretending. The next morning, Jiang Chang'an woke up to the sound of birds and flowers. She felt all her tiredness disappear, even the aftereffects of yesterday's fatigue. Was it because of the incense burning in Granny's room? It made her feel very comfortable. The old woman was no longer in bed. Jiang Chang'an quickly tidied herself up and opened the door to go outside. A fresh breeze hit her face. If they could be self-sufficient, living here would be quite pleasant. Granny was busy in the kitchen, while Yunyang was in the yard organizing herbs. Although her movements were a bit clumsy, she surprisingly didn't mess things up. Li Shushan was helping nearby. When he heard the door open, he turned around. You're awake. Hurry and wash up. I've prepared water for you over there. After you wash, I'll help comb your hair. He pointed to a wooden basin in the corner. After tidying a herb, Yunyang also looked up and smiled at Jiang Chang'an. Anan, her voice soft and sweet, more like a child than anyone. Jiang Chang'an's heart almost melted.
Good morning, Aunt Yu. Morning, Anan.
Good evening, Yunyang said shyly, touching Li Shushan's face. Jiang Chang'an was speechless. Was she being teased? Why was it so embarrassing for children to wake up late? Isn't that normal? She wiped her face, and went to wash. Li Shushan chuckled softly, feeling helpless. In the past, Jiang Chang'an was usually the youngest and spoke without hesitation. Now, she had met someone even younger, and she had to be more considerate. After Jiang Chang'an finished washing up, Grandma Yun's breakfast was also ready. Grandma Yun, known for her excellent medical skills and powerful poison techniques, was not very skilled at cooking. Her culinary skills were almost as bad as Jiang Chang'an's. Shushan, you really don't understand. Why didn't you help Grandma Yun with the chores? It's not good to eat and live for free. Family members should share work clearly. On such a beautiful morning, eating half-cooked breakfast really didn't match the mood. Li Shushan paused with his bowl. He had initially filled it with porridge for Jiang Chang'an, but he accidentally tilted most of it into her bowl. He didn't realize that the same pot of porridge could be cooked half-done or fully done by Grandma Yun. Most people couldn't do that, right? Isn't she amazing? Last night, he thought the meal was made by his mother. He ate everything on the table happily and still felt full. If it wasn't tasty, he should eat less to avoid stomach problems. They were still children, delicate and fragile. All right, stop staring and winking at each other. I know my cooking isn't great. Just eat something quickly and go outside to bring a person in. Grandma Yun, with a clear mind, saw right through their little tricks. She didn't mind and urged them to go outside and fetch the person. Not everyone could break through the formation from another direction like Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan. Most people were blocked at the entrance. Jiang Chang'an looked around and suddenly froze. Wasn't that Uncle Liar? He was lying unconscious in a formation. She didn't know what was happening or how long he had been there. Jiang Chang'an couldn't sit still. Shushan, let's go check first. We'll eat later. Li Shushan stood up without suspicion. All right, mother. I'll go outside and take a look. I'll be back soon. If it wasn't urgent, Jiang Chang'an wouldn't leave her meal to go. Baby, don't go. Yunyang put down her bowl and grabbed Li Shushan. I won't go far, just outside to see. I'll come back after mother finishes her meal. Li Shushan patiently comforted her. Yes, I won't go. I want the baby. Yunyang pouted and threw a little tantrum. Grandmother Yun looked at the scene with surprise. Yunyang had never shown such strong emotions in front of her before. Over the years, she had always been obedient. So, her relationship with her family is changing. Maybe things will get better in the future. Yunyang, be good. Baby will be back soon. Grandma will watch him, so he can't run away. Grandma Yun pushed the bowl back into Yunyang's hand. Yunyang reluctantly took the bowl, her eyes full of sadness and almost tears. Grandma Yun sighed. That hurts, Yunyang. I've never mistreated you. She looked a bit upset for her. Oh, having a son to support her is truly wonderful. Yunyang tilted her head and looked at her grandmother, not sure if she understood. Finally, she said, Auntie, okay. She was praising her. Grandma Yun chuckled softly, good. She found it amusing. Feelings and moods are things that medicine can't control. Grandma Yun always knew this, and now she just confirmed it again. When Yunyang started eating, Jiang Chang'an pulled Li Shushan to the place Grandma Yun had designated. After they had gone a short distance, Jiang Chang'an quickly ran ahead. Hurry, that looks like Uncle Lier.
He's been there for a while.
If they finally found Yunyang and Uncle Lier had an accident, it would be very sad. Li Shushan frowned, feeling a bit worried because that was his father. He quickly grabbed Jiang Chang'an and ran over. Inside the formation, the man was lying on the ground, a bamboo spike stuck in his foot, blood flowing out. The formation was also badly damaged. No one knew how he got in here. Li Shushan checked him carefully, then finally relaxed.
He's fine.
Take him back to Grandma Yun to look at. Li Shushan carried his father. Because of his height, his white hair dragged on the ground, turning gray after a short walk. But at this moment, who cared about that? The small path was full of formations. Li Shushan didn't trust Jiang Chang'an to stay safe, so he hurried back with the person in his arms. If he flew away, Jiang Chang'an might not keep up. They quickly brought the man back to the small yard. When Yunyang saw Uncle Lier's face, she suddenly stood up sharply, but didn't know what to do. She was anxious about the sleeping man. Don't sleep, baby. Don't sleep, aunt. Yunyang worriedly looked around for help, tears falling without noticing. This is my dad, Uncle Lier. Please, Grandma, take a look. Li Shushan rushed inside, placing him on the small bed. Oh, your family is quite lucky. At last, everyone is together. Don't worry, he won't die. The old lady I want to save, even the king of would give some face. Regarding medical matters, Granny Yun is very confident. This man, young as he is, has white hair and a face full of hardship. It seems he loves deeply and may have suffered a lot for his wife and children. Granny Yun has decided to forgive him for now. Most men in the world don't reach this level. Polygamy is common, with one wife replaced by another after death. Who would truly stay faithful to just one woman? But Li Er's love was probably for the previous Jade Lady. If he wakes up and finds that the current Jade Lady is different, but still loves her as before, Granny Yun can rest easy and return Jade Lady to this family. Otherwise, there's no point. While Granny Yun was treating the wound, she didn't want to be disturbed. Li Shushan could only take Jade Lady and wait outside the door. Jade Lady was reluctant, constantly looking back at the bed. Jiang Chang'an could feel her deep attachment and worry. Baby, husband. Hurts. Take medicine. Her logic was clear. She knew to take medicine when in pain. Such a caring mother was truly lovable. She must have been a thoughtful wife before. Yes, it's fine. Granny is treating him. After the diagnosis, taking medicine will make him better, Li Shushan said happily and contentedly, feeling like a father. Jiang Chang'an also felt happy for Li Shushan. She even started to miss home, wondering if her mother was well, if old Jiang was okay, and if old Jiang was fine. But they had just left home not long ago, and many things still needed to be done.
Sigh.
Granny Yin soon came out, wiping her blood-stained hands and said, "He's fine, he'll wake up soon. I'm going to get some medicine now. You can go in and see him." Li Shushan quickly cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, Granny." He had never heard of her before, but if she didn't mind, Li Shushan had some thoughts about thanking her. He decided to wait until her biological father woke up to discuss it. However, Granny Yin said nothing and hurried to the small medicine room. Having received special permission, Jade Lady couldn't wait to rush into the room. Seeing the man on the bed with white hair, weakly lying there, eyes tightly closed and silent, she suddenly felt a wave of panic. Quickly, she reached out to shake the person on the bed, saying, "Husband, wake up, husband, wake up, take care of the baby, husband, wake up." Her call surprisingly worked. The person on the bed slowly opened his eyes. A familiar face immediately appeared in his view, making Li Er feel a bit confused. Is this a dream? Did he really see Yunyang? Or has he died? Is this a reunion with Yunyang in the afterlife? Seeing him wake up, Yunyang's eyes brightened, and she finally smiled brightly. "Husband, you're awake. Baby, husband is awake. Take your medicine." Holding on to the medicine, it seemed she was worried about him. Her innocent words as a child finally brought Li Er back to reality. "Yunyang?"
Hey.
"Husband is great." Yunyang rewarded him with a big kiss on the face.
Li Er's Pupill shrank.
Could it really be Yunyang? Is she hurt? "Yunyang, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Does it hurt?" He struggled to sit up, wanting to check her carefully. Only after sitting up did he notice Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an beside him. Your mother, what's wrong? Is she all right?" Li Er was immediately worried and caring when he saw Yunyang's unusual state. There was no trace of dislike in his eyes. He truly loved this woman. She's fine physically, just that she hurt her head years ago, which lowered her intelligence. "The chance of recovery is very low," Li Shushan said, carefully observing his father's expression. Was his tone sincere? If Li Er showed even a hint of dislike, he would take his mother away. He didn't want that father anymore. This idea was in line with Granny Yun's thoughts. But after hearing this, Li Er slowly relaxed. It didn't matter as long as she was alive. "Yunyang, you've suffered. It's all my fault. Are you in pain?" Li Er pulled her close, tightly holding her hand, carefully checking her thoroughly. Once he confirmed she was fine, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly like a treasure. He finally found her. He finally found her. Thank heaven. Thank you. His life's focus was back. No pain, husband. It hurts me. Yunyang struggled to get out of Li Er's embrace, blowing air onto his face. As she did, it seemed to trigger some memories. Suddenly, she licked her lips towards his familiar face, her lips seeking a vague route, and accurately kissed his thin lips. The room's temperature suddenly rose. Jiang Chang'an quickly pulled Li Shushan aside and quietly slipped out. Sigh, in the adult world, there are always other needs. Those are scenes not suitable for children, so I should go help Grandma instead. Li Shushan's face also showed a slight blush. Are you still hungry?
I'll go cook some rice.
He rarely cooks, but luckily he has talent, so his cooking is at least better than Jiang Chang'an's and Grandma Yun's. Jiang Chang'an opened her mouth, asking, Are you not full from dog food yet? So I only accept good food. Otherwise, forget it. Wait a moment. Who would have thought? He learned from the royal chef, but good food is just a matter of skill, easy for him. Li Shushan went to the kitchen to cook, and Jiang Chang'an then went to find Grandma Yun. In the small medicine room, the red clay stove was simmering medicine. Grandma Yun was lighting the fire and adding herbs without raising her head when she heard the noise. She knew it was Jiang Chang'an. Little girl, why are you here? Jiang Chang'an obediently sat beside Grandma Yun. Uncle Li is awake. I came to see if I can help with anything. Does this sound like what a 7 or 8-year-old should say? She is surprisingly mature and sensible. Li Shushan and Jiang Chang'an are both strange little kids. Help. Do you know how to recognize herbs or distinguish poisons? You can't touch things in the room casually. It's dangerous. But Anen, are you interested in learning from me? I promise it will benefit you for a lifetime. Whether it's medicine or poison, both are very useful. Grandma Yun had no plans to take disciples, but seeing the clever Jiang Chang'an, she suddenly felt eager to try. Jiang Chang'an naturally had no objections. Skills are always welcome. Who would dislike learning more? She has always been diligent and hardworking, earning 100 certificates this way. But she hesitated. I don't have much time. I don't know how much I can learn. I'm afraid I won't do well and waste Grandma's good intentions. Haha, you, a little girl, say you don't have much time? Have you been spending all your time eating and fooling around? Grandma Yun burst into laughter. Li Shushan was fine, but he's just a young man. Besides learning and practicing martial arts, it's normal to spend a lot of time. Plus, he has to work hard for his future career, so Grandma Yun didn't count him in. But Jiang Chang'an, a young girl, how busy can she be? Does she also need to work hard for her career? Jiang Chang'an was silent. Clearly Grandma Yun's ideas were very traditional. Their thoughts are different. Grandma, I am very busy. I need to go to the marketplace to earn money, gather forces in the martial world, and fight for power in the court. There are so many things I need to learn. Now that school is on holiday, I went out with Shu Shun to explore and also to learn about his background. Finding his parents was an unexpected joy. However, even Shu Shun can't always stay with his parents. Investigations show that Aunt Yu's identity is not simple, which is why their family suffered an unexpected disaster. It's not for wealth or fame, but to stay safe that he must work hard. I am the same. Let's talk about this later when we visit Uncle Li Er. Grandma Yun was suddenly shocked. Is she getting old, or has she been out of touch for too long? Are children nowadays so ambitious? All right then, Grandma Yun said curiously. She wanted to know more about Yunyang's background. After about half an hour, Li Shushan finished cooking the porridge. It was a sweet, soft rice porridge with vegetables and meat, very popular with everyone. Grandma Yun's medicine was also ready. The family gathered in the house, eating and listening to Li Shushan tell about Yunyang's background and her experiences over the years. A princess? Grandma Yun was again shocked. How could a princess be so easily replaced? And why would a noble consort give birth outside the palace? People of such high status are usually surrounded by many servants. Didn't anyone notice? It was unbelievable. Grandma Yun looked at Yunyang carefully. She was quite beautiful, But a princess? It was hard to believe. In those days, the old marquis was celebrating his 80th birthday. Yang Guifei was very favored then. The emperor personally attended the banquet at the marquis house. How could Yang Guifei miss such a chance to show off? The fight for favor among the women in the harem was intense. Yang Chen, the lady of the Yang family, had a grudge against Yang Guifei. She couldn't stand Yang Guifei's popularity, so she tampered with the food of Yang Guifei and Lu Chen, causing both women to have early births. It was a chaotic time with many guests. Yang Chen, who was prepared, easily managed to sabotage. In the end, the real princess was controlled by Yang Chen for many years and ended up living among common people, leading a lonely life. Yang Guifei's daughter entered the palace and enjoyed great wealth, while Lu Chen's daughter went to Yang's house. Recently, due to palace struggles, Yang Guifei's false princess married poorly. Yang Chen was unhappy and decided to ruthlessly eliminate me. This led to a series of events later on. I will avenge my mother's hatred. Soon I will leave. I want to honor Grandma Yun as my grandmother. Please temporarily take in my parents. Once my life stabilizes, I will come back to bring you all out of hiding. I wonder if you would be willing to let me take care of you in old age? Li Shushan's attitude was very sincere, and his thoughts were mature. He no longer cared about Li Er's matters, yet he still moved Granny Yun deeply. TSK, you don't even know who I am, yet you dare to call me Grandma? Granny Yun sneered mockingly. Li Shushan looked more serious and promised again, no matter who you are my mother's savior. I must respect and protect you. Please, I ask for your help. At this moment, Li Er also spoke up. The child is right. You are Yun Yang and my savior. If you don't mind, I am willing to recognize you as my godmother. I will do my best to be a good son. Li Shushan didn't know Granny Yun well, but Li Er, who often traveled the rivers and lakes, knew about poison Dr. Yun Yang. Her medical skills were excellent, but her poison techniques also made people afraid. When she saved others, she did so based on her mood, but anyone who dared to provoke her would face death. Due to past grudges that led to a killing spree, the hatred grew bigger. So, he ran alone into the deep mountains to hide, just to escape his enemies. But Granny Yun had saved the Li family, and Li Er felt he had to take responsibility for her. Grandma, you don't need to worry. I have some skills too, and I can protect your safety, Li Er said firmly. If things got really bad, he would restore his identity. His eyes showed determination. Granny Yun looked at this family with pursed lips. She had long grown indifferent to wealth and fame. Living with Yun Yang for many years had become a habit. If she had to live alone again, it would be very lonely. Old people fear loneliness. But those enemies, let's talk about it later. Give me some time to think, she said, worried about disturbing this family's rare reunion. Thus, Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan stayed in the valley for a few days. Li Er's injuries finally healed, and he took on the responsibility of cooking. The father and son shared the same skill, and their meals were exceptionally delicious. Li Shushan finally felt at ease and left. Li Er had nowhere to go, so he temporarily stayed in the valley with Yun Yang, living with Granny Yun. When Jiang Chang'an returned to the busy city, she felt as if she had entered a different world. Life in the mountains was so peaceful, but it didn't suit her. I feel like I've lived several lifetimes. Do you think the Sun family has finished making the iron parts for the weaving machines? She also wondered if Qian Posey had returned. They suspected that the people from the Little Sun family dared not report to the authorities, so they kidnapped her. They knew that reporting would cause a big fuss, and Qian Posey's bad deeds would be exposed. That would make it hard for her to explain herself to the Liu family. Currently, the Sun family is not wealthy. Everyone is the same. Their weaving skills are already advanced, so as long as the weaving machines and workers are available, they can produce brocade fabrics. Therefore, the Sun clan would not risk anything just for money. Don't worry. If they don't want the compensation, that's fine. I can feel at peace with myself. We can do it ourselves, and involve Li Zhuobu's family. Later, we plan to study at Bailu Academy. Having some local connections will make things easier. After finding his parents, Li Shushen was no longer troubled. He was also a victim and had dealt with the money lady, which was like avenging the Sun family. The two headed straight to the inn. As they thought about future studies, Jiang Chang'an remembered, are we also going to buy Lu Academy? How long will we study there? If they go, they will definitely go with their older brothers. About 3 years. Private schools only prepare students for the imperial exam to become shiozai, talented scholars. After that, they must attend the county school's advanced class. But the county school in Chang'an is chaotic, so our best option is by Lu Academy. If we pass the imperial exam locally, we will go to the Imperial College in Beijing until we become Jinshi, advanced scholars, then be appointed officials. So, Bai Lu Academy is like a high school, but it also has middle and elementary sections. The Imperial College is like a university. That's quite a long time. Should we buy a house inside? It's crowded, and living in the academy isn't very convenient. Mainly because they both have many secrets and also need to develop their careers here. The academy is a bit chaotic. Li Shushen also agreed. That makes sense. The master will probably come too, along with some classmates. If we buy a house, it should be big, at least 3 courtyards, 1 for studying and working, 1 for male residents, and 1 for female residents. While talking, they returned to the inn and saw Sun Ping with his son, the 10th prince, Li Zi, and Kong Yu all in the main hall. Chang'an, Shushen, you're finally back, Li Zi said happily, standing up. Of course, the two groups didn't sit together because they didn't know each other. Sun Ping felt relieved, thinking Jiang Chang'an and the others might have given up. They had been gone for several days. Fortunately, his 2 maids were still at the inn, so Sun Ping dared to continue giving the accessories Jiang Chang'an requested to be made. Many of these accessories were metal parts and expensive. All the money for these was paid by him alone. Originally, Jiang Chang'an said everyone should share the cost, but after a disagreement at the Sun family, Jiang Chang'an simply left with the blueprints, and afterward, no one could discuss the matter further. Jiang Chang'an nodded to Sun Ping and his son, then greeted the 10th prince and others. How about we all go upstairs and sit together? Of course, we came specifically to find you. We come every day, and today we finally met the main person, they replied. When Jiang Chang'an returned home, she heard her father say that Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushen came to do business, and Li Zi didn't find it surprising at all. Li Shushen only knew that Jiang Chang'an was skilled in martial arts, but she was also talented in many areas. She understood machinery, so making a textile machine was easy for her. Yes, Chang'an, I've had the accessories you wanted made. There are 10 sets of wooden and iron parts, all placed in your guest room, Sun Ping said repeatedly. Good. Thank you, Uncle Sun, Jiang Chang'an said, changing her way of addressing him to avoid awkwardness between Sun Ping and Li Shushen. Starting a business together is what we should do, Sun Ping replied. Anyway, the worst that could happen to the Sun family was already happening. Li Shushen and Jiang Chang'an looked capable, so they decided to give it a try. Yes, just look at the 2 kids. They easily tricked the moneylender into losing her composure. Now she was lying in bed, groaning. Sun Ping admired this. The Sun family was making big moves, spending a lot of money to buy strange iron and wooden parts, and acquiring a lot of silk. Many people noticed this, and some started to pay attention. Then, someone overheard that Sun Ping was talking about starting a business with a young girl. Unable to hold back, they stepped forward. Sun Ping, are you doing business with outsiders? What kind of business? Could it be weaving cloth? The person was Sun Qing, a shopkeeper from the Sun clan. He thought Sun Ping was guarding some important person, but it turned out to be just an unknown young girl. Is Sun Ping crazy? Sun Qing appeared in the inn, and Sun Ping had already seen him. He thought the man was there to meet someone important, so he didn't greet him. Since they didn't get along, he ignored him. But now, Sun Qing was standing out and mocking him. Sun Ping was unhappy. Our clan has no rule against working with outsiders. Are you saying we can't do business with them? The different branches of the Sun family kept their techniques and processes separate, owned by individuals, and the clan had no control over them. Sun Ping kept walking, signaling Jiang Chang'an to go upstairs without paying attention to the irrelevant people. However, Jiang Chang'an immediately saw that this man was watching Sun Ping. She didn't plan to hide it. Maybe she could even help Sun's boss give his business a good word. With the poor quality goods your family produces, only the old master shows mercy to you all, insisting that the clan continues to buy from you. It's a losing business, but he does it just to support your family for many years. But now, you want to work with outsiders and compete with the clan. That's a betrayal to the old master, a complete act of ingratitude. Sun Qing looked at him with disdain. He didn't believe Sun Ping could accomplish anything impressive, especially in making high-quality fabrics. Even if Sun Ping only managed to produce fabrics, Sun Qing wouldn't be happy because his family was also working with outsiders on low-quality fabrics. The competition within the clan wasn't fierce, but if Sun Ping used cheap fabrics, it wouldn't affect the clan directly, but it would definitely impact Sun Qing's family. Sun Qing couldn't accept this happening and wanted to stop it early. He didn't mention that the clan was doing well, but as soon as he did, Sun Ping got even angrier.
Don't laugh at me.
Even if my goods are bad, the clan still needs them. The reason they still work with me is simply because my prices are lower. If I hadn't been selling raw cloth directly for years, my whole family would have starved long ago. You shouldn't spread false rumors here. The big bosses in this business are the Jiang family and the Li family. Think carefully before you speak. Spreading rumors might backfire on you. Sun Ping snorted coldly and ignored him, then followed Jiang Chang'an upstairs. Soon, everyone knew that the Li family was planning to start a fabric business, and they began to watch closely. In the guest room upstairs, Lu Yu and Lu Si were studying the lessons left by Li Shushan. After several days, they finally saw their masters return. They immediately used their skills to serve, bringing water to wash the two's faces. Lu Si pushed Jiang Chang'an into the inner room to change clothes. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was busy entertaining the guests who had just arrived. After a long journey in the hot weather, they returned to find someone serving tea and water. Jiang Chang'an was truly well taken care of and felt very comfortable. He praised the sisters. "You've worked hard." Lu Si's face lit up with a smile. Seeing their master return, the sisters finally felt a sense of purpose. They still had a long way to go, living in the inn, having food and money, but always worried. Their family's girl was truly impressive, traveling alone to the south and north. Looking at the small workshop filled with parts, it was clear that it was something valuable for making money in the future. "Miss and young master, you've worked hard. Is everything going smoothly?" The other two masters went to do something, and the sisters didn't know what, but they only cared about Jiang Chang'an and asked casually. "Everything's fine. Did you notice anything unusual in the inn?" They are grown up in mind, but the sisters are still children. It's their first time going out, so they must be very scared. "It's nothing serious. We're just doing our daily studies. Occasionally, Boss Sun and young Master Li come by. They are acquaintances and we can handle things well. Life is a bit nerve-wracking, but it feels fulfilling. They look forward to the future and really enjoy this kind of life." Good job. Jiang Chang'an felt like he had found a treasure. Not everyone is willing to work hard and improve. These two sisters are very good. Lu Si chuckled softly, but straightened up as soon as they went outside. These rules are clearly written in the Manual of Lord Shen. How servants should behave is different when dealing with their masters or outsiders. Seeing Jiang Chang'an come out, Li Zi couldn't wait to ask, "Chang'an, with so many parts, how many weaving machines do you want to make?" Li Zi had heard Sun Ping talk about the uses of these parts, but Sun Ping didn't know much because Jiang Chang'an only gave him the structural diagrams, not the complete effect pictures. He only recognized a few parts because they looked similar to the weaving machines at his home, but he couldn't understand the rest at all. Even an expert in textiles wouldn't understand everything, so it's not easy for others to learn. Jiang Chang'an then took out the effect diagrams for everyone to see. It's not just weaving machines. There are also silk reeling machines and carding machines. We want to make silk fabric and cotton fabric. Silk is processed into thread using the reeling machine. Cotton is carded into thread with the carding machine, then woven into fabric with the loom. The woven fabric produced by the loom has patterns on it, like brocade, so there's no need for embroidery. Uncle Sun has brought cotton and silk. Once my sister finishes setting up, we can give it a try. Everyone understood some of Jiang Chang'an's diagrams, but they couldn't understand the complicated parts. It shows how amazing and intimidating a mechanic can be. We didn't bring any. How much do you need? I'll send Sun Shun to go get it. They thought Jiang Chang'an only planned to make brocade, not cotton fabric, and Sun Ping's body started to tremble. He was so excited that if they set up these machines on this large frame, they might really push the Sun family down. The old folks in the clan would be furious. Why does it feel so satisfying? Bring enough to weave a piece of cloth, Jiang Chang'an said, planning to make some samples to convince everyone. Then, Sun Shun, go quickly. But Chang'an, it takes a long time to weave a piece of cloth. Do you think we can finish assembling these machines today? They usually don't have machines for spinning, so it takes many days just to weave a plain brocade. Everyone thinks these machines can't be assembled today, so how could they still weave cloth? Jiang Chang'an calculated the time. It's only noon, there's still plenty of time.
No rush.
Let's eat first. Today, we will definitely weave a piece of fabric. Without dying, we will weave moonlight brocade. With current technology, 10 pounds of silkworm cocoons can produce only 1 pound of silk. A piece of cloth for Zhang Long weighs about 2 jin. So, Sun Shun quickly brought 20 jin of unprocessed silk, which is the weight needed for 1 piece of cloth. Of course, there was also a large bag of cotton. In the past, the Sun family only knew how to weave brocade and didn't know how to reel silk. They didn't have the right tools, so they bought silk threads from their clan to spin and weave. They mainly wove sparse-based brocade and then handed it over to the clan, earning processing fees. Of course, if the volume was large, the profit could be quite good. But later, their technology didn't improve, and they lost business to Madame Qian. The Sun family's situation worsened over time. Now, Jiang Chang'an was doing a complete silk weaving process, reeling silk, spinning threads, and finally weaving brocade. Several steps required good machinery. After they finished eating, Sun Shun came over with some items, but he looked hesitant and troubled, which Jiang Chang'an noticed right away. What's wrong? Just keep track of what you bring out, and we'll settle the accounts later. Today, we'll combine the costs from our 3 families and give them to Uncle Sun for safekeeping, since you're the one doing production and need more expenses. Sun Shun shook his head.
No.
Dad, the clan head has issued an order. If we insist on working with outsiders, they will cancel our textile orders. The clan's regular orders weren't many, but they were their main income. Because of the machinery, the end cotton fabrics they wove were of poor quality, and they had no dyeing techniques, so their earnings were very low. If the clan cut off their business, and if Jiang Chang'an's efforts also failed, the Sun family would face ruin. They didn't even know how to farm. Sun Ping looked serious, feeling cold and sarcastic. The clan always suppressed members who had no value, never helping them. Just cut it off. Earning only a few taels of silver a month depends on others' moods. It's time to end this. Chang'an, don't feel pressured. I volunteered to work with you. Even if we fail and lose money, I won't blame you. The most important thing is to protect the investment, which they must have saved for a long time. Of course, doing business always involves some risk. Jiang Chang'an chuckled. It seems you're uneasy until I show you my cards. Watch this. I'll show you what a craftsman can do. After saying that, Jiang Chang'an walked toward a pile of parts stacked higher than she was. She casually picked up a part and assembled it. She was very familiar with the components. If she couldn't assemble a piece, she set it aside. She worked quickly, sorting and assembling at the same time, and soon she was surrounded by scattered parts. The little girl, with 2 small buns on her head, was busy and very focused among the mechanical parts. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was playing house. Everyone was helping nearby. If they didn't understand something, they would ask Jiang Chang'an. She explained as she assembled. At first, everyone thought they'd have to wait a long time, but in just an hour, dozens of machines were assembled. They were carefully placed in front of them, silent and steady. Some were large weaving machines, others small silk reeling machines, and some for spinning cotton. But then someone asked, Chang'an, Why are these silk reeling and cotton spinning machines full of holes and iron rods? Can they spin multiple threads at once? The merchants we buy from usually spin one thread at a time, which makes their prices higher. Sun Ping remembered that every time he bought supplies, the merchants would complain about how difficult it was to spin multiple threads at once. So, he was unsure when he saw Jiang Chang'an's machines. Yes, they can spin 3 or 4 threads at the same time. It takes practice, but once you get used to it, you'll be able to do it too. Come on, let's start with silk reeling. Bring me the cooked silkworm cocoons, Jiang Chang'an waved to Sun Shun. A silk reeling machine had 10 holes and 10 spindles, operated by hand. Under each hole, there were 10 basins filled with water and silkworm cocoons. Everyone watched as Jiang Chang'an used a small broom to stir the cocoons in the basin and sweep around. When she lifted the broom, many silk threads stuck to it. She threaded these silk strands through the holes onto the spindles, then shook the machine, and the silk was pulled out from the cocoons. Sun Ping and his son stared in amazement. They had been spinning for years, but never knew it was so simple to extract silk. Were the merchants cheating them? Or was Jiang Chang'an's machine really that good? Probably, it was the latter. That's pretty interesting. Let's help too. The 10th prince rolled up his sleeves and joined in pulling silk. Others quickly started helping as well.
See?
Isn't it very easy? After pulling the silk, you just need to divide the threads further, so they can be woven. You all should spin the silk. Uncle Sun is coming. We are spinning cotton thread, which requires some skill. We have 4 slots on one spindle, and with 2 spindles, we can make 8 threads at once. Use your foot to turn the spindle like this. Jiang Chang'an sat in front of the spinning machine and demonstrated to Sun Ping, but although it sounds simple, it is quite difficult to do. Sun Ping, who has been spinning thread for many years, quickly understood Jiang Chang'an's meaning. However, Jiang Chang'an is very skilled at making machines, but she is not good at hand spinning. The cotton bobbin in her hands is not very obedient, maybe because her hands are too small. She can spin 2 threads at once, but not 8. Seeing this, Sun Ping became anxious. Let me try, Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed. She can make the spinning machine, but she has never spun thread herself. She struggled with the cotton bobbin, but when Sun Ping took over, he started spinning 2 threads, then 4, and soon he could handle 8 threads with both hands. He smiled so much that his teeth showed. Great machine, it's so easy to spin cotton. Sun Ping thought they could sell the cotton and silk threads directly, because making them was so simple now. With this machine, they could hire a few more workers, and in one day, they could spin a lot of thread. After the silk and cotton threads are separated by the machine, the final step is weaving the fabric. The success or failure depends on this step. Sun Ping is most familiar with weaving machines, but the one Jiang Chang'an made is very different from the one in his family. It is so complex that he can't quite understand it, and he wonders if the weaving machines in his family are like this. Jiang Chang'an's weaving machine doesn't need manual pushing during weaving. Instead, she just presses with her foot, and the parts move by themselves, weaving the fabric automatically. It is extremely convenient and fast. This advanced weaving machine once again surprised Sun Ping. Could Jiang Chang'an really mean they can weave the moonlight brocade today? Others, who are not familiar with machinery, can't understand how it works, but when a piece of moonlight brocade is finished, everyone is amazed. Is this the moonlight brocade? It's so thin, soft, and cool. The color isn't too bright or glaring, perfect for summer, Kong Yu exclaimed. This was fabric he helped weave himself, and he felt a deep sense of pride. It's amazing! Although this brocade is light, it's tight and strong, not easy to tear. Li Zi eagerly kneaded the fabric, and surprisingly, it didn't wrinkle. Oh my, what kind of divine fabric is this? Could this be their future business? Even as a shareholder, it feels like they could get rich quickly. However, it also has hidden patterns. This quality of fabric is not even available in the palace. We should aim to make it an imperial product, and the price can be set higher. The 10th prince suddenly felt quite unsophisticated, as he had never seen such fine material before. If that's the case, we should control the quantity, as rarity makes things more valuable, Li Shushan suggested. But then? Should we only sell cotton fabric? It's good for summer, but not suitable for winter, someone asked. Is it possible to sell one piece of fabric and use it for a whole year? Sun Ping felt this idea was hard to believe. Everyone's ideas are good. This is beige moonlight cotton. The summer version is thin, and for winter, we can weave it thicker with rougher threads, in different colors and patterns. Alright, you all probably understand the basic process now. The remaining adjustments and techniques I will write down and give to Uncle Sun. Have we chosen a good location for our workshop? We can arrange for someone to move the machines there. Once the raw materials are purchased and a good day is chosen, we can start working. Z, your family's sales can also begin. Take this piece of moonlight brocade as a sample for promotion. Each family should estimate their costs. After everyone pays, the remaining tasks will be handled by your two families. For technical questions, come to me. So, it's easier to do technical work without worrying about all the messy details. No one objected. I've already chosen the workshop location with Li Zhuobo. It's in the Li family's courtyard, and that area is safe. I'll contact the transport team now to move the machinery. The rest can be discussed directly with Li Zhuobo. I don't want to trouble Jiang Chang'an anymore. He's still just a kid. Who would believe that their big business success was started by a child? Oh my! Fortune is turning around. Fortune is turning around. But the cost was high. It seemed he had traded his daughter's life for it. Still, nothing in the world is perfect. Sun Ping and his son left, but the 10th prince had no intention of leaving. Chang'an, about the crossbows from last time. May I order 20 more from you? That was the purpose of the 10th prince's visit. Jiang Chang'an looked serious at the 10th prince. Yun Ting, you must understand that crossbows are deadly weapons. They can hurt others or even yourself. Their power is immense. First, you cannot use them to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Second, only someone you trust completely and who won't betray you should possess them. Have you thought about the consequences? If Zhao Yunting had a team armed with crossbows, his strength would definitely improve significantly. But he was worried someone might betray him and turn the crossbows against him. So, Jiang Chang'an needed him to think carefully. The 10th prince was unsure whether Jiang Chang'an knew his true identity, which is why he was worried. However, he understood that the other person was acting for his own good. Don't worry. If I had a bow and crossbow, I promise I wouldn't use them to hurt you or innocent people. I can fully control this team. Having spent many years outside, he had learned how to read people and had gained many skills and tricks. The 10th prince was confident in this. Alright, I can give you 20 bows. Since you're a regular customer, I'll offer you a discount, 200 taels each. Delivery in 2 days. How does that sound? Jiang Chang'an wasn't just about bows and crossbows. She grinned happily, rubbing her hands like a greedy merchant. But she wasn't annoying. Instead, she seemed cute and playful. The 10th prince smiled in relief. Good, thank you. It was a small gesture. No, I should be thanking you for your patronage. With a few thousand taels earned, Jiang Chang'an was very happy. She now had the capital to invest in her weaving business. After a day of trouble, everyone soon took their leave. Jiang Chang'an was tired too. After Sun Ping came to take away the machinery, she simply washed up and went to sleep. Li Shushen, however, couldn't sleep. Zhang Xiaorao was so capable that he felt useless. If he didn't do something, he might end up just relying on others. Li Shushen sneered at himself. He quickly changed into his night clothes and said to the inner room, Zhang Linger, I'm going out. Be careful. From time to time, Jiang Chang'an's sleepy voice came from inside. She probably didn't realize he was leaving, or she would have asked where he was going. Li Yu will keep watch. Li Shushen left quietly without a sound. Li Yu couldn't sleep either. He hurriedly got up, lit a lamp, and took out a book to read. Li Shushen left the inn, jumping between rooftops. Relying on his memory, he arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Only one lamp was lit inside. 2 old men sat lazily in the yard, drinking together. Li Shushen silently appeared in front of them, startling both men so much that their cups spilled. They immediately asked, Who are you? Late at night, A delicately dressed young child suddenly appeared here, flying down from the roof. Is he even a person? Without 100 years of skill, who could do this? The two old men stood stiffly, alert and watching Li Shushan.
Li Shushan smirka mischievously.
Isn't the person here a guest? The two old men looked at each other, realizing the child was prepared. Do you have a token? Only those with a token could pass here. No, are you sure you won't let me go? Besides, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just curious and want to take a look inside. Li Shushan spoke casually, but the pressure he released almost made the two old men unable to stand upright. You! One old man wanted to make a move. He was stopped by the other old man. You better keep your word, or do you know what kind of place this is? Li Shushan grew impatient. Lead the way. No more nonsense. Of course, this is a place where assassins gather, like a black market run by a killer organization. Inside, as long as you have money, you can buy almost anything. Li Shushan came tonight for two reasons. First, to find his former bodyguard from his past life, and second, to find suitable people for Jiang Chang'an. They went higher and higher, even dealing with the prince, which made their future more dangerous. They needed support around them. The 100 Ghosts Guard is a major goal and a tough one. It needs careful planning, but recruiting a few guards is quite easy. The two old men dared not speak further. Anyway, it's easy to get in, but inside is like, only true heroes can survive and thrive there. Because inside, money alone isn't enough to buy everything. Li Shushan had never been to the Shura Hall in Kangwu Prefecture. He only knew about this nationwide underground organization because Qingfeng took him to the Shura Hall in the capital. Qingfeng, his most trusted subordinate, came from this place. In his past life, Qingfeng was tortured here for many years. When he escaped, Li Shushan saved him, and he stayed by his side through thick and thin. They didn't have many good days, and Qingfeng ultimately died protecting him. Now, in this life, he wanted to find Qingfeng early and give him protection and freedom. From the outside, this small, broken courtyard looked peaceful and quiet. But descending down the long stairs revealed a completely different scene, an underground hall. Above ground was the human world, but below was... At the entrance, the two old men handed Li Shushan a mask to wear. When he entered deeper, they showed a cruel, ferocious smile. The real show was just beginning. If you deliberately sought death, don't blame others for being ruthless. The Shura Hall was truly hellish, equipped with all kinds of torture devices, tormenting the slaves, men and women, old and young. Those who excelled in their fields but lacked self-protection were gathered here. They train people and then sell them at high prices, which is how various torture devices came to be. If someone is truly disobedient, they are taken for poison experiments and eventually become unrecognizable, neither human nor ghost. Here, not only live people are sold, but also various organs like hearts and human skin, and of course, human lives. Jewels, poisons, and large amounts of iron can all be bought here. The most interesting part is that all the people traded here are criminals from different places. Some committed crimes, others were falsely accused. Perhaps because of this, those in power turn a blind eye and allow these cruel places to exist while sharing the profits. Such places are not suitable for Jiang Chang'an to know about. The little demon is too kind-hearted and might do something shocking like a nuclear explosion. Right now, they don't have that power. Li Shushan walks into the brightly lit hall and is quickly noticed. There are no servants around him, as if he accidentally wandered into this place like a mischievous young master. Suddenly, a burly man at the door mocks him. Haha, brothers, look. A little lamb has come in. Did this young master get in because he's so handsome? Come here, let me take good care of you. The man leers and quickly steps forward to block Li Shushan's way, reaching out to remove his mask. But in an instant, Li Shushan's sleeve flicks, and no one sees how he touches the man. Suddenly, a burst of strength sweeps out, and the man is pushed back swiftly. He crashes into a cage behind him used to hold slaves, and a hook hanging on the bars pierces through his neck. Blood gushes out from the wound and drips down the hook, staining the ground. The man's body stiffens and remains there, dead and unseeing.
Gasp.
Everyone nearby gasps in shock, exchanging looks of surprise. But the fire in their eyes only intensifies. Anyone who comes to the Hall of Shura is either a wealthy customer or a trafficker. No one is truly honest. The few men in front of Li Shushan are traders. Today, they are here to deliver their goods, and they didn't expect to meet such a talented young man here. He is skillful and could be sold for a fortune. They aren't worried about the goods biting back because, once captured, they can be drugged and controlled. Even the proudest, most rebellious people become obedient, only listening to their masters. The first man's death was just because he was careless. It is important to know that capturing goods involves more than just skill and strength. It also requires tools like formations, wire fences, and poisons. Several rough men, with bad intentions, took out their weapons and rushed toward Li Shushan. However, Li Shushan was faster. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood, and, before they could react, he swiftly cut off one of their throats with his sword. In the world of martial arts, speed is often more important than strength, and this was clearly shown in this small child's actions. After that, no one dared to approach Li Shushan again. It was obvious that this young troublemaker was not just relying on his looks. He had real strength. Li Shushan calmly put away his sword. He didn't need to wipe it because it was so fast that it didn't even get a drop of blood on it, yet he could still kill easily. His methods were clean and quick. Killing was easier than killing a chicken. Would you want to provoke someone like him? Li Shushan continued walking forward, inspecting each cage carefully, searching for Qingfeng's figure. Not far behind, people in the hall quickly moved the bodies of the rough men away, showing no intention of questioning Li Shushan. In the Shura Hall, there were no rules. Only the strong were respected. Human lives were as insignificant as ants. No one paid attention. Li Shushan searched carefully. After looking at many cages, he still couldn't find Qingfeng. However, in the last 2 cages, he noticed 2 young girls. One was stunningly beautiful and was being assaulted by 2 rough men. Her clothes had been torn, and her limbs were. One man was about to attack her again. The girl looked only 12 or 13, filled with shame and despair in her eyes. She couldn't even bite her tongue to end her suffering because her mouth was gagged. Could it be her? From the Jin family, known for their cleverness and memory. Jin Xiaoqiao was just a concubine's daughter, sold by the main wife, right? In a past life, Li Shushan had seen her beside the crown prince. Someone smart and beautiful like her would surely be remembered, yet it turned out she had suffered such terrible things when she was young. Li Shushan raised his hand and used his inner strength to stop the 2 rough men. Then he stepped inside. How about you come out and serve a young girl? The Jin family, right? Was this a hero saving a maiden scene? Jin Xiaoqiao struggled with all her might to push away the men on her, then spat on the ground in disgust, still feeling very sick. She awkwardly pulled her torn clothes to cover herself and looked at Li Shushan. She was surprised to see such a small child. Could this be a trap you set up? She asked. How could kind-hearted people be here? Ha! But do you think I still have a reason to live? Li Shushan's tone remained cold and detached. You're not worth my setting a trap for. But that C said something. Live for yourself, and let others talk. After speaking, Li Shushan turned and walked to the opposite side, ignoring Jin Xiaoqiao behind him. He showed no intention of waiting for her to catch up. Jin Xiaoqiao was stunned. Suddenly, she became curious about this young girl. How young was she? Yet she could speak so freely and confidently, as if all suffering and hardship were nothing. With her hardships. Jin Xiaoqiao got up abruptly, drew a large man's dagger, and directly pressed it to the necks of 2 men. With a clatter, she threw down the blood-stained knife and staggered toward Li Shushan. Without the ransom, she couldn't leave this place. On this side of the cage, a girl was suffering from poison, writhing in pain. It seemed she knew she couldn't endure the poison's torment and was trying various ways to end her life. But her body was too weak. Her attempts only resulted in self-harm, not death. It's a tragic situation, unable to escape alive, yet unable to die. This was the result of failing to fight the poison. Want to go out? I know a young girl who won't fight back. Li Shushan's words sounded like salvation to those on the ground. The person on the ground desperately nodded. Yes, yes. She wanted to leave this place, improve her poison skills, and then come back to challenge that old monster. In the end, she would definitely win, or there would be no future for the poison immortal Lu Dan, a subordinate of the second prince. Since both girls were willing to be redeemed, Li Shushan called over a handler and made a deal with 2 pieces of jade. Jin Xiaoqiao and Lu Dan were rare talents, but Li Shushan's jade was also very precious. If measured by money, the jade was even more valuable. The handler asked carefully, does the guest need the antidote multiple times, or just once? Usually, most guests preferred a multi-use antidote to control their slaves. As long as they didn't want to die, the slaves would obediently listen. Some also bought a one-time antidote, which could completely detox the after-use. But whether they remained loyal afterward depended on the guest's ability and luck. The handler's attentiveness seemed to go unnoticed by Li Shushan. A one-time antidote that can detox. If they cannot be subdued, even poison control won't help. Li Shushan knows this very well and is confident that both himself and Jiang Chang'an can tame these 2 people. If they fail, it doesn't matter. Those who lack self-protection skills can be caught once or twice by human traffickers. Until they choose a new master, such as the crown prince or the second prince, then both sides will become enemies, and it will be a life-or-death situation. Li Shushan will no longer show mercy. The host was surprised by this, but did not try to persuade him further. Instead, they handed Li Shushan 2 antidote pills. Li Shushan declined to take them himself. Instead, he moved aside, allowing the host to give the medicine directly to the 2 girls, then silently turned away to another area. If Qingfeng isn't on the first floor, she should be in the deeper fighting arena. After Lu Dan received the antidote, she sniffed it briefly and eagerly swallowed it to ease her physical discomfort. Jin Xiaoqiao also quickly took the antidote, hoping to recover her strength quickly so she could keep up with Li Shushan, as everyone around was watching with hostile and suspicious eyes. Wait for me. Chun Dan scrambled and crawled forward. She couldn't understand the children in front. They had paid a lot to buy them, so was it really okay to ignore them like this? Fortunately, Li Shushan's initial display of killing to intimidate kept most people from acting rashly. Even if a ruthless expert throws away his belongings, he wouldn't want others to touch them. This is about dignity and face. Those who do so risk death, unless they are confident they can defeat him. Inside the Shura Hall, it was a circular fighting arena. Some slaves fought desperately inside. The winner was sold at a high price, while the loser, if worth reconditioning, was dragged away for further upgrades. If not, they faced death. When Li Shushan entered, he saw Qingfeng on the stage being beaten to near death. Looking around, he saw masked guests cheering from the spectator stands. He couldn't recognize who was who, but some gossip he overheard reached his ears. That kid has great resilience. He's a promising talent. If he keeps fighting, someone might die. Indeed. What does the buyer mean? They've already bought him, so why bother tormenting him? That's breaking the rules. Haha, the Shura Hall has no rules. It's all decided by the moneyed masters. Can't understand it? Actually, this is a disguised way of training slaves, meant to tell them that they are not that important and can be discarded at any time. If you want to survive, serve your master well. Otherwise, your fate will be like now. Remember the lesson and the pain, and remain loyal to your master, an old man's gentle voice said.
Wow.
Such arrogance and boldness. Looking across the entire city, only that family seems to have the strength. Maybe that one? Although others didn't say it aloud, Li Shushan guessed who the so-called benefactor was. His gaze quickly swept to a young masked boy about 14 years old. Nearby, 2 rows of guards stood solemnly, and a young servant and an old servant attended to him. With such a grand display, he must be the son of the local governor, right? Rumor has it that the governor has many wives but only one son, with over a dozen daughters. All were married off for alliances, but when the governor fell from power, none of the sons-in-law came forward to help. Li Shushan's eyes were full of sarcasm. He used his internal energy to send a message to the host, "Come here." The host, watching from afar, looked around and saw only a young noble at the entrance, which made him nervous. No one in the martial world at such a young age could send messages with internal energy. He hurried over to Li Shuwen, asking, "What does the guest want?" "The person who was beaten on the field. How much did others pay?" "I'll pay double. Bring him to me." The host's eyes lit up. So he was a wealthy guest. "That's possible, but, sir, do you see the benefactor of that? Are you sure? Do you want to consider choosing someone else? There are plenty of others, men and women, young and old, for you to pick." Such a generous guest. The host hoped Li Shuwen would return. But if he faced that person again, who knew if there would be a future? That person was notoriously domineering and unreasonable, like a mad dog. Besides bullying others with power, he had no real skills. So unless you didn't plan to stay in the city, escaping unscathed would be difficult. "I want him," Li Shuwen said. Since he could threaten County Magistrate Chen, he could surely threaten the governor. Otherwise, what would be the point of his rebirth? Even without threats, he could set fire to the governor's backyard. Actually, the governor wasn't as clever as County Magistrate Chen. It was just luck that he married a good wife. The governor's wife was the real strategist and counselor. But this counselor wife was too proud. No matter how she tried, she couldn't imagine that her own husband was the one responsible for killing her family. The main goal is to make Yu fully loyal to the Yu family and to remove her ties to her family and her reliance on her maternal relatives. Yu Prefect is not very smart, but he is cunning and ruthless, which is why he can hold the position of a fourth-rank prefect. When Li Shuwen insisted on buying someone, the host did not try to persuade him again. Besides, just this one deal could make them very rich, and whether Li Shuwen would buy again was not very important. The host immediately went to the center of the scene and spoke to the guard. The guard quickly stepped forward and stopped the beating of Qingfeng. "What's going on?" Young Master Yu immediately lost his patience. He didn't call to stop the fight. Who dared to stop it? So he stood up and asked in a deep voice, "Guest, sorry to bother you. Someone has entered the bidding and offered twice the price to buy this. Do you want to increase your bid?" "What? Who dares to challenge him?" Yu was almost unable to believe his ears. "Does the guest want a bit higher?" The host's tone remained calm. Others might fear Yu Prefect, but the Shura Hall was not afraid. Yu Prefect was just a high-ranking official, but the Shura Hall was spread all over the world. Seeing the host's gaze, Yu saw Li Shuwen at the entrance. He was alone, with only 2 newly bought slaves behind him. The stunning was the one he had liked before. He just wanted to buy that rare male first, then mention the female when leaving. But that kid had snatched him first, and now he wanted to compete for the male. Who was he? Did he not know Yu's identity as young Master Yu and dare to challenge him? Add more. Yu gritted his teeth. Auction fights shouldn't be disrupted, or they would offend the Shura Hall. But if they just snatched the person after the auction, the Shura Hall wouldn't care. Yu planned to bid last, but he didn't want Li Shuwen to get the male too cheaply, so he immediately joined the bid without hesitation. All right, the first guest bids up to 20,000 taels. Does the last guest want a bid? The host's expression was calm. It was not uncommon for a male to sell for 20,000 taels in the Shura Hall. 40,000 taels, Li Shuwen said calmly, causing everyone to gasp. Most people here were rich, but a male worth 40,000 taels was very rare. What secrets did that hold? All right, 40,000 taels. Does the first guest want to match the bid? However, Rome Sharon reminded the two that they couldn't just shout the price. They must carry the same amount of money with them. Otherwise, he chuckled. The host smiled kindly, daring to tease them about the Shura Palace. Did you ask the king for permission? 40,000 taels, Li Shuwen confirmed again. At most, it was 4 pieces of jadeite, but he still had many more. But the others fell silent. He didn't have that much money on him. The man cursed angrily and kicked the servant beside him. The servant bent his legs, nearly kneeling, but still politely comforted him. "Master, don't worry. We brought so many people." The rest of the words didn't need to be spoken. They had done many robberies and shady dealings in the Shura Palace, so the master would understand what he meant. Humph. The others snorted angrily and sat down, waiting for Li Shushan to finish the procedures. Li Shushan handed the host a bag, which contained exactly 4 large, high-quality water-embedded jadeite. If they were real, these could sell for at least 50,000 taels. The host, experienced and knowledgeable, immediately saw the value of the goods. Please wait a moment, I will go verify the goods. Li Shushan nodded and headed straight toward Qingfeng inside the arena. He wasn't afraid of the Shura Palace stealing the jade, because their reputation was solid. If they really tried to switch the goods, he could just loot the Kanwu Mansion's Shura Palace directly. Who could do anything about it? After all, it was the other side who provoked first. The Shura Palace wasn't afraid of Li Shushan bringing Qingfeng along. Besides, there was a provincial governor's son watching them closely, and if this person could truly walk out of the Shura Palace, they would have no choice. In the martial world, strength always ruled. Behind him, Jin Xiaoqiao also saw that the situation was uncertain, so she didn't dare follow Li Shushan. If he lost, her future would be uncertain. Jin Xiaoqiao didn't follow, and Lu Dan definitely wouldn't either. Her strength hadn't fully recovered yet, so she waited at the door for the new master. Li Shushan approached Qingfeng, helped him up, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" It wasn't because he was kind-hearted or close to his servant, but because in his previous life, only Qingfeng truly cared for him, even risking his life for him. He was so pitiful. Only one servant was his warmth and salvation. While the bidding was happening, the fighting stopped and Qingfeng gradually calmed down. However, he only looked at Li Shushan with guarded eyes and said nothing. All the buyers are high and mighty, with the first one being particularly difficult to deal with. But what is this second person's goal? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I am acting on someone else's orders. He owes Qingfeng a lot from his past life, and now he's returning the favor in this life. Qingfeng becomes even more confused. He has been an orphan since he was 10, and at 8, he was taken to train in the Shura Palace. But he is allergic to medicine and cannot be treated with drugs, so the palace doesn't use him directly, but instead sells him to others. The first big buyer must know this, which is why he uses a back-and-forth tactic to tire himself out, then accepts him after winning. Who would have thought a new buyer would suddenly appear and say he is acting on someone else's orders? Could he be trying to use emotional tactics to soften him? After all, he only knew some beggars and vagrants before, not any powerful figures. Don't overthink it. This is medicine for healing. Take it first, said the old lady Yun, handing him the medicine. Ha, didn't you ask clearly? I am allergic to medicines, and might die if I take it. Don't end up losing both money and life. Qingfeng sneered, a strange child who doesn't seem to understand anything. Li Shushan was silent. How could he forget that this kid had a sharp tongue? He stopped talking and simply pinched his chin, then directly threw the pill into Qingfeng's mouth. He used to be his personal guard and knew him somewhat. It was just medicine for healing, not poison. What an idiot. You? Qingfeng was surprised and angry. This kid was so formidable that he had no resistance in his hands. Why did he still spend 40,000 taels to buy a useless servant? Was he stupid? Or crazy? Qingfeng stared in shock as the pill dissolved in his mouth, quickly flowing into his stomach, cool and refreshing. Soon, he felt much lighter and more relaxed. Soon after, the host returned. Ha, guest, your payment is valid. Here is the deed of sale.
Keep it safe.
If you need anything else related to business, just ask me. It was just business, nothing more. The host bowed and, seeing that Li Shushan had no further instructions, immediately left. The space should be given to those in need. Meanwhile, Yu Zhong saw the host leave and immediately waved to his guards. Go, kill that kid. Yu Zhong's guards numbered about 50. Hearing the order, they rushed toward Li Shushan, and a fight was about to start. Quick, call out your guards. That person is fierce. His subordinates are also skilled. The green wind hurriedly urged him on. Li Shushan glanced at him calmly. I have no guards, he said. so having to handle all the troublemakers himself was really a hassle. He needed to get the 100 ghost guards quickly to expand his business territory. Of course, if Jiang Chang'an ended up winning in the end, he would focus on building his own power instead. In just a moment, the attackers arrived nearby. Li Shushan drew his sharp sword, ready for fighting and killing. This was his most familiar skill. The spectators in the fighting arena all stretched their necks, eager to see a fierce battle. Surrounded by dozens of strong guards, how could a young person with deep internal skills break free? Surprisingly, before the fight even started, it was over. People's eyes couldn't keep up with Li Shushan's speed. Suddenly, he vanished from the spot and moved like lightning among the guards. When he reappeared, he was behind them. Immediately, dozens of guards fell to the ground, unable to stand, and their weapons dropped. Looking closely, everyone saw that each guard had 2 cuts, one on the right foot and one on the hand holding a weapon. Both tendons had been cut. The cuts were narrow, blood didn't flow much, but their limbs were useless now. The audience gasped in shock, staring in disbelief. Before anyone could mock or sneer, the guards had already lost their fighting ability and were defeated without a chance. Li Shushan slowly sheathed his sword, turned around calmly, and walked away. Inside the arena, countless pairs of eager eyes watched him. Such good material. Who wouldn't want to claim it? Ghost servant. Quickly catch him. I want him as my, and I'll pay 10,000 gold. Yu Zhong shouted hysterically, pointing at Li Shushan. The ghost servant was the host from the Azura Palace. If Li Shushan became a commodity, that would be perfect, but he also had to be alive to earn that money. The Azura Palace never did business at a loss. So, he could only smile helplessly. The guest is joking. That's against the rules. They were in the middle of a fierce fight, at their most alert. No matter how skilled, they couldn't escape his grasp. Why rush to die?
See?
Not everyone can see through this. Some hunters hurriedly drew their weapons and rushed toward Li Shushan. A guest has already paid 10,000 gold coins. If he successfully captures and trains something to sell at auction, it will be worth much more, probably dozens of thousands of gold coins. Rows of iron nets come from all directions. Li Shushan raises his palm and shatters them easily. When he swings his palm again, the net holders turn into blood mist instantly. Seeing this, others dare not approach closely. Instead, they throw explosive poisons that burst above Li Shushan's head, filling the air with toxic smoke. However, Li Shushan only frowned slightly, annoyed by the dirt and smell, but nothing else. In fact, the pills he throws out explode into powder that covers his enemies. Their bodies decay visibly and quickly, turning into pools of blood. Many hidden weapons rain down like a curtain, but Li Shushan deflects them accurately, bouncing each one back. Every hidden weapon hits its target, pinning the attackers like hedgehogs. Li Shushan fights to protect himself, unstoppable like a force of nature. No one can stop him from moving forward. The fighting area becomes a real battlefield, with many lives lost, but Li Shushan shows no signs of concern. Everyone else is so frightened they collapse. They watch helplessly as Li Shushan leaves, afraid to speak more, worried he might target them next. Only when Li Shushan's figure is about to disappear do Jin Xiaoqiao, Chindan, and Qingfeng finally react. They quickly follow, limping slightly. This young master's background must be extraordinary. He will surely become famous in the martial world, famous for being terrifying. If he has no special purpose, following such a master seems good, so powerful. And he looks only about 8 or 9 years old, with a bright future ahead. After Li Shushan leaves, he is followed by 3 people. The 2 old men in the small courtyard are shocked, but since Li Shushan came out safely, it shows he is very capable. They become even more respectful. Guest, take your time. You're welcome to come again. Li Shushan doesn't say much. He takes off his mask and tosses it onto the table of the 2 old men, then walks out of the courtyard. In the city, there are no curfews, so even late at night, some people are still out and about. Some shops, like inns, brothels, and taverns, are still open. Li Shushan strolls slowly along the street until he sees a clinic. He turns in and tells the people behind him, "Go treat whatever ailments you have." The medicine shop was still open. The shop assistant was napping, and an old doctor was lying on a lounge chair, asleep until someone arrived. Only then did he start to get busy. Chundan was the happiest to be in the medicine shop. She asked, "Master, can I buy some of my own herbs?" She had been thinking about quietly leaving after she and the young master left, but now she changed her mind. Because Li Shushan's skills were impressive, not only was he good at martial arts, but he also knew poison techniques, which fascinated Chundan. Li Shushan's eyes flickered. No matter what medicine she bought, she would have to return it later if she used it herself. He didn't understand why this girl was so happy. After they finished looking at the injuries, Li Shushan went to the fabric shop. He made everyone change into new clothes, even himself. His old clothes, stained with powder, were torn into pieces. He was immune to poison, but Jiang Chang'an might not be. When they left the fabric shop, Li Shushan turned around. After inspecting the three of them from head to toe, he said, "You are all talented in some ways. Maybe you are proud and don't want to be anyone's servant? Now I give you two choices. First, pay back the money I lent you and leave on your own, so neither side owes anything. Second, the boys become my subordinates, and the girls serve my best friend, loyal to the master and never betray him. How will you choose?" Li Shushan's tone was gentle, without any force. His ruthless attitude in the demon palace was very different from this. The three looked at each other, surprised. They didn't expect this overly handsome and delicate young boy to give them such a democratic choice. But he was actually dangerous. What was his real identity? "I will follow the young master." "May I ask, what is your master's identity?" Since they were going to follow him, it was better to know more. Would he be wandering the martial world or something else? Qingfeng's words made Li Shushan chuckle softly. He wouldn't disappoint Qingfeng's choice. The real show was yet to come. He wanted to find his parents. This life, he wanted to live comfortably and happily. We all come from humble backgrounds. We will take the imperial exams in the future, and we have a good chance. Are you willing to bet on it? He was asking Jin Xiaoqiao and Chundan. The two were surprised. The boy was talking about imperial exams? They were willing to serve the girl who would take the exams. These days, many girls studied, but few took the imperial exams. "I want to serve the girl," Jin Xiaoqiao was the first to agree. Someone who could take the imperial exams must be smart. It would be easier to get along with clever people. I also want to serve," Chundan said. Mainly, she currently cannot repay Li Shushan the 10,000 gold, so Chundan is partly acting out of helplessness. It would be even better if she could learn the poison formula from Li Shushan's hands. Being close to the source might give her an advantage, and perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. Recently, she has been busy with many things, exhausting both her mind and body. As a result, Jiang Chang'an had a good, restful sleep. But early in the morning, she suddenly noticed three strangers in the outer room of their guest house. 2 teenage girls and a 17 or 18-year-old boy. And the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Lu Si was working reluctantly, often glancing nervously at the visitors. What's going on? She wondered. Where are they? Is this a guest house? It's so easy to see strangers here. Miss, Lu Si quickly put down her work and ran over to Jiang Chang'an. Even Lu Yu, usually calm, looked a little anxious and eager. Miss, the water is ready for you. It's still warm. Do you want to wash up now? Miss, I've learned how to braid hair. It won't fall apart now. I'll do your hair later. Oh, so you've come out? Are you using everything you've learned these days? Can you explain? Jiang Chang'an asked Li Shushan, noticing the tension between Lu Yu and Lu Si. Li Shushan stood up and approached Jiang Chang'an, holding a comb in his hand. The 2 girls are servants I bought for you. You can look at each other and decide if you like them. If not, you can part ways peacefully. That one is Qing Feng, my attendant. Li Shushan sat down with Jiang Chang'an and naturally started combing her hair. Lu Si stood nearby, feeling angry but unable to speak out. Why does young Master Shushan always take her work? She had already learned how to help with hairdressing, and she did a good job helping her sister. So, Lucy was nervous because she was afraid others might take her job away. Jiang Chang'an looked at the two girls. They also kept staring at her, sizing her up. Is this similar to her previous life's interview? Did servants in ancient times have such high status? Or do they all have special skills? Only those with real skills have confidence. Maybe they became servants because of bad luck. Li Shushan glanced at the two and asked, "What do you think?" They had already met, and asking for more might be too much, crossing Li Shushan's bottom line. If they don't meet his standards, they can leave. Jin Xiao and Chen Dan exchanged looks. Their impression of the new mistress was that she looked pure and lovely, yet mature and steady. Very reliable. She must be a good mistress. Otherwise, those two maids wouldn't be afraid of losing their jobs. Girl Jin Xiao knows a little about music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and needlework. She is skilled in divination and has a good memory. Jin Xiao kneels in front of Jiang Chang'an but doesn't speak fully, just revealing her remarkable memory skills. Chen Dan also kneels and says, "I, servant Chen Dan, know some poison techniques and also some basic medical skills." Poison skills may not be needed often, but medical knowledge can be useful, especially for common ailments like headaches or colds. Jiang Chang'an praises them, saying, "You're both very talented." In these days, few girls have special skills, so she genuinely admires them. This makes Lucy nervous again. Yes, they are talented, but she and her sister are just simple village girls with no special skills or experience. Will the girls still want to keep them as servants? Jiang Chang'an says they don't have to become servants if they don't want to. If they are forced by circumstances, she allows them to stay close and support each other. When they are stronger, they can pursue their dreams. Perhaps Xiao can take the imperial exams and Dan can open a clinic to help sick people. Women face many hardships, and Jiang Chang'an wants to help them succeed. Li Shushan sighs, feeling frustrated. He worked hard to find two people for the young girl, but she generously pushed them away. Does she realize these two cost him 20,000 taels? The little girl is too naive. Without control, people's hearts can easily swell. Not everyone is as kind as she is. Look at them. One is clever and calculating for herself. The other deals with poisons. Do they have much conscience? Xiao and Dan didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to say such things. She isn't trying to manipulate or trap them. Her eyes are pure and clear. Having lived among scheming people and experienced coldness, they are moved by Jiang Chang'an's sincerity. At this moment, they suddenly want to protect this rare innocence and kindness, even if it means becoming servants or quietly working behind the scenes. "Miss, I don't have big ambitions. I just want to stay by your side," says the girl. Not everyone is strong enough to overcome difficulties and achieve their dreams. Becoming a lady official feels too distant and isn't suitable for an orphan girl like her. "Miss, I just want to be your maid. I can endure hardships and work hard," she says, secretly fearing enemies like Li Shushan. It would be best if she had his protection. Chen Dan thinks this, unaware that Jiang Chang'an is also very capable. Jiang Chang'an's mouth twitched. "Just think it over yourselves. First, get familiar with the environment with Lu Yu and Lu Si. If I have any matters, I will inform you. Go rest now. I smell medicine on you. If you're unwell, tell Lu Yu and have her call a doctor." "Thank you, young lady." Sorry to trouble Lu Yu. After speaking, the two of them stepped back, and Lu Yu went to open a guest room nearby. "It seems we need to put buying a house on the schedule. Staying at the inn is inconvenient. Eat your breakfast first. We'll go soon." Li Shushan combed Jiang Chang'an's hair and then waved to Qingfeng. "You should rest too." Qingfeng nodded and left. "Aren't you going to rest? You probably went out last night, right? Maybe catch up on sleep. I can ask Li Zi to help look at the house matter and also have someone make the crossbow parts." It seemed they didn't have enough cash. Jiang Chang'an rested his chin in his hand, thinking about how to get money. Suddenly, a stack of banknotes appeared in front of him. Of course, given by Li Shushan. Jiang Chang'an was surprised and whispered, "Did you exchange all the jade for money?" "Almost. Here, take it."
Just go order the parts.
I'll handle the house issue. He wouldn't let Jiang Chang'an worry about money, nor let trivial matters delay Jiang Chang'an's important tasks. All right then. Since they had received the payment from the 10th prince, they had to deliver on time to keep their reputation. At this moment, there was a sudden urgent knock at the door. Lucy had just brought in some food and then went back to open the door. It was Sun Ping, sweating heavily from early morning, clearly in a rush. What's wrong, Uncle Sun? Yesterday, didn't he move all the machines to the workshop? Now should be his busiest time. Even Li Zhuzhu couldn't solve the problem? Chang'an, what should we do? Kangwu Prefecture has no merchants willing to sell us silk. It's hard to find trading customers at the moment. Without raw materials, we can't produce our cloth. Li Zhuzhu also has no good solution because this involves the prefect and is also under the suppression of the Sun family. They are big clients of the silk merchants. As long as they get in touch with those people and with the prefect's orders, no one dares to sell us goods. The worst part is, Li Zhuzhu took a big order yesterday with a deadline. The price was good, and he knew the people involved, so we didn't pay much attention and accepted it. Later, we found out it was a trap. That's why Sun Ping hurried over to tell Jiang Chang'an. He didn't expect Jiang Chang'an to have a good solution. Indeed, Jiang Chang'an frowned. This was a serious business rivalry, and she was unfamiliar with the area, so she truly didn't know where to find supplies. I'll handle this, Li Shushan suddenly said, looking calm and confident. Really? When will the supplies arrive? Sun Ping was surprised. Even experienced merchants couldn't solve this problem, yet Li Shushan seemed to have a plan. It was hard to believe. In a day or two, Li Shushan replied. The person he was looking for happened to work with silk, which was quite a coincidence. So, Li Shushan was determined to succeed. Oh, Uncle Sun, you can go back now. Get everything ready and wait for good news. Jiang Chang'an trusted Li Shushan's ability. If he said he could do it, he definitely could. Sun Ping was stunned. The big problem seemed like child's play to these two young people. Well, he could only go back and think of other ways. He couldn't rely on the children alone. After Sun Ping left, Li Shushan changed his clothes and went out. Jiang Chang'an also took Lu Si and left, leaving Lu Yu at the inn to guard. Lu Si was happy to be taken out. She felt like she was still her young lady's right hand. Young lady, you won't forget your old friends after finding someone new? But she was worried because others were so skilled. Jiang Chang'an found it amusing. The girl was really worried. No, you and your sister are my true family. I won't abandon my wife, she said.
What?
What did the girl just say? Lu Si looked confused. The two girls walked along the noisy street.
Sometimes someone bumped into them.
Jiang Chang'an felt her sleeve was touched, but it was only a pickpocket. Her belongings were stored in her space, so no thief could take them out. The thief didn't expect that these two innocent-looking children, dressed well, were so poor, no money, not even a purse. Jiang Chang'an took Lu Si shopping, visiting blacksmith shops to order parts. Sometimes they bought snacks or toys, which made Lu Si very excited. It was her first time shopping freely, but she was careful not to spend her mistress's money carelessly. While eating candied hawthorn, they crossed a stone bridge. Suddenly, they saw a young girl climbing onto the stone railing, about to jump into the river. If she hadn't had a desperate look and a fearless attitude, Jiang Chang'an wouldn't have intervened. Did you see that? Passers-by didn't even glance. Could this lead to a tragedy? Jiang Chang'an quickly moved forward in 3 quick steps, grabbing the person and narrowly preventing the girl from jumping into the river. Miss, can you swim? Jiang Chang'an asked without hesitation, forgetting about the candied hawthorn. No, why are you pulling me? The ground looked to be about 10 years old, with delicate features and dressed in fancy clothes. She glared irritably, then scrambled to her feet, trying to repeat her previous stunt. Are you trying to drown yourself? The river below was clear green and quite deep. Knowing she couldn't swim, why jump in? Isn't that asking for trouble? The girl suddenly fell silent, stubbornly shaking off Jiang Chang'an's grip. But Jiang Chang'an held on even tighter. Hey, there's no need to do this. Drowning makes you a water spirit, and you won't be able to be reborn. The girl's body trembled suddenly. Let me go. My jade pendant fell off. It's a keepsake for my mother. I can't be without it. If I can't protect it, what's the point of living? Tears streamed down her face. Jiang Chang'an looked into the river and finally understood what had happened. Maybe because the water flow wasn't very strong, the jade pendant hadn't been swept away far. Then you can ask others for help, he said. Is it really necessary to risk your life? This girl didn't seem to be good at calculations. Doing something so dangerous wasn't worth it. But the girl looked at the vast crowd, none of whom she recognized, and her sadness deepened. She shouldn't recklessly abandon her servant, who was taking care of her. However, Jiang Chang'an didn't know what she was thinking. How about this? I can swim. I'll go down and find your jade pendant, okay? He stuffed the unfinished candied hawthorn into Lu Si's hand. You really can swim? The girl looked at Jiang Chang'an, who was even smaller than herself, with uncertainty in her eyes.
Don't worry, miss.
My girl is a strong swimmer, Lu Si said proudly, not realizing that it might be inappropriate to get wet in front of so many people. But if the young lady gets wet, it might affect her reputation, the honest girl said, reluctant to lie to Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an smiled casually. It's fine. I'm still young. No one will say anything. With that, he took a few leaps over the fence and jumped into the river. The water splashes on the surface were very small, and Jiang Chang'an's figure disappeared instantly.
Hey.
The girl hurried forward, only able to see a few ripples on the water. Surely he'll be fine, right? Seeing her nervousness, Lu Si also started to worry. It's okay. Our girl is very capable. That's right, that's right. The girl is very water-friendly. If nothing unexpected happens, everything should be fine. But what if something goes wrong? Amitabha, may Buddha bless us. Lu Si clasped her hands together and began to pray. The young girl was even more stunned by Lu Si's actions. She said she was foolish, but perhaps the master and servant in front of her were even more foolish, risking their lives for strangers with no kinship or concern. Or maybe they had a purpose in approaching her. The young girl felt very confused inside. But soon, she saw Jiang Chang'an emerge from the water, holding up a jade pendant. Little girl, is this the one? Seeing the familiar double-fished jade pendant, the girl's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Her mother had told her this jade pendant was very important and must not be lost, or there would be serious consequences, though she didn't know why. Jiang Chang'an also nodded in response, then swam toward the riverbank, looking like a little duck, quick and relaxed. The young girl hurriedly crossed the bridge and ran toward Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an climbed out of the water faster than they did, wringing out her wet clothes. Only when the girl arrived did she return the jade pendant to its owner. Here, keep it safe.
Don't lose it again next time.
If you do, don't go risking yourself to pick it up. The jade pendant is very precious, but life is more valuable. You only get one, and if you die, everything is gone. Do you understand? The young girl who received the jade pendant was so happy she cried, nodding repeatedly in gratitude.
Thank you.
My name is Zhu. What's yours? Lu Si lifted her skirt to wipe water from Jiang Chang'an's face and head, making Zhu feel very guilty. It was her fault that this girl got involved, so she decided to repay her well. My name is Jiang Chang'an. By the way, Zhu, you look quite wealthy. Why don't you have anyone to serve you? You're just a young girl. Going out alone is very dangerous. Be careful not to get kidnapped or taken away, Jiang Chang'an said, wringing out her clothes and worrying about the girl. When they were in Chang'an County before, there were many young girls on the streets, and Jiang Chang'an thought the laws of this country were very good. But after experiencing the cases of Jin Xiaoqiao and Qin Dan, who came from black market auctions, her sense of danger increased. Human trafficking is heavily punished, but many still take risks. Usually, traffickers target people with special skills or unique features, but for someone like Zhu, who is wealthy, being kidnapped would be quite normal, right? Unexpectedly, Zhu smiled slightly. I am Zhu. No one dares to hurt me, unless they are blind. Chang'an immediately knew you weren't a local. Where are you from? Where are you headed? If Jiang Chang'an helped her without knowing her identity, it would be purely out of kindness. She must be a good person. So, Zhu was happy to talk more with her. Jiang Chang'an was stunned. You're not surnamed Yu either. Why are you so arrogant within Kangwu Prefecture? Zhu is not the daughter of the governor. So, what is this girl's true identity? Is your family very powerful? She asked curiously. Besides officials, what else is above power? Could it be a noble family? Not exactly. My family is wealthy. My father and maternal family are all in business. When she mentioned her father, Zhu's expression suddenly looked sad. Jiang Chang'an finally understood. Zhu is the richest family in Kangwu Prefecture. Uncle Sun once told her that Zhu's family trades goods as middlemen, doing all kinds of business, and their reach is very wide. From east to west, south to north, not only during the Desong dynasty, but Zhu's merchants also went abroad. It's not an exaggeration to call them the wealthiest in Desong. Perhaps what's missing is a deep foundation, and because their merchant status isn't very high, Zhu's family is just the richest in Kangwu Prefecture. But they are well known enough. No wonder Zhu said no one dares to bother her, or she might be hit by money. Do you think that's a good thing? Jiang Chang'an envied her. When will she reach such a level? Others might envy her, but they wouldn't dare to touch her. Since you have the means, it's better to bring someone along. If someone was with you today, they would definitely try to help you find the jade pendant, right? Then you wouldn't have to take risks alone. People can be tricky, so it's better to be cautious. Zhu still seems a bit naive. It doesn't matter. No one cares about me anyway, Zhu said stubbornly, her eyes turning red. She looked upset, but it was unclear what she was feeling. Then love yourself, live a wonderful life, and don't care about others' opinions. If you're gloomy, the people who don't care about you will be happier. But there are definitely people who do care and will worry about you. Jiang Chang'an tried to comfort her, but she's an adult with her own goals. Few people's emotions can really affect her. For the first time, Zhu heard this and was momentarily stunned. Don't you feel lonely? No one cares, no one is interested. Doesn't that make you lonely and sad? So she often acted out, hoping her father would pay more attention to her. So, you should find a goal to achieve and work hard to realize your dreams, like taking the imperial exams to become an official, planning your future, finding a suitable husband, and having a few lovely children someday. Zhu is about 10 years old, right? According to the marriage age in this era, she can be engaged in a couple of years and then marry a few years after that. Actually, time is not very generous. Zhu is stunned. She feels these things are very far from her, and her father should have arranged everything for her. She never thought she would need to handle these matters herself. So, Chang'an, what is your goal? Could it be finding a suitable husband? She is even younger than herself. Zhu's face looks a bit blank. I will take the imperial exams. In a year or two, I will go to Bailu Academy to study. My family lives in a small village in Lichang County. All right, little girl, don't think too much. Your main goal right now is to use your current resources to improve your skills. There's no time for sadness. You will gradually become stronger, and no one will easily bully you in the future. Go back now. I have to leave. Her clothes are soaked and uncomfortable in the hot summer weather. Although she doesn't catch a cold, she feels very uncomfortable. Jiang Chang'an just wants to quickly return to the inn to change. Hey, wait, I haven't thanked you yet. She also feels chatting with Jiang Chang'an is very pleasant. He knows so much. Zhu quickly grabs Jiang Chang'an. Jiang Chang'an raises an eyebrow and teases, Are you rich? Do you need to give a big gift for such a small matter? It feels good to be showered with money, but I might feel like I'm being looked down on. Zhu still doesn't want to part with Jiang Chang'an. It's rare to meet someone she gets along with. Zhu. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man walks over with a commanding presence. His expression is serious, and he exudes authority without anger. It's probably Zhu Bailey, the richest man. Seeing this man, Zhu's tears suddenly fall. She turns around and runs away, but her tall father quickly catches up and grabs her. Let go of me. Don't interfere. You should go marry your new wife. Zhu immediately becomes angry, struggling desperately and making a fuss. Nonsense. Come home with your father quickly. Do you know how dangerous it is for a person like this to run out? I don't need you to control me. I won't go home. There's no mother or caring father there. That's not my home, and I won't go back. Zhu Bailey's brow furrows tighter and tighter. He wants to understand how his little daughter has changed so much. When her mother was still alive, she was very adorable. Some things cannot be forced. He has already done his best, but still faces loss. Often, money cannot solve these problems. Who truly understands his worries? Stop fussing, go home with Dad. I won't. Chang'an, save me. Zhu's eyes were misty, and suddenly she thought of Jiang Chang'an. She didn't really want to watch the play. She thought tragic stories were too harsh. Calm down first. Everything has a solution. Talk to your dad about your problems and thoughts. It was clear that Zhu Fu was still worried about his daughter. Isn't this easy to fix? Only then did Zhu Fu look directly at Jiang Chang'an. His brows were tightly furrowed and never relaxed. So, who was this little girl? Soaked in muddy? She spoke very maturely, and Zhu surprisingly listened to her, calming down quietly and looking at her father with a sad expression. I'm not against you marrying a new wife, but that Sun girl is really mean. I secretly overheard her talking badly about you. She only wants Zhu family's wealth and married into us to harm you.
I'm scared.
That's how my mother was lost.
Boo-hoo.
Dad, I miss my mom. Zhu's mother was also Zhu Fu's second wife. She died 2 years ago under suspicious circumstances in the inner chambers. Although the culprit was later killed, once someone is gone, they are gone. So, old lady Zhu wanted Zhu Fu to remarry. After all, the Zhu family was large and needed a lady to manage the household. All right, I understand. We won't marry her. Don't cry. Now tell me, who is this little girl? Zhu Fu quickly changed the subject. Talking about such things in front of the younger generation isn't appropriate. Jiang Chang'an noticed a subtle change in Zhu Fu's gaze, probably feeling that his daughter listened more to an outsider than to her own father. Even if Zhu wasn't being used, he felt uncomfortable. And as a business leader, he must have had many thoughts. Jiang Chang'an was very calm. She truly didn't know Zhu. If it was just coincidence, you wouldn't believe it. Just as she was about to casually leave, Zhu was quicker and started showing off to her father. Father, this is Jiang Chang'an. You must thank her properly. I was feeling down and took out the jade pendant my mother gave me to remember her. But I accidentally dropped it into the river. Just as I was about to jump in to fish it out, Chang'an passed by and pulled me back. She personally went into the river and retrieved the pendant. You know how deep that river is, Dad, and it was in broad daylight. Don't you think we should thank Chang'an properly? Zhu the Rich suddenly became both anxious and angry. Kid, you know how deep that water is and you can't swim. How dare you jump into the river? Are you crazy? He didn't mention Jiang Chang'an's contribution at all. Zhu felt wronged, but didn't dare tell the truth. Dad, I know I was wrong. Chang'an is right. If no one cares for me, I have to love myself and live a wonderful life. Other people's opinions don't matter. I want to become strong so no one can hurt me in the future. I also want to work hard for my dreams. Unexpectedly, Zhu the Rich's brow furrowed tighter. What is a young lady from a wealthy family trying so hard for? He earns so much money just to let his children live happily without worries. And to ignore others' opinions? Isn't that selfish? It's fine for servants, but for family? This clearly shows a lack of discipline. Zhu the Rich was suspicious that Zhu's jade pendant had fallen conveniently. He decided to watch Jiang Chang'an's intentions and plan to educate the girl later. Since Miss Jiang has helped so much, you should be grateful. What do you want in return? Feel free to say it. Zhu will do his best to grant your wish. Otherwise, it looks like you look down on Zhu. What a bold statement. If Jiang Chang'an weren't so patient, she might have laughed out loud. Even Zhu sensed something strange in those words. All right, I need a batch of silkworm silk and cotton. I don't know how much Zhu boss has. At market price, I can buy it all. Jiang Chang'an crossed her arms, her eyes firm. She saw that Zhu the Rich didn't want her or Zhu to have more ties. If she helped, she also didn't want to waste time making friends with the young girl. Zhu the Rich looked surprised. Jiang Chang'an clearly had a purpose. Maybe she had been watching Zhu for a long time, and today was just her chance. How are you related to manager Sun Ping? Recently, only Sun Ping couldn't get supplies from him. Zhu the Rich naturally linked the two. Usually, supplies had to be ordered first, and they would bring in goods from elsewhere for customers. Of course, common materials often had leftovers, but Sun's family was a major client of Zhu's, and they had the approval of the governor. Zhu the Rich was happy to keep face for both sides and didn't sell to Sun Ping. But unexpectedly, they found a breakthrough through Zhu. Jiang Chang'an could only say all this was just coincidence. But it seemed Zhu the Rich no longer believed her. I am doing business with Sun Ping and Masterly.
Oh.
A young girl doing business? She really dares to speak up. It's probably a business from the Jiang family, unknown, and not worth much attention. Since that's the case, I can give the young lady 10,000 jin of silk and cotton at 20% off the market price as a thank you gift. But only this once, no repeat. It's also because of Li Zhu's face. Otherwise, Zhu would have just paid with money. Jiang Chang'an chuckled lightly, looking indifferent. All right, I will have Sun manager contact boss Zhu later. Let's part ways now. Jiang Chang'an turned and left gracefully, unaware of what he had lost.
Hey.
How could this happen? Zhu was both anxious and confused. She clearly felt Jiang Chang'an wasn't trying to get close on purpose. But Jiang Chang'an had already walked far away without looking back. Miss, what does boss Zhu mean? The girl was puzzled. She bought the silk and solved the business problem, so why did both sides look unhappy? Lu Si didn't understand. Well, he thinks we're trying to get close on purpose and use Zhu, so he's upset. How annoying. He's treating you like a bad person, even though he's well-meaning. It's a shame. Lu Si was angry for her girl. It's okay. Many people are not destined to get along. We can't force it. As long as we can honestly face ourselves, that's enough. Lu Si sometimes felt her girl was like a little Taoist nun, speaking in ways she couldn't quite understand, mysterious and profound. When they returned to the inn, Li Shushan was already back. A large deed of property was placed on the table. The source of the goods is also settled, Li Shushan said easily. Talking about the silk supply, Lu Si couldn't help but bring up what happened earlier, cursing boss Zhu for looking down on people. Li Shushan raised an eyebrow at this strange fate. What a coincidence. I was also looking for someone from the Zhu family, Zhu Ming, boss Zhu's illegitimate son. Jiang Chang'an was surprised. The Zhu family's connections were really complicated. Zhu Ming, an illegitimate son, capable enough to steal his father's position? Why would he do that? The father and son seemed like enemies. Seeing Jiang Chang'an's bright, gossiping eyes, Li Shushan smiled and told the story as if recounting a tale. From what I know, boss Zhu used some shady methods to expand his business and bring Zhu Ming's mother, He Shi, into the picture. Over the years, the Zhu family gradually squeezed out He Shi's business, weakening her family. A couple of years ago, He Shi was falsely accused of poisoning the main wife and was beaten to death by the Zhu family. Later, Zhu Ming found out the real murderer was his mother and cleared her name. This year, Zhu Ming's older half-brother defiled his cousin, who came to the house looking for someone, and later, she hanged herself. She was Zhu Ming's beloved fiancé, whom he had promised to marry long ago. Zhu Ming is very talented in business, as I mentioned before. He has his own ways to make money. He has already agreed to join us, and in the future, he can manage our business. He also wants to cut ties with the Zhu family over the silk trade and rebel against them. In his past life, Zhu Ming earned great wealth for the crown prince, but was executed after a failed conspiracy. Actually, it was the work of the 10th prince. The house Li Shushan bought was arranged by Zhu Ming. Jiang Chang'an had nothing to say. It's normal for a wealthy family to have complicated issues, but she didn't expect the Zhu family to be in such chaos. Otherwise, how could Zhu, a young lady, have a chance to go out alone and become so depressed she thought about jumping into the river? Since we've bought the house, let's move in now, Jiang Chang'an said. She didn't care about others' affairs, but was more interested in the new house. Okay, we'll stay a few more days, sort out the textile business, and then set off. You're right, but it won't take many days. We should leave some people behind to handle things. We can leave early. There's not much time, and we don't know what lies ahead. Jiang Chang'an hadn't yet studied the 100 Ghost token with Li Shushan. They still didn't know where the enemy's base was. All they knew was that the 100 Ghost Guard had been scattered in the Beijiang army, which was far in the northern borderlands, but they hadn't left Kangwu Prefecture yet. That's moving very slowly. All right, we'll only take Qindan and Qingfeng with us. The others will stay to manage the business, but we must ride horses this time. Li Shushan didn't want to travel by carriage at all, fearing Jiang Chang'an might bring along some troublemakers again, delaying their journey. Taking Qindan was a good idea because she could be poisoned if needed and would help on the road. Qingfeng is skilled in martial arts and can protect Jiang Chang'an when he's not around. Lucy was anxious about being left behind and couldn't help but feel resentful. Mississippi, she and her sister were servants. How could they not stay close to her? This time, I really can't take you. We're going far away, and the road isn't safe. But Lucy and Luyu, you're the first to follow me. You must take good care of the business I just started and the house I just bought, understand? Of course, you two mainly focus on the house, and Xiao will arrange for her and Zhuming to look after the business. Everyone has their tasks. If there's anything, we'll discuss and handle it together. Jiang Chang'an gathered everyone and explained everything carefully. The next day, Jiang Chang'an handed over the crossbows requested by the 10th prince. These are very advanced weapons, which the 10th prince can use as a last resort for self-defense. He believes the 10th prince won't betray him, and if there are problems, he can blame it on the black market. Later, he handled some business matters gradually, leaving behind a lot of jade for daily expenses and gathering supplies for the road. Just then, Qingfeng and Qindan's health had mostly recovered, so 4 light riders, including Jiang Chang'an, quietly left Kangwu Prefecture. However, the roads became harder to travel as they went further. The rainy season had arrived, and heavy rain poured down like water from a bucket, often lasting half a day or even a whole day. Strong winds also made travel difficult. The horses couldn't see well, and even wearing thick raincoats couldn't keep the rain out, soaking them through. There's a small village ahead. Let's stay there for the night, Li Shushan said, riding at the front through the pouring rain, leading the others toward the foggy little village in the rain. After several days of riding, Jiang Chang'an, Qindan, and Qingfeng had all gotten used to riding, and they could keep up with the pace. To find a place to stay, they naturally chose the house of the best-off villager, since they were many and it was better to stay dry. The thatched houses that leaked rain weren't suitable. The rain was loud and heavy. Li Shushan dismounted and walked toward a small courtyard, knocking on the door. There was no strong wind, so normally the owner should have heard the knocking and come to open soon. But Li Shushan knocked for a long time, and even when Jiang Chang'an and the others arrived, there was no response from inside. Jiang Chang'an led his horse and had already unpacked his bag. He asked, "Why isn't anyone opening the door?" He looked up at the eaves, scanning the courtyard and peering into the house. He saw a group of men dressed casually inside, drinking and eating meat in the main hall. In the corner, an old woman and children were, with bruises and marks of being beaten on their faces. Their mouths were gagged tightly, so they couldn't make a sound. 2 young women, probably the family's daughters-in-law, were locked in another room, tied to the bedpost, looking as if they were waiting to be taken advantage of. Their eyes were full of despair and tears. An elderly woman, looking disheveled and hunched over, was serving tea and hot food to the group, carefully tending to the family's needs as if her life depended on it. "Bandits have entered the village," Jiang Chang'an exclaimed in shock. This is a village beside an official road. How dare these bandits openly and boldly break into homes in groups? It's too reckless.
Li Shushen frowned. How many people?
It was such a coincidence. They only wanted to hide from the rain, not cause trouble. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. 13 people, drinking and eating meat. The homeowner has been taken hostage, and a big man is leading an old woman to open the door. Jiang Chang'an described everything in great detail, as if he were there himself. Very clear. Qing Ji and Chen Dan looked at each other. Could the girl be able to see through walls like they thought? Otherwise, how could a young girl with no internal skills know what was happening just a room away? Even the highly skilled Li Shushen couldn't do that. He could only sense that the house had an unusual aura.
Step back.
Qing Feng and I will handle this. As soon as Li Shushen finished speaking, the old door in front of them swung open. The old woman saw Li Shushen, a strange young boy, and Qing Feng, a young man about the same age, and her hope immediately faded. Strangers wouldn't help their family, and a few children weren't a match for those bandits. Who are you looking for? No one is staying here. Go find their family, the old woman said, trying to slam the door shut. But the stabbing pain in her back made her stop. Her eyes filled with despair, and she looked at Qing Feng with a plea. She hoped that the oldest boy would notice her distress and quickly leave, preferably to find someone to save their family. At that moment, the big man holding an umbrella over the old woman grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and forced a simple smile. Mother, visitors are guests. How can we turn guests away? It's hard enough outside. We should help a little. Are you looking for a place to stay? Come in quickly. We have an empty room, just for travelers on the official road. The big man's malicious intent was almost tangible. Did they see them as lambs to be slaughtered? Li Shushen immediately raised an eyebrow. Stop nagging. Li Shushen led his horse inside first. Qing Feng silently followed, then Chen Dan and Jiang Chang'an. All of them were well-dressed teenagers. Li Shushen and Jiang Chang'an looked striking, each leading a strong horse. The saddles carried wrapped bundles of oil paper, bulging with unknown valuables. The greedy look in the big man's eyes fixed on the potential prey. He quickly locked the door tightly. Then he loudly called inside, "Brother, we've got visitors." His excited tone was obvious. It is clear that a group like Jiang Chang'an's, such greedy people, is something they haven't encountered in a long time.
Stop.
Young master and young lady, they are bandits. The old woman, feeling pity, broke free from the big man's grasp and exposed these people, hoping the children could leave quickly. Their family probably can't escape. These robbers came with revenge in mind. They wanted to steal their belongings, kill everyone at home, and even harm their daughter-in-law. But their family has always been honest and upright, so they can't harm innocent children from others' families.
Haha.
It's too late. You old scoundrel, you're really bad. If you don't want to live, just go die. The big man at the door drew his dagger and stabbed at the old woman. Suddenly, Li Shushen flicked his sleeve, without even turning his head. A small stone shot through the rain and hit the big man directly, stopping him in his tracks. The old woman didn't dare breathe loudly and fell to the ground in shock. She thought she was going to die, but the fierce man suddenly froze and didn't hurt her.
Huh.
What's going on? I didn't see anyone make a move. Why did this ruthless bandit suddenly stop? What's happening? More than 10 bandits rushed out of the house. They didn't see how Li Shushen acted, but the third one was frozen in place. This is the guest that the third one mentioned? He's quite strong. A single horse is worth hundreds of taels of silver, and these 4 children could fetch a high price on the black market if sold. They are skilled. Everyone, be careful. Some of the group clearly saw that Li Shushen and the others were not simple. Second, the 4 children dared to go out alone, so they must have some backing. Third, these 4 kids dared to go out alone, so their identities are probably not simple. Perhaps they are descendants of some powerful force. Can such people be messed with? But the leader didn't care about that. They were desperados. If they worried about everything, they would have starved long ago. Brothers, charge together. As usual, make big contributions and share the rewards. More than a dozen big men, full of momentum, charged into the rain with knives, aiming to capture Jiang Chang'an and his group. At this moment, Li Shushan and Qing Feng moved. Their figures flashed, and blood splattered everywhere. The bandits didn't even have time to draw their weapons and fell one after another. This vicious gang of bandits looked very scary to ordinary people, but when faced with martial artists, they couldn't even land a single move against the two children. Then Li Shushan and Qing Feng quickly restrained their acupoints, causing them to stiffen in the yard in the rain. Jiang Chang'an was very surprised. With such weak skills, where do they get the confidence to act as bandits?
Chandon was speechless.
Doesn't her young lady know how extraordinary Scholar Shen's skills are? Miss, actually, they are not weak. They can move freely in the lower markets of the martial world. Such forces are even feared by ordinary government offices. The government officers only have a few dozen guards, which may not compare to these ruthless outlaws. Oh, I see. No wonder they dared to break into a house in broad daylight. Are they planning to make the government unable to catch them? How should they deal with these people? Jiang Chang'an was momentarily at a loss. Li Shushan and Qing Feng defeated a group of bandits, saving the village chief's family and making them very happy. Chun Dan helped the old woman in the yard to her feet, while Qing Feng went inside and cut the ropes binding a family in the corner with a sword. The village chief was an old man who had been for a long time, so his hands and feet were numb. Once free, he immediately knelt down to Li Shushan and the others. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." His sons, grandsons, and granddaughters all followed and bowed. They thought they were going to die today, but unexpectedly, they were saved. The hero who saved them was young, but very powerful. With just one sword, he knocked down more than 10 people. Now he was still standing in the yard in the rain, more impressive than the martial arts masters in stories. "Old sir, you don't need to be polite. Please get up quickly. We are just here to stay overnight. We didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Qing Feng helped the family up and asked, "Sir, who are these people? Why did they tie you up?" Hearing about the group, the family looked shocked. That is a band of bandits from Tiger Mountain. One of them was driven out of our village. His mother was unfaithful, and he was involved in skin trade in the village. He's also a who often steals, teases young women, and has damaged the reputation of many women. He has repeatedly refused to change. I am the village chief. After consulting with some respected elders and getting approval from the government, we confirmed the evidence and drove him out of the village. But he held a grudge and colluded with bandits to take revenge. He came early in the morning, and it rained heavily for several days. We didn't go out, so we don't know if other families were affected. The village chief was responsible and immediately thought of the villagers' safety after gaining freedom. Jiang Chang'an used his system to scan the small village. It had only about 10 households, but he didn't see any signs of villagers being oppressed or any other unusual activity. Probably not. Do bandits often come into the village? Have you reported it to the authorities? This was the official's job, and Jiang Chang'an didn't want to take it on himself. The old village chief shook his head repeatedly. We didn't have time to report to the officials. It's the first time we've seen bandits come into the village. The bandits on Tiger Mountain are several miles away. Usually, they survive by collecting tolls from passing merchants. Maybe they're seeking revenge, the old village chief thought with a heavy heart. He was just trying to protect the villagers, but now he risked endangering his own family. In this terrible weather, there's no one to call for help. It's understandable to feel angry and wronged. The rain is so heavy, reporting to the officials is difficult. Keeping them around is just a disaster. Better to kill and bury them. The officials probably won't mind, Li Shushan said casually, tossing a small stone in his hand. Suddenly, he threw stones at the bandits, making them so frightened they almost stopped their hearts. They knew how powerful a small stone could be, enough to cause serious harm. But the stones only freed one bandit from his muteness. "Speak now. You have a chance to explain yourselves. If you don't do well, we'll bury you alive." The bandits' panting voices suddenly broke through.
Ah.
Young hero, we didn't mean to do it. It was Lao Sen who said the village chief was abusing his power, that he's a terrible person. Look, only their family has a blue-tiled house in the whole village. That's probably built with the money they stole from the villagers. The burly bandit, soaked in rain, shivered from the cold. He tried to defend himself, but he was just making excuses, forgetting that they had initially planned to exploit them. The old village chief was furious. "You're talking nonsense. I've been the village chief all my life. I've never taken a single needle or a thread from others. My house was built with my daughter's dowry from her good husband's money. But how would we know? It's all Lausan's words. Besides, our Tiger Mountain was flooded, and we had no choice but to borrow things from the villagers. We have elderly parents and children to support. We just wanted to rob the rich to help the poor. We didn't mean to do anything evil. Please, young hero, have mercy on us." Children's dreams of heroism often involved robbing the rich and helping the poor. The bandit leader's face was sincere, but he was just talking nonsense. The old village chief was about to be wrongly accused. When had his family ever become wealthy? The entire village had no rich families. Our small village is near the official road, but it is in a low-lying area. Every year, half of the rice crops drown, and the rest are on steep hills where farming is impossible. So, not many people live here because life is very hard. My house is a bit better than others, but overall, we are all the same. Where is the wealth? The girls in the village often marry outside, and half of the men cannot find wives. That's why I drove away Lausan, who was causing trouble for the women. Is there a mistake here? The facts are clear, yet some still lie with their eyes open. Are bandits really that impressive? The old village had snorted impatiently. The bandits were very worried. They didn't expect the old man to talk back. Just as they were about to argue more, a loud knocking sound came from the village entrance, growing closer. Then, a strong voice with great power rang out clearly. "Flood is coming. All villagers, go to higher ground quickly. The flood is approaching." This voice carried a lot of energy, and almost everyone in the village heard it. Jiang Chang'an saw some villagers panic and come out of their homes. She also saw a rider galloping past quickly toward the village head's house. The villagers hurried to follow. The old village head was surprised. "Flood? That's impossible. Our village has never had a big flood in decades. Usually, heavy rain just causes water to flood the fields. There are no rivers nearby, so how could a flood happen? Maybe it's a trap set by the bandits?" No wonder the village head thought this way. His family had more than 10 bandits, and he didn't know how to handle them. Jiang Chang'an released her system and looked far away, scanning the terrain nearby. Then she pointed in one direction. "Is there a gap at the foot of the mountain over there? If it's near the river, then a flood could definitely come through that way." This was just Jiang Chang'an's guess because she couldn't see farther. Now, the village head was also worried. He slapped his thigh and suddenly understood. "Oh no! Our village is low-lying. That gap is high, but on the other side is flat land. There's a river there. If the water overflows, it could break through that gap and flood us. Then our homes and fields will be ruined. There's nowhere for the water to drain at the back of the village. The flood will just stay trapped here in our village." The old village had staggered, full of despair. What a disaster. Not only will we lose our fields, but our homes might also be flooded. Now is not the time to think about these things. Go check the reporters, see how far the floodwaters are, and quickly organize the villagers to move to higher ground. After speaking, Jiang Chang'an led the way to the door, waiting for the reporters to arrive. Despite his young age, he was very calm. The old village chief wiped his tears. Yes, I will go and take a look. Poor people often struggle with fate, and they don't give up easily until the very last moment." The group hurried through the rain to open the courtyard gate. At this moment, the reporters arrived, but someone looked familiar. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushen looked at each other. It was a young man in black, whom they had seen before in the search team on Mount Village. They wondered which force he belonged to and how he appeared here. "Who is the village chief?" "I am here to report that the flood is about to overflow the mountain pass and flood the entire village. You need to evacuate quickly," the young man in black said. He then handed the village official's document to the old village chief. Suddenly, they noticed the statues of bandits in the yard, the little fool from Mount Village, the first place Black Horse, and the very clever Li Shushan. What is going on? You two kids, aren't you from Mount Village? How come you're here thousands of miles away? The man in black was puzzled. He recognized the bandits, but they hadn't dared to rob him before. Did they come here to rob this village? Flooding is urgent now. Sir, are there many places outside the mountain affected by floods? The old village chief asked, more concerned about safety. You can delay your chat. What's important is saving lives. Yes, the flood in Yong River upstream has caused disasters along the way. Many people are being swept away by the floodwaters. Hurry up and move the important things to the mountain. Leave the unimportant ones. There's no time. Yes, I keep telling the villagers to move, but where to? Which place is safe? And outside it's all rain, wet and damp. The elderly and children can't hold up. The old village chief was both panicked and hopeless. Jiang Chang'an had already chosen a place.
Move to that mountain.
The terrain there is relatively flat, and the soil is solid, so landslides are less likely. It's big enough for your entire village to settle again. There are bamboo forests nearby, which can be used as building materials. We can build some bamboo houses today. The weak spot is at the village entrance. If we can clear that, the floodwaters can be diverted. By channeling water upstream, even after the flood recedes, a river can form here, making water access easier. The nearby hills can also be developed into terraced fields, which will improve the village's environment and conditions in the future. Using the system's help, Jiang Chang'an planned the village's future like a master strategist, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing Jiang Chang'an plan the village's future so confidently, Li Shushan sighed and shook his head. The little monster always strayed from the right path, and he was often led astray by her. The black-clad man was surprised. Did your master teach you all this? There are no terraced fields in Chang County. Can you really carve them out? The first time he saw Jiang Chang'an was when she rescued her mother from 3 bullies. Her intelligence and bravery made the 3 notorious bullies in the area suffer a big loss. Later, she made salt, pottery, wooden carts, and threshing machines. Each skill was impressive and brought real benefits to the people. At that time, they thought it would be great to have such a young genius in their team. With so many skills, they could easily start a business and make good money. With a solid fund, their organization could grow better. But they didn't dare compete with Teacher Song for her. Teacher Song had royal guards around him, and no one knew his true status. They hadn't even found the right target and couldn't force her. They returned with their plans foiled, traveling only 2 days behind Jiang Chang'an from Chang County. Because of a flood blocking the roads, they were now helping in a nearby village to fight the disaster. Unexpectedly, they met Jiang Chang'an so far from home, and the black-clad man was very happy. Yes, teacher has so much knowledge in his books. So, village chief, don't worry about the future. Just tell the villagers to evacuate quickly. I'll go find a place for you to settle. With the number of households, Jiang Chang'an could plan better. The old village chief felt like he was dreaming. Terraced fields? He had only heard elders mention that some people could farm on the mountains. He always wondered how water for irrigation came from high mountains. And since mountains are sloped, how could seeds stay in the soil without washing away? How could they grow crops? He just couldn't understand. We have 16 households. I'll send young men to help the heroine build bamboo houses. But what about the roofs? We don't have thatched grass ready. Should we move the roofs from the old houses? In that case, there might not be enough time. The flood is coming soon, and it would be good if we could move some food and supplies. The old village chief looked very worried, with deep lines on his wrinkled face. He had already arranged for his son to go door to door to notify villagers to move. He also mobilized everyone at home to pack their things and prepare to leave. Jiang Chang'an smiled kindly, which eased the old village chief's anxiety and was very contagious. No need to worry. The houses can be built with a full bamboo structure. We just don't have enough wax to paint them now, and since they are made of fresh bamboo, they won't last long, about 7 or 8 years at most. By then, the disaster would have passed, and with the terraced fields, villagers would have a good harvest. It wouldn't be too late to build brick and tile houses then. While talking, the village chief led a few people to the bamboo forest on the mountain. The man in black didn't go back to report. He said his name was Chung Dong and wanted to stay and watch Jiang Chang'an build the bamboo house. He had seen many bamboo houses before, even in their base, but they all had thatched roofs. What would a bamboo roof look like? Would it leak? Jiang Chang'an once again demonstrated what technology could do. 16 houses, 3 rooms, and a hall each. One house needs 18 bamboo poles, each about 1 meter long. We need 300 poles, go cut them. Because they were in a hurry, they had to build identical houses, which could be mass-produced to maximize efficiency. 300 poles? The old village chief was worried. Could they try building a small house first? The young girl in front looked only about 7 or 8 years old. Could she really build houses? The old village chief felt like he was going crazy, hearing a child's words. This wasn't a game. Many villagers had opinions. They had never heard of fully bamboo structures, especially some experienced elders who were very skeptical of Jiang Chang'an. Instead of fussing inside, it might be better to go back home and bring more belongings up the mountain. Maybe the flood wouldn't come after all. The old village chief also felt sad for the bamboo. 300 bamboo poles were already a lot, and that was just for the main beams. Walls and roofs would cost even more. He didn't know that Jiang Chang'an had also calculated the flooring, but it didn't require many bamboo poles anyway. There were plenty of bamboo on the mountain that wouldn't be used up. Village chief, don't hesitate anymore. Don't underestimate the young girl. The rice threshing machine she made sells for dozens of taels each. Kanwu Prefecture is going crazy over it. This summer's harvest has increased by several times, and many families' crops weren't damaged by the rain. Because the families with threshing machines finished harvesting their rice before the rain, which was impossible in previous years. This village has done many good deeds in the past, and now they're lucky to meet someone like Jiang Chang'an who can help them build. They are truly unaware of their blessings. Chung Dong suddenly felt disappointed with the village chief. If only Jiang Chang'an could come to their place. The old village chief didn't want to offend Jiang Chang'an because he was their savior, and Chung Dong had official documents to support him. In the end, he reluctantly agreed. All right, I will have them go cut wood. Which trees should be cut? As a benefactor, you can give the order directly. Good. Qingfeng, go call the bandits to come work. Since there are ready workers, why not use them? Jiang Chang'an has long wanted to start big construction projects. She enjoys doing these tasks, and with the system's help, she feels she can reach a new level. She has built many wooden houses before, but building houses like flowing water is a first for her. Qingfeng nodded, flew down the mountain with light skills, and brought the bandits up to make amends. If they refuse, they can just stay there and wait for the flood to drown them. Qingfeng's skills surprised Chung Dong. No wonder the 2 children dared to go far alone. They have a master nearby. Some people go cut beams for the house. They need to be this big, 2 zhang long, split into 5 parts. Each house needs 20 beams, so 170 beams in total. Jiang Chang'an pointed at the bamboo in front. Li Shushen immediately cut it down with one, trimming it perfectly regardless of length or curve, as a sample for the village chief. But at this moment, an old man couldn't help but loudly oppose. Ridiculous. Since ancient times, there haven't been houses with fewer beams than columns. You're going to use bamboo for the roof? That's very heavy, top-heavy, and light at the bottom. 20 columns can't support such a house. It will easily collapse. Not to mention 7 or 8 years, even 1 or 2 months, it won't last. Such a heavy roof will definitely cause fatalities. The old man knew about building houses. He had led the villagers in building mud houses. It's not jealousy. Based on his experience, he didn't believe Jiang Chang'an could succeed. Jiang Chang'an nodded, thinking the old man's reasoning was sound, but she also considered who was behind her technology. Confidently, she said, "The structure of my house doesn't rely only on the columns, but also on bamboo walls. The walls are thicker than the roof, which will only weigh 1/5 of the wall's weight. And over time, The living bamboo on the roof will lose moisture and become lighter. The walls and columns embedded in the earth will retain moisture longer. This way, there won't be a situation where the top feels heavy and the bottom feels light. Rest assured, Master, I have planned everything about the house, its points, surfaces, and lines. Now it's not convenient to draw a picture, but I could have shown you if I could. The old man's face turned red. He couldn't understand what the young girl was saying, but he felt it made sense, so he didn't say anything more. Even if Jiang Chang'an asked people to cut bigger bamboo for the roof, though it was split into 5 parts, it was still very heavy. But since he couldn't argue, he just joined everyone eagerly working together. They had a 3-room house with a living room. Their old home wasn't as good as this. If the house really gets built, they could move in immediately and stay for 7 or 8 years. An incredible dream come true. With motivation, people worked happily in the rain. In the end, everyone, old and young, joined in. Why can Jiang Chang'an be so confident? Because her pillars are round, and the walls are made of 2 5/5 circles and 1 1/5 circle locked together. They drilled holes in the middle and fixed them with straight tenons. Even the village children went to carve the tenons. They did it well and quickly, because it was so simple. As for the roof, it only has 3 1/5 circles locked in, with a sloped roof that has grooves for easy drainage. Strange weather. Rain kept falling, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. By evening, there was indeed movement at the mountain pass. The floodwaters washed through the gap, each time feeling like a to the villagers' hearts, making everyone worried and scared. The false hope that once existed was gone. Soon, the rocks at the gap were washed away, and the floodwater rushed down like a huge waterfall, quickly flooding the low areas. First it flooded their fields, then their homes. They believed that in just 2 hours, everything would be submerged, and the flood would overflow the village entrance and flow elsewhere. Their home was gone. Their fields were gone. Fortunately, they had moved their few belongings. Even though many things were soaked by the rain and lost, the villagers still felt some hope when they saw the rows of bamboo standing tall. Have you heard? These floods will become their future rivers. After digging channels upstream and downstream, they can build terraced fields, which will be irrigated by the river water. Maybe better days are still ahead. At first, the villagers didn't believe Jiang Chang'an, but now they almost worship her as if she were a goddess. Construction on the mountain is in full swing and nearing completion. You might not believe it, but a whole village's houses were built in just half a day. Just thinking about it makes people feel amazed. This shows the power of assembly lines. The same parts, even in large numbers, can be quickly assembled by just a few people. Especially since many tasks can be done by the elderly and children. Doesn't that make it even more impressive? Isn't it fast? Once the parts are ready and the stakes are driven in, the assembled bamboo walls are put up, the beams are installed, and the roof is covered. 16 bamboo houses with 3 rooms and 1 living room stand steadily there. The floors are also made of bamboo, and they are raised about 20 centimeters above the ground, extending around the house with eaves covering them. They look very beautiful and delicate. The villagers can't believe it. They never thought they could own such lovely houses. As night falls, everyone moves into their assigned homes. Even if the houses are damp, they are very happy. Many people bring their furniture to settle in and live peacefully. Do they look like disaster victims? If so, why would more disasters come? It's best to fix their problems while the little benefactor is still here. They even built an extra house for the bandits to stay in, but with Cheng Dong watching, to prevent any trouble. Jiang Changfa and 3 others moved into a house shared by only an elderly woman and her grandson. Many villagers voluntarily brought supplies, grain, firewood, and more. A fire was lit inside the house, and rice porridge was simmering on the stove. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the air. They sat around the fire, warming themselves after a day of rain. Such warm fire and food are very precious. Jiang Chang'an felt extremely hungry, eagerly waiting for the rice porridge to be ready. At this moment, she looked just like an ordinary neighborhood girl, impatient and craving food. Who would have thought that this young girl was so capable? In just one day, she directed the entire village to build 16 three-room, one living room houses. The old woman cooking by the fire couldn't help but sigh. Our little benefactor's family is truly lucky. Having such a talented and capable family member must make them very proud. Unlike her grandson, who is the same age as the little benefactor but much less skilled. Of course, a family that can raise someone like the little benefactor must be quite remarkable. With such status, she can't help but feel envious. Haha, Grandma, you're flattering me. I'm just average. Your grandson is also very good, obedient, and capable. Today I saw him do a lot of work. An old man and a weak one can survive in the village. First, the village has a good atmosphere, and second, they are definitely hardworking and capable people. Talking about his grandson, the grandmother is proud. Although her grandson can't compare to talented people like Jiang Chang'an, he is still one of the best in the village. What can he do? He has no special skills, just digging in the soil. But life in the future will be hard. My son and daughter-in-law used to be capable. They cleared a lot of land. My grandson and I worked very hard, and we could get by year-round. But now there's no land left. When we start developing new terraces, we won't be able to compete with stronger families. Dear girl, what do terraces look like? Where does the water come from? How should we develop them to make things easier? The old woman doesn't understand the concept of being close to water giving an advantage. She's also anxious and a bit uncertain about the future. Jiang Chang'an understands and patiently explains, terraces are flat, like steps, stacked one above the other. The water flows through higher mountain passes, which can bring water directly from above. For terraces separated by mountains, you can build a water bridge using bamboo tubes. As for the number of terraces, I think the village chief will divide the best land among people. Those rougher areas can be opened up freely when you have time. But with only 2 people farming, you won't be able to cultivate much. Instead, I can teach you how to make bamboo crafts, bamboo beds, chairs, tables, stools. Many villagers already know how to make baskets and other simple tools from bamboo. Bamboo and bamboo crafts? They're trying to deceive them. Those are common knowledge. Bamboo crafts are just thin strips of bamboo woven into baskets, sieves, fences, and similar tools. Because the village has plenty of bamboo, many people know how to make these, and they're not worth much. But furniture like bamboo beds, chairs, tables, and stools are different. They are more like furniture. They are more complex to make and more valuable, not in the same league as simple bamboo crafts. The old woman and her grandson look at each other. They're happy to gain the recognition of their benefactor, even if it's just pity. But mostly, they feel helpless. Dear girl, furniture is much harder than bamboo crafts. Bamboo weaving can be done casually. Even if it's crooked or deformed, it can still be used. But furniture is different. Its parts must be precise. They can't be uneven or crooked, or the furniture will be slanted and unusable. Every part of the furniture must be carefully measured. People without knowledge can't learn this, so furniture is very valuable. I am an uneducated woman, and my young son has never gone to school, so I fear he won't learn easily and might disappoint the kind benefactor's good intentions. This is what everyone thinks. The old woman looks bitter and blames herself for not being capable enough to send her grandson to school. If she had, he could have learned carpentry skills by now. Life would be better in the future, but it's a pity. Oh well. Jiang Chang'an raises an elegant eyebrow. The old woman is quite knowledgeable now. Making furniture is easy for him, and most of his furniture doesn't require much skill, just copying from drawings. Even a bamboo house is considered furniture, right? That was built by all the villagers together. Why can't other furniture be made the same way? The old woman opens her mouth and stammers. That was because we followed the instructions of the benefactor. We just did as told. In fact, I only helped cut the bamboo, and Xiao Bao only carved the bamboo joints. We still don't know how to build a bamboo house ourselves. Not only them, but others probably can't do it either. I saw old son, who knows how to build houses, wandering around the bamboo house until nightfall because he couldn't understand the benefactor's craftsmanship. At first, they resisted the benefactor's methods, But after several bamboo houses were built and tested for strength by hitting them, it was clear they were much sturdier than their original houses. Old Sun still can't believe the miracle right in front of his eyes. Let me draw a few plans for you. For simple, practical furniture like beds, tables, chairs, and wardrobes, no carvings, it's quite easy. Even someone who can't read can understand them. Of course, if you have the chance later, Xiaobao can go to school. That way, your business can grow bigger, and you can take your mother out of the village to live a better life. Jiang Chang'an thought about this and planned to talk to the village chief tomorrow. Building a bamboo village would be a special feature. Being near the official road, selling bamboo crafts, building an inn, or a scenic waterfall, such a peaceful environment could make the village famous.
Xiao Bao Si Li Ba Lu.
He's actually several years older than the benefactor. Xiao Bao is just his nickname. Being called that makes him a little embarrassed. The old woman is very excited. Really? Is that possible? Would it be too much trouble for the benefactor? I heard Old Sun say that only master carpenters have drawings, and those are very precious. They can be passed down as family heirlooms for generations. If we give them away easily, the benefactor's parents might object. The old woman was very nervous. Of course, she hoped that Jiang Chang'an could provide her with the drawings, but she was also worried about burdening her benefactor. The benefactor had already helped them build a house, so she didn't want to repay kindness with resentment. Jiang Chang'an smiled easily. Don't worry, Grandma. This is just bamboo craft. My family specializes in woodworking, which is much more complicated. The skills are different. Also, this place is thousands of miles from my home, so it won't affect my family's business. My elders won't mind. After saying that, Jiang Chang'an took out some paper and charcoal pens from his bag. Sitting on a small stool, under the dim firelight, he started drawing quickly. The old woman was so touched she didn't know what to do. She made the fire brighter, hoping the light would protect her benefactor's eyes. Just then, they finished cooking and could boil water for washing. Besides Li Shushan, Qingfeng and Chun Dan also saw the young master's drawings for the first time. They, along with Little Treasure, stepped forward to watch carefully. Usually, only high officials in the Ministry of Works would draw such plans. Even teachers at the academy rarely did. They didn't expect Jiang Chang'an not only knew how to build, but also could draw the plans. That was amazing. It's important to know that many people have skills, but they often can't draw the plans. They only memorize the steps, so over time, the craft can lose its true form. Moreover, Jiang Chang'an drew very quickly. With just a few strokes, she could shape a model. They thought the plans might be complicated, but as soon as the meal was ready, Jiang Chang'an finished drawing.
She was really fast.
However, they could understand the drawings, but if they had to make them, they wouldn't know where to start. Skills like this are not easy for everyone to learn. Jiang Chang'an, a young girl, was surprisingly knowledgeable. They wondered how she learned so much. How about this? It's quite simple. First, make each part, which has measurements and quantities. Then, just follow the assembly steps to put it together. If you can't read the measurements and quantities, we can make a sample tomorrow. Later, you can just follow the sample. The old woman tremblingly took a stack of drawings. Her eyes filled with tears. Thank you so much. What is your name, young benefactor? You are our family's benefactor and teacher. When Little Treasure learns to read, we will set up a long-lasting memorial for you, and our whole family will worship you every day. How could there be such a kind girl in this world? They were lucky to meet her. She wasn't some evil person, right? Jiang Chang'an's mouth twitched. She had only achieved her own art and accomplishments. She didn't need to be honored like this. Isn't that treatment reserved for the dead? I am called Jiang Chang'an, but there's no need for a memorial tablet. I would feel uncomfortable. We should stay low-key when traveling in the world, right, Grandma? Yes. Chang'an, wishing you long-lasting peace. That's a good name. The Bodhisattva will surely bless you with lasting safety.
Thank you, child. Come, eat.
Grandma has made the thickest porridge for you, filled to the brim. Eat more. You must be exhausted today. After eating, wash up, and then you can rest well. That bed in the room, I've cleaned it. It's spotless. Chang'en can rest comfortably tonight. That was the bed used by Grandma's son and daughter-in-law before. It was well protected and planned for their child's future marriage, but now it was used to host benefactors. The young girl had run around all day, speaking until her mouth was dry, yet no blisters appeared. She had truly worked hard. Now, having been taught new skills, she deserved the highest respect.
All right, thank you, Grandma.
Jiang Chang'en felt very satisfied. Sometimes, a person's smile can lift her spirits. These days are not so bad, right? The next morning, Grandma had already cooked the rice porridge. Jiang Chang'en quickly washed up, ate the porridge, then took her eager grandmother and child to the construction site to find suitable bamboo for making furniture. There were still many cut bamboo pieces left at the site. As long as they informed the village chief, they could be used. Passing by Old Sun's house, they saw Old Sun still wandering in his porch, studying the techniques for building bamboo houses. The bamboo house used a double plus one structure. 2 main grooves plus 1 reverse groove form a component. Multiple components are joined with mortise and tenon joints, creating a tightly sealed wall that functions like a brick wall. The walls and ground used reverse grooves, making them very thick, while the roof used main grooves, which upward, making drainage easy. This technique looked simple, but no one had thought of it before. However, the most important part of the house was the fixed structure of the beams, which Old Sun couldn't quite understand, even though he had helped make it.
Sigh.
Seeing Old Sun's confused expression, Grandma chuckled softly, unable to hold back her laughter. Old Sun, you should be convinced now, right? As the saying goes, there are always higher mountains and more talented people. Old Sun had lived a long life, but how could he not understand? Even if the other person was just a child, in a noble family, what kind of people could be cultivated? There are even children as young as 7 or 8 who have already become scholars. Old Man's son blushed deeply from laughter, amazed by the skill of the young benefactor. His techniques were so extraordinary that they broke the usual rules. People with some skill probably wouldn't believe it. Impressive. Where are you taking the young benefactor? It's still raining, so don't let him catch a cold, said the old woman, Granny Xiaobao, along with Jiang Chang'en. They were both wearing raincoats and straw hats, walking on a muddy road, which made people worry that something might be wrong. The benefactor is going to teach us how to make bamboo furniture. This is a unique skill in our village. Old Sun can come and buy from me in the future, Granny Xiaobao joked. Most villagers are close-knit, like family. They often trade goods or grains, and money is rarely used. But the benefactor said that if they made good furniture, it could be placed on the main road. Traveling merchants might see it and buy some. Old Man's son was surprised. How could such a precious skill be taught freely? Bamboo House benefactor only did so because of the situation. Maybe he was kind and didn't want them to be homeless. Old Man's son opened his mouth but didn't dare ask for too much. If he did, it would seem like he was spying on the benefactor's skills, being ungrateful or unkind. Jiang Chang'en saw Old Man's son's hope and smiled. Grandpa's son, if you're interested in bamboo houses, I can draw a plan for you.
What? No.
That's too valuable. Building a bamboo house for us is already enough. I shouldn't ask for your craftsmanship too. Old Man's son was so excited that his hands trembled and he even drooled. It's okay. I don't rely on this skill for a living. After the flood, I'll leave. The village's rebuilding will still depend on you and the village chief leading everyone. We want to build a special tourist village where visitors can paint, stay overnight, or passing merchants can earn some money. As long as your lives get better, I'll feel accomplished too. It will also help me in future exams. The imperial exams also consider contributions. Even if a hero's academic scores aren't outstanding, the court might trust him with important duties based on his ability, often giving him real power. This was what Li Shushan said, and Song Fuzi also mentioned it. It's clear that officials in this era were quite forward-thinking. Old Man's son listened, choking back tears, then suddenly knelt down. Thank you, benefactor. If you take the imperial exam someday, you will surely be a good official who cares for the people. May heaven bless you and help you succeed step by step. He couldn't say more. Please do not kneel suddenly. She might not be used to it. Jiang Chang'an quickly stepped back. You shouldn't do that. I need to go now. I'll draw a diagram for you later. Jiang Chang'an hurriedly ran away, and the muddy ground splattered mud onto her head. She looks like a little girl from the neighborhood, but she's so smart and confident, like a little fairy. Old Man Sun quickly put on his raincoat and went to help. If his family hadn't gone to gather firewood, he would have called everyone to help. After collecting bamboo, Jiang Chang'an carefully taught the wife and mother-in-law how to make furniture, bed, table, chair, and cabinet. Once the parts were ready, they assembled them carefully, with no mistakes. Then she took them apart again so they could practice assembling on their own. They learned quickly. It was quite simple, but they still lacked tools. The tools they are using now were borrowed from Old Man Sunday. Jiang Chang'an couldn't help them with that. After finishing the furniture, Jiang Chang'an took out paper and a brush, drew the structure and floor plan of the bamboo house, and explained it to Old Man Sun as she drew. Since he was a professional builder, Old Man Sun quickly understood the main points. For the parts he didn't understand, he could follow the drawings to build. The village chief came a few times, mainly to check on Jiang Chang'an and her team, worried about neglecting their benefactor. When Jiang Chang'an finished her work, she went out with the village chief to check the flood situation. It was non-stop busy work. Li Shushan was reading under the old lady's porch, sometimes drawing, feeling very relaxed. Qing Feng was healing her injuries with magic, while Chun Dan was working on her poison. She seemed distracted, probably because she felt she hadn't helped the master enough. She felt a bit guilty inside. Can we really not help the young lady? The young lady was out in the wind and rain, but she wouldn't let anyone get soaked. You can prepare some medicine to prevent colds, hot soup, and so on. But the rest is her expertise. No one else can help. Meanwhile, the little demon was happily busy. Building a unique small village under her guidance must have given her a great sense of achievement. Yes, Jiang Chang'an had been planning the future with the old village, and nothing could stop her progress. After a night, the floodwaters rose enough to overflow the village entrance and flow downstream. But once the flood recedes, all the water coming in and out will be gone. We can bury a pipe at the breach to redirect upstream water here. Yet the breach can be shaped into a waterfall scene just like now. While providing water to the village, some of the hills can be terraced. The water source is from high points at the gaps, where a bamboo bridge is built to carry water to the top of the hills. Then, water is used to irrigate crops layer by layer from the top down. At the end of the village, bamboo pipes are also buried to carry water downstream, which is not far away and easy to operate. Some pavilions, bridges, and landscapes like lotus flowers can be built near the waterfall to attract many visitors. The village can also build a few bamboo houses as ghost houses for travelers, which will boost the local economy. Villagers can sell handmade items near the waterfall. Life here seems quite good. Jiang Chang'an speaks cleverly, and even her raincoat can't hide her smart aura. She is like a lively fairy. The old village chief sighs. All right, we'll listen to the young lady. Luckily, he is obedient. If he had more insight, he might not be the village chief now. Well, I'll draw the plans later. You can follow them. I've already taught Old Sun and Granny some techniques. You can discuss and work together. After the rain stops, we will leave. The rest depends on you. I hope to see a different village when I return. Village chief, keep going. All right, keep it up. Jiang Chang'an and her group stayed in Bamboo Village for a few days. The rain started to lessen. During this time, she carefully reviewed all aspects of the village's construction. She drew many blueprints and wrote a detailed plan for the village chief. Later that evening, she took out the 100 Ghosts token and studied it with Li Shushan. Their original plan was to head north because they heard that the 100 Ghost Guard was scattered among the Northwest Army, so their base was probably in the north. They decided to discuss their route after leaving Kanwu Prefecture and hoped to find clues from the 100 Ghosts token. The four of them hid in a room. Under the orange light, Jiang Chang'an took out a small iron box from her space. After spending many days together, Chindan and Qingfeng no longer found it strange that Jiang Chang'an often took small items from her sleeve. Her hidden pocket must be large, and from the outside, it looked completely ordinary. Jiang Chang'an carefully examined the patterns on the metal box. Soon, the lid popped open, revealing a small black token. The token was carved with a fierce ghost face, with a blue face and sharp teeth. Besides being a bit scary, Jiang Chang'an couldn't tell much about it. Li Shushan didn't touch the token, remembering Jiang Chang'an's warning that it had a trap that could hurt him if handled carelessly. The ghost face is the symbol of the organization. The slogan Night of 100 Ghosts, clearing the unjust, is our motto and goal. I need to think more about whether there's a hidden meaning behind it. First, you should unlock the trap on the token so we can study it properly. We also can't miss the metal box. Li Shushan rested his chin on his hand. When it came to machinery, he knew he wasn't as skilled as Jiang Chang'an. Hey, miss, is this the legendary 100 Ghost token? Chun Dan, who had been in the martial world for years, was very well informed. The 100 Ghost Guard was not only a powerful military unit, but also feared in the martial world. They were excellent at individual combat and had unique battle formations, even better than the Royal Guards. Strangely, such a team was beyond royal control, but they never fought against the royal family. Now, it seemed the new master had a 100 Ghost token. Were they going to find the 100 Ghost Guard? I've heard of the 100 Ghost Guard too. Is the master planning to challenge them and take the title of Ghost Leader? The 100 Ghost Guard was like a hero dream for many martial artists, and Qingfeng knew about them too. That could be the case, Li Shushan replied casually, thinking about the poem on the token. Could the poem hide a place name? There was a Qingping village in Qingxing County, but it was in the south of the country, not in the northern frontier. Li Shushan was very familiar with the geography of the Daesan dynasty. There were no such places in the west or north. Was he mistaken? That's impossible. The south is a wealthy area, with peaceful and happy people. Who would want to become a killer there? Chun Dan didn't believe it. The 100 Ghost Guard sounded heroic, defending the homeland, but in reality, they were just a group of killers. People only wanted to feed their families and didn't want their children to go to war. Historically, only half of those who went to battle ever returned. But Qingfeng disagreed. A man's goal isn't just to eat and drink. Those with a good life want to serve the country. Someone who is always hungry only cares about feeding themselves and their family, not others. There's no need to argue, Jiang Chang'an said, unlocking the trap. He then disassembled the token into 4 parts, revealing the backside, and pieced it together again. This is a map of the terrain. The old hideout of the 100 Ghosts should be in this kind of place, like a spoon or a 7-star formation, which can protect the home and ward off evil. But finding such a small place is not easy. This might just be a valley in the land, thought Li Shushan with a frown. There's specific data. Can't you understand? Longitude 120, latitude 31. If it's from the geography of the previous life, then this is definitely Sioux City. Li Shushan said it's also correct to call it Jiangnan. The 3 of them were stunned, not understanding what Jiang Chang'an was talking about. Believe it or not, we actually live on a huge sphere. This sphere has a strong gravity, so even if we hang at the bottom, we won't fall. The sphere also rotates, completing 1 turn in a day. When the sun faces us, it's daytime. On the opposite side, it's night. This cycle repeats. 1 year is a full orbit around the sun, with the seasons changing through the ages. Always the same. Some clever people have figured out the size of the sphere, where longitude lines run across and latitude lines run up and down. The crossing points are the marked locations, scaled proportionally. This place is indeed in Jiangnan. It should be Suzhou Prefecture, by Xing County, Qingping Village. Is this the place? Such a code is really too difficult for ancient people to understand. The others had never heard such an explanation before. There really is such a place, Li Shushan murmured. He had even visited there in his previous life. The small village in his memory looked quite poor, and the villagers seemed just ordinary people. Who would believe that such a dilapidated place was the hideout of the 100 Ghosts? Then let's go directly to Suzhou Prefecture. If we can't find it later, we can try heading north. But I believe it must be there. The coordinates were set, the secret code hidden. If it's not there, then whoever wants the 100 ghosts can go find them. The group rested well for the night, and early the next morning, with the rain easing, they finally left amid the reluctant goodbyes of the villagers. Coincidentally, Chengdong also left with them, and those bandits were surprisingly left behind to help the village with construction. How big is this person's heart? Brother Dong. Won't they bully the villagers? The village chief also agreed. Don't worry, they won't dare unless they want to die. That's really hard to say. The greatest test is human nature. Unless Chengdong used some special methods on those people. But Jiang Chang'an didn't ask much about this. Chengdong's identity was mysterious, and he had some connections with the authorities. It's unlikely he would joke about people's lives. Moreover, during the labor reform, those bandits did show some change. By the way, where are you all headed? What are the kids planning as they wander outside? Now, the south is full of floods and chaos. We're going to Suzhou Prefecture, they say. They don't want to reveal their true purpose, but there's no real need to hide the destination. Who would think they're going to find the 100 Ghost Guard? Even the 100 Ghost Guard wouldn't expect that. Hey, what a coincidence. We're also heading to Suzhou Prefecture. I have 3 brothers and we can travel together.
It'll be safer that way.
The kids are all quite amazing, each with their own skills. Chengdong actually likes them and can look out for them a bit. They're still young and probably face trouble and surprises often. But traveling with adults like them is very different. Sounds good, said Jiang Chang'an. Such a coincidence is rare and beneficial for their side. Jiang Chang'an has no reason to object. Li Shushen is even more indifferent. He has been to the mountain village before and is now going to Suzhou Prefecture. Could he be part of the 100 Ghost Guard? Their mission from thousands of miles away is just to deliver a token. If that's the case, it sounds interesting. Li Shushen suddenly paid more attention to Chengdong. He didn't warn Jiang Chang'an, little demons are clever. Secrets must be kept. She wouldn't reveal a word and can fool people naturally. She's a clever little trickster. Jiang Chang'an was initially happy, thinking she'd gain 4 free guards. But when she saw Chengdong's friends, her excitement faded. The 3 in front of her looked like beggars, unlike what she saw in the mountain village. Especially when they were holding bowls to eat, Jiang Chang'an turned to leave. They eat so much. Are they pigs? It feels like they can't support themselves. That's why the food expenses are paid by these kids. Because the 4 of them are truly poor, so poor they have no food. They gave all their money to the disaster victims, willing to eat air themselves. If Chengdong hadn't brought Jiang Chang'an and the others here, these ragged young men might have starved to death. This is a small town mostly filled with disaster victims from the flood zones. Everyone is wearing ragged clothes. They squeeze under others' eaves to avoid rain, many trembling from the cold. Some have brought their belongings and set up crooked tents in the corners. Most shops are closed, afraid to open for business and attract looters. Only some powerful merchants dare to open their doors, and they are protected by many guards. It's easy to imagine how expensive the goods must be, especially food, and very few shops are open. The town mayor is distributing grain. These days, he's been giving out porridge at the government office, but only once a day, and the porridge is mostly water, barely enough to keep people alive. This is already the best he can do. Because of the flood blocking the roads, there's little chance to ask for help from the county or other places. With such a big flood, people can cross, but supplies can't be delivered at all. Years of sudden flooding have left the town mayor overwhelmed and with gray hair overnight. Right now, he's organizing people to help with disaster relief and to check the water levels. It's too much for him. These details were shared by Chengdong's brothers. Chengdong's brothers are called Chengxi, Chengbei, and Chengnan. Very easy to remember, and you can tell they're part of some organization just by their names. When Chengdong and Jiang Chang'an and the others found Chengnan in the corner of the wall, they were so hungry their eyes looked green. Jiang Chang'an took them into an inn, since they needed a place to stay, and immediately ordered food. The three men ate several bowls of soft rice porridge as if they hadn't eaten in years. The inn in the small town is very expensive right now. Only wealthy families and passing merchants can afford to stay there. So, the late-arriving Jiang Chang'an and his friends finally found a place to stay, but if they keep eating like that, they might not be able to afford the inn anymore. At this moment, the town mayor came looking for them. Of course, he was looking for Chung Dong and the others. Because a few young men had military tokens, they could participate in local government affairs during critical times, and their opinions mattered. I heard that Lord Chung has returned. Do you know how Zuzhu village is doing? Zuzhu village is in a low valley. If evacuation isn't quick enough, the entire village could be lost. If everyone in the village dies, the mayor wouldn't have a job anymore, so he was very worried and started asking questions before anyone could sit down. Talking about Zuzhu village, Chung Dong's surprise hadn't faded after a few days. He thought that even if he hadn't brought the news himself, as long as Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan were there, Zuzhu village would be safe and sound. All is well there. The villagers moved their belongings to higher ground and built more than 10 bamboo houses. They plan to live in the mountains and not return to their old homes. The village is planning to dig tunnels to divert upstream water into the village, turning low-lying areas into rivers, and they will cultivate terraced fields. They will build waterfalls, inns, and craft bamboo furniture to serve passing merchants. Life there will be comfortable and worry-free in the future. And all of this was part of Chang'an's plan and construction. Chung Dong finally introduced Jiang Chang'an to the town mayor. The mayor was confused, unable to understand what Chung Dong was saying. You asked me to evacuate the villagers, and now you're talking about building? That's completely wrong. The mayor was smart enough to realize that since Jiang Chang'an deserved credit, he should be treated with respect. No matter how young others were, what mattered was their ability. So, he first bowed to Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan, then said, "Please tell me everything in detail." If a small place like Bamboo Village could truly turn from a disaster zone into a blessed land, then why not others? If the two children disagreed, he would kneel down and not get up. Not only the town mayor, but even Chung Nan and others paused to listen curiously. Some other guests at nearby tables seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Could there really be such a miracle? Chung Dong got excited and, for a moment, sounded like a storyteller, explaining the whole story with ups and downs, making it lively and engaging. How Bamboo Village, once a rundown place, became such a fresh and hopeful village, making the villagers so happy they were smiling widely. Finally, the town mayor suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Chang'an. "Master Jiang, your kindness is great. Jiang, thank the villagers once again." Jiang Chang'an slightly leaned back to avoid a direct bow, then returned the gesture with a smile. "Mayor Zhang, you're too kind. You know, I am just a scholar. I can't escape worldly matters. All of this is just for achievement. I hope it will look good in future official reviews." Yes, it was all for fame. There were no noble spirits involved, so don't bother her with pointless things. Mayor Zhang was surprised that Jiang Chang'an had revealed her true purpose and that she planned to take the imperial exams. Her experience in officialdom was impressive. This person was young but clever, with great potential for future success. And she was a girl. How rare. Mayor Zhang felt respectful and serious. Still, he had to entrust important matters to her. Capable people should share the workload. Sigh. The villagers of Bamboo Village are lucky, but others will have a hard time. It's all my fault for being incompetent. Look at that roof. It's crowded with people, with nowhere to stay, no food to drink. Who knows how long they can hold on? Don't laugh at me. Our grain supplies in the government office are almost gone. The year's grain tax hasn't even been collected yet, and now there's a flood. It's all my fault for being useless, which has caused trouble for the villagers. After speaking, Mayor Zhang used his damp sleeve to wipe the tears from his eyes, though he had no tears. Jiang Chang'an looked calm, quickly understanding the mayor's intentions. However, the burden seemed too heavy. Would she have difficulty lifting it? It wasn't really her responsibility, and if she intervened too much, it might be fine if she did well, but if she didn't? She wasn't close to Mayor Zhang and risked being bitten back if she spoke out. It's all caused by natural disasters. Who could have predicted this? The old villagers say this is the first time such heavy floods have happened here. It seems the heavens are not giving people a chance to survive. Jiang Chang'an sighed deeply, feeling very worried but not willing to take on the responsibility herself. That's true. Does Master Jiang have any solutions? Please help us so the people can get through this disaster. I will remember your kindness forever and do my best to repay you. Of course, if things go well, I will report your achievements. If not, I will bear the responsibility and consequences as the mayor, without involving others. Mayor Zhang bowed again, showing his sincerity. Yes, Chang'an, if you have a way, please help those poor villagers. Chang'an sighed, not out of softness, but because natural disasters reveal how weak and powerless people are. Only those without a conscience wouldn't feel sympathy for the victims. All right, let's go back and think of a plan. We should discuss it first before deciding. Jiang Chang'an signaled to Li Shushan. She had ideas, but wanted to hear Li Shushan's opinion first, to fill in any gaps and ensure everything was perfect. Yes, you've traveled a long way. You need rest before coming up with a good plan. Rest now, I'll come back tomorrow. As long as they didn't outright refuse, there was still hope. Mayor Zhang tactfully left. After eating and drinking well, Cheng Nan and the others were given a large shared sleeping area. They had no money, so they couldn't ask the children to pay for a proper room. Having a place to shelter from the rain was already a great kindness from the children. Jiang Chang'an and the others asked for a room with a front and back chamber, costing 2 taels a day. They sat down inside, and Jiang Chang'an couldn't help but ask eagerly, Shushan, do you have any good ideas? Li Shushan chuckled softly. I saw you didn't refuse on the spot, so I guess you have a plan? Are you worried the mayor might not be trustworthy? Haha, he guessed right. Exactly. If you're not in the position, you shouldn't get involved. If I take on everything, who knows what problems might arise? Good people often don't get good rewards, haven't you heard? Jiang Chang'an didn't dare to act blindly. Your concerns are valid, so we won't take everything on ourselves. We will just help from the side. The disaster relief process mainly involves solving the food and shelter problems for the victims. For shelter, with your skills, you can easily build houses on this land in a short time. As for food, Li Shushan tapped lightly on the table, thinking. Jiang Chang'an is very skilled in craftsmanship and technology, but she can't create food out of nothing. So, you probably want to build boats that can stay stable during floods to transport relief supplies elsewhere? That way, the food and shelter issues for the victims can be solved. Post-disaster reconstruction is a different matter altogether. Jiang Chang'an admired him and said, That's exactly what I thought. Are you a mind reader? We're becoming such a good team. The flood mainly spread along the riverbank. Areas not close to the river probably weren't affected, right? They should have food supplies. What they currently lack are a few good large boats. Li Shushan paused, almost hitting Jiang Chang'an's head with his finger. Teamwork is fine, but no need to call me a worm. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe we don't need to go far to get food. It might be free.
Li Shushan smiled charmingly.
2 years ago, the previous county magistrate was dismissed over military grain issues. During a tense conflict in the northwest, the court was chaotic. The previous magistrate's taxes were collected, and the grain meant for the frontier was tampered with, mixed with a lot of sand and stones. Military officials escorting the grain saw this, and were about to confront the magistrate, but he managed to secretly swap the grain back in a short time. The sand-laden grain disappeared, and the safe grain was handed over to the military. But even such a capable and wealthy magistrate eventually got involved in corruption and was executed. This shows how ruthless officialdom can be. It's not about right or wrong, only about winning or losing. The previous magistrate was just a victim of political power struggles. That's why Li Shushan is eager to gain influence, to protect himself, Jiang Chang'an, and his future career. You mean the sand-contaminated grain is nearby? It hasn't been flooded away? Jiang Chang'an understood instantly. Yes, I don't know exactly where, but I heard it's on the nearby mountain. It shouldn't be flooded, right? And I believe with your skills, you can find it and clean the sand out of the grain, right? If it were Li Shushan, he would need a long time to find food, since in his previous life, he only heard that the army of the 10th prince was forced into the nearby mountains for several days. But the large army was not starved, thanks to the sand-infused grain they relied on. Now, with Jiang Chang'an's ability to see through things are different. Plus, she is very skilled at making machines. Building a sieve machine should be easy for her. This is Li Shushan's highest praise and recognition of Jiang Chang'an's skills. Alright, first we solve the housing problem, then build ships to transport grain, and finally go out to find that batch of food. I'll draw some plans. I think there are many carpenters in town, and when the time comes, they can build everything. With so many refugees, one house per family isn't realistic. We'll build a few large sheds that can block the wind and rain. They should be simple in structure, mainly sturdy, with wooden beams and columns, and tarpaulin for walls and roofs, which can be easily removed later. We'll also build a few ships. If we can't find that batch of grain, we can have them buy from other places first. And then, the sieve machine you mentioned, 1 or 2 will be enough, Jiang Chang'an said while drawing. It was soon finished. The others were no longer surprised. These tasks were very simple for Jiang Chang'an. They had been shocked many times before, and now they were quite used to it. The 4 of them rested well for the night. Early the next morning, Mayor Zhang arrived at the inn, waiting before dawn. He was so anxious that his lips were swollen, and he couldn't sleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed so much hope on a few children. Jiang Chang'an didn't hold back either. She got up early and went downstairs, handing a stack of drawings to Mayor Zhang. This is the best plan I can think of. Mayor Zhang, please see if it can be carried out. I only have ideas. Manpower and materials still depend on your side to find ways to recruit. Jiang Chang'an didn't reveal the sand-infused grain. They agreed to wait until they found the supplies before talking about it. If they couldn't find it in the end, it would just be a false hope. They might even be suspected of having ties with the county magistrate. Mayor Zhang looked at the drawings and understood Jiang Chang'an's meaning immediately. He was surprised that Jiang Chang'an had such drawing skills. Could her family be from the Ministry of Works? Brilliant. This method is indeed clever. Our biggest problem now is that there's nowhere for the refugees to stay, and the floodwaters have trapped us in this tiny space. These sheds are good. They're inexpensive, quick to build, and will allow the refugees to settle properly. The rain continued, and the flood probably wouldn't recede in a month or 2. Building sheds was very necessary. The food supplies also need to be purchased from outside. They cannot just rely on their own resources. This big ship is really impressive. I think it's much more advanced than the ships currently used in the market. Such good quality, I believe merchants will love it. Would Master Jiang mind if I sell this shipbuilding technology? We can get a good price, and the wood for building the ships will be free. The money belongs to Master Jiang, and after solving this current problem, the right to use the ships will still be yours. How does that sound? I have to say, Director Zhang's approach is very honest. Nonsense. Can Jiang Chang'an's background be simple? He might be from a noble family or a well-known lineage. Look at this. He's familiar with military personnel and others. Such a person is hard to offend. Director Zhang is very perceptive, otherwise, he wouldn't still be in his position after the previous county magistrate was removed. Alright, Director Zhang, just arrange as you see fit. Today, we'll go around and think about post-disaster rebuilding. Speaking of the disaster, Director Zhang, my subordinate knows a bit about medicine. Maybe she can prepare an affordable remedy for the victims to drink to prevent typhoid and plague. The biggest challenge after disaster is the outbreak of diseases. This was also discussed last night. Some people managed to escape the flood, but others couldn't, or they died for other reasons. They often see floating corpses in the river, but no one has the time to retrieve them, unless the floodwaters recede. Master John's idea is excellent. Thank you, young lady, said the director, sharing the same thought. But he can't afford to worry too much right now. And he doesn't have a specific remedy for preventing plagues. Sigh, talented people are everywhere around Daneng. Chen Dan, no, she's not a talent. Her remedy is cheap and decent, but whether it can prevent plagues is uncertain. She just followed the young lady's advice and made some preparations. However, cold weather can definitely be prevented. Director Zhang. Master Zhang, I have an idea. Since you're talking about building ships, how about I join in? At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed like a wealthy merchant approached politely, bowing to the group. But he was just a passing merchant, not well known to Director Zhang, who frowned slightly. They were openly discussing in the inn's main hall, mainly to spread the news and attract wealthy supporters. Unexpectedly, they might have caught a big fish? Oh? Who is this gentleman? Director Zhang's sharp eyes immediately showed his alertness. Jiang Chang'an was honest and not easy to manipulate, but merchants are different. No matter his background, they do business willingly. It's all about mutual interest. I am Mo Sheng, the second in command of the Mo family trading team in the city. Most of our goods are shipped by boat, and we also have our own shipbuilding workshop. I'm just curious. District Chief Zhang said that the drawings drawn by this young girl make the ships better than those on the market. I don't believe it. The Mo family trading team is the top merchant in the city. In the past, District Chief Zhang, being a small figure, didn't concern himself with us. Now I want to see what kind of extraordinary plans this young girl can create to be called Master Zhang. Oh, so it's Mo Zhang, the head of the Mo family trading team. District Chief Zhang didn't flatter. These people are very rich. Even when the flood came, they remained indifferent. Forget about donating money and supplies voluntarily. I once had to ask for help at the government office, but no one stepped forward to help, except a few wealthy locals. Since ancient times, merchants have prioritized profit. Watching ordinary people suffer without helping is quite common. I don't like these people. Look at Jiang Chang'an. She immediately helps solve problems without hiding anything. She may not be very patriotic or caring for the people, but her attitude shows true leadership. In the future, she will be an official, while these merchants will always remain just merchants. I'm clever enough. I only showed her a general plan, with the intention to tempt or exploit. Take a look and see if you can make it. Jiang Xiaoyu, you can go ahead with your tasks. I'll handle the local affairs here. My subordinates will take her to prepare medicinal formulas and distribute medicine to the victims. It's not good for Jiang Chang'an to see me scheming. I'm a caring town chief. All right, everyone, farewell. Jiang Chang'an put on her raincoat and disappeared into the rain with Li Shushan and Qing Feng. The three rode their horses out of the small town and headed up the mountain. On the horses' heads, Jiang Chang'an, back in Zizikan, had even made a few hats. It's strange. Horses wearing hats for the first time, but they work well. The rain no longer got into the horses' eyes, so they could run freely in the rain. They slowly walked along the mountain trail. It's said to be the northern mountain of this town, but I don't know exactly where. Li Shushan casually blamed himself, not thinking he's unreliable. If it weren't for his master, Qing Feng would be scolding him. It's too difficult for Chang'an girl. Does her master like her or not? We'll cross one mountain first. Once inside, it will be easier to find. Since the food disappeared overnight, it probably wasn't moved far. Unless the county magistrate moved it again later, but he should have been too busy then. It's unlikely. Jiang Chang'an analyzed the situation carefully and remained hopeful. Finally, after the small path was finished, they entered the mountains. Ahead, there were endless rocks and trees. Which way should they go? Qing Feng was stunned. At this moment, he doubted the intelligence of the two children. Jiang Chang'an pointed with her small hand. There, in the hollow of the mountain, hidden by trees, is a cave. It's a bit far away. Whether there is food in the cave depends on how close we get. Qing Feng was again surprised. Miss, do you have 100-mile eye? How could she see the cave from so far away? Qing Feng was sure his eyesight was much better than average, but all he saw was a blurry rain curtain and dark green rocks and trees. Jiang Chang'an was speechless for a moment. Qing Feng, your math isn't very good. From here to that mountain is at most 2 or 3 miles. It was a winding mountain road, so if straight, maybe only 2 miles? Li Shushan smiled slightly. The little monster wasn't 100-mile eye, but a Xushian X-ray vision. Let's go and see. When Jiang Chang'an and the others reached the cave entrance, they found some weeds and trees covering it tightly. If Jiang Chang'an hadn't said there was a cave inside, no one would have noticed it. Qingfeng swung his sword to clear away the branches, revealing the path. He felt a bit excited. There really was a cave, and it felt like a treasure hunt. There's no sign of anyone coming here. Was there really food inside the cave? Although the food wouldn't belong to them in the end. But still, it's been years. Even if there was food, it might be spoiled, moldy, or sprouted by now. Qingfeng suddenly thought of this possibility and was stunned. "Let's go inside and see," Li Shushan said calmly. He wasn't worried at all. The last prince could use this batch of food, which meant it was still good. This kind of mountain cave was rarely visited because crossing a marshy, lush lowland was very dangerous. There were many insects and snakes, making it quite risky. If they hadn't prepared insect repellent medicine, Jiang Chang'an wouldn't dare to come here at all. There were tangled groups of water snakes everywhere, making people's scalps tingle. There were also many fat, long earthworms, which looked especially disgusting. Most importantly, Qingfeng said he would report to the town chief and find someone to catch these creatures to use as food. Jiang Chang'an almost fainted on the spot. She was most afraid of these soft, limbless crawling creatures, so she kept riding on her horse and had Li Shushan hold her horse. There is no way around it. She needs to use both hands to constantly defend against insect and snake attacks. Li Shushan cares deeply, but for some reason, he feels like laughing. Jiang Chang'an may not fully understand her subordinate, Chen Dan. Her poison skills are superb, but she can create different fragrant insect-repellent powders. She hangs a pouch of medicine around her waist, and the insects and snakes immediately stay away without harming the person. You don't trust me or Chen Dan's skills. Have you seen any insects or snakes approach us along the way? Even the smartest people can sometimes be confused. This isn't a venomous snake. It definitely won't come near us. Does she not understand the reasoning? Jiang Chang'an just can't get past her disgust and fear inside. Do you want me to carry you into the cave? Back when they were in the mountain village, there were many insects and snakes. Still, they didn't go into the mountain late at night. Li Shushan just can't understand why. It must be that the insects and snakes weren't as dense back then, unlike now.
But still, no need for that.
The cave is relatively dry and doesn't have as many snakes, Jiang Chang'an said, leading the way into the cave. The cave is spacious and dry, with many large wooden boxes stacked in the middle, about a zhang high. Because they hadn't been maintained for years, the boxes are covered in thick dust. Really? I'll open one and take a look. Qingfeng eagerly steps forward, feeling excited as if he might find gold inside. Jiang Chang'an scans the surroundings with her system, seeing no signs of danger or abnormalities, so she doesn't stop Qingfeng. Qingfeng brushes off the dust from the top layer of boxes with a stick, then moves a large box down and pries open the lock with his sword. When he opens it, Qingfeng gasps in surprise. It's really coarse rice, but at least half of it is sand. The rice is mixed with fine and coarse sand, making it impossible to eat. But it's not moldy or sprouted. After several years, it's still well preserved, which is rare. Qingfeng picks up a handful of rice, weighing it in his hand, then stirs it with his sword, revealing the same condition at the bottom. Jiang Chang'an doesn't need to do anything extra. Her system scans the surroundings and confirms that all the boxes are in similar condition. It's good that it's not moldy. The air here is dry, and the boxes are sealed with oilcloth, blocking air and moisture. That's why the grain has been preserved so well. These are standard government storage boxes, each holding about 100 jin. Based on what I see, excluding the sand and stones, there's roughly 20,000 jin of grain here, enough to feed the town's disaster victims for more than half a month. Li Shushan pursed his lips and estimated. Not feeling regretful was false. If it weren't for natural disasters, he wouldn't give away these grains. Starting from nothing is the hardest. In such disasters, everyone lacks food. Money can't buy what they need. Fortunately, they still don't have many people, or they wouldn't be able to support everyone. That's a normal person's amount of food. Now, with this disaster, it's good enough for refugees to eat half a bowl. Several thousand jin of grain turned into porridge can last at least 2 months. If the town mayor gets this batch of grain, he can easily get through the disaster. Qing Feng was amazed. The town mayor's good fortune in meeting these two young masters was probably luck that came from many past lives. Let's do that. We'll go back and inform the mayor to transport the grain. Qing Feng, stay here and wait for others to pick it up. We'll leave some food for Ma and the others. Be careful and do everything safely. If anything unexpected happens, your life is the most important. Everything else is secondary. Do you understand? This final warning was almost something Li Shushan always said when Qing Feng acted alone. Li Shushan's excessive kindness, care, and attention to Qing Feng made him wonder if they weren't long-lost brothers, especially if they didn't look alike. So why? How could a master be so good to a servant? Did you ask your brain for its opinion? Qing Feng once doubted if his master was mentally normal. Understood. Be careful when you go back, Qing Feng said, but it was just empty words. His master was different from ordinary people. He was capable of too much, and often, the servants had no place to show their abilities. Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan returned the same way. But by the time they reached the town, it was already late afternoon. At the inn, Chun Dan was giving free medical consultations, which made Jiang Chang'an puzzled. Isn't it inappropriate for a poison expert to treat patients for free? Did the poison master agree? Her face showed reluctance, probably feeling guilty herself. What's going on? Jiang Chang'an asked curiously. Could she have been oppressed or tricked? Seeing Jiang Chang'an return, Chun Dan's spirit lifted. Miss, you're finally back. How did it go? Was everything smooth? It would be great to go treasure hunting. Even if it meant facing wind and rain, Chun Dan was willing. It was exciting. Unfortunately, her master didn't take her along, so she was bored and set up a free clinic, thinking it might earn her some praise. That's why the sign on the clinic read Chang'an Free Clinic. Everything went well. Why are you doing a free clinic? So, the little poison girl has a kind heart? Jiang Chang'an had misunderstood her. Miss, didn't you say you wanted to gain fame? I was bored and had nothing to do, so I thought about helping the girl. I originally thought that no one would dare come if I set up a stall for such a young girl, but suddenly, a long line formed, too long to see the end. Chun Dan clenched her lips, feeling helpless and close to tears. Jiang Chang'an sighed and rubbed his forehead. Is this girl lacking common sense? Her words were just polite responses to Director Zhang, but she took them seriously. It's true that praise is nice, but failing exams is pointless. She doesn't need that right now. It's all my fault for not explaining clearly to the naive girl. Are their illnesses serious? How long do you still need to work? Do you need help? The long line filled both eaves of the buildings. Luckily, the inn owner had no objections. With so many people, Chun Dan also felt headache, but since she started, she couldn't just ignore it. Girl, why don't you write me a prescription? Chun Dan checked pulses and prepared prescriptions alone, which was quite slow. Are their illnesses similar? Jiang Chang'an asked again. Yes, all caused by wind cold, coughs, fevers, sore throats, or stomach pains from digestive issues. Just common acute illnesses. If they weren't feeling very uncomfortable, these disaster victims wouldn't want to take medicine. So you don't need to prepare many prescriptions, just a few fixed ones. Group those with similar symptoms and give them the same medicine. Write the medical records for them to sign with their fingerprints, then get a number tag to pick up the same medicine at the pharmacy. Ask Director Zhang to inform the pharmacy, and we can implement this quickly. Also, typhoid is a respiratory infection and contagious. You need to wear a mask when contacting patients. In ancient times, without ready-made medicines, it was very troublesome. Doctors were always in short supply. If most people didn't look down on seeking medical help, the medical clinic's thresholds would be overwhelmed.
Ha!
That's a good idea, girl. I'll adjust the medicine quantities, fix the prescriptions, and have the same patients use the same numbered prescriptions. You can go back and rest. I can finish this soon. That way, the girl wouldn't need to help write prescriptions anymore. After all, it's not easy for an outsider to write prescriptions. Moreover, the town head sent someone to stay here, so it's convenient to find him if needed. Just give a command. Not long after Jiang Chang'an returned and finished dinner, Director Zhang arrived. This time, he didn't see Jiang Chang'an in the hall but went upstairs for a private talk. Director Zhang looked excited, flushed, as if he had made a big fortune. Guess how much the shipbuilding plan sold for? The Mo family was quite proud, right? Perfect. Now I have you cornered. Mayor Zhang was curious about Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan's conversation and quickly held up 5 fingers, directly showing them to the 2 children. 5,000 taels? That was quite good. Jiang Chang'an's ship design was large, but the structure was very simple. It only had 1 cabin and a bottom storage area. The bottom storage was surrounded by oars and paddles for rowing, along with a rudder for steering. It could also carry many goods in the middle. Most importantly, this type of boat, which uses a new driving method, was something the second-in-command had never seen before. It could carry dozens of tons but only needed about 10 people to operate. The notes said that if the boat was going with the current, only a few people were needed to control it. What does this mean? Compared to the cargo ships in their city, which could carry at most 20 tons and needed hundreds of people to operate, this was a huge difference. You could see how amazing Jiang Chang'an's design was, completely breaking traditional ideas. When the second-in-command saw the drawings, he believed in Jiang Chang'an's skills because he had never seen woodworking that could create such large curved shapes from broken wood. Once built, this boat could sail not only through floods but also across the vast ocean, riding the waves. Young friend Jiang, your thinking is still narrow. 50,000 taels. A full 50,000 taels in silver notes, plus 2 real ships for free. Mayor Zhang, who didn't understand much about ships, was shocked by this number. Of course, he remained calm in front of the second-in-command.
Wow.
We're rich. Jiang Chang'an didn't realize how much his technology lagged behind this era. All ships were made of wood, costing less than 1,000 taels, and selling for 50,000 taels was very profitable, right? Li Shushan snorted coldly. The Navy's warship technology costs about 1,000,000 taels when bought, and ships on the canal cost around 200,000 taels. And Jiang Chang'an's technology, while not as advanced as warships, is definitely much better than canal cargo ships. Cargo ships on the canal carry only dozens of tons and need hundreds of people to operate, but Jiang Chang'an's ships carry dozens of tons and only need about 10 people. So, do you still think 50,000 taels is a lot? Inhale. Is this real? Jiang Chang'an and Mayor Zhang looked at each other in surprise. Then, does that mean I got a good deal with that old? He's a sneaky merchant, being cheated, making it hard to guard against. What should I do? I already signed a contract with him. He was deeply deceived. Mayor Zhang was suddenly very annoyed. That's not how it should be said. This kind of technology is very simple for me. Selling it for 50,000 taels already feels expensive. Anything more might make me feel guilty. The warships and canal cargo ships likely took years or generations to design, so their high prices are understandable. Grandpa Mayor need not worry. I have already gained 2 large ships, which are enough. Don't laugh at me, but if I had negotiated myself, I probably couldn't bring myself to accept such a high price. This is sincerely what Jiang Chang'an said, which moved the old mayor deeply. Such a kind and generous girl. If only her family background were better, I would have taken her as my granddaughter-in-law. Mayor Zhang could see that Jiang Chang'an was just comforting herself. She couldn't bring herself to accept the high price, but the young man around her was not an easy person. Mayor Zhang sighed. His excited mood suddenly faded. We're going into the mountains today to study the soil, to make bricks for post-disaster rebuilding, and to repair the rivers. But, Grandpa Mayor, guess what else we found? Food is the main topic today. Jiang Chang'an quickly changed the subject from ships and excitedly talked about other things.
What?
You look so excited. Did you find 100-year-old ginseng? What could be in the mountains? Only treasure medicines. The other things, Mayor Zhang couldn't think of. No, it's food. In a cave, there are several 10,000 jin, a Chinese weight unit. Isn't that a surprise? Unexpected? Anyway, Jiang Chang'an was very excited, like a pie falling from the sky. How rare is that? Mayor Zhang was startled, suddenly stood up quickly. then hurried to open the door, cautiously looking outside to see if anyone was eavesdropping. Finally, he carefully closed the door and whispered softly, "Where did you hear that from? Could the several 10,000 gene of grain in the cave be? It seems Mayor Zhang has guessed it too." "That's right. We accidentally found that batch of dirty grain, which can help solve your current urgent problem. No charge, this girl is soft-hearted." Li Shushan looked helpless but also a little doting on Jiang Chang'an. Mayor Zhang looked as expected and then paced back and forth inside the room, frowning and thinking for a long time before speaking. "Do you have a way to sift out the stones and sand from this batch of grain?" "Of course. I included a set of sifting machinery in the blueprint I gave you, but it's only the parts. Others may not know its purpose." Mayor Zhang clapped his thigh and said, "It's settled. As for this batch of grain, it still belongs to the court. We can't let the higher-ups find out where it came from, or it would be considered us secretly diverting government grain. So, after you sift out the stones and sand, you can transport it back by boat, treating it as grain bought from outside. I will pay you the normal price, how about that?" The money that needs to be paid, Mayor Zhang already thought about where it would come from. Humph. He won't let those dishonest merchants get away easily. He has plenty of reasons to take advantage of them. Jiang Chang'an didn't have any particular thoughts. This batch of grain technically belonged to Li Shushan. She was just an assistant. Li Shushan raised an eyebrow, thinking that Mayor Zhang probably intended to compensate Jiang Chang'an, which is why he was willing to pay. But he also didn't want to make the old man feel too uncomfortable. "That's fine, but only at 80% of the price. Otherwise, they might be accused of illegal trading."
Good.
"Thank you both for your kindness. Zhang, thank you on behalf of the common people." Mayor Zhang was genuinely grateful. If he hadn't met these two children, he wouldn't know how many people in his village might have died. Now, the disaster victims have shelter and food, and they will rebuild their homes. There is hope for the future. The next day, Jiang Chang'an went to Mo Air's workshop to supervise shipbuilding. Since they paid 50,000 taels of silver, she couldn't just ignore it. The technical skills needed to be handed over properly. Of course, her main goal was to check the machinery parts. The carpenters in town, besides building the workshop for Mayor Zhang, had all been taken over by Mo's trading team to build ships in secret, probably to prevent the blueprints from leaking. "Miss Jiang, why are you here?" Seeing Jiang Chang'an, Mo Air was very happy. Mo's family bought a large house in town, and over a dozen carpenters were busy working hard. But Mo was still looking worried. Jiang Chang'an smiled. "I'm here to see how the shipbuilding is going. If you have any questions, I can help explain." This surprised Mo. He had been in business for many years and had never met such a unique expert like Jiang Chang'an. Nowadays, skilled craftsmen were usually proud and hard to approach, often enjoying others' praise even if they weren't that talented. But for business, they had to accept low prices for their skills and endure the flattery of petty people. That was really frustrating. Jiang Chang'an, with her good skills, humble attitude, and friendly manner, was different. Most importantly, she never charged sky-high prices. Mayor Zhang didn't understand the craft and thought 50,000 taels for shipbuilding was expensive. But outside the town, that price was actually quite reasonable. Mo thought that once Jiang Chang'an received the money, she would come back to negotiate the price again. He was prepared to pay more and had been waiting at home all night for her. As a result, Jiang Chang'an only arrived the next morning and showed no rush to raise prices. He also said he wanted to give technical guidance, which made Boss Missouri feel a bit embarrassed. It felt like he was bullying a child, but in business, everyone wants to make money. Boss Missouri had no intention of raising prices either. Boss Missouri chuckled. Things went smoothly, but in a remote small town like this, it's hard to find good carpenters, so the project is progressing slowly. If we were in our capital city, with hundreds of carpenters and Jiang girls' simplified drawings, we could definitely build a big ship in a month. Now, he only had the precious drawings but no skilled workers, which made Boss Missouri feel disappointed. Unfortunately, the flood blocked the roads, so he couldn't return home right away. Jiang Chang'an was surprised. "You already have the drawings and more than 10 carpenters. Can't they build a ship in a month?" They were waiting for the ship to transport grain and to carry them out of this water area to continue south. But how did Boss Missouri manage this? Although the ship structure was complex with thousands of parts, many parts were identical in size and shape. That was Jiang Chang'an's greatest skill. Making simple things was easy. One carpenter could produce hundreds of parts in a day. If Jiang Chang'an operated himself, he might produce over 1,000. Carving would just needed tools and strength. Anyone could do it. Boss Mo's smile froze. Jiang girl, you're joking. There are only about 10 people, and your drawings have hundreds of pages. Even if they work on a few drawings each day, it would take a year. He felt like Jiang Chang'an was mocking him, but her eyes were innocent, genuinely believing that the boss in front of her was just an incapable fool. Boss Missouri suddenly felt a headache and helplessness. Jiang Chang'an was even more confused. Boss Missouri, it seems you really don't understand the drawings. In my published drawings, a carpenter can complete at least 10 or 20 sheets a day, unless it's a large component. With a dozen carpenters, they could build a ship in 3 days. If your materials and tools are ready and you hire ordinary laborers, they could make several ships in just 1 or 2 days. After saying this, Jiang Chang'an walked straight into the workshop, eager to see what kind of snail-paced work these carpenters were doing that made her doubt her own eyes. Boss Missouri was stunned, feeling like Jiang Chang'an was joking. Building several ships in a day, wasn't that something only a miracle could achieve? Have you ever built such large things before? In just 1 day? Mr. Mo still couldn't believe it and asked Li Shushan beside him, "There's no shipbuilding, but in Juju village, we built 16 small bamboo houses with 3 rooms and a hall in 1 day. You can figure out the rest yourself." Li Shushan followed Jiang Chang'an's lead. He needed to transport the sieve machine parts later and assemble them in the cave. First, sieve the grain, then deliver it to the loading point on the ship. When Jiang Chang'an's boat arrives, transport the grain back to the town. Now it seems they must work separately. Jiang Chang'an can't leave the shipbuilding project easily. Jiang Chang'an reviewed all the steps of the process and quickly identified the problem. "Mr. Mo, let me handle the arrangements. You go outside and hire 100 or so quick and skilled workers. Don't worry, the craftsmanship won't be leaked." All right, Mr. Mo hesitated and left, knowing he should listen to the chief designer. With so many disaster victims in the city, hiring 200 people is easy, and the wages don't need to be high. After Mr. Mo left, Jiang Chang'an gathered a dozen craftsmen and began instructing them. 15 carpenters, each given 20 drawings. Later, you'll be divided into groups of 10. Each group will have 2 people, one marking lines, the other carving wood. Make sure all parts are finished today. This made the carpenters look at each other in surprise. How could Mr. Mo think a girl of 7 or 8 could command them? Do they play house? Miss, there are over 10,000 parts. They must be assembled one by one, or everything will be chaotic, and the ship won't be built. An experienced master couldn't hold back and spoke earnestly, hoping Jiang Chang'an would give up. But would this young girl understand what he meant? Everyone doubted. This is why the carpenters work slowly. They don't fully understand the drawings and can't operate smoothly. Their speed is as slow as a snail. The parts are numbered and categorized. Just follow the numbers to assemble at the end, right? It doesn't matter. You just make the parts. The assembly will be handled by Mr. Mo's people, Jiang Chang'an said. Because assembly is the key and the price is 50,000 taels, Mr. Mo would definitely assign his own people. Fine, the one paying is the boss. Mr. Mo is willing to let the girl do as she pleases. It doesn't matter if they lose some. If the carpenters knew that the ship design was made by the young girl in front of them, they wouldn't doubt her anymore. After explaining to the craftsman, Jiang Chang'an started making the parts for the sieve machine himself. She didn't use any drawings at all. First, she picked up the wood and started chopping it randomly. Not only did she chop herself, but she also asked Li Shushan to chop. After chopping, she used a plane. She didn't need to mark the wood herself. Only Li Shushan drew the shaping lines on the wood, then directly planed or carved holes along those lines. The 2 children worked very quickly, whether they were planing wood or drilling holes. It all looked so easy, like cutting tofu. The carpenter nearby was stunned. "Young master, are your tools really that sharp?" They had been using tools earlier, but they didn't get such results. Li Shushan paused and said calmly, "Because I used inner strength." "You don't have it, so don't even think about it." Inner strength? Martial artists? People from the martial world came to compete with them for woodworking? That's against the rules. When Boss Missouri hired over 100 workers, the parts Jiang Chang'an needed were just about finished. Li Shushan took them away directly and called Cheng Dong and 3 others, heading towards the mountain cave. Jiang Chang'an stayed behind to build the ship and also to witness a miracle for Boss Missouri. Today, the town was different from usual. Under the eaves, everyone was busy working. No matter how bad the weather was, everyone was trying hard. Some people went to Zhang Town Chief to set up temporary shelters to get more food. Others came to the Mo family's house to work for wages. The nearly 200 people working at the Mo family created a lively scene. Outside, the once quiet town seemed to come back to life, full of busy figures everywhere. When the time came to assemble the ship parts, they miraculously produced all the components, even coated with a special wax called Mianqi, which helps prevent water and insects. After consulting Jiang Chang'an, Boss Missouri quickly ordered the workers to move all the parts to the riverbank. Otherwise, such a large ship couldn't be pulled all the way from the city to the river. On the flood-prone riverbank, Jiang Chang'an directed the workers, who moved the parts according to their numbers, while Boss Mo's trusted men assembled the ship. Even Boss Missouri himself joined in. Slowly, he realized that following the drawings and procedures, the assembly didn't require much skill, just strength. The key was the drawings. Boss Missouri finally understood Jiang Chang'an's point and why she confidently said they could assemble the ship today. The workers only assembled a few parts. They wouldn't learn how to build a whole ship just from this. The saying, "many hands make light work," was fully demonstrated here. Skills can be learned by many people, but that doesn't mean they are true experts. In short, before nightfall, 3 huge cargo ships carrying over 10 tons each were successfully launched and tested. The ships moved back and forth on the river, even against the current, at a steady pace. The scene was truly impressive. People were very excited. Such a large project made everyone feel proud of their contribution. Jiang Chang'an was also excited. She was in charge of 2 ships, one for herself and one rented out to Mayor Zhang or local merchants, both of which could make money. Construction of the town's temporary shelters was going smoothly. Half of the residents moved in on the first day, and construction continued the next day. Jiang Chang'an checked everything carefully. Finding no problems, she then took the people arranged by Mayor Zhang and sailed upstream against the flood to help Li Shushan. Another day passed, and the relief grain finally arrived. The suffering villagers showed real smiles. At this moment, surprising news began to spread in the town. It turned out that everything, the temporary shelters, the cargo ships, the discounted grain, and free medical services, was all organized by a young girl named Jiang Chang'an. The town's mayor even received the technical drawings for building brick kilns from Jiang. After the flood recedes, the villagers can rebuild their homes using labor instead of money. They will use blue bricks and red tiles to build their new houses, transforming from disaster victims into homeowners with sturdy brick homes. It all felt like a dream. People also heard that in the future, they would build dikes along the river to prevent floods, so they wouldn't have to worry about big water disasters anymore. On the day Jiang Chang'an was leaving, Mayor Zhang brought her a record of her achievements, signed by 1,000 people, and another copy he planned to deliver personally to the county office after the flood. Most villagers didn't know Jiang Chang'an well, but her story was so famous that even 3-year-olds remembered her. Jiang hired people from the local agency to help them sail to Jiangnan. The water routes were wide and safe, so even floods couldn't stop them. Cheng Dong and his companions were completely convinced by Jiang Chang'an and Li Shushan. They wished they could take 2 children back to their organization. Look at these major accomplishments. Could a child really do all this? The 4 of them could only do hard labor. That's just how life is. But imagine if their organization had such talented people, their future achievements might surpass those of the first generation. So you say, this was arranged by your master for training? To go to prosperous Jiangnan and then to the cold, remote northern frontier? To gather talent along the way and help the people through disasters? It must be said that Master Song has very high hopes for the two children. Now they have great abilities, and in the future, they will be unstoppable in the court. I am jealous. Yes, go experience life, create value, and strengthen yourself. How can they sit firmly in the court's position if they don't travel the world? Chang'an, have you considered recruiting existing forces? If Jiang Chang'an becomes their leader, imagine how prosperous life could be. How advanced would their weapons be? Chengdong's mind kept imagining this, and he smiled foolishly. Chengnan also thought it was possible. Jiang Chang'an seems to have all the qualities a leader needs. If he can lead them, the future is truly limitless. Their organization isn't limited to the army. It could also be involved in the court. Yes, Chang'an, your strength makes others envious and jealous. You must have many people to protect you. It's one thing in the countryside, but once you're in the court, you can't fight alone. Your opponents probably have an army. Are you afraid? Jiang Chang'an pondered this. These two are probably volunteering themselves. They appeared in the mountain village before, and that village has the 100 Ghost token. So, even if they are not part of the 100 Ghost Guard, they are after the 100 Ghost token. Jiang Chang'an winked at Li Shushan. Is it difficult to find them everywhere? Li Shushan chuckled and nodded, but it seems the 100 Ghost Guard favors Jiang Chang'an more, which puts him in a difficult spot. Still, he won't give up. If he can't become the master of the 100 Ghosts, he will train in the military. He doesn't seek command, but wants to build his own iron army. Jiang Chang'an's eyes sparkled. That's a good idea. We can recruit some armed bandits along the way for education or directly take in the beggar sect. There are beggars in the martial world, right? Aren't their messages very quick? Bandits, of course, can't be educated. If they want to become officials, they can't associate with many negative people. The beggar sect is possible, but not realistic. What combat skills do beggars have? They have their skills, so why would they choose to be the most looked down upon beggars? Don't they have dignity? Chengdong was stunned. Bandits and beggars, what's the big deal about their fighting power? You're a master of techniques. Can't your ideas be bolder? How about recruiting a group of heroic warriors?